smoke from BB team. It looks like they're very well aware this could be happening, as Pure is going to try and jump out and blinks away in time. They've wasted God's strength here. Not good news. Mirror's already down as well. Looks like they'll jump Pure out of there again with the rebound. It's not a waste of God's strength if they find kills though. Nightfall, he's still going, but they've lost Panto now. In fact, Nightfall, the moment he gets caught, he just gets destroyed as they call the GG.
Emo getting the haste rune and quickly getting out of here. Might not be fast enough. Ward placed down. Arena Spear combo. Nice. Global Silence to follow up though. Nisha, he doesn't have BKB and he's stuck inside this back wall. Emo able to zip through the arena as Fly just getting in there. The Death Requiem's not going to change much here as Liquid already losing 2 cores here. Mickey just alive inside of that Wukong's command, but he might not have anything else to offer.
Tidebound looking to potentially retreat, but XXX not going to let that happen. Innocence gets destroyed, and now nothing to say, and Shiro on full retreat mode. Ame with the Lincolns applied, gets the bash, going for nothing to say. Getting slow to a crawl now. Manavoy doing next to nothing, but it might be enough. It's going to be really close. Ame getting super low. Blinks very shortly. Trying to 1v1 versus Shiro now, as XM is there to help as well. Shiro's BKB about to run out, but he gets bashed now as Ame finishes the job again. And Ame, he's going to get pulverized. Not taking too much damage though. Can turn this around onto Y again. That's a dieback for him. Has nothing to say in Planet. Trying to defend with all their hearts, but only so much you can do against Ame and company. Planet drops again. Roche extremely low as Bach comes in with the hoof stomp, gets the double X, he takes the Aegis and the Roshan. He might be costing his life though, as XX, that's going to be the first to fall in the pit, and Bach will survive for now. And now the action is Ame to the south, trying to right click. The TA will be able to claim his prize, as nothing to say, gets the roll up in the last moment. Faith Beyond back with his second life now.
Standing up on the high ground, they jump blind, try and find him. Now the Remnant through. Can they catch him here? Finds one, Laurel out, trying to do what they can. Collapse explodes like a pinata. Now Yadaro turns, they start to hit the egg. Seeing if they can kill it off, and they will. Now turning to Satanic, that is a harder fish to find, and a few more punches, they get him. GG is called.
Arena from Amar. Beastmaster, the primal target here, as they turn around and roar the Mars. Nisha still alive, burning to Blood Grenade. He's tracked up but survives. Now turning onto Malrine. They've killed off Nisha with crit. The Bounty Hunter does bounce the Shuriken to him, and Amar goes back in with a Gold Rebuke, slaying Mickey, spearing through Saberlight. Amar, the Finder, gets bonus kills that we didn't expect, while Insane is slain off to the right-hand side.
Armel gets in there with his BKB axe. Solar Guardian gets dropped, does manage to hit the stun before
he's in trouble.
Armel, he's going to be locked down. Yule Scepter goes off. He goes back in. He does manage to get off with a little bit of a heal, but he's in trouble. Inside the Static Storm with the Doom going out the Axe Doom, but he doesn't stand a chance. Jackie, he simply doesn't seem to do enough damage. The Axe is just going to work with that BKB. He is slamming into the Sven. Satanic versus Satanic, they're both healing. Neither one claims to go down until the Sven is finally the one to fall. No buyback there. Jabs his run down next to glimpse back into his Doom. No buyback there as well. 3 cores.
It's over.
A GG is called, and Wildcard, they make it out. They're gonna try. They don't overcommit, but they also may not have committed enough. Okay, they do get the kill with the Echo Slam. Now time to back away. Here comes
they're going
King. In with the kisses. They go back in. Pure's gonna try and kill him. He manned up for it. Alongside Miro with the bashes. They might just have him, but it also means the Furion's gonna die. Was it worth it? It was not. The Prince of Darkness will survive. He stays alive, eats the cheese, and he will end this game.
All
Marin's gonna get the jumpers in. A good bit burst strike onto the three of them, and then we'll see them go straight for the Ancient. He's just looking to close it. The RP will come out. Skinner bringing in the damage. Shiro, can he live through this? He can't. They get him. The card didn't come in time. And Mark's dead.
They didn't have their Centaur
Shiro,
range.
he's gonna try and get him. The Hex is there.
Shiro?
He bought back for this.
Shiro?
The RP is in the fountain. They'll be able to force him out just in time. The Ice Blast will hold back the three of them. Shiro should be able to close this up. He's onto the Ancient. They'll get the win. They've got him caught in the arena. Why? Giving a chance for Shiro to reset, but can he get out of the base? He can. Slides down to the low ground with a Hurricane Pike. They try and chase him, but the timber change off the mark. Skinner still getting onto the front lines, going super aggressive, but Skinner's in trouble. They've got the control for him. The Hex to follow up. That's a death on Skinner, out for 2 minutes.
That was
Shiro
so aggressive.
does end up falling, though. Marine able to come in with a burst. Falcons, they have to try and push on for more, despite the fact they're without their carry. They kill off nothing to say.
Buybacks coming in.
Shiro's bossing over. Why? First by Maureen. Shiro in with a homing missile, looking over towards Maureen. They get the lift up, the nullify the abyss, so that's Maureen dead as well. This game is over. GG is called.
Ollie is in a interesting spot.
He's caught by the cursor. That's Ollie dead. And able to jump forward. Indeed, they get the lockdown on Emo. Emo this time able to jump out. Spear holds back Fly for now during the Stone Gaze.
But he's stuck.
And Yuma's ready to move forward. Poofs in, closing the gap on towards the two of them. Big slams coming in here with a fish and a lockdown. Fly. Yuma's falling low. He loses the Aegis, but they get the team wipe. See Schofield. Whisper, he's in straight away though, gets the arena spear down on towards Fly. They have the tombstone to buy a little bit of safety here for the Medusa, but the Hex is there as soon as he comes out of it. Refreshes pot, Echoes drop down, that's beyond gone. And now with Fly surrounded, he's out of the game.
They can't touch anyone.
Buybacks not available here for the three of them. Jump forward from Analog, picks up another. GG is called.
A recap of our action-packed day number 3, where we saw 4 teams qualify, 3 teams eliminated, and the action is not stopping by any means. We're on to our 4th and final day of the road to the international playoffs. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, for the first half of this day. In the panel, joining me is, of course, none other than Rhea.
Hi.
Fia.
Hello.
And Fly.
Greetings.
I like it. You guys are changing it up every morning. You know, you got to keep people on their toes, Fly.
Yeah, this is a fresh morning,
It really
a fresh
is.
greeting. It's going to be a super exciting day. We have a lot ahead of us, and, you know, some dreams are going to be crushed today, and others get to live on.
Yeah, with the way that this format is, it feels like every series has such high stakes, such close teams as well, everything being pushed as far as you possibly can for it. We're breaking records left and right, game lengths as well, being one of the longest TIs we've had in a very, very long time.
I mean, people cannot be disappointed so far. There's been such good games, long games, and a lot of versatility as well with these teams as well. So, and there's been a lot of upsets too. Like, everything you want from a TI, it's been delivering.
All right, well, let's see just exactly these upsets you're talking about. We're going to see our Swiss bracket, because 3 days, you know, there's a lot that it can lead towards. And the biggest ones are that we saw Xtreme Gaming qualify, Nemesis unfortunately eliminated. But yesterday, the big ones, Tidebound, BB Team, they got their hands onto a slot at the International as well. Meanwhile, we had to say goodbye to Na'Vi and Boom. And the elimination round, I want to take a closer look at that one, I feel, because not only the game quality, but it's also what's to come for today and how we finished yesterday, Rhea, that heroic up against Yakutou 2-0.
These guys waited for me to go to sleep, and then they picked Meepo 2 times. It was not fair. It was not right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about that game, right? Because it was late in the evening. Heroic had played earlier that day, Yakutou Brothers as well, and then they just come in and they Meepo them.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I watched the first game in bed on my phone and I missed the second game. But I think Yakutou Brothers, they should have been aware of this. Yuma's Meepo is like, he's played this hero over 1,000 times. It's like his favorite hero by far. If you're playing as a team, a Meepo team, you do not pick heroes that Meepo obliterates. Like 2 times in a row, they took this Bane and Undying, which are terrible. terrible against him. And then they pick it again in the second game without banning the hero. And I don't understand the thought process allowing this to go through. It's so devastating. I think he died like once or twice. It was the freest game ever. Is this my chance to just keep talking about the hero?
No, I also want to ask Fly a little bit too, because I mean, ex-teammate in Yuma, and I mean, everyone's aware of the Meepo, but you probably know it a little bit better than most.
I mean, first of all, I'm really happy for Yuma because I think it's been a dream of his to be able to play Meepo at TI. I mean, and basically getting to the international through playing Meepo is an amazing feat. So I'm really happy for him. And I think he always said that a lot of the Chinese teams have less experience against Meepo. So it looks like yesterday they managed to abuse that, and it didn't seem like Yakutou had a good answer. So it's great to see, man. I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, double whammy for Yuma. They're making it into the top 8 alongside BB Team, XG, and Tidebound. So far, we have 4 out of our top 8. And, you know, heroic, yesterday, it was a long night. A lot of people might not have been tuning in, but we did actually get to catch up with them just after they got that glorious victory.
Hello, I am here with KJ from Heroic, who just won that fantastic series. First of all, that's 8 wins in a row for you guys now without dropping a map. Confidence must be very high in the team.
Yeah, we are very happy. When we win, it's easier to keep winning, so I hope we keep doing that.
Indeed, near into the playoffs now as well. You guys have quite an unusual hero pool, picking Pudge and Meepo and stuff like that. Do you think other teams are finding it hard to deal with the heroes that you're picking?
These are funny heroes, right? So like a lot of people pay attention to them and find them cool, but I think we have a lot of heroes that are not funny as well. And yes, it's too many for them. I don't know what they can do.
Don't know what they can do, indeed. You guys are like one of the fastest teams we've seen yet. You're winning a lot of games very quickly. Both those games took, I think, just over an hour for both victories. We've seen games go 70 minutes. So do you think that you're taking teams by surprise with how fast you're playing? Because most teams seem to be playing much more slowly.
I didn't know these stats. I know that some games were going very far. I feel like people are just throwing, and we are being very good at not throwing, because our games are not that short. They are shorter, but they're not that short. So just don't throw and you have quicker games.
Yeah, just don't throw. Tell that to the rest of the team. Don't throw so much. All right, we're seeing, do you think one of the things we spoke about before the tournament, you said that you guys had boot camped a lot and spent a lot of time working on stuff then. Do you think we're seeing the effects of that boot camp in the way you're playing now?
Yeah, for sure. Like the effects of the whole year and working until now. But yeah, this boot camp was a lot of days and a lot of work. And yeah, I think everyone got very confident here. We could work just on our mental because we knew that the Dota part was concluded very well. So yeah, we came very confident, and we still are very confident without losing for 8 games in a row. That's good.
That is good. Well, we can't wait to see more of you. I'm sure the fans are enjoying watching you. Thank you, KJ, and back to the panel.
It's definitely always a pleasure to watch Heroic, to get to hear their players talk as well. At the conclusion of EWC, they were really disappointed with their result. They felt like there was so much more in the tank, and I feel like here at the road to the International and continuing on into TI, we're going to be seeing so much more of that. And maybe the reason, Ray, is they just weren't picking enough Meepo. They weren't picking Meepo in the right situation.
Oh my god, I get to keep talking about Meepo. That's awesome.
Yes,
so something that's really cool about this hero, hold on one second. Really cool about this hero is that they there's been a long trend for a long time where Meepo players we're just buying like this diffusal blade first time or something, but now we've gone back again. We're picking up the Dragon Lance again into the diffusal blade. It's giving them really nice stats, and then, you know, back in the day you had to buy Blink on Meepo to achieve anything. Now you're able to just go Dragon Lance, diffusal blade into an Ags, because the Ags lets you fling a Meepo. So if you watched Yuma play, you would see him fling one Meepo towards an enemy and then poof the stack of Meepos to the Meepo he flung, so therefore you don't need a Blink Dagger. It's awesome. It's so cool. This hero's wicked sick. I hope Satanic picks it today. Please. Please.
That's a message, please. Strictly, I just like you trying to figure out the camera angles.
Where am I looking?
Like, where are you looking? She's bleeding because, yeah, you weren't able to cover that series, but you definitely have given us more than enough information about Meepo. He hasn't been picked the most by far. There are so many other heroes that are seeing the light of day a lot more consistently than poor Meepo there. So our most picked heroes here. We've got Disruptor, Snapfire, Pogna, Mars, Bane, Earthshaker. Something I'm really seeing here, Fear, is just how predominant the support heroes are, right? 4 out of 6 of them being supports.
Yeah, there's a lot of supports that are unsurprising to see here. We all knew Pugna was good. We knew Snapfire is good. Even though their win rates aren't the best, they're still very strong heroes. And then Disruptor heroes at the beginning, where we thought were not going to be super popular, just all of a sudden became the most picked support hero. And Bane as well, making a rise to the top there too. So a lot of supports there. And I'm a little surprised to see Pugna's win rate not reflecting that, like 44%. Not as good as I thought it would be.
Yeah. Is there something about these 4 supports, Fly, that sort of overlap? Do they give the same sort of things, or the fact they're so different?
I think they're a little bit different, each one. Some of them might be stronger in lane, some have a little more disable, give you different things, but usually support metas tend to be a little smaller, especially at TI. I think the core roles have more room to maneuver around, but you want to pick the supports that are strongest and then compensate for whatever they don't give you. So if you pick a Disruptor, you might need stronger lanes. If you pick a Pugna, you can be a little more greedy, maybe play more for that tower push. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I think every TI you're going to end up with a pool of like 5 to 6 quote-unquote OP support heroes, and you're just going to keep contesting those heroes.
Okay, you just got to keep rotating through them all. And we can also have a look at our most contested, because I'm very curious to see if it is the same lineup of heroes. Well, Earthshaker is the only one that we're seeing overlap there, but otherwise, yeah, it is more on the side of those cores, right? The Beast, Nature's Prophet, Nagasiren, Marcy, and Puck. And the Nagasiren is the big question mark. It's being banned so much, yet the games that we're seeing it aren't succeeding at all.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I saw this win rate of the hero, because I only saw it twice and it lost both those games. So I'm curious on how the other 6 games went, but I think Naga is a hero that is very hard to pull off. It's a very difficult hero, and I think Beast, this is a hero that you just generally have a very annoying time playing against, so it's easier to ban. That's why we see as the most banned hero. And same with Nature's Prophet. Like, if you have a good NP player, you can see this hero really pop off, but there are a lot of games where I see NPN where I'm just like, I don't understand why this hero is so contested, because it can be exploited very easily. I've seen on support role, it looked mid. Some players aren't the best carry players with it as well, and it also doesn't look the greatest. So there's no real auto-win hero this TI, which is really good to see, that there isn't a must-ban hero, because it's very balanced.
Yeah, I want to circle back to the Nagasiren for you, saying you're pretty much seeing it lose most games that you're watching. It's 50%, so it's got 4 wins, 4 losses. It means that there's some other teams out there that are making it work, or the inverse rare where maybe some other teams just haven't figured out a way to deal with it like the rest.
That, or you have a hero that's so banned that the only teams letting it through are ones that have actually really prepared a response to Naga. So honestly, her having a 50% win rate there is like, it's indicative that she's stupid broken.
She is still good, actually.
Yeah, so that's what I feel like.
I like it. That's a nice way to look at it. And you have those most picked and most contested, and they're not really too much of an overlap, and it makes you wonder just how many heroes are left out there that are completely uncontested. So those that have not been picked, have not been banned, and it's
My boy Clinks.
I was gonna say, it's really not too surprising, is it for you?
Is there anything? I'm a little surprised there's been no Arc Warden, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I have seen like resurgence, like the mid Arc Warden going for the Ags with the silence. Some players like it, BZM for example. Outside of that, like,
I have a surprise.
no OD, maybe a little bit of surprise. I'm actually a little surprised no one picked Sky. Even though this hero's garbage, people still like to just play it randomly.
So that was my thought with Crystal Maiden. I feel like there's normally always one position 5 out there who is like, please, bro. You know what I mean? There's always one person out there that's a CM believer, but just not this time around.
I thought people would pick Lich more, because the concept is sort of the same as when Techies was meta, is that he would blast off into you and you would Lich pull him out of it. And I feel like you could do the same with Marcy, because she has she's all physical damage, which Frosty will be good against, and when she rebounds you can just pull her. Like, I don't know how effective it is. I don't know if the hero's just booty, but I would have thought that theoretically he seems okay.
I think Lich and Maiden are both okay.
Yeah.
I think they're just, the other supports are just better. That's usually the reason why. I do agree that Lich is technically good against Marcy. The Frost Shield is good against her ultimate. You can pull her out of jump. Maiden is she's just a maiden, you know, you have her there. If Snaking's not playing it, there's probably a reason why.
I don't want to say names, but there's no one always
Yeah.
taking that's the CM believer.
Like, he's not playing Mirana or Maiden. Those are like two of his best heroes by far. So I think the other supports is just better in the meta, or maybe it's a little forgotten. Could be that too. But everything else does not surprise me. I think, you know, some of these heroes are just almost untouchable right now.
Yeah, I would say Treant Protector. That's the position 5 for me that's really not surprising about not being touched. He's so tough to play and, like, even feel like a hero when you play him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you trialed him lately, Fly.
No, I think nobody tried him. You just stay away from this guy.
Definitely no.
I play him every once in a while.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, like when I want to play carry, and the other guy also picked carry. I pick Shri and get a quelling bait and make sure he doesn't get any CS.
I see. Okay, awesome. That's I really wish
you.
that we could remove that from ever going live. Please don't say that again, Fia. Let's keep talking about some more heroes, though. All right, we've got some more data, some more information that we want to be bringing you guys, and it's the most successful heroes, because that also looks a little bit different here. We got Shadow Demon. That one is being picked in magnificent situations. So yeah, again, we're going to see Earthshaker for the 3rd time here. Shadow Fiend, Void Spirit, and Tusk, surprisingly. So, of course, there is that caveat when we say most successful. It's a minimum of 10 games played. There are some heroes out there with, 4 or 5 games sitting on that 90%, 100% win rate. But
Or 9.
or 9, sure. But yeah, we wanted to look at heroes that had been played for over those 10 games.
I mean, Shadow Demon's a little bit surprising. Like,
Is it?
he has a 72% win rate, I think. That's very high for over 10 games, and I'm not sure, like, what about that hero makes it so good right now. The rest kind of makes sense to me. Like, Shadow Fiend, he's looked really good. His ult is still as good as ever. I think Shaker, nothing less to say about him. But, like, Shadow Demon, we saw some supports like Pugna. We're talking about, like, Snapfire, 45% win rate heroes, and then Shadow Demon, 72% win rate. That's kind of like a red flag there. Something's going on with that hero.
I'm surprised that there wasn't more overlap between most contested and most successful. I think it was SF and just Earthshaker, right? They were the only 2 overlaps. I feel like if you're seeing a hero with that high of a win rate with that many games, yeah, something does have to, like, ring in your brain of, why aren't we playing it? Why aren't we looking towards that?
I think Shadow Demon is very good in metas where there's a lot of jumping and it's all about the initiation, which I think we're seeing now. There's a lot of Mars, Shaker, even Sanking, all of these stunning heroes. And Shadow Demon is just able to save and clutch up fights. I think we've seen that from XinQ on Xtreme Gaming. Probably helps the win rate when he's playing it. But that is why I think the hero is good right now, as well as also he's a very natural stacker. I think people are playing him in almost as always as a position 4. Just goes back, stacks triangle, checks ruin. His gameplay is very scripted, but it's very solid, and I think it's a stable hero.
Okay. And there is one last thing that we want to bring up for you guys. We hand selected some 3 heroes for you because, yeah, again, same thing. We had some questions about them, just exactly why they were being picked, why they were contested, and maybe also, Rhea, why the win rates just aren't up there, right? 19 picks for Doom, a sub 40% win rate. Teams love to keep going back to it.
Poor Doom. I can tell you very easily with the silencer. We've seen enough times on this freaking stream. It's been first picked so often with no purpose. And I think the way that people are drafting silencer is what's contributing to him having a sub 50% win rate. It just looks terrible. It's like there's no combo there. There's no response to anything. He just feels so weak and he's so abusable as a support, right? No stun, no mobility. You just kind of kill him. We're seeing a lot of, Lycan coming out and stuff in this tournament as well. Like Helm of the Dominators, this hero hates summons. At least that's why he sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that way yesterday, but I didn't have the stats to back it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yesterday I had a positive win rate, but today the hero is trash.
Confirmed.
Yeah, you can say it with passion and with facts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I love it. The Dawn as well, we've touched on it a couple of times. It falls into that same category of people just aren't really picking it in the correct moments. And we can circle back around to her in a short moment, because right now I want to bring the schedule to you guys. Before, in the last 3 days, we've had 4 streams going on. There's been a lot of action and you've had to kind of move your eyes everywhere. But for today, it is one schedule. We're going to be staying on this stream all day. We've got Falcons and Team Spirit in an elimination round to close out our day. Just before them, it's going to be Liquid up against Tundra. PVISION and a Wildcard will be the middle of the day, but our morning starts off with a nice Aurora up against Nigma Galaxy. And, well, Nigma Galaxy, they were on the verge of elimination yesterday, were able to clutch a win for themselves against Na'Vi, and now in a similar sort of situation. This one, you win it, you get to go to TI Flight. You lose it, unfortunately, we're saying goodbye to you.
Yeah, this is a new day for NGX. I think yesterday they sort of leveled up mid-series, I would say. I think they've played a lot better. They've looked better. They seem confident. They have an identity for themselves, which I think is really important for today. So I want to see them kind of sticking to what they did yesterday. Maybe add a couple of new ideas if they have any, but as long as they have a plan and they're confident in it, I want to see them, bring out their best Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams should be pretty confident going to this one. Aurora 2-0ing Team Spirit, I believe, yesterday. And now we have NGX. I think their 2-0 was, or 2-1 technically, but the 2 games they won in game 2 and 3 were very convincing, and I think that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah. We can actually have a look at their last 4 series right here. So this has been part of their road to the international playoffs, and you're right. So for Nigma Galaxy, it was that series coming from Na'Vi, Aurora from the side of Team Spirit, and I feel like
they disrespected Na'Vi there.
They did not give us that win. You don't get this.
The series was so long, they were like, we forgot there was even a game 1. But yes, it was a good series for both of these teams coming into it. And for Aurora, I'm a little bit surprised they're here. But it isn't a total shock here, Raya, because this team, they've only been together since March. That's when they debuted as the Eastern European Aurora lineup, and they've had mixed results ever since. There's a lot of potential when it comes to these players when you look at them individually, and it seems like at points it's clicking, but it's never really garnered them that top 4 success. And right now they're on the verge of, do they even make top 8?
I guess that's consistency in that they've never really cinched the top spot of tournaments, and right now they're middling again. I don't know exactly what it takes for them to get up there. Maybe more ability of versatility, because when we covered them at the beginning of this Road to TI, we talked about how, why are they playing Nature's Prophet? This doesn't suit their gaming style, and it looked really hard. I think they did lose that game, and they continue to pick it, I believe. If they can be able to do that and not just be stuck in one playstyle, I think that's what it's going to take, right? That's why when we've been covering Xtreme, we're like talking about how XSS is so good at playing different types of offlane playstyles right now, and that's what's able to carry them, is the ability to pick different stuff and do well with it. So I think Aurora just need that.
Okay, let's look at the carries a little bit, because you're talking about we saw it and we kind of made a little bit of a joke about which Nightfall is it. Is it Nightfall regular or Nightfall Prime? And it's very hero dependent for himself. And I'm going to be curious as to which Nightfall we're going to be seeing today, whether that's waking up on the right side of the bed or getting some good heroes for himself there. The Nature's Prophet, Ghost hasn't played it. Nightfall has not the greatest win rate for himself there, but still confident enough to keep picking it up. And the only common heroes are actually in that Alk and Svenfear.
Yeah, I think when I look at Nightfall, I try to be as respectful as I can, because I actually really think he's a good carry player, but I think he plays low skill carries by that. I mean, like, he plays heroes like Abaddon, Alchemist, Ursa, like these heroes that can get out of jail very easily. He stays away from, honestly, like the Nature's Prophet, Morphling, these kind of like higher skill carries, because he likes to just get in there and have a very safe, reliable way of getting out. And I think him playing very tanky heroes fits his playstyle incredibly well. So if he does stick to these Svens, Alchemists, and these Abaddon type heroes, that's Nightfall Prime to me. But if he goes outside of that comfort zone and plays more of these squishy heroes that require a little bit more finesse, I think that's where the team starts to struggle a bit.
Okay. And then on the side of supports as well, that's something that I think is really important to bring up. Not only just the support hero pool, because we're seeing Nigma Galaxy with quite a lot of unique heroes there, but also are they willing to play these supports that have started to be more contested fly, have slightly higher win rates?
Yeah, I think Mira, I've seen him play Shadow Demon the last couple of games, so it's definitely up in his wheelhouse. And they do share some common heroes between Omar and Mira, and I'm pretty sure Omar also plays Shadow Demon. So that's one hero that I'm looking to be more contested in this specific series for both these players.
All right. Anything else you guys would love to see come out? I think a lot of Nigma Galaxy fans at home might be like, Lone Druid, right? 100% win rate for them.
I'd love to see it because I love the hero, but I want to see it in the right game.
Of course.
I do want to see more from Kiyotaka, especially his Shadow Fiend. Like, this is a hero that he was so good on, and they used to first pick it. I'm down for them to do that again, and hopefully going into this one, they haven't lost confidence in that hero in particular, and especially Kiyotaka playing these early phase Shadow Fiends and Pox. Like, he is not afraid to pick his hero early, and this tournament, he hasn't been doing it as much as I'd like him to.
Alrighty, well, game 1 for elimination here is happening. Nigma Galaxy up against Aurora. Draft is underway. Yeah, really stuck standards from Aurora. Nagasari, Nature's Prophet, Beastmaster, Marcy, and for Nigma Galaxy, with their bans leading into it, Abaddon, Shadow Demon, Disruptor, leaves open that Earthshaker. Is this a core Earthshaker on the side of Nigma Galaxy? Is it most likely just plunked straight onto Sumail and we see it mid?
I'd say most likely. I feel like Shaker looks by far the strongest when he's on core.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it in off lane as well. But yeah, Sumail's
Cool.
most likely.
Got my Shadow Fiend.
Congratulations, Fia. Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
My birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Fia.
Thank you, guys.
I think...
Happy birthday, Fly.
Thank you. Shaker... In yesterday's games from Aurora, I'm pretty sure Shaker, they left it in a pool against some other team and they were able to beat it. So I'm not surprised to see them leave Shaker again. They definitely have some kind of idea of how to play against the hero, because the hero is a bit slow. He really becomes stronger the later the game goes, and he needs time. He's not the best hero at, say, for example, contesting Wisdom Runes as some of the other mid laners. He wants to go and echo an Ancient stack unless some kill comes naturally. So maybe there's a way they're going to exploit that. We do see Shadow Demon being banned in the first phase, which I think is good, because definitely Aurora has been looking good with the Shadow Demon. I think they should have banned Shadow Fiend over Disruptor. I know Disruptor is a good hero right now and Aurora does play it, but I think Shadow Fiend is a much stronger response to a Shaker than some Disruptor, you know? So I think both teams got something that they're happy with, and now it's just building on top of this, just like we talked about yesterday. They have a good foundation to work with for both sides. I think Aurora is going to look into a Mars for themselves. I think Toronto Tokyo has been playing a good Mars from what I've seen, and it fits really well with Shadow Fiend. We've seen this combo multiple times now, so I'm sure they're eyeing that for the 16-17 pick, and they're probably going to pick some casual support here that's left.
With Nigma Galaxy as well, this Dawn ban. They ban out Dawn. They ban out Batrider. It's a fine line to ride here, Fear, because it's like, yes, we know Toronto Tokyo loves picking up the Dawnbreaker. In fact, we also really enjoy him playing Dawnbreaker. But this tournament, it's been a little bit lackluster when it's gone to that team.
It has, and that might be a blessing in disguise that it's banned for Aurora.
Okay.
I think if I think of Toronto Tokyo, yeah, Mars is fine. He's very good on Magnus as well. That's a hero he hasn't played this tournament yet, but he does like to play. But I do like the bans from Aurora as well. We saw yesterday the power of not only the Marcy and that Lone Druid, especially on the same team. So Aurora is definitely afraid of that series yesterday, where they pretty much dismantled Na'Vi. So testing NGX again, like they have to bring something new to the table here. And I think Aurora, they've proven throughout the year that they have a stable playstyle. Sure, maybe it hasn't worked out too well at this road to the International, but Shadow Fiend first pick, this is nothing they haven't done before. They've picked a lot of saves before in the past as well, like Ponto, so I really like where this is going for Aurora. And to me, I feel like NGX is going to be tested a bit more because they've had a very rocky type of road to get here, and I feel like their hero pool has been very narrow. So it feels like they have to come up with a new strategy every series.
I like this Bane pick. I think we've seen a lot of it as a response to Snapfire, but just in general, for what is good against her 4 is the same reason why I see it here. You have a support who's so good at trading, and as a result makes it very easy for them to go to the triangle area and contest it. Since you're playing as Shaker, probably core, I think it's really important for Aurora to either be able to contest that or sentry it, block the camps. and be annoying in that way. So I really like the Bane.
This is a test here.
I
mean, they picked the 2 most popular supports that have the lowest win rate. Pugna and Snapfire are most picked, right? But their win rates were very low. Sub 50%.
Are they low in the most picked supports or low out of all supports?
They are the most picked supports, but they don't have a 50% or higher win rate. Whereas Bane, I think, had 53% win rate, was still most picked.
Here we go. It's 55.
Was it 55?
Right there.
Oh, okay. I
Bane.
can't. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
That's okay. Snapfire is 44, so you were right about that one. Sub 50%.
I mean, so was Pugna. He was like also down there. So
Yep, I also don't have my glasses.
overrated supports is what I'm getting at.
41.7. There you go. I read it
Perfect.
for you.
Oh, here's another good nice thing for Bane. They like Fly said, they were probably looking at that Mars combo with SF, and now you have a nice Bane Nightmare setup for the spear.
Yeah, I think now they have to. Aurora has to consider Lycan, because NGX has been playing a lot of Lycan, and when you see Bane, you see Shadow Fiend, Lycan becomes pretty good. I know it's not specifically good against Mars because you cannot run in the arena. You know, you're like a dog who's stuck in a cage, basically. So I would still consider this support a little more carefully, something that is not super exploitable by Lycan. And they go Avenge, so they've covered it, basically. They considered the fact, and now NGX has to pivot. I'm not sure what else does Noob have here. Or maybe they can also pick Ghost Hero, but again, a lot of offlaners are just banned. Alright, Noob's gonna play Shaker. I forgot, this guy is actually a good Shaker. He used to be a mid laner.
Yeah.
And I totally forgot that he plays this, but I like this pivot because I think the offlane pool is pretty small right now. I didn't see something obvious for him to pick, but this Invoker's been looking good with the Dominator.
Yeah, and this is something Samil played yesterday, right? Into the Shadow Fiend. So it's a matchup he's very confident in. With the Shaker, makes sense. They have the Sunstrike set up too. And they're just going to save Ghost for the later pick. I'm very curious, though, on Nightfall, what he's going to respond with. Like I said, I really want to see him play heroes that are very frontline, tanky. And it's not so much that that's all he can play. It's just the way that the mid laner plays for this team. He's going to be this spellcasting, flashy, usually farm heavy on Kiyotaka. So Nightfall usually needs to be some type of initiation and frontline.
Do you feel like he's going to be a little bit dissuaded from picking that archetype of a hero when they have the Mars? His thinking is, oh, this Mars can be the initiator, and this Mars can be the one that's tanking a lot.
Maybe, but just the data shows for me that Nightfall playing melee strength tanky guy, good.
Good.
If not, okay.
Well, understood. And I think Nigma Galaxy understand that too, because in their first ban there in the last phase, they're taking out the Ursa.
Yeah, Ursa, Abaddon, Sven. Might see a Sven ban coming out next as well. Would be very good for Nightfall, but yeah. Aurora, I believe, does have the pick out of the gate here, so they need to pick something for Ghost.
Aurora... Sorry, NGX. Yeah, NGX is going to pick first here, right? They had first pick?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Sven, even though the win rate has not been great. I think something that helps this Invoker, the Snapfire play, because Shaker, like we said, is a slower hero. And I think Shaker and Invoker are already enough to win any game the later it goes. So Ghost doesn't have to be ultra greedy. I don't want to see a Morphling or anything like that.
Yeah.
I want something a little bit faster or that synergizes more. So I'm trying to think what else besides Sven. There's the Alchemist that I've seen was played a little bit maybe by Aurora yesterday as a carry.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. Something like that, Sven Alchemist.
I mean, if they ban one and take the other, that also cuts into Nightfall's hero pool as well.
True.
Yeah, it looks like Aurora is banning a similar idea with Dragonite and Void, both heroes who have some kind of disable that plays well with Invoker. So they're thinking similarly. We'll see what Ghost wants to pull out. I know he has a good Sven, and the Alchemist is a bit more of a question mark for me, but I think that kind of hero is great. And then, like you said, that's something Aurora could be looking at as well. I think it would also fit their lineup well because Shadow Fiend and these heroes enjoy having more frontliners, more heroes with stun, so they can deal the damage.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of either ban Alk or take Alk with the Sven ban, because those are two heroes I think Aurora really want. And if you steal one and ban the other, I think they're gonna have to dig a little bit to find another hero that can do what they want. And I'm not sure what that hero is off the top of my head, which means it's gonna be more of a niche pick.
There is just double checking. There is no chance ever for an SF flex, right? To say
not when Nightfall's on your team.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
I'm dancing on my screen right now.
I was gonna say they do go for the Alk. The difference is
They're just gonna pick Sven now.
I was gonna say they actually ban that Medusa. They still leave Sven in the pool. They leave it very open.
I mean, they could go Lifestealer too if they really want.
True.
But why? I mean, I was literally watching Sven out-man fight a Lifestealer this patch.
It was very sad.
Yeah, that one was
I mean, the
crazy.
Abyssal Blade pickup was very smart.
Yeah, I feel like I was mostly on the Abyssal.
But yeah, I think
And they also had a
Sven's
Shadow
solid.
Demon. There were a lot of different things that really helped
true.
us fight.
I mean, Sven's
Shadow
just
Demon-
better than Lifestealer this patch.
Yeah.
I think that's just a fair thing to say.
Yeah, it's more about the supporting cast that really helped with that matchup.
Being a melee hero in this lane seems sad though. Shaker, Snapfire with the potential for Sunstrikes on top. There's a lot of kill threat.
Oh, they go for Carry Doom. I mean, that's good for Alchemist, I guess, and Pug now. So, I mean, I suppose.
Low win rate hero, guys. That's
Yeah, they lost.
Just call it. The numbers aren't adding up.
Well-
Not favoring it. How do you guys favor that overall last pick Doom for Aurora? It does hit that melee.
Yeah, he plays it. It's fine, hypothetically good in this game. I prefer a stable like Sven pick, but I can see the angle of why they thought this was better. Just Doom the Alchemist, and he just dies. He can't regen, so that's good. He is a frontliner. Nightfall can play. I'm not sad about the pick. It does make sense.
Okay, not sad about it, but not as hyped as if it had been a Sven.
Just think Sven would have been slightly better. That's all. But this is still a good pick.
Yeah. Does it win you over at all, Fly, or are you really liking what Nigma Galaxy have?
I think both teams have a solid idea of what they want to do. I think this game could go either way. I'm not feeling like something too big either way. I think a lot of it will come down to the mid lane and how they play around it. I think Ench has a very good opening this game to pressure mid. But if it happens the other way around, where Invoker gets ahead of this Helm of the Dom, takes mid tower, bullies the Shadow Fiend, then I would favor NGX. Otherwise, I would favor Aurora. So just for the sake of choosing someone, I will go with Aurora this game, but I think it can go either way.
Okay, so you're looking at that mid lane. You also said that both these teams have like solid ideas. What are those ideas when it comes to these drafts?
I think they've just complemented their heroes well.
Okay.
They made a Shadow Fiend draft. They made it work with Mars, and now another sort of like melee guy that goes in front. Same for the Invoker. You have an Alchemist that can go in for you. You have the Shaker that they can play for with like the later timings. So their heroes make sense together, and I like what both teams have done.
And of course, my hype girl Rhea.
Oh, let's go. I'm mostly looking forward to how the supports play. I think both teams have active playing supports and like how they're going to be able to play around triangle stacking, how they're going to be able to play the mid lane and like ganking there, how much action they're able to put out on the map. That's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, you're looking forward to seeing, similar thing, how that mid lane goes out, but more so from the supports, how they're going to be able to help in these lineups, how they're going to be able to help their cause. And for us, we just want to get on into it. It's an elimination series, game number 1 between Aurora and Nigma Galaxy with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Trent, I can't wait. This is going to be so freaking hype. It's elimination, but it's also moving on. Looking on the bright side. One of these teams is going to TI.
So positive someone's going home in shambles. It's a lot easier when there's only one camera.
That's nice.
I'm watching Reyes struggle over there, trying to figure out where to point that Meepo, trying to get the bit right, and we just got one. That's good.
It's
Keep it
easy.
simple.
And most of the time, it's not on us.
That's true, thankfully.
That makes it even better. We're into the game,
Do they
though,
know
here.
that we walk over to computers that when the camera
Don't
goes away? Do you
tell
think?
them. You're
Do you think they
ruining
know?
the magic.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Unbelievable. All right, we're going to head out across the map here and see what is cooking. There's one thing that I noticed in these drafts that stands out to me.
What's that?
I think back to these eras when, there's outpicks going and just a draft win overall. And a couple of the times that would happen, you would have like a Bane, an Enchantress, and then suddenly Zoo. Running at you with a bunch of units, running at you with a big carry that wants to take your buildings you can't deal with. And I feel like that's what Nigma's draft is trying to do here. You got this Helm Invoker, you're going to have an Alchemist that's scaling up. This could be scary.
You know what I love?
What's that? Oh, thank you, Panto.
Panto, yeah. Well, we'll see if he loves that. If it does come a little bit too fast, perhaps. We got to see a little bit of an Invoker from no one who played a ton of Invoker yesterday.
Yeah.
But he was consistently going the Quas route, the agent, of the Corvix, I believe it was, right? But we have Galaron here. We have the Exort-based Invoker here for Sumail, so that'll be a little bit different for us. Now, that being said, we actually barely ever even saw the Ice Wall used, at least in the games we cast from no one, so the general strategy of just like having the Helm and taking multiple points in Exort early was still really important for the laning stage, even with the different facet.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be trying to max that out as quickly as possible to get to the multiple, Forge Spirits as well, as we have another quick pause here. But yeah, it was funny. Like, no one, he took this, the whatever it is, Corvex Quas-oriented facet, and which just, you get your Aghanim Scepter, it upgrades your Ice Wall. He did 800 damage with Ice Wall.
It's true, yeah. I think he cast it like twice. They were stomping the game so hard. It was so much more about this Helm and just occupying and taking over that early game space like Fly was talking about on the panel.
Well, and then on the side of Aurora, they do switch things up here at the end. Run a Nightfall Doom. What do you think it is that they saw as Panto is kind of getting bullied here a little bit, fully blocked in? You don't often see this, and in fact, he's going to be forced all the way back, so Doom is going to be alone up here, at least for a few.
And yet the Ench survives. Classic Ench.
Yeah.
No, in regards to what I think they saw with the Doom, it's the idea of just like, rather than try and match the Alchemist with some other carry and see these timings, they thought instead, what if we just remove Alchemist from the equation?
Right.
And that's going to be the goal with the Doom.
That does make sense. I mean, you just drop that Doom down and he is not going to be able to regen at all. Will he be able to do the damage that they need via the rest of the heroes is still something to be determined, and we'll have to see as Toronto Tokyo get fairly low. It's first blood though going as GH falls. Ghost does get the kill on the core though.
Well, Mira getting out of the Bane, that always feels pretty good. Give yourself some early boots perhaps on the Bane.
Mira also somebody that had an amazing performance yesterday. I saw some really clutch Shadow Demon saves rather, particularly when they were playing against Spirit later on in the day, and man, it looked good.
Yeah, Mira's got a really good hero pool for this event. I mean, historically, he has a incredible Snapfire. That's one of his best heroes back in his heyday with Team Spirit, and of course the Shadow Demon as well. He's extremely good at making those saves. So if I'm playing elimination versus him, I am not letting him get Shadow Demon.
Absolutely. Well, and as much as we have talked about, some of the woes of the Snapfire, more often than not, it's been feeling bad when it's been in that core role, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm still a fan, even though the numbers aren't fully there on the Snap.
I like it this game because you have the rotations into a stunning lane, right?
Yeah.
That was the old classic that we see from Beast Coast all the time with like the mid snap. They'd always have stuns on the side lanes. You TP at 6, get your kill with the ulti. You can do a similar thing here where you can just rotate to Shaker, you can rotate to the Alchemist and have a really good way to secure the damage from the kisses.
Honestly, yeah, I would love to see some movement over to kill Kiyotaka too. That seems like Shadow Fiend, if you're not killing him early, will just sort of take off and run wild with the game. But very fragile hero in the early goings. So far, things looking pretty good across the board for Nigma. Take a look at this. The Doom is doing one of the best there out of the laning stage, but Invoker's gotten some nice denies. Really, it's Alchemist that's taken a substantial lead on Ghost. And probably partly because of that kill.
Yeah, but, I'm not sure what the fans are really looking for, because I feel like they've gotten to the point now where when Nigma gets a lead, they actually grow more concerned. I think they prefer even or maybe even slightly behind. It makes them feel a little bit more comfortable.
That's right. Yeah, you're just in a safer space.
The leads have not been going well.
You're not wrong. Yeah, you've got to make some sort of Herculean effort. It's like they need the adrenaline shot to the body so that way they can sort of fully power up.
That's right.
That makes sense. We'll see if they can maybe drop a little bit of a lead here. Set themselves up for success.
Sounds like a plan to me. So far, none of that potential early aggression that was talked about. Very static right now, Ench just making sure Nightfall has an okay time. But Noob, I would say, doing pretty well considering. we know Shaker Core has been probably one of the best heroes in this entire tournament, but the fact that you can run this in the off lane against some relatively annoying and tanky heroes like Ench and Doom and still just stay in the wave, keep getting your CS with Totem while still just going 1-1-1 build feels pretty nice.
I feel like some of that is the good start that they got off to with sort of
Oh,
harassing
Cookie up
Panto, and
top.
up top, they're going for it. Get the kill. That was a change combo fissure with a Sunstrike.
That happened so fast. They didn't even need the Sunstrike.
Yeah.
That's how fast that, like, that was just a, you're harassing his Ench, feeling invincible, and into a turnaround Cookie, I'm dead.
Speaks to some of the issues they might have in this, and this is why this Snapfire can look so cool, right? This 2 points up in Little Shredder really eats away at the HP, and now a full creep wave coming in while he's already ahead of the Doom on CS.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you have the full bore facet, yet you're level 3 and not even using your big snipe yet.
Yeah.
And still gets back for the stack, but will there be a block by Panto in time? Oh, barely.
They're stacking up that too. That's nice. They're getting some good ones. Panto takes that creep away and is going to start heading towards mid. Sumail has one component of that Helm of the Dominator working towards the next soon. Noob also going over there. The top lane is empty except for the Doom.
And Panto has D-warded in here as well. So he's going to hold
Kiyotaka in some trouble. Sunstrike gone. Earthshaker rotation mid.
What is the start of that Guns N' Roses song, you know? What we have here is that's a breakdown of communication, because that's what that was. I mean, there's no one up top. Panto standing in their triangle, and then your Shadow Fiend just dies to the Shaker? I feel like there's some questions there.
You're not wrong. Has the Cookie at the ready. Omar could save if he needed to, but was looking to see if there was a turnaround potential. Yeah, that, I mean, that looked like vintage, you know? We're talking about Nigma Galaxy going to the late stages, the Shadow Fiend rotations mid with the Shaker, but now Sumail, a miss on one raise, Kiyotaka only hitting 2 of them, and Sumail is fine.
Omar was also trying to TP somewhere up there, but got whacked by Nightfall, so that got canceled.
Having to play a little bit safe now and staying back. Noob steps forward, Nightfall tries to lay into Omar. Are there any rotations possible here? It doesn't really look like it, honestly. So Noob is going to be bullied all the way back off the tower, and if they get that tower done early, Kiyotaka, Mira, they're right on top of GH. Tornado off the mark.
There's just so much pressure.
Yeah.
Mid and top. Like, the catapult is just swinging. It is taking this entire tower down, and then it falls with time to contest the Wisdom Shrine. They're going in.
I mean, this is crazy. Well, the fissure. Is it enough time? Oh, it's close. Yep, he's going to get there.
What a hero.
That is so nice. This is why you pick Earthshaker, everybody.
That's it right there. All right, well, very well played there, but a bit of a Pyrrhic victory after immediately losing your tower, so has to be a bit careful here. Sumail also, you know, standing on top of a ward mid, so you can imagine now that top tower is down, you're going to see that pressure from the Ench start to run into the mid lane with this vision on the Invoker.
Now, this is all to the benefit of Ghost in a way, who's starting to build up the net worth. But if you can shut down his jungle on the side of Aurora and remove the places that he can eventually farm to, as you can see, some cans being blocked out already, that's where you can find some success.
Yeah, they don't have the best heroes for, like, stealing stacks outside of Shadow Fiend. I mean, Shadow Fiend's pretty good, obviously, but he's going to be kind of busy. He doesn't really want to be that involved, maybe. So I think the idea of just trying to, like, stop the stacks in the first place might be a little bit better.
Spamming Enchantress creeps into the mid wave. In the meantime, they'll bring numbers and secure the 8-minute rune, which is going to be a haste for Kiyotaka down bottom. Mira now hunting in the jungle as they will get some D-wards here. Noob trying to build into what he needs to. Ghost stun out. Going to be controlled.
Deny, maybe?
Nope, going to throw it onto the Doom. Does have level 6, so this should be a kill for sure.
Yeah, nah, he wasn't close enough. Denied to even try it, and they managed to back off on the damage. So now GH
finds another.
Nightfall thinks about the Doom, and he's like, that seems excessive. I think I'll just take him down.
Tornado in towards mid, trying to kill Panto. Will it be enough? A few more punches, and they get him. So that is the Helm Creep movement, but Kiyotaka double raise onto Omar, but now cold snap, the turn, Kiyotaka, where's the TPs? They don't have help, but he misses on the meatball. Cookie off to the side, Omar. Not able to land that one, and the creep will not kill the Shadow Fiend.
That was a good play by Kiyotaka. He saw the cookie coming, made sure he
TP back in bottom. They're moving. Oh, they were waiting on the Alchemist TP. He cancels.
I mean, I think GH is dead.
Yeah. No way out of that one. Although, I think Noob is going to try and keep this tower alive now because of that. Dude, what a breakneck pace we got.
Yeah, this is much faster than some of the other games have been. Especially, you know, this is elimination day here. So, starting in game 1. Flying out here with both teams. Not playing super passive or anything, as now they're back on to Noob here in that bottom lane, talking about saving that tower. I don't know. Someone might need to save him.
All surrounded. He does still have Echo. And with Ghost moving in, they're actually going to try and turn this. Echo used. Toronto Tokyo low and Toronto Tokyo dead. Just an absolute slugger of a match going on here, and will end up stunning himself on the Alchemist. Mira is just everywhere on this Bane.
All right, nice save. Puts a lot of gold into the pocket. That Earthshaker, who of course is at one of the weaker points in his game right now, sitting on just phase, null, bracer, working your way towards that blink dagger. You need a little bit of help to get there from your teammates.
So the way that I'm thinking about this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's like this early pressure coming from the Enchantress, but eventually when you get that blink dagger on Earthshaker, that's when Nigma are going to be trying to play a little bit more aggressively, or are they just going to be trying to dodge away considering how it started?
Oh no, I think certainly they'll be getting aggressive. They'll start trying to pressure towers themselves with this Invoker. Like as he stacks up in the levels, he's got his Helm Creep. They're going to try and get like stuns into kisses, and while they're doing that, Shaker's just going to be lurking. And if you ever try and make the big turnaround play, you bring the defense, that's when you want to go in with the Shaker, you know?
Okay.
But there's also the idea of like, we just need to make space for Alex. They don't have to go too crazy.
Okay. Well, a Nightmare pulls him back in, the cookie out, more kisses landing, Mira dead. And threatening any movement. Nigma Galaxy going to match the aggression coming from Aurora as they take the mid tower now.
Man, the Invoker really complements these two supports very nicely. Like, he's providing these bodies as they pressure the towers. Pugna's got this ability to just blast the tower down with Nether Blast, and then you have your Snapfire who's just threatening the whole time of, like, I have stuns from these creeps from the Invoker that I can cookie them onto you, which he's doing consistently, and if I ever hit it, you're getting hit by the kisses too.
Yeah, will happen.
So this is the response instead by Aurora, is that they're going to try and pressure these side lane towers. This is hoping to maybe like slow down some of the pace of the Alchemist, threaten him so that he's not as comfortable going down to those Ancients again. But it's still going to require an actual like positioning and staying power from Aurora down here, which might be hard to dedicate.
Smoke up with 4. Sumail, the only hero in the direction that they're going. Blink Dagger also not done for Toronto Tokyo, interestingly enough. And they will go for the arena hit and kill onto Omar. But we're probably hoping for a bigger target there.
Yeah, I think Sumail will be very happy with that considering his current positioning.
Kiyotaka, Noob, in a little bit of... I mean, he knows about the Invis though. Or at least he should. Oh, all right, yeah. He's just going to walk away as the fissure is out. He's slowed.
Oh, the tree blocked him.
Else.
Yeah, I thought he could keep going a little bit further, but...
Nice deny. GH.
Trying to get his level 6. Still just stuck at 5 right now.
Shadow Fiend is still over here. And doesn't have TP for 15. I mean, they scanned him. Did they know he's down here still? There's no way. Okay, so Shadow Fiend will get away with one there. But a Radiant Stun, 13 minutes. Also a very quick Blink Dagger done on Mars.
It's also ready for Noob here too. So yeah, we got a pretty strong timing right now. They're going to let Alk farm it up for a little bit, and they're going to try and start moving up towards Sumail and his Croaker here. So we're going to try a little bit of Cold Snap, Tornado, Tendrils, all trying to bait TPs in so that Noob can crush some fools.
Not at full HP right now on Noob as they spot Nightfall. They thought he was going over to the creep camp, but he's actually right by the tower. do have the setup for it if they want. Waiting, back behind. There it is. Echo out with the Croaker. It is more than enough, but Mira over to the side will find one. Omar passes over the Nightmare and now trying to back away, but the grip is there, immediately broken. This is falling apart for Aurora. Toronto Tokyo also doesn't have Arena.
Yeah, no, he
does. He does
ready to
have
go.
it back up again. He's just deciding he doesn't want to use it. Okay.
I was a little worried for Nigma there, I gotta say. Like, without the Alk and then diving that deep, but the cancel on the grip was huge. So, I kind of thought they were going to try and get that kill, at least start it without having to use the kisses. Once they commit the kisses, though, it's kind of scary in terms of a potential turnaround. Now they're ready to turn. Look at this, though. The Fisher up the high ground from Noob hits 2. That is not a Radiant Ward.
Yeah, I guess they just thought that there weren't up there and he was grabbing a creep wave or something, but Sumail is dead now because of it.
Whoops. And Noob's just like, wow, really glad I didn't go up there, huh? It's not the place to be. Well, that guy, you're probably thinking, wow, didn't he just buy a Radiance on that hero? How does he have a Blink already? Well, that's Alchemist, and he hit some giant stacks. Now,
nice
though...
Cookie. Toronto Tokyo still living. Oh, if they had a Sunstrike. Yeah, Alk is starting to become a bit of an issue. That is a scary situation here.
Let's see, the Sunstrike's at 475 now, where he's good.
So Nightfall, after finishing off his Midas, is going to be going back for a Radiance of his own. The question is, are we going to wait for Ghost to finish BKB before he shows up to a fight? It's a possibility.
I'm going to go with if it's the river, you can come.
Okay.
Any further than the river, I'd prefer if you had your life jacket BKB, please.
All right. That's good. I like that. Yeah, to get across the river, you need a life jacket.
Yeah. So try telling that to all the carry players, maybe.
Well, 8-6. 16 minutes in. Showing on mid lane. The Earthshaker. And with Radiance done, are Aurora going to try and amp up the tempo now? Looks like there's something brewing down bottom.
Oh, this is a good find on Nightfall.
And they get him. Nightfall, immediately found and killed. And keep in mind, this is a carry Doom, as they do also find Noob over in the river. He is going to be brought down.
You know, Lyrical, it's never good when you have to remind people who the carry hero is. It's a bad sign for your game plan. I'm going to throw it out there.
Yeah, it's looking a little sketch right now for Aurora. Nigma having all the answers in the world, and Toronto Tokyo just zips right by as a Ghost Alchemist passes over the top of him.
Now, this is the part where we try to bring it back down to earth, right? Where we're like, well, it's only a 3K lead with an Alchemist, the classic caster line. I don't really know how true that is anymore. It doesn't feel like that anymore, you know?
I mean, it is a 3K gold lead with an Alchemist, but I don't know how much.
It doesn't feel as fraudulent as it used to, though.
Whoa. Doom down. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's...
Ghost, Mira, Kitaka, we're partying on the Radiant side of the map over here.
Oh, yeah, that will do it.
Oh, yeah.
That will do it, and this does not feel as good as that did. And in fact, they might not even get the kill. All right, Mira's breaking ankles. Get the hell out of here. Omar, you don't have a way to break it. There's nothing left. You disgusting man.
Oh, the better luck next time.
Mira.
Doesn't fit much better than that, does it?
They had a family. Oh, jeez.
I gotta say, the sleepwalk into the Requiem is pretty nasty. Like,
That's
the way
so
that it
sick.
crosses right over there. That was 1,780 damage from a Requiem.
Because that's the most that you, like,
That's gross.
They can't be on top of each other any more than they were right there.
Like, you don't see that very often.
Oh, jeez. All right, just when we thought that things... I mean, now it's not a 3K gold lead anymore. Alk blows up once.
And I guess that's another point to make, is that we're talking about how it is a carry Doom, but really it is a carry Shadow Fiend, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
He is playing that the more one style out of the mid. As, well, this is not a replay, folks. They're on Ghost again in the triangle. There is no Requiem this time, but he's still dead.
How many units away was that from where he died before?
Now, about one sleepwalk's worth, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Look how much vision there is up top there as well for Aurora. You know what I mean? Like they are controlling that space, recognizing that hey, this is ours. They don't seem to be contesting this. In fact, they've just got ob sentries everywhere over there.
Wow. Okay, well that really changes the dynamic of this game with 2 deaths on Ghost. 19 minutes and all of the wind out of the sails of Nigma right now. Sumail underneath the ward. Not sure if this is going to end up translating into any kills. Mira is here though, and if he steps on up, there's a decent chance that you could move on over here.
This feels really bad because Sumail went for this BKB right away as well.
Yeah.
And, like, now you've just lost your carry twice, so you're trying to like force fights, but you also don't really want to, so he's still just waiting on this BKB from...
Oh, they find Noob.
Alchemist as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Bane, dude, this Bane is doing it. Honestly, he's got grip still if he needs it, but I think that they can just get away with this one.
Sumail thinking about poking his head in there, but thinks better. Well, Sumail's trying to game a little bit here.
Panto, low but not dead yet. Sunstrike! He knew.
All right, now he's after him, though. Kiyotaka, he's not done yet.
Chasing, he's moving pretty quick and forces the BKB TP.
Okay, space. Making space. 550 golds until Ghost's BKB, and they can actually try and get a little bit more aggressive with this Alchemist. Of course, that's if he doesn't die again here. Because the vision, they're on... Oh, they're going to take the easy one instead.
Yeah. Spear back onto that tree. A couple raises done. They are just getting pulled apart. Like, the vision game and the way that they've been setting up these kills, Bane has been a menace. And now Toronto Tokyo finds GH. There's the spear back. Another death.
What is that? That's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kills, I think, in a row for Aurora or something?
Yeah.
Around there? It's out of hand here, folks.
Yeah, this like, what is that? 7-8 minute window that we've thought that they were going to be able to get something going. It's all completely gone the way of Aurora.
Yeah, you went Helm into BKB, and then your team lost 7 heroes. That feels terrible as a mid.
Well, they do still manage to get a BKB on Ghost finally, and, you know, there's something to be said for an Alacrity'd Alchemist with BKB punching people, but now Aurora also have some answers for that. It's a BKB done on Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
And 21 minutes.
There's also still a 9-seconder on the Mars, and Doom is just the recipe away, and already obviously very tanky, so his is probably the least important.
10 to 13, a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora.
And meanwhile, we just have Mira, like, walking the edges of the map.
Yeah.
You know? All confident in his Bane. If I die, whatever. But if you're alone, my teammates are going to come and obliterate you all. He's going to walk into a very dangerous wave right now.
Guys, are you there? I think he knows. Maybe he doesn't, though, you know?
No, you know, he can't see anything.
Voice, go. All right, this is...
Be very quiet, Nigma. Don't say, oh my God.
They got him.
All right. This is what they were trying to do like 6 minutes ago. And then we got a little off the rails, but they're back.
They're ready to push. Really well played by Aurora just to completely halt that timing in its tracks. And Aurora potentially looking for a fight. They are all converging down to the bottom lane. Toronto Tokyo first person, and actually the Wildwood Ripper is
just playing really greedy up here. He is committing for that tower.
Yeah, he's hoping that they're going to go to kill him, and he actually
TP's
they got
out.
They got Ghost in trouble. BKB needs to run away. The stun will be there, but does he have friends? BKB reaction from Toronto Tokyo. They're going to let him die. They couldn't have stopped it if they wanted it to.
Not another one. Not another one.
Felt the wind from the spear.
It was coming.
Kiyotaka. Oh no. Oh no! You can see it all on the face right there of Noob. Everywhere you walk, Aurora are set up and prepared and killing you.
They need to stop going up that set of stairs. it has not gone well for them.
You're right. It's that set of stairs. It's
And
the
they're
triangle.
ancients. They just need to stay away.
I mean, look at this. Look at Kiyotaka. He knows where he's going to go. Look at that TP on the mini-map to run down where Noob is going to be.
Yeah. Recognize, oh, they're going to go through the twin gate. I'm just going to head up there. Well, this was supposed to be Nigma's Roche, I would say. But that is obviously not going to be happening anymore.
Aurora looking so good. Just one step ahead consistently.
And this is a 6K lead versus an Alchemist. There, that's the line again.
That very nice, very nice.
We've been doing that for like a decade or something, I think.
It has been a decade, yeah. I think they left Roche's banner in the pit, but, you know, that's fine. Oh, it's a fairy fire, excuse me.
We're good, don't worry.
So bots for the Invoker. And at this point, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. You know, things have gone poorly for Nigma.
You know, famously, you know, a lower bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Early game, maybe, is the other one of that phrase. You know, maybe the early game's just not for them. Maybe they're a late game team.
Well, they're definitely going to try and push to late game. Because at this point, trying to win fights at this stage is very difficult. They do force out an arena here. And with the Aegis in hand, could try and make a concerted effort to shut down all the rest of these tier 2 towers here.
Nightfall, is he going to see that Fisher? Oh, noob.
Kiyotaka.
Noob.
Why is it everywhere I go, I see you? Why is it everywhere I go, they see him? Oh, accepting his fate.
All right. GH trying to find something for his team, pushing that bottom wave as they're losing a tier 2, but even he's going to retreat now as he sees the Bane on his way. Fearing Mira. Mira, though, ooh, getting close to Sumail. Is there detection? There is. How sensy are his spider sensies?
That was really good.
How tingly
Nicely
are
done.
they, perhaps?
Don't ask that about the players.
Hey, he's a hard fish to find, all right?
Right. It's a good
that
point.
Invoker.
So, 11 to 17, and having to dodge away from every move. Yeah, 8, 1, and 6. Shadow Fiend is just a monster. Kiyotaka, though, maybe a chance. Jump in, stun. It's Aegis on Doom, not on this guy. Kiyotaka gets the BKB off, though, and manages to escape. Mira, Brain Sap, healing back up again, but manages to get caught. Tornado, dead. Signs of life here from Nigma.
A good 4-staff save from Mira, but that's cost him his life in the end. Goes jumping forward, wants somebody, but despite greeting for the Madstone with his Midas, he still escapes there on Nightfall. They got a very sneaky ward inside their base as well. Pretty early for the high ground ward planted by Mira. So that's going to be spotting a lot of courier movements. That's going to let them catch them. That's going to let them find where they're moving on the map so they can stand at the top of a set of stairs and hit them with another Requiem. And now he's got an Aghanims to boot.
I mean, they are hitting hard right now on the Aurora Gaming lineup.
This feels like a mid-Shadow theme. Like the way he's been swagging out this game, this is vintage SF. This is not these position 1 SFs of the modern day.
Well, right, and of course it always starts with like an Earthshaker rotating and killing you, and then you just like completely ball out of control after the laning stage.
As is tradition.
Now, miss a couple raises here and there, but nobody's looking.
They're getting a closeout gem here, trying to make sure that the map is all under their control here for Panto. Very good, solid gameplay here. As you can see, 3-0 on Kiyotaka's Shadow Fiend. That's actually including this game. We've already decided that he has won.
I see,
okay,
I see. Makes sense. I mean, they're still getting some items, you know, AC on Alchemist. You've got some elements here that can start to feel pretty good. I think the big moment and the thing to watch for is, you know, Noob, who has just been bullied this game, as we're seeing again.
That couldn't have come at a better time.
I think that he's going to need to have to make a big play. And it's going to be tough when you're dead.
You know, he has a lot of health. and then he just doesn't.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
They kill him off, man. Aghanim Scepter, soon to be online for Sumail. I think the thing that's so tough about it is that there isn't like a hero right now on Nigma that can like force Aurora to group up. There's nothing that's gonna push them into a ball together.
Yes, the only thing that can really do it is high ground itself.
Right.
As Toronto Tokyo grabs another kill here without using an arena. So they're basically counting on Aurora making a mistake and getting a little bit too aggressive with their lead. Now, this is a very small lead by this TI standards.
Oh, yeah.
And we've had plenty of comebacks, so things are not set in stone at all right now. It's very much a potential to return to form here for Nigma in this game. They just need that poor positioning to come out from Aurora. That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
And Aurora very likely to just try and clean up these tier 2s, wait for the next Aegis, and maybe even a pickoff or two before going high ground.
Yeah. Something they could look towards.
Because I don't want to get echoed into giant Sunstrike, like Cataclysm, like no thanks.
I mean, it is a nice little window here coming up, right? The Aghanims, the Yashikaya, AC completed now too. There's a lot happening, although they just finished one for Doom too. So mitigating that problem. Really, to me, it's like I feel like team fighting has been good from Aurora, but not like significantly better than Nigma. It's more the map movements that have been the issue. Like, Aurora have been able to predict where Nigma are going, find pickoffs then because of good vision. If it just gets down to a team fight, I could see some potential for Nigma to play it better.
Yeah, they're already predicting the movement that Nigma are currently drawing on the map.
Yeah.
They said, like, hey, they're going to try and wrap around behind us. Let's go ahead with these 3 heroes.
And they're going to. Mira breaks it. Ghost. They're going to try and find him now. Has to back away. Toronto Tokyo Arena's nothing. Oh. Thought he was going to be able to find Sumail there, but was not the case. Arena down. Maybe an opportunity here for Nigma.
Was that just because of how his smoke popped, I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the other part of the fight there, but... All right. Finally a miss here for Aurora.
Maybe he probably thought GH glimmered the Alk when he got stunned.
Yeah, instead of the... Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately for them, though, it still just gives them Tormentor. You know,
Right.
it drives Nigma back. There's no chance they can contest. Probably didn't want to anyway. Oh, they scanned the Twin Gate. They know they're coming through. This could be a big moment here for Nigma.
But look, Aurora's already prepared for it, it feels like. Is Kiyotaka going to show? Sumail sends out a creep. And I think they realize now what's going on. Although they don't have Bane or Doom, they can't go for it. Now they're waiting for like the perfect fight, it feels like, and I'm just not sure if that's going to come that easily. Yeah, TP away.
Well, Commander Croker and his Forge Spirits will just keep pushing the wave in.
And as has happened a lot at this TI, you push towards the later game, anything is possible. 3 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning a Shadow Blade.
I love that.
On Nightfall.
A little bit of lurking.
Oh, very cool. Noob, is he going to get found again? No, he backs away. Nightfall's
Also,
still on the hunt.
Yeah, he just walked through a sentry, though. And I
Okay.
think within creep vision. Looked like a ping was out there from Noob. They do have that gem on Sumail, so he's perhaps going to do a little bit of hunting of his own. He's a slow Ghost Walker, though.
Doesn't have as much up in Wex yet.
Not too zippy.
And an Aeon Disc is the pick for the Mars.
We got about a minute until the Roche spawn here.
We have seen a pretty big increase in the number of Aeons picked.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Been a big item this tournament. It's kind of the, you know, we didn't throw by a single death item, I guess. Especially for supports. You know, you just want to get one round of your spells out.
Yeah.
Ideally. But, I mean, certainly a growth of them on cores. That is definitely true. Way more on cores than usual.
Well, they're pressuring. This would be the first tier 2 tower that would be taken. Kiyotaka down bottom. And it looks like they are trying to commit fully for this and taking it out. So tier 2 tower taken. No ward up on this high ground. Toronto Tokyo in towards mid. Sees the acid spray down. Not seeing anything else yet.
I mean, we have 8-second BKBs on the Alk and the Invoker still. We have a Basher, so he's going to roll the dice until he gets his Abyssal up. That could be a big change for them potentially in these engagements. We have a Refresher now done for the Shadow Fiend as he starts poking at the Roche. And how far are they going to go here on Nigma? Are they just going to start? Okay, they were considering attacking the top tower with
Toronto
Pugna.
Tokyo, blink away. Gets some separation. Ghost jumps forward, finds him. Doom onto Noob right at the start of this fight. And this one feels very tough to make work. Ghost is still punching Nightfall, realizes that's not going to work. Now, they do end up losing Noob. He has buyback if they want to use it, but I think this fight is just over.
Yeah.
Man, Doom has been such a clutch pick for them.
Yeah, Nightfall's been doing extremely well in this. He knows his job, you know?
Yeah.
Did really well in his lane. He's consistently getting the good Dooms. He's scouting out with the Shadow Blade, and he has ruined Noob's game.
Yes.
Like, from the lane to the middle game, and now heading into the later parts of it, he's just not getting to play some Dota. And this is going to be the banner as he finishes out into a Silver Edge, because why not?
Cataclysm, they dodge away. And Roche going into the direction of Aurora. They give it to Nightfall again.
Yeah, curious if he goes Refresher maybe next, because the Dooms have just been so easy. Can they find an answer to these Dooms at all? Like, there's a Lincoln's being eyed by Sumail. There's a Lotus on the mind of GH as well, but, you know, it'll be a while.
Yeah, and I think because of these supports that they have, so much of the fight has been like indexed on the idea of Earthshaker getting control spells out. And, you know, even when we were thinking about this game, we were thinking, okay, they're going to doom the Alchemist.
GH.
And they just instead have been dooming Noob. And yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's just like,
oh, no.
so unbelievably dead.
Not again. Noob. They're going to jump on Amira, though, and it's enough to bring him down, and Ghost pops the BKB to run.
There's no Doom for 10 seconds.
Oh, Nightfall's hunting, though. He wants him. Noob manages to get a kill, but will be punished afterwards.
Mid lane as well. Sumail is checking some spells. At Kiyotaka here.
He is fine.
Just
though.
letting him know.
Yeah.
He's taking a little test here. Like, how much can I do to this guy if we actually start to stun him?
All right, Lincoln's done. Abyssal Blade done. Ghost is back to the most farmed hero in the game and can hit very hard.
Even though he's an alchemist, I'm still kind of impressed.
Yeah.
Considering how this game has been going.
It is kind of nuts. The thing is, like, if the fights keep going like this, I just don't see a way that they can engage into him. Aurora have been so clean.
Listen, if there's anything I've learned from reading about ancient history or
Doom on Lincoln's.
Nailed it. Or watching funny videos about ancient history, it's that no matter what the numbers are in any battle, all you had to do was tactically retreat and then pincer around them, and nothing seemed to matter, and it worked every single time. That's what I learned from Hannibal. Yeah, that's all he did. He just did it constantly. And they would just be like, they're retreating, and they charge in, and then they get collapsed on, and they all die. So obviously,
dude, these generals are a fraud.
They were major frauds. But you know who's not a fraud is Kuro.
Yeah,
because
he's not playing Trent.
That's right. He's read history. No. But he trains them.
Okay.
He trains them. Okay. He teaches them this, and he says, remember, you know, when you're down 11K, and it seems like Kiyotaka is the king of the world, just let them come in.
Yeah.
Let them, and then pincer all at once.
I see.
The pincer will come.
We're waiting for the pincer. Toronto Tokyo jumps in. Arena down. Catches onto two, but there's the BKB out. Kiyotaka deletes Omar. Sumail going to ghost walk away. The tactical retreat. I'm waiting for the pincer.
They're retreating.
Sumail, he's found. Arena gets caught. Oh, he's speared to the side, but he's actually living for now. Cataclysm combination, it's not enough. The BKB second salvo. Ghost now trying to hit, manages to find a bash though. Oh, Kiyotaka, they're on the hunt, wanting this kill desperately, and they do manage to get it. He's hitting the Aegis target now, though, so that's not great, but they do manage to kill him off still. Ethereal dodges away, Ghost in trouble. They have infinite BKBs, apparently.
Omar trying to get back into the base.
This is a dieback for him. Noob could still chase if he wants, but there's nothing left in the tank. Okay.
Signs of life.
It's still into the favor of Aurora, but they bleed.
They do indeed. Not by much though. Like
No.
300 gold does put a a big dieback on the snap. That's not great. But some XP over to the Radiant. Maybe some next round of items here. Aegis is now gone, so the high ground push is probably not going to happen from Aurora. Overall, pretty good.
Dude, can I just tell you, if
Please.
Noob ever hits a huge Echo Slam in this game, it's like the endorphin levels for him.
like his keyboard's not going to survive.
It's unbelievable how frustrating of a game it is. Have you ever been doomed 5 times in 25 minutes? Like, it's insane.
I feel like GH, every time it happens, GH just reaches over, touches him on the shoulder, and he, oh, it's okay.
It's gonna be okay,
It's gonna be okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, he's buying a Lincoln's next. Do not doubt, or do not hate that at all.
Yeah, he doesn't currently have any. I mean, he's got the harpoon, I suppose, now, so got something to do.
Also, a Hex soon completed. It's flying out for the Mars.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, no.
Oh, my thing was. I'm sorry, oh, he has it queued up, but now he's going bots. Okay.
I mean, the bots too, if he finishes those off, means that the game is that much harder playing with Mira, right? Like.
Oh yeah, 100%. And also the buyback threat becomes very real, and he is finishing them. So now he has no buyback. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, they're missing buyback on everybody except for Bane.
Well, they are feeling like they are ready to end this game, really.
Feast of Souls grants cast speed too. The talent for the Shadow Fiend, and has the bots 2 done. Is this going to be a Tormentor for Nigma, it looks like? Or are they trying
it's
to
an interesting one.
Get out on the map and find a kill?
It will be theirs, yeah. Maybe they're hoping to catch someone coming to prep for it, but yeah, I mean, it spawns up. They're all here.
Maybe they're hoping that that's where Aurora was going to go for it, like you said. And
yeah. I mean,
actually,
yeah,
they are
coming
over
to the Twin
here.
Gate. Are they coming through? Panto? No? No.
Oh, Nightfall's over this way.
Now they know.
Okay. Yeah, they get the Tormentor, so Sumail picks that one up for himself.
That's the Forge Spear, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one's kind of cool, actually.
Cataclysm?
The amount of Forge Spirits that spawn if you get a Cataclysm on everybody is pretty nuts. They just need Noob to hold everybody still for them.
Perfect. Just simply do that.
Nightfall in the hunt again. Not able to find anybody easily. And as has been the case in this tournament so far, we're at 40 minutes and looking to go later.
And nobody knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It still feels like it can go either way for sure. Aurora with a solid lead, but, you heard KJ being interviewed saying, we don't throw.
Yeah.
That's how they've won 8 games in a row. They get these leads, they don't throw. Sumail doing his best not to throw. He's going to throw.
Jumps in, gets the Abyssal Blade. There's the Doom down. Got him caught already. No escape for Ghost. And that is a rough hero to lose. Jumps in, second Arena. Finds the connection onto GH, but now Sumail turns. He can't right-click through it. Oh, 2 dead. Big arena used.
Yeah, not even close for a buyback here. Tier 2s are all gone. Like, this could easily sweep for 2 racks here.
Jumps in, Echo, Cataclysm, big damage isn't enough. No, Kiyotaka, he lives. They pass over a Lotus to boot, and now Sumail is in further trouble. He's going to get Arena to the side. They pull him back in with a harpoon. Sumail cooking right into Kiyotaka's death. Oh, it's way too much. They're going to buy back en masse and try and stop the pain.
Oh, another 4-step.
But there is no stop to this train. It just keeps on rolling through them.
4-step your buddy out, Sproink back on Panto. Very nicely done.
it was looking like it could have maybe been a hold there. I mean, at the very least, they do hold high ground. They've not lost buildings yet, but they're losing so much net worth.
Tokyo, he's hungry.
They find him here. Tornado lift up, Nightfall Doom, got him.
Ooh, grab him.
Another salvo, another one. The Lotus coming just a bit too late, and Nightfall moves on in to make sure that the job is finished. As they glimmer, it is not gonna matter. Oh man, 24,000 gold leave, and Aurora trying to close this one out here.
I mean, Kiyotaka is just pushing in bottom while holding these bots too as well. Like, you can't really threaten here. Another arena.
Toronto Tokyo finds the jump onto GH. Ghost onto him though. They want to get some retribution, but look at the Aeon Disc in the walkaway. Do they have enough to keep him alive? The grip onto Ghost. They get the cookie to break it. Ghost, the turn, needs a batch, finds it. Maybe an opportunity. Ghost hits on a Night. He just doesn't do enough damage, man.
He just tickles.
He needs Alacrity. They need Cataclysm. They need something.
He's
Force
losing his
staffs.
ulti.
It's not happening.
And Kiyotaka, 6-2 and 18 right now. Back on the high ground. He's had enough. He's getting out of there. Wow, this is truly the heroic methodology. Do not throw.
Yeah.
26K. There's no wave. Let's just back, guys.
It's the right move. I mean, it makes sense.
There is a dunk there, I suppose. Seems a little excessive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. There's no buyback for timer on all three of the heroes. And it's just like an Auk without ulti at the point when they were retreating. But understanding the danger.
I mean, they've seen enough games, I suppose, right?
It's true enough. I mean, Shaker here is going for the Lincolns, but I almost feel like you just need to go like big, all-out, like refresher or something, you know? Because I feel like, I mean, I don't know. There's so many problems with the draft at this point when they're down 27,000 gold. Plus, anything is a problem.
Even if he had refresher, it's gonna be pretty hard to use it all.
Yeah, true enough.
It's got issues.
I mean, the Bane causes issues too. Even if you BKB, you're still gonna get disabled. Such a tough game for Nigma. And Aurora waltzing their way to the finals here. Seeing if they can make it work. And there it is. Jump in, the sleep, the hex, the spear, the doom. Ghost dead again. 100 seconds, no buyback, needs 500 gold to be returning to this game. And they are going for bounties, it looks like, just hoping to find something.
All right, they have put the cheese and the refresher shard in the pit. Panto pings it. He's like, guys, I can't really use this. Does anyone want refresher shard? All right, he's just like the shopping bag, I guess. Panto has to carry it to them. They're too busy going to grab more gold and waves and stuff.
I think Mira should take it probably because everybody else has refresher orbs. And yeah, he passes it over. So potential for double Fiend script in this one.
Yeah, refresher might be a good item, guys. I'm just throwing it out there.
It's way too good.
Alrighty. My panel has returned. Hands up if you think Nigma can do it. Oh my god, they all have their hands up. That's crazy. They're such believers.
Hex pulls it back. GH gets obliterated. Aurora, 1 kill. Another hero without buyback as the tier 3 goes down. Aurora trying to punch their ticket here to the International. See if they can make their way to the main event. As Nightfall hits, you still have 15 seconds, no Ghost. Arena on nothing.
Zoning arena, zoning.
Keeps them back from the tower.
That's
they do have a glyph. They got 10 seconds, 7 on Ghost. Do they go before he's back up? It's probably the best chance that they're gonna have, and it's not a great chance. Lincolns already blown. Now Ghost jumps backline, finds him onto Mira. A good initiation. Cataclysm dead. Okay, maybe an opportunity. Kiyotaka, there's no detection. They can't see the Shadow Fiend running away. Toronto Tokyo does start to drop, and with the bash there, Aeon Disc, there it is, Tornado lift up, and it should be enough, but Nightfall comes back in, gets the Doom onto the Invoker, and Kiyotaka says, get the hell out of my game, as they will move forward, take the first game in the series. Aurora, one away from TI.
It is most certainly his game. Kiyotaka absolutely crushing it on the Shadow Fiend. He was set up very well by his supports and his side lane cores, but he had the job of being the big damage, of making a few swag plays in the early game, and Kiyotaka delivered massively.
An incredible performance already, game number 1. Enigma trying to figure out what went wrong. Might have started with the draft, might have been some play, but I got some people that are going to break it all down for you back at the panel.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to let you guys know just where it went right for Aurora and where it all went wrong for Nigma Galaxy. In our game number 1, Aurora take it in quite a commanding fashion. It might have been a glimmer of hope every now and then, Fly, but for yourself, when you looked at this draft, you said it comes down to that mid lane. What exactly is going to happen between them? Is Sumail and this Evoker going to be just that slight advantage to be able to propel them into a lead?
I think, honestly, Aurora sort of just slowed down mid lane, so they didn't let Sumail snowball too hard, and they actually focused on the other lanes. We saw that they were able to take top tower super early with the Doom and the Inch, and then the Doom was able to rotate bottom and help take that tower. So they played it a little differently than I thought, but they were able to damage control. And then eventually, they just hit all their timings. Beautiful catching this entire game by the Mars and the Bane. They got so many pickups everywhere that at some point Kiyotaka just popped off, you know, and I think Nightfall, he did a great job this game, but he wasn't even as pivotal compared to the other heroes.
Yeah, and for you, Ray, you're saying, you know, this Bane pick, sometimes we really see the strength of it, obviously good for lanes, but the pickoffs, and that's what we really saw it excel with this time around.
Yeah, I was watching how they all played the early game. Obviously, they did invade the triangle and block the camps a few times. I saw Nigma trying to deal with that. It was actually interesting that he didn't have that much damage early. Like, I think there was one point where Bane and Mars both went bot and tried to kill Shaker, and they didn't have enough damage for it, and that actually turned into like a turnaround kill onto the Mars instead. Meanwhile, like, Nigma were able to group up mid with Pugna's Snapfire damage, push the tower with the Helm on Invoker and get a tower that way. I thought that looked really nice for a while. Like, when Nigma were kind of playing together, it looked super lovely. But then Nigma really started to split their heroes around the map, and that's when I think we saw so much impact coming out from, like, Bane Nightmare setup onto a Spear. They were just catching people over and over and over again on the top side and the bottom side, utilizing the gates and TPs to constantly chase down Nigma.
Where is that line here for you of seeing your cores farming it up, taking the most of the map that you do have, compared to, hey, we're kind of just split and we can't retaliate against anything that Aurora are doing?
It's really hard in a game like this, and I think they tried to make some plays on the side with like Shaker and Invoker, but it just didn't really yield anything, and as a result, Noob was just like critically underfarmed this game. He needed to have much more items than he did, but on the other side, like Toronto Tokyo, this is like one of the best games I've ever seen him play. Like, he played so well on this Mars, and when I think of his hero pool in general, like, Mars is a hero, yeah, I know he plays, but I didn't know he played it this well. This is definitely one of his best games, and I'm really happy to see that we had Kiyotaka back on, like, this first pick Shadow Fiend type of playstyle, because I feel like when Aurora was looking really good, this is what they were doing. And yeah, just to kind of look at those two heroes in general, Mars plus Shadow Fiend seems almost unstoppable this tournament. Every time those two heroes are on the same team, it just feels so easy to play. You just big AoE fight, team fight ults, and they synchronize so well with each other, and it's very difficult to play against.
Yeah, looking at those two mid laners, I know we had that slight highlight there at the end game scoreboard, but Fly, both of these mid laners, I was about to say, both these off laners came from mid lane. You can almost coin them as mid laners, right? And they've made that transition. Noob a little bit longer time spent in the off lane compared to Toronto Tokyo. You know, he had to go through position 5 and then back up to position 3, but it feels like the impacts are just so different, the way that they were playing around these supports and the way that they played their heroes.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo had a much better read on this game and how to play his hero. I think Noob had some cool ideas that he did, like an early rotation to mid lane, but he never quite took off when it comes to his farm. He was the lowest net worth core for a long while by a good amount. He was like 2 or 3k behind. And I think Shaker is a hero that farms quite fast. You can kill waves out of fog. It's just, I think he misplayed this game on Noob, and even though he's a good shaker, he might not have played this offlane role very much, or maybe misunderstood something, but I think Toronto Tokyo outperformed him by quite a bit.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo was initiating like crazy, blinking in fear. There was the 37-minute fight, I think it was, that you wanted to take a look at exactly, and it was the refreshers that came out.
Yeah, when it gets like this stage of the game, you do have refreshers on not only Mars, but the Shadow Fiend, but you kind of just see this combination. It's so powerful, because as it comes later in the game, you get 2 SF ults, you get 2 arenas, and this happened time and time again. Shadow Fiend didn't really need to use his ult here, but it is available for the upcoming fight. But yeah, just Toronto Tokyo, as you can see in this fight and many others, found the initiation when it mattered and got so many key pickoffs, and that's just like the story of this game. And we didn't talk much about the Doom in this game, their last pick, but like he was just cruising, you know, like he didn't really have to do much, kind of provided a little bit damage. It really was just the Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo show.
Yeah, you did say that Doom would have to doom the Alk. How many times did he doom the Alk?
0, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you feel like then it was as important, the impact of the Doom on the Alk, or could we have...
He could have been playing a Meepo this game and they still would have won.
Meepo mentioned...
Boy, what's wrong with Meepo? You said it like it's a bad thing.
It's nothing wrong. I'm just saying he could have been a Meepo.
Just throwing a hero.
He could have been any hero.
Any hero, yeah.
Could have been Dawnbreaker carry.
Would have been cool.
Yeah, it was banned, but point being is he didn't have to do much. Like, Toronto Tokyo played so well and Kiyotaka that they just took the game over.
Yeah, it makes me not worried, but we've always coined Aurora as that team that, you know, they excel one game and you don't really know what to expect game number 2. Is there that consistency in their back pocket for them, Rhea?
Maybe not, but judging by that first game, I do think they look really clean and really on top of things. Watching their map movement was like... Nigma would do a nice move, right? 21 minutes, they like smoke their heroes together with Shaker. Finally, they get him involved properly. They go get a pick off on bot lane, and then they start to pressure the tier 2 tower. But like every time they made a move like that, Aurora was always making a move back. Like they were also bringing 5 heroes and game ready in position, so that when Nigma then TP'd a couple of heroes away, they instantly get a pick off, they get kills. And then you already then have Kiyotaka on SF TPing top in preparation for Nigma's heroes being like, well, they just show bot. Obviously top is safe. No, it's not safe. And then you get a pick up there as well. And it felt like they were just playing the map so well with their heroes, so fast, so reactive. I feel really good about Aurora's chance right now.
Yeah, you said clean, and I think that's a really key word for this one. It was clean. The early game was just so good by them, these movements that were happening, especially towards the side lane. Someone who likes to look at the action that isn't always on screen is, of course, Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, these side lane ganks by Aurora were incredibly well done. They really focused on those in a good way. Check out these first couple ganks that they did on Ghost. We caught this one on stream, of course, but Mir just walking up, planning to do Nightmare. He did get spotted by Ghost briefly, I think. So I think Ghost maybe could have made a informed decision. There's a chance I'm getting ganked here, but he ends up getting killed here on the side lane. About a minute later, he goes to the same spot. Very reminiscent clip, this time of Fiend's Grip, into an arena, into a kill. So 2 big deaths on Ghost finally put him at about the same net worth as his other opponents. And then basically how the game transitions is, this is a very normal place for creeps to be. Anybody is not going to show their hero in this lane because that means that it's very easy to spot your hero. So what teams do sometimes is they get vision on the spot next to it. So what Sumail is going to do is he's going to use his little summons to basically push this lane out so that he doesn't have to reveal where his hero is. So this ward ends up being really useful. Aurora can use this information to find where their enemies are and make decisions about when's a good time to initiate. And in this case, they actually spot Noob walking up towards this lane through this ward. And this makes them say, okay, this guy's actually killable. He's got a blink, but if we just disable him first, he's a simple kill. So this ward ends up paying off here. Kiyotaka gets to rotate, gets to start some of his snowball by picking off heroes like this. They even chase Sumail to the left here with a blink from Shadow Fiend and ultimately pop his BKB early, but we don't really need to look at that. Here's another example of somebody hunting a side lane. The creep wave is like way up here. So this whole area is basically where it's common for heroes to be to kill. So Toronto Tokyo is going to move to this area, use his own eyeballs to spot enemies, and he ends up finding a support. So this is another easy kill. Look who's here. It's the damage dealer Kiyotaka. He shows up to help secure these kills because disable plus kills, plus damage equals kills. Here's that observer ward again, the same one spotting Nigma Galaxy retreating. They end up getting the great stun on Ghost here. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to press his BKB to guarantee this Ghost kill, which is a slight loss, but killing the carry is absolutely huge. And after this, they spot these heroes teleporting through the twin gates. They've got this observer ward over here, again, having vision. Oops, wrong tool. Again, having vision of this area where there's likely to be heroes. Very, very important. He almost gets the stun off, and that's going to lead to Noob TPing here. But look at Kiyotaka. He's planning ahead where he's expecting the Earthshaker to go before he's even there. So he ends up rotating super early, and as a result, gets this really clean Requiem kill. But before we end this clip, I just want to show you how early he teleported, okay? We see Noob teleporting, and right now, this is the moment that Kiyotaka starts his teleport. He was so early doing this that's why he managed to get there in time to get that really easy kill. So amazing foresight by the Aurora players, amazing playing on the side lanes, and that's part of the reason they took a huge advantage in the mid game.
Wow, that's a lot of information. Thank you so much, Purge. That was fantastic. And you're doing it, Flag.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge. Yeah, amazing for Kiyotaka to have a reaction that quick. But I also wonder about Vision. It goes back, I don't even want to say a full year ago, right? It felt like these invis heroes were so imbalanced because a lot of people were complaining about the lack of sentry wards and, you know, the ability to de-ward a lot of the vision and the fact that you can't cover the whole map because it's so much bigger now. Do you think there's an excuse like that still, Fly, to have an observer ward in what feels like such an obvious place for so long, giving so much information?
And right now, warding, like, the map is huge. So even when you want to ward a certain area, there's so many different places you can put it. And especially when you look at the side lanes, it's very hard to de-ward those. Because even when we saw this ward that they had on the gate, it was like on the top right, and you might not guess that because you want to do the left side because you might cover the Ancients. So there's so many different wards, and it's really cool to see how players are deciding where to ward, and it's not something that's super obvious on the stream. So now when Purge is pointing it out, it's suddenly clear that these guys are thinking very well about where they're going to place their vision and how to make sure it's sneaky as well.
How come we don't see any earlier gems? Because I've watched a lot of the games and tried to see how many people are going for early gems, and it's not common, like really rare.
What's the definition of like early though? What minute mark would you say?
20 minutes?
Yeah.
I think most games it's a pretty big thing to buy, because if you lose it, you know, it's a big advantage going to the enemy. So I think unless you're facing particular heroes like Templar Assassin, I think that's probably one of the heroes where I would say like getting an early gem is good against. I would say it's usually not worth it. There's also not that many invis heroes in the meta right now. We don't see Bounty Hunter, we don't see Ricky, Nyx Assassin. We've seen a couple times.
We've seen some, but you know, the impact is where the question really is.
Yeah, but I feel like most games are somewhat even at the 20-minute mark, and they only kind of explode around the 25 to 30 minutes. And at that point, you might look to get a gem, give it to a hero that's hard to kill, whatever it may be, like a Puck or some tanky hero. But it is a good thing to point out that because the games are later, the timing for the gem is also naturally going later.
Okay. Yeah, and something that maybe other teams should be looking towards a little bit. Who really knows? Everything is very fluid depending on the game state. And for this game state, Fear, as our resident carry player, if you're in Ghost position, you feel like you're farming up a storm, but you're seeing all of this other action, these pickoffs happening around the map. How could you change that from his POV in that game?
Micromanage your team better, I guess. Okay. Because I feel like, I mean, honestly, I feel like the carry players are pretty irrelevant to this game and the outcome.
Yeah.
Ghost, he played a good game. Like, he did what he had to do. Maybe a couple slip-ups on those 2 deaths in the triangle. But if you're not doing anything with your other 4 heroes, eventually you will die, right? And that's kind of what this game felt like. Ghost was trying to be proactive. They were trying to do things, but the Shaker's just so under-farmed. Sumail is playing Invoker as well. They're not really in a position where they made enough plays to make enough space for Ghost to get to a point where he felt like he could take over the game. So yeah, in his position, I don't know, I guess he has to just micromanage his team better and tell him what to do on the map, because I'm not sure what else he could have done to change the outcome of this game.
I think there's something to say about the map formation that they're playing. Because Aurora had such a strong pickoff with their heroes, where Doom or Shadow Fiend with 1 extra hero is a kill. So let's just say Bane Doom, Bane Shadow Fiend, Mars Doom, like any combination is map threat, which I think is really good in this meta when 2 heroes can kill a hero alone. I think Ghost needed cover. He needed either GH or Omar to break smokes for him, and they didn't do that. He died twice, and that was very game-changing because he was the top net worth hero. So I don't know who needs to make this call. It could be the carry. It could just be the pause 5. It could be a team thing where they talk about this. But this is something I've seen, for example, PVISION, which we're going to watch later today. When Satanic feels under threat, Ducalis is going to cover him. They at least had some conversation about it. And I don't see this from Nigma.
Right.
It is, I want to say it's an advanced gameplay thing, but all teams here should be aware that this is kind of a formation you can do. It's not like a super new concept. So something to look for next game.
Yeah, and that one's one of those things that it might be easy when we talk about it to implement, but how quickly can you change that around? Because these teams don't have too much time between a game 1 and a game 2. In fact, our game number 2 draft will be starting very soon. And we can talk about what we expect to be happening for this game 2. If Aurora are just going to feel very confident, run back, or at least try and run back what they had in game 1, or if Nigma Galaxy are going to be having that reactionary, let's shift this SF now into a must ban for the first phase rail.
The SF does feel really strong. It's kind of weird to me because the hero is not flexible on their team, right? And I think that makes it very obvious on how you can play around it. When Nigma, for example, had Noob rotate on mid, I thought that was really nice. Way to just get a kill on him. And he is super vulnerable to kill on mid because he's alone. There's no supports to really back him up if you're playing ahead of the enemy team. But that being said, I don't know. I don't know how you're meant to deal with this, like, amount of burst damage. Maybe you need to take away his combos. Maybe it's more of a problem of having, like, Mars with it rather than just SF alone. Maybe it is just the SF. I wouldn't be angry if they banned it. I'll say that much. It seems very, very, very good, especially after you get Refresher.
In that graphic that we just saw, Mars was actually one of the more contested or the more played heroes in the common hero pool between these two. So I do wonder if, maybe we put a little bit more priority on getting the Mars for ourselves if you're on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and place that SF in the ban so it's like you're covering both aspects to it. But are we going to see that trap in a way feel where you have it, but it's not a good building block for their draft?
Potentially. I mean, I think these heroes together are really good, but by themselves might have a little bit less weight, and they're gonna do it. They're just gonna ban the Mars. I don't think this is gonna dissuade them from picking SF though. I think Kyoto can play it without the Mars. I think Toronto Tokyo doesn't have a narrow hero pool either, so Mars getting banned doesn't limit him too much either. However, Aurora is the one that did ban it, so they just don't want it to be in the pool. I don't hate it. I'm very curious to see what the trade is going to be. What is left in the pool, actually? It seems like most of the meta stuff is banned. I suppose the Pugna is still in the pool. That was something NGX did have some success with. Good versus the Marcy, too.
Out of first phase bans from last game, Disruptor and Marcy are the two that have changed up, and obviously Marcy's been picked up here, so there's only like one extra hero in the pool.
Yeah, I think I was kind of unhappy with how NGX prepared for the previous game, because I think from our point of view, it was super easy to call everything. Yeah. Like, oh, they're going to pick Shadow Fiend. Oh, they're going to pick Mars. And it didn't really seem like they had a good answer for it anyways. So this game, it looks a little bit different because it looks like NGX is willing to make some kind of trade here. They leave the Marcy and the Shadow Fiend, so they kind of had to choose which one they would prefer. I think Marcy, yesterday we did see NGX beat Marcy quite convincingly, but it was a different team. I think Aurora, Marcy fits their playstyle because it gives Nightfall this strong laner, this melee guy that goes in. He needs to play lane dominators, and Marcy's one of them. So I think it fits Aurora better. And the Bane response is, it's okay. We talked about how Bane is, in general, okay against Marcy because you have BKB control, which was what Marcy hates. But I'm not, this doesn't seem like that strong right now. I think they're still,
will play it?
I think Nightfall would play it.
Oh, really?
Nightfall does play Marcy in previous, hasn't this tournament, but has in previous. It's either that or Mira are the two main ones on the side of Aurora that like to pick her up.
Interesting, okay.
Oh, if they did play offlane though, couldn't you just pick a Tusk and then farm Bane over and over again in the lane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No disagreements here.
I don't know,
I mean, the thing is, like, you can do that. There's very few supports that can actually kind of not die to that. However, I think Marcy Tusk is very cheesy. And just, if your objective is just to kill the support over and over again, that's not really going to win you the game, necessarily.
It's a lot of gold.
Depends on how much the Bane feeds.
At least 3.
But if you play a little more safe, and then you have a carry who can't die, you can just like weather a storm and you'll be fine. But they might try and do it anyway.
So I think they're going to be forced to ban a Shadow Fiend here because I'm not sure if they have a good answer against it. No, this Disruptor, man. Alright, okay, they steal the Shadow Fiend.
There you go.
I don't know how much they've played Shadow Fiend on the side of NGX. I'm sure Sumail can play it, so it's not completely new, but there is no Mars this time. So that was probably the best pairing we had with Shadow Fiend as a core.
Yeah, we see the stats very quickly on the screen there. So Sumail played 1 game, lost with it this tournament so far. But that's only 1. Not enough of a sample size, right, Phil?
I mean, if you lost with it, we already said that's enough.
That's it.
But if you
one win is not enough, but 1 loss is enough.
1 loss is more than 1 win.
I can see a very simple draft for Aurora where they take Queen of Pain probably on 18. They're going to pick double support here with maybe a range support plus a Tusk, something along those lines. Queen of Pain on 18, which is a matchup they like against Shadow Fiend and Kiyotaka. It's one of his best heroes. So I don't know. This Disruptor ban just... I get it that Marcy Disruptor is a very strong lane, but I don't know if you prioritize Disruptor over a core that's going to take over the game.
This opening from Nigma Galaxy, by the way, the Bane SF, exactly how Aurora opened the draft. Just in the inverse way, right? Aurora in game 1 went SF and then Bane. So they definitely loved whatever was happening on the side of Aurora.
Yeah. I mean, SF just loves setup stuns, right? This is a hero that has no stun, but deals out tons of damage. So the Mars, the Bane, they all can set up his abilities and just pair very well with them. And they go for the Batrider, which... I mean, it's lost a bit of popularity. We used to see this hero all the time in the first phase bans, but now it's not being picked up quite as much. I would have still liked to see the Tusk, just because you do have that save versus grip at any stage of the game, and you do have the Marcy to pair with it. Maybe they'll still take it here.
They still could. I would like that, because especially when you're playing against this SF with Refresher on BKBs, having 2 BKB piercing abilities to cancel his ult and not let him dominate the team fight would be really nice.
Spectacular, the unbelievable.
It's a Bane counter as well.
Yeah.
Save for the grip.
What else is he? Well, we haven't seen Ringmaster much. The only other person that I know that has been playing it is Crit on the side of Falcons.
I mean, he gives you a save. I think that's a big purpose of this hero. Gives you a little bit of team fight with ult. Used to be strong in lane. I'm not so sure if this hero is the same in the lane as it used to be. I think it got heavily nerfed.
Yeah, the hero is not as strong in lane as it used to be. He has some purpose in his game with, canceling grip, and it's still an okay laner. I think most likely it's going to be on Mira this game, and maybe it's just a personal preference thing. I think Tusk would have been a great choice and have Panto play the Batrider. We'll see what they end up doing with this. Now, the question is for NGX is what kind of offlaner are they going to pair with the Shadow Fiend? Because we want something like a Mars, maybe a Centaur, something like this could be pretty stable.
Shaker is still in the pool.
That is true. That hero
after last game, though, I'm not sure.
This is why I was hesitant to put it out there, because I knew Fear was going to say that.
I mean, it's real. You have a game 1 like that, and you feel like you could do absolutely nothing. You're going to be hesitant to go back to it for the next game.
Where did Undying go, man?
Just the wrong teams are playing, I think. A lot of teams do like Undying, but...
Be patient.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this is the wrong series.
I mean, okay, they take Tusk on the other team.
I mean, it's good, though. Like, I really have been enjoying Lycan, and I think every team at this tournament has been keeping a close eye on this hero and making sure their lineup is not susceptible to Lycan coming out. And the first 3 heroes aren't particularly good against it. Like, Ringmaster doesn't do anything, Batrider doesn't do a lot to Lycan. Even Marcy, to a degree, isn't that great, so...
The most dominant Lycan game in pro games I saw in the last year was against a Batrider support.
It's very good versus bat support, yeah.
Yeah, it was freaking miserable. There was nothing they could do about it. There's no item they could buy to save themselves in any of the early game. It just made the support's lives unplayable to send these wolves at them.
What is the movement speed of the wolves?
Enough.
Too much.
I don't know.
I think is the correct answer.
I mean, if his ult is on or off, varies because he gets the haste, right?
Sure.
It's like when they cripple you and you just can't move and you take so much damage and it's impossible.
I don't know the exact move speed.
Yeah.
But it's above hasted while ulted. Outside of that, I'm pretty sure, unless you have like some boots of travel hero, even the non-hasted ones are faster than you.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too, but I just didn't know if you guys knew exactly.
385.
Well, I'm just saying, with you, I wouldn't have been surprised if you just pulled the number out. I got high expectations.
I've just been looking at the Tinker this whole time. I've been thinking, so
Kiyotaka.
That is a Kiyotaka special. I think it fits the same type of role where they wanted a carry from mid. I was thinking initially Queen, but because this guy's a Tinker specialist, when he saw 4 heroes, he decided to go for the Tinker, which I think is totally fine. With Marcy, you do want an additional carry on the team. And now you just want some kind of offlaner that gives you some more setup, probably. Maybe he goes back for the Magnus, maybe Centaur himself. Something like that I think would fit their lineup very well. And I think Aurora has a pretty good idea of what they're doing. NGX, the Lycan's been looking good for them. Noob's been playing a fantastic Lycan.
Yep.
They could use another core that goes in like last game, but I'm not sure if Ghost is going to want to play Alchemist again. He does get the counter matchup. So we do see the Magnus, and now Ghost gets to respond in any way he likes. I'm not sure if... I don't want him to go on Morphling. I want something else. Maybe the Sven looked better than the Alk, something like this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you are playing versus Tinker, which makes things a little bit more annoying because he does have a magic damage, and then you have to deal with the Magnus as well. So you could think heroes like Morph if you want because it's good versus Mag, but then Tinker's really good against you there. Don't really want to play Juggernaut, which is good versus Tinker because they have a Magnus Marcy. Don't really want to play Lifestealer because you're versus Marcy. Oh, that's a good middle ground.
Yeah, Ursa's a good one.
It's a good middle ground.
Also, Ursa Lycan, if it does get to a point,
Very
it's
good,
actually
yeah.
a good Ags hero for the Lycan. So I like that combination. I think it's a good response. I would really be curious how Noob decides to play this game, because if he gets Helmo the Dominator at a decent timing, he could actually run mid with his ultimate and try to break mid tower, and I think that could break the game if he does that. Tinker is a hero that relies on keeping his mid tower alive, stacking Ancient, stacking the two camps below him in the river. But if you break his mid tower and you start putting presence there, I think the hero can feel more like a burden on the team. So a lot of this will come down to gameplay again.
Which I don't really like to see because I think this is a high execution draft from NGX. Like, if things start going poorly, like you have this Ursa Battle Fury, the Shadow Fiend mid with a Lycan offlane, there's going to be no space on the map for that. So you do have to have good lanes and good rotations, and then it could look really good. But if that doesn't happen, you don't have a fallback plan with this type of lineup. You're just hitting creeps.
So you're feeling kind of reminiscent of this game one, that if we see them have that sacrificial top tower or bottom tower in the first 10 minutes, they're going to be split. They're going to be trying farming, and it's just setting up Aurora again for running as a 2, as a 3 group, and just
if there's early daggers on Bat and Magnus and you're behind, it's not going to be good for NGX.
Okay, tough to make something happen on the Nigma Galaxy lineup if you're behind here.
Yeah, I'm mostly just looking forward to these dogs eating the supports.
Guys, I thought we're, a little bit more hype, okay? It's a potential elimination, potential qualification here, all right? Nigma Galaxy on the verge of going home. Aurora Gaming on the verge of going to TI. Where's it laying, Ray? You gotta put it all out there. I told you, you're my hype girl.
We're going straight to a game 3. This is gonna be an absolute steamroll of a Lycan game. What can you even do? There's no way to counter it. We're going to a 3. We're getting a lot of hype. More Dota 2. Hey, TI, hey.
Well, before we know that, all right, as much as she wants to hype, but we're gonna get into this game number 2. We're gonna see exactly how it does play out, if it's gonna be a little bit better for them, if that game number 3 will come our way. Either way, let's get on into it with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I believed every word she said.
Yes.
There was no doubt that she was a little bit unsurprised. The Lycan pick, a little bit crazy. I'm interested in it, though. Do you believe that it can do what they're talking about?
Yes.
Run in there, take that mid tower.
Kill supports.
Okay.
Munch them up, I believe I heard from Ray there. I like
gobble,
it.
Gobble.
As philosophers have often asked, who let the dogs out?
That was the Baja
It
Man.
was Nigma, it turns out.
Yeah, and we've got the potential for the werebear to be running at people on Ghost. You know, it must be said, when Ghost is playing bear-oriented heroes, things seem to be going well for Nigma.
All right, there, that's it. That's the solution.
You got to get the bears out.
He's a spirit animal situation happening here. I understand.
You know, Avery was making fun of me earlier for my magic deck,
Wait,
having a bunch of grizzly bears.
Avery made fun of you?
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it?
That's so. He's usually such a calm and compassionate man who never makes fun of anyone or their mother.
That's right. So it's gonna be instead the bears that all of their hopes and dreams are put onto. Can they do what's necessary?
Let's hope he's not just a 2-1 grizzly bear.
That's
Let's
right.
hope his toughness and power are a little bit larger than that.
True
perhaps.
enough. It's 2-2 for 3. But anyways, it is going to be Marcy
Such a bad card.
starting out with a crown, a couple of iron branches, and building immediately in towards that helm of the Dominator, as we have come to expect time and again. A hero that can really make the difference. Panto kind of getting set up over here. So is Omar. All right, 2v2 mid, no problem. Smell misses the second raise. Are they going to try and make this move in? Yes, they will. Nightmare, sleep, couple punches.
All right, cool.
And
2v2 mid. You know, fun fact, guys, there was actually like a full patch where we did this.
Yeah, when there's one extra creep in the wave.
Yeah, we just did this. We did 2v2 mid for a while. Ooh, those
That's
were dark times.
Oh, I thought they were going to walk back, but no, Bane does finally TP. So Bane's going to get there a little bit before the Ringmaster does. Blocks out the camp.
I guess that it did matter, yeah. Well done. Panto will find it with the D ward, as one does.
Tokyo going to be chased down. Ghost there too, forces him away, and Mira makes the move over and finds GH's courier for the hard work that took in.
So Toronto Tokyo has he's gotten around,
Okay.
you know, in terms of teams. He's made his way around. He did a little free agent shopping for a while and stuff, but also in terms of positions. He was, of course, a TI winning mid. He moved to 5. Tried to find his footing there with some heroes. Played a lot of Clock, Tree, and Undying. Eventually got quite good at it. I really liked his 5 by the end of it.
Yeah.
And then he moved to 3. And I feel like it was almost like he started again. Like, there's definitely some similences between mid and off lane. But his hero pool, you know, it wasn't quite finding its way. You know, Collapse was the mag player, right? But his mag now is stellar. I think it's his best hero in the off lane. Like, if I wanted to clutch a game with Toronto Tokyo on my team, I would give him this Magnus.
That makes sense. I mean, he's been definitely the guy that has put together some solid performances. His Mars last time was insane. We were watching, while you were talking about Toronto Tokyo, the mid lane beatdown that was going on.
Really hoping he was going to live.
5-2 on Tinker versus 12-7. Sumail, in spite of these like couple of missed raises, is absolutely putting on a clinic here. And Kiyotaka is going to have a tough time. He might even like try and push in on this wave a little bit. Yep, denies it out. Kiyotaka back behind the tower, forced to use the machines.
Hold on.
Oh.
Whoa.
Hits that raise, forces him away again.
What an item, or spell rather, of the translocating defense matrix.
And forcing Kiyotaka to salve up and backs out as he's going to keep on denying him. Steps over, going to get a rune. Okay, nothing for free in this lane. I mean, if there's one player that likes to sort of really put the screws to somebody on the mid lane, it's Sumail.
He's kind of made a name for himself doing it, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Down bottom, Omar gets found, tries to stay alive, not going to be able to.
Yeah, Noob tries to turn around a little bit there, but damage is not going to be there. So first blood for the Ringmaster, which for you and I, this is the first game we've had. As you saw, I think this is only the 5th game for the hero so far at this TI. But it's that big save with the escape deck that we're expecting later to be the determining factor as to why teams are still looking towards this hero after some of the other nerfs on the other spells.
Can make a big difference when you're playing against that Bane. Also, just even the Requiems that are going to get thrown out later on too, you know?
Yeah.
You get ridiculous magic resist inside that little safety area. Up to 80%.
It's pretty nice.
But did see down bottom while this pressure is being mounted on Ghost and GH, they got the special delivery of the Helm of Iron Will as Noob is going to rotate over and take this rune away. And Sumail gets the other water rune.
GH has the snowball up top. He's almost dead.
Mira on him, and oh, the blood grenade for the finish. Ghost wants to get some counterattack there, but it's not going to happen. Omar makes the move over.
I mean, oh man, it's not enough. Even 2 points Furious Swipe, just let him go.
Would love to find something here, and Kiyotaka actually gets translocated a little bit close to Omar.
Yeah, not quite close enough for him to make a quick play there, unfortunately for them.
Now they'll run into each other in the river. Panto. Omar does have a little bit of extra help here with the Wolves. Does he decide to go for anything? Does have Nightmare. Not opting to do it. Lets him go. But still, 29-14 to 14-3 on Kiyotaka.
And both supports are now here for Kiyotaka.
Oh my, that was very close to dead.
All right, this is it though. He's trying to pincer, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, even if you were to flame break that SF, is there even a kill there?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know.
He's going for it.
Now it's just a harassing Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Leave my Tinker alone.
I mean, it's not like he's definitely beating him in CS. Wait a minute, does he have enough mana for this? Only has enough for one raise, gets the jump away, and it hits. Sumail finds the kill.
This is where I kind of wish my supports, just instead of coming mid, were clearing my camps and stacking. Yeah, just make sure that there's no sentries, because unfortunately there are some. And Mira's going to stack the Ancients. GH won't be in time to block that, so at least that's the beginnings of reparations here for this Tinker.
Yeah, he needs something. But this is what you want to see. GH comes in, going to take out that ward. And now looking for Mira, can't quite get into range. The shards. Snowball pulls him in. Now they can pull him back in.
Yeah, this was all to deny an amplify damage room from Sumail, by the way.
Goes for the punch. Sumail finds himself another. Well, Sumail's off to a good start.
Yeah.
The other hero, though, that is also having a very good time is Nightfall down bottom. Currently highest net worth in the game by virtue of that Helm of the Dominator. And Ghost makes the move over. They're trying to stick around for this rune here. They do have Bane that can push at least one away. GH shows up as well, now hitting on Mira. Nightfall showing up a little bit after the fact. Doesn't have a target to jump onto, but now he will. Pops the ultimate, tries to go onto Ghost, hits away at him. Ghost doesn't have 6. That's going to be a dead Ursa.
And it'll go to Toronto Tokyo there, the old Shrine of Wisdom. So carry rotates, kills the other carry. The rich get richer as he takes a decent lead now over Sumail in terms of net worth. And Ursa, you know, he's still doing okay, at the very least, right? It shouldn't be too disastrous. And it is a big rotation. Nightfall's going to have to make his way all the way back.
Yeah.
Gives a lot of space to Panto, though. He's happy to get some XP down bottom.
That will be nice, because that probably sets up for his Helm creep to be coming out soon. They jump onto Sumail, though. Cannot afford to let this happen. Requiem in the interrupt. Kiyotaka, the one that finds the kill in Nightfall, helping out 2 lanes now.
That is, that's painful. I mean, that 3 points in the rebound, you know? You just zip on in there. If there's not an immediate support help there, like, there's no time to rotate. Right, this fleeting fury facet just makes the damage way too fast. Now, we might also see some similar bursts coming from the other way, though, right? We're going to have this Howl. We're going to have Shadow Fiend's Aura going on later. The physical damage burst is going to be super fast, especially with Tusk 6. Kiyotaka now going to find a Tusk, rotating into his triangle here.
GH just trying to stick nearby. See if he can soak some of this experience.
Or maybe, you know, Kiyotaka getting a little low. A chance for a play, perhaps.
Need to wait for the March of the Machines to end. They see all the targets. Go for some D-ward action. Mira's still here. They're just going to farm that with those heroes here. And Noob hiding. But very quickly, they're going to realize he's there and feared away Noob.
Yeah, the team is too busy trying to help Kiyotaka, but GH is going to come and leash some of this XP.
They're trying to move all the way in. This doesn't feel worth unless they can get the kill.
He got the there.
And now they get him. So Kiyotaka not able to translocate to the low side, and Mira actually no more Firefly left, but with the escape back, that's enough to get him away. But now Sumail shows up. Toronto Tokyo still waiting nearby. Hits 1-2, needs one more punch for the raise for the kill. Mira's gonna walk away. Omar not dead yet as he is feared and pushed back, but they got the kill they wanted on that Tinker.
And TPing on out, they will retreat, and they ruined some of his stacks. They got the kill. You could see also very wisely from GH holding this ice shards until after the translocate happens.
Noob now is going to take a troll, and this could be that opportunity to make the move they were talking about of trying to shut down that mid tier 1 tower. It's a haste rune on Sumail, almost completed Kaya, but also there's a chance they're just too worried about the defense that could be mounted.
Here's the frustration, though, is that you put all this effort into mid, right? You kill this Tinker, you shut him down completely in terms of CS, but he just went back and farmed like 4 camps of creeps in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he is catching up to Sumail.
Yeah, it is an issue. You can see blast hits definitely an advantage, slight GPM. The hero damage, SF able to be involved in a lot more this early going. And it looks like they actually are going to lose that catapult too. Panto is level 6, Mira level 5. GH hoping to find somebody over here, but unless they bring that Lycan, it's unlikely they can make anything else happen. They kill off Ghost while that's going on. Panto goes for the Requiem. It's just, this is not great for Nigma.
Kiyotaka's just hitting the Ancients.
They're losing hero after hero. They do bring over the Lycan though and get that tier 1 tower.
Here comes Nightfall.
Trying to hunt. Omar now throws another raise out there, misses on that one, but able to jump away on Nightfall.
This is some messy Dota. Real scrappy stuff happening here.
Definitely is.
Ghost immediately just back up top, trying to get his way towards that Battle Fury. This was a big concern of the panel, was if the game slows down, if it doesn't start moving in your direction, you have an Ursa who needs a Battle Fury. You have a Lycan who wants to farm the Overwhelming Helm, and yeah, this is what happened there.
Jeez.
Just so easy.
That type of thing can't be allowed to happen. It's going to be a tough time for Nigma.
The Overwhelming Helm of the Overlord. I like that. I'm going to go with that now.
Nice, I like
that.
Well, it looks like the next target is going to be bottom tier 1 tower. Our Omar and Noob are set up. Mira is over to the side, ready to defend. And Omar moves in, finds that Nightmare. Do they have enough to kill? Shadow Fiend not in position, and so they just have to give up on this.
That's kind of sad. Is he dead?
Yeah.
I think he's dead.
A little bit of a miscommunication there amongst the team as to where they were going to go. Although, okay, maybe Mira's dead too.
Yeah,
he has a smoke.
But look, Sumail, they're onto him.
He has a smoke. Sumail at the same time being chased.
Oh, it's level 4 rebound.
And the jump in is there. Oh, he can break it afterwards too. No chance for a Requiem. A second time Nightfall has just had his number.
And like, look at the items on this hero while you're doing this, right?
Yeah.
Like Helm, we have turned into a farming item. It's a farming item at this point, but not for Marcy. Marcy, it is a roaming the map fighting item. And now going towards the armlet as well, so the damage boost is just ridiculous. And you get swag armlet toggles.
Well, and now you're pushing the tower with the freaking creep too. Ghost does finish the Battle Fury, but he is a long ways away from really being able to be a presence in these fights. And all of that early game lead that was built up by Sumail in the laning stage has been pulled apart now. That's armlet delivered as it is finished.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure on Omar in this one. I feel like he's going to be the hope to maybe try and control this Marcy.
Nightmare and then a runaway. Oh, this is Blink Dagger on Toronto Tokyo. The hunt, they find him. Omar pulled back in, brought down.
Yeah, it turns out Shield Rune doesn't help that much when you have 890 HP.
You're not wrong. Dude, Aurora looking strong here in this game.
Just like even game one, just consistently connecting on every play they go for.
Yeah. Feels like they are prepared for where people are headed, and Mag again jumps up, finds GH, skewers him just to show him that he can.
Just to let him know.
Toronto Tokyo pauses. We'll be back underway in just a sec. Maybe there's some issue with his settings, and that's why he couldn't find GH there. But regardless, they do have a pretty dominant control of the map right now on Aurora.
And a Kiyotaka Tinker.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, even or slightly behind, I still wouldn't even be concerned if I was on Aurora. But you get a little bit of a boost here.
Well, and like we talked about, there are going to be some windows in here where things start to look a little better for Nigma. One will be this Helm of the Overlord that Noob is working on. And they're trying to set up on a Nightfall down bottom. They're bringing everybody for this.
All right, he's getting crippled.
This has got to work. Snowball, chase, got him, punch, tries to jump away, Shard's dead.
All right, and the tower, surely, right? Getting something going here. Got a Kaya and Yasha for Sumail. All right, sit up in your seats, Nigma fans. They're coming back. Put us back on the main monitor.
Actually, they're going to be dragging the creep wave. Stin can still commit fully for this tower, but they won't have a creep wave for a little while.
But they'll leave the Lycan. He can handle it. They're going through the Twin Gate. They're going to try and save this top tower. Omar's running ahead trying to find something. Wants to get some vision down.
Is there. They see him.
All right.
Nightmare. GH. Oh, but they have to be careful of the mag.
Yeah, nice pass over.
Away. Lasso out. Trying to find that kill onto Omar, and then I'll tame the beast. But with 5 heroes, suddenly Nigma realized they do not want to take that fight.
That has worked. It's given them the time. Sumail's going to go mid. He'll clear out that wave. They have the Helm of the Overlord done on Noob. He's just flying on his courier there. So they're clawing their way back here as Ghost tries to move past this Battle Fury with this Blink Dagger.
GH still just being a ward for Ghost.
It looks like they're thinking about going in here with this Blink.
Well, they don't have Bat, and also Tinker is far away.
I mean, they have a good ward, but this seems a little spooky.
They have the Blink reveal if they want to try and go on it. Thinking, jumping, Panto found. Panto, escape back, hoping to escape, not going to happen.
All right, nice. I mean, it's not the biggest kill, but it drives them back, holds your tower. They can probably deny it, honestly, but...
And I mean, importantly, it's also meaning that Ghost can still, like, sort of play on this side of the map and farm if they want to. And actually, they're kind of wrapping to hope to find somebody over in this area.
I mean, there is a very easy Roche play here as well for them, right? I mean, they have Lycan, Shadow Fiend, Ursa. So if you connect on a kill or two here, I can imagine you could go for that pretty fast as well.
If they knew about Nightfall there. Ghost
look at Nightfall grabbing the Ancients, pulling them to the stairs to fire them over here. To
jumps in. Got him. Nightfall, if they can get this kill, it's huge. They move in and do find it.
All right. Sometimes you just Giga Brain too much, though. Thinking that you're being safe by farming that fire, it doesn't matter. The initiation's too great, and that's Roche. I mean, this is exactly what they wanted.
Radiant's top tower.
Nigma Galaxy, after a poor showing in game number 1, starting to put the pieces together here in this game 2. And for Aurora, you still have that sort of pressure release valve of the Tinker going later and later, who just now finishes the Aghanim Scepter. But Ursa getting what he wants is a little scary.
All right, gonna get our bouncing Shrink Ray.
They turn. Has Lasso ready.
Get him with the Ice Fire Bomb. Oh, come on. Let the Ice Shaman chuck it out. Are those eyes on his horns?
I would say yeah, probably.
What a confusing looking fella.
Well, Toronto Tokyo queuing up the Aghanim Scepter next, so they'll have further ways to go for a quick jump and slight initiation.
It's a good thing you got those settings fixed.
That's true.
That's a lot of buttons.
This is the other thing, is like not having to show people if Nigma can play around this ward again. They know they're coming up here. 4 heroes Tinker can show up at a moment's notice.
It's the staircase of death.
Smoke breaks. They see Mira. They see Nightfall. There's the Walrus Punch. Jump in from Ghost. Dead. They're still under vision here. Aurora have to back away.
Yeah, Noob's creep is scouting the way here with the Wolves.
But they did get the tower. Yeah.
Yeah, tried to get denied there, but couldn't quite get it. The creep from Nightfall finished it off, and he'll go back to farming the Ancients, where he died last time. But, yeah, Nigma pick up a kill. They get the Bat Rider, which is great, because you want to slow down this progression here for Mira. And a blink now also done on GH's Tusk. So that big physical damage burst, still pretty scary.
You know what? They're also coming up with the other answer. Noob has a nullifier queued and is about halfway to it.
That's, I mean, just a classic item for Lycan, but also this Tinker, right? We're trying to dispel this defense matrix.
They see him there underneath the Wolves. But it's been a good job by Aurora to sort of keep things steady in spite of losing several heroes around the map. Jump in Ghost. Woo! Right on top of him.
Yeah, no mysteries about what he wants, right? He wants BKB and he wants a Basher. I can get behind that. Trying to go 1v1 versus the Marcy. The Basher can make a massive difference, and then just for these little catches that he's going to be constantly trying to do.
GH consistently scouting for the Ursa Bear. And at the 20-minute mark, Noob takes the Tormentor, gets it for Omar. When all this like mass damage is coming in and there's a ton of summons out, it does actually make a pretty big difference for the Bane.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Ghost. It's a TP away again. Has to be careful next time you do that on Kiyotaka. With GH having Blink Dagger done, can maybe find him out around. Although actually, GH has his Blink Dagger in his backpack.
That's
there he goes.
That timing is coming soon here, though, for Aurora, as we do have the Agnum Scepter finished on Toronto Tokyo, and we have level 16 on Kiyotaka. So if he gets to level 18, we're going to be having the roaming plus the Keen Conveyance onto heroes, and it really starts to just be a true global threat for them.
Looks like it's a smoke up from a couple, as Aegis still in hand for another minute. Nigma would love to get involved using this, and they're anticipating some move on this creep wave here.
Looks like they're trying to find something up in the triangle so they can take the tier 2 top, perhaps. But it's just going to be empty space that they come across right now.
Tinker's farming those back other camps while Nigma head through the mid lane and are going to go right uphill into the entire rest of the team that are already smoked up. This is an Aegis carrier, though. You're kind of okay with this, as long as he can survive the second salvo. But GH caught, RPU's down once. Can the rest of the team get here to help? Omar looking from the low ground does have the, well, Fiend's Grip at the ready and gets it now onto the Marcy, but broken immediately out by the Mag. Ghost tries to back away. Can they get out of there? Ghost running from the Marcy, has Blink up to run out. So when all is said and done, it looks like it's going to be potentially Bane and Tusk going down, as Aurora counter out their movements very well.
Yeah, they almost had a really nice setup there with the way that Sumail blinked in with the ulti. Trying to help break things apart there, but just didn't quite work the way they were hoping. And the save, in terms of just not being able to bring down Nightfall right away, just turned that into a no longer in our favor engagement for Nigma. Felt very forced to that Aegis, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
They were just like, we want to fight. We don't want to just try and force down the structure. We're trying to actually get some sort of kill here onto Aurora.
I love that. So Panto walks over and puts a sentry ward down. She's like, there's no way they just jumped uphill with no vision.
Well,
it turns out there is no ward. They did just do that. Speaking of Panto.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a dangerous spot, isn't he?
Feel unsafe at the moment. Kiyotaka still playing this really effectively. Omar is here, though, and a little wraparound gets up to the high ground. Oh, and they can't get there in time.
That is
And
nullifier.
now, Sumail pulled back in, and another time where he is going to get caught out and no solution.
Nigma starting to move over there, but now oh, there's a grab. Walrus Punch tries to save.
Ghost turns,
Nice.
punches, kills. Nightfall now, managed the kill happen onto Omar. Ghost enrages, tries to run after, not gonna work. There's the RP, pulls him back in. Ghost now in trouble, hits, punches, isn't enough? No. They don't quite have what it takes to kill off Nightfall. Instead, it's gonna be Noob, who's rooted, pulls him back in. Get over here.
That is just disgusting.
No way out.
Just infinitely warp flaring that Lycan. I mean, I don't really feel bad because they're playing Lycan, so it's fair.
I mean, that's what you get when you rush the nullifier, right? Like,
yeah,
it's the right move, but no BKB means they can do that.
Ooh, that's going to build us into about a 2K lead here. 1,100 gold going to the Tinker right now.
Big swing. You can still see, though, it's considered very even. Anything's still possible. Only 25 minutes into this game.
I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to vision, but look at this deep ward that they have planted by Mira. Like, they are spotting Sumail right now, GH. He's got a sentry, but I also maybe wouldn't have expected that. And that could open up an opportunity here as Nightfall is camping in the mid with Panto nearby. Omar, he's going to get away with getting the sentry. The rest of the team are backing away on Aurora, so no kills right now. They don't want to force anything until the BKB's back up, but that's coming in a moment here. Mira's already started the Firefly.
They would really love to be able to play
They got a
around
ward
these
in the
wards.
same spot again.
Yeah, and there's GH. Ghost, realizing what's going on, has to back out. Does need to be careful, though, because he's retreating to that ward, and Toronto Tokyo is looking. And Toronto Tokyo might just find him. Ghost found. Has to enrage, try and run away. Backs out, Mira there, the save, it's not coming quick enough. Omar gets the Nightmare onto the Tinker, and a channel there on to Nightfall, but Toronto Tokyo sticks around long enough that they manage to kill him again.
I mean, when you try so hard and he still dies. Oh, that ward, yep, that paid off. Cost Mira his life, but gets a double kill for the team. And we'll just further drop aggressive wards here once again.
Radiant are scanning.
Unreal. The ward, the vision, Nigma getting pulled apart by this. And it has been the sort of deciding factor, those big map movements around. Or the ones outplaying them right now.
Yeah, for a while we were just getting like kind of supports dying over and over again here, but now it's many pickoffs in a row here now for Aurora, with only losing Mira a couple of times.
But
okay.
They find him.
Hello?
Nullifier. Okay, talk about map movements. They were ready. Nigma not done yet, and that is Roche up.
And that's 75 seconds of no Tinker as well. So
wow.
Like, they are not engaging into this one. Man, they needed that so badly on the side of Nigma.
Whoever called that MVP play right there for Nigma, because it was really falling off the rails.
That could be a massive turning point in this game because, yeah, the momentum was just totally lost. You're dying in your own Ancients. I mean, even right now, you still have Nightfall pushing bottom lane right now with his helm.
My goodness. All right, Panto.
He's just making sure that there's no one else in the team chat right now.
The lead gets cut significantly, and those moments where you find one particular pickoff, is that Panto being like, Kitaka, did you hear me say that they might be coming over there? Check headset?
Clearly, there must be something wrong with my headset. Every support player ever. No, it's weird because, like, maybe, it's either your headset or maybe it's your monitor because, like, my ward saw them, but, like, you still went there? You know, it's the life of the support player usually.
All right. Settle down, won't you, as we get set for the 28-minute rune, or excuse me, shrine. Nightfall on the other side for them. Mira gets jumped on. GH snowball punch. And now to claim the wisdom. Ghost says, this is mine. Get out of here, Tusk.
Man, this game is really going to come down to just lockdown and control between this Ursa and this Marcy, right? Yeah, that's really what we've got. I mean, Nightfall is massive at this point. He's got the Remnant's Approach, he's got his own Basher. So it's going to be who gets lucky on the rolls with the Bashes and whose supports are able to offer them a little bit of control, because they just have such massive damage on the Ursa and the Marcy, right?
Yes.
It's just, can we actually hit people?
Omar finds Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane, waiting for the rest of the squad to show up. Yataka is over here too. They've got a way to jump if they want it. Now, instead, they find the Tinker again. Yataka! He went in like a madman, and now they're both in trouble. Panto also going to fall. They did not anticipate the team was there, I guess, and now Toronto Tokyo hoping to charge away. Oh, Nigma, are they running into the fountain? Slow down, everybody. Whoa there, doggy.
Yeah, I think he thought he had the coverage there from Ringmaster, but the Hypnotize, it does eventually cancel the grip, but it doesn't matter at that point. Obviously, the damage is just way too quick from Sumail. Blowing him up with the Requiem.
Yeah, no BKB used in that one either. Again, not that it necessarily might have made the difference, but another Walrus Punch connection. Mira, he's found, and Ghost is there. Nigma starting to fire on all cylinders, and you talk about momentum. That first Tinker kill leading directly into the second one.
Yep.
I mean, Kiyotaka's been out of the game more than he's been playing it for the past 4 or 5 minutes.
That certainly feels that way, and plus they immediately, of course, got the Aegis, which is what let them play aggressive in the first place there. So yeah, things starting to go their way for a little while now. Still have a 9-second BKB available on this SF as well. Sumail can stand tall in this one and start to contemplate his next item. Figure out what he needs to do to try and win them this game.
Does look like Abyssal Blade is going to be the call for the Marcy.
And unsurprisingly, Sumail is going Scythe. I mean, it's a Shadow Fiend, right? They love it too much with the blade.
Noob, in the meantime, going to take the second Tormentor of the game now. It's GH that gets the shard. Still another 2 minutes left on this Aegis. And for Aurora, I mean, it's weird, right? You're building all these Aeon discs to try and deal with that like initial jump that's coming out. They've got tremendous save between that, the Escape Act, all the rest of it. You know, you've also got, of course, the defense matrix. But it kind of feels like Nigma is more itemizing just to find those kills.
And then you've got Ghost with the Eggs as well, so...
Right.
Because, like, the disaster is Ghost dies, but now he's got Aegis for a little bit, and also this Aghanim Scepter here versus the Batrider. As, yeah, there's that Abyssal, so... Can quite easily go the other way, much like we just saw that Tinker explode in a few seconds. It's a good chance the same thing can happen to a single hero on Nigma as well. This game is very much feeling like a coin flip at the moment.
Down bottom, Lycan is going to be leading the way for the rest of Nigma to get in position. They have that ward they're playing around.
Mira just consistently just trying to cut these waves. Like, he is just not
Tinker again?
Fighting. Okay. That seems a little crazy with what your Batrider's doing. That's terrifying to go for that.
I mean, you're playing on the edge, right? That's Tinker, I guess. And with the wave cut now... He didn't know if he was going to catch him there, but he did get him. But now, Ghost tries to walk away from this one. Still has 20 seconds left on the Aegis.
Sumail's coming, but again, there's no Requiem.
He has BKB. Gonna pop it, try and run. Ghost backs away. Nightfall on the hunt, chases after him. Omar, there he gets caught in the RP! Oh, it could have gone so well, but the RP was perfect.
Shard's trying to slow them down. Are they going to keep on chasing? Jump off the wolf in one.
Omar tries to Nightmare to get away. Not going to happen. How different that could have looked if you get the Nightmare onto the mag, and instead they find him. He's rooted. He's in trouble. Noob needing to run away. Doesn't have a TP to escape. And so this is going to be a slow, dismal death for Noob.
Sends the creep.
There's nothing you can do against this. Can nullify, try and punch, but
There's a little teeny tiny lichen.
he's gone.
At the end of it, you're just like a little stuffed animal.
Hey, he's the little guy.
A shrink ray. Honey, I shrunk the lichen.
It's an old movie, man.
They're making a new one, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, I think they actually are. I think they're making. I think he's back. Like Rick Moranis is returning.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hype. I love Rick Moranis. Well, be on the lookout for that, everybody, as only 2,000 gold separate these
Unsponsored,
two
by the
teams.
way.
We got an E-Blade on Tinker. So more ways to frustrate the fight.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Being annoying in Dota.
Sumail, quick blink. Tinker was TP'ing in. Could have been the death of him. Yeah, and I mean, it's so much down to vision. And that has been a thing that Aurora has been able to outplay Nigma on so far. The wards, finding them around the map. You would imagine with the Lycan in the game that Nigma could be in a little bit better position with it, but it's not been easy.
Part of it is that vision is just so hard to use against Tinker. It doesn't seem to really help. Like, the Tinkers are always in these spots where it's really hard to cover the vision with anyway, you know? Like, they have great deep wards right now, and the Wolves have been scouting a lot, but oftentimes you're just not in a spot where the wards have to help you. Yeah, lasso cooldown getting reduced now with the 15 talents. The Scythe now done for Sumail. We're setting up for a Roche fight in potentially 1 minute.
And this is one that Aurora will likely try and contest. They smoke up already. And a couple of big items also finish now. You've got Lincoln Sphere done on Mag. The Marcy finishing a butterfly.
That's a lot of damage right now from Nightfall. And very survivable.
Is a little bit funky in a way. I mean, I guess that it's still not going to matter, but like with all of the sort of instant bursts that you have, I guess it depends on if they can find Panto or not. Because if he can escape Axe, then you make sure you get the BKB off on Nightfall.
Mm-hmm.
But smoke on smoke. Tinker will create some imbalances in terms of the lane pressure, which could end up making the difference here. Is that a long Roche respawn? We've got coming off. I think
it certainly is, buddy. That's almost max timing. In fact, so that's going to be about a 3-minute Roche.
So we have a while before anything gets picked up here.
Okay, a rune not going to result in someone's death in 36 minutes, like it feels like it has been lately. It seems like it's not the runes giving people Roche, it's the runes causing someone to die.
Yeah. Wait, and with this being max spawn, it also means that most likely they will be fighting around this bottom side of the map. Nigma use another smoke now.
And they're just occupying so much space right now on the side of Aurora. Like, you've got the Tinker just constantly pushing top. They're able to hold mid.
Follow.
Oh,
the Tinker, no, Ghost! No! Oh, it was a gem, but the Tinker was TPing in.
I wonder if he would have finished that TP anyway. Like, you don't know where he is.
I mean, yeah, you do what you do. God, that's got to be frustrating, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, what's that? Wusa, T, Wusa. You know, touch the shoulder, touch the shoulder.
Exactly. Reset. Everything's going to be fine.
And they got the gem.
They are doing the map flip, though, which you always love to see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's sending out the courier to try and...
Yep.
Okay.
Has been killed.
Now they're hunting.
This might get the scoop. Sacrificial courier, perhaps? No. Tokyo not jumping in.
Wise decision from Sumail to get back to his team right afterwards.
And you know they're going to go check Roche right now and be like, all right, surely it's up by now, right? You know, like,
not a ton of vision in this area, but they are going to walk over a ward if they keep going up this direction through the river.
Did you see that horn toss? Tokyo's going crazy. He just blinked high out of horn toss.
They're just out of the vision right now. Nightfall, they're playing on their ward, and they see him. Nightfall is showing. Okay, they're not going to go. There's no way for really Nigma to jump and pull them out of position in the same way that the Mag offers it.
Scouting the pit with the ice shards.
Toronto Tokyo goes underneath vision again and finds one. Hides away for a second. Ghost backs out. Now they lasso, pull in. They get control over the Mag, and Sumail jumps forward. No Mag in this fight for the moment. Can they get anything else here? Ghost backs away. Fiend's Grip saved by the escape back. Mira still staying alive in this fight, looking good as Mag comes back into it. Ghost is going to fall, and Roche gonna go the direction of Aurora.
I mean, doesn't get much better than that for a scoop, right? Picking up that Ursa, taking him out of the fight immediately. They have two big problems on Aurora, right? It's the Marcy and the Tinker. And likewise, I guess it's the Shadow Fiend and the Ursa, but the mobility it just feels so different. It feels like it's so much easier for the Marcy and the Tinker to just be in that exact position as much as they want, right? Because you've got the blink plus the rebound. Like, it's Tinker blinking everywhere, Marcy rebounding everywhere.
Well, and SF is sort of like, I feel like it's a fake being afraid of him right now, you know? It's like, yeah, he can do some good damage, but oftentimes, you know, the Requiem's going off into the BKBs, whereas Tinker, like, if you find one person solo, they're potentially just done. Although I guess he doesn't have Hex yet. Oh, he does have Hex, yeah, so it's even worse.
Yeah, also, I'm a big Outworld staff hater. I swear, it just makes it easier every time. Every carry who does, it's like, oh, I got pulled in, Outworld staff. It's like, oh, I should get over there and make sure I follow up on this play now.
Nightfall hitting high ground with 4.5 minutes left on this Aegis. They've got a creep. They have a Nightmare. Can pull him in pretty far here. Fortunate part is that there really isn't an answer after the fact. Walrus punches Toronto Tokyo, jumped onto him. Hex is there.
Okay, nice.
Keeps him alive, and wait, no! Kiyotaka! He's in way too far!
And Noob's in too. He's breaking up the
jumps
backline.
onto Toronto Tokyo. The refresh is there, but GH, they get the lift. Dual Scepter chase down onto Nightfall, in some trouble. Goes, gets the enrage off, and they're still chasing. Can he get there in time? The punch! It's there! And they reclaim that Aegis.
It might have taken 2 games, but the pincer comes eventually.
Oh, they got him. Nightfall snowballed through. 4 dead just when you think you're safe. They pull you back down.
Props to Noob. Very, very good play. Make sure he's out there, because you can imagine that Toronto Tokyo is ready, right? Trying to make that big save play. But he ensures that there's not going to be any sort of a Magnus to mess that up.
Oh, and they find Mira. The vision, it's been there. And now it's Tinker alone who just bought back. Kiyotaka, if he dies here, it actually could just be over.
How do they actually push, though? What's the plan?
That's a good point.
The wave's going to die. Omar has grip.
Yeah.
But
no blink, though.
Yeah, exactly. So how do they actually get to this guy?
Well, Kiyotaka is hitting creeps right now.
And he does have a wave coming in. Okay, they're going to get the wolves in the back line.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you can come back into this right now. Ghost is going to run mid.
They want a lane so bad.
They have now the Ringmaster back up.
And the banner's down.
Sets to the side. Mag is also regenning back alive. Doesn't have RP for 30 seconds.
And they just bail. They're like, we got the melees. Hopefully the creeps can finish the range tracks. And they do. So that's a big win for them as they're retreating.
God. Dude, these games, 42 minutes again, and very much on the verge of going to 3 games. This is 3 times. I mean, I guess it's just the nature of Tinker, right? It's so feast or famine. If you get caught out at all, it looks really, really bad. But Sumail able to catch him and just completely dismantle him.
I have a question. Is a BKB like a car? Like, is it the second it comes out of the shop, does it lose half its value, or do you actually have to use the 9 seconds first? Because like right now, Kiyotaka still has this really nice, shiny BKB.
You're right, you know? It's
for sale, never use.
It is still a 9-second BKB on Kiyotaka. Yeah, it's a little interesting. Yeah.
He might need to pop that.
About that.
Before he goes high ground next time. But, you know, of course, it's very easy to say that from our position, it turns out. It's weird. It's almost like we have omnipotent vision or something.
All of it. 26 to 23.
The weird part about this is that I feel like Nigma still have to get like sort of a clutch find around the map, because they definitely can't do anything resembling high ground if like a couple of heroes are alive.
Especially if one of them's Tinker, yeah.
But they also have the win condition of Tinker having bought back.
That's true. But it's the beginning of these fights where we have Mag plus Bat, and how do you start a fight as Nigma, right? I mean, we're talking about a Tinker who was holding high ground by himself and thinking, how do they get to this Tinker? And you look at their heroes and you're like, they can't. Right. I mean, Omar is thinking about that blink.
That will be, I think, the big decider, because he's already got Ags, right? So
yeah,
it's pretty hard if the if the Ringmaster is under control to get him out from that. Like, you can hypothetically do it with Toronto Tokyo with some skewer plays or whatever else you want to do, but it's sketch. RP, I mean. But 3 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning, and Noob almost done with the Werebear Maker.
Oh, yes, of course. Mentioned on the panel, bringing this one up. It's a very good combo because it's just, it's a Werebear. It's like you said. It's just a straight up crazy thing to have.
I think, too, Ghost, very difficult for them to really take this guy down.
They've made it look kind of easy, though, whenever they grab him.
It's true, but now he's got level 25, too, right?
That's true. That's massive.
The Earthshark 2 charges with the Shard means he's just basically enraged almost perma.
It's really annoying to deal with. But if they can get the, you know, the double tap there where he doesn't get a chance to use his ulti multiple times via that shock would be nice. But they are moving in. They're smoked up.
They have the wolf bite. Noob ready to jump and turn him into a wolf at any given point. And there it is, Ghost, wolf mode. Lycan, wolf mode. Okay, push to the high ground, now pulled to the low ground, now Ghost off to the side, and they get the Bout Rider control to Toronto Tokyo, and is immediately taken apart and destroyed. The grip is there. Marcy is no more. They also find Kiyotaka, the Hex out. I don't know if it's gonna stop Mira. They try and get away, TP out, yes! Kiyotaka somehow lives, and they buy back on Mag and Ringmaster.
Sumail's getting low.
Hold on just a second now. That might actually... The fact that Kiyotaka gets out, I think they can defend.
It's 3 buybacks, though. It was very costly. So, Nigma, if they can just get out of here without losing anything, this is a big win for them.
My goodness, 21,000 gold lead now. Yeah, it's a huge lead for Nigma.
Still holding a pretty aggressive position here. GH looking to see if he can spot somebody.
Want to keep those lanes shoved in, as there's still a minute before Roche is going to be capable of respawning.
No refresher this time for Sumail. No BKB for 38, so don't want to get too crazy.
That's the thing. Like, GH is ahead of Toronto Tokyo right now in terms of farm. And sort of speaking the issues that they've got right now. Are they going to try and go high ground?
No.
Dude, there's no way that you should be doing this. They do jump, find and kill Mira. Okay, this is... If it works, it's brilliant.
It is. If it works, it's good, but it's very scary when you're watching an Ursa with no BKB starting this versus Tinker. But hey, it's back now. It's come back online. Sumail has this BKB too, so they managed to hit that. But here we go.
Oh, no. Nigma, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Dude, it was a minute till Roche. Just chill. Just chill, guys.
What is there to gain?
A tower? Okay, all right, it's okay. Bearman is back up in 80. What's the Roche timer look like?
Oh yeah, let's see. It's a relatively quick one. It'll be like a minute and like 10 or something.
Okay.
So about a minute and a little bit from now.
All right, so the Ursa should be back up by that point. Were there any like items gained via that kill for Aurora?
Oh, for Aurora? I don't know.
Doesn't look like it.
You know what we need is we need Toronto Tokyo's refresher, but like you were just pointing out before that fight started, is that he's not looking too hot because this is the vacuum effect of Tinker, where Tinker is moving across the whole map, sucking up all the farm. You get one big core, and then your other core is there, and then some core gets sacked. And then this game is Toronto Tokyo, so he's got no refresher. So he's been fantastic for only having one horn toss and one RP, let me say. He looks like a refresher mag.
Dude, I just want another game 3. That's all I want here. Let's see if they can make it happen. Aurora still on the verge of making it to TI. All they have to do is make this comeback happen. And Toronto Tokyo sees Award is going to be punished, but he gets it. The escape act to keep him alive. Now Nightfall onto Sumail. How much damage do they have? Kiyotaka shows up, finds a Hex. Sumail in trouble, but he gets the Requiem off, and he walks away. The grip from the side. It's just the supports focusing Nightfall. There's no follow-up damage. RP used now onto 2GH in further trouble. They get the last of the pullback onto Noob. There's no Bear. There's no anybody. What the hell is happening? Nigma, they lose another fight, and now they're going to lose Roche. Why, oh why did it have to happen like this?
I mean, they saw an opportunity on a ward, felt like they could go for it. The saves haven't been there. That has been the case, right? But this time they were. They broke it up. Unfortunately, not able to get off too much there, even from Sumail. And I don't know what happened to Ghost. I'll be real, I did not see him. All I know is he TP'd home.
Yeah, he wasn't there. He couldn't do anything. He didn't get any damage out.
Right, let me see here. Yes, good. I need this.
Ghost.
Where's my Ursa?
Where? I don't see him. Yeah, nope, because he's still dead.
Oh, he was still dead when they started the fight, right?
Yes,
because that's when you should start a fight, when he's still dead.
When you don't have the carry.
Right.
That makes sense.
That's our bad.
Wait, yeah, our bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
everybody. Well, you know, it didn't go great for Nigma.
No,
I think you were right when you said when they're ahead, it's when they're at their weakest.
Yes, yeah, no, the fans know this. I've learned this. They've taught me so much.
Oh God.
Where's the
Ursa? Oh no, little Ursa man.
But he looks good doing it. That's for sure.
That's faith that we had in Nigma. We're like, there's no way they would start that fight without the Ursa being there.
Yeah, but no one would have expected you to get ganked on a ward when the Ursa's dead.
That's true,
right?
Oh, it's the next level play. Okay, the lead is now down to 9K, and I think it's about to drop further. They're about to get Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, Roche Banner, and...
That's a lot of stuff, Lyrical.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to be back to even again.
I mean, games looked a lot easier for old Panto since he got a Blink Dagger. Now he's close to an Aether Lens. He's even considering a BKB, which...
They give this to Mag, right? Since he bought back? No, they're giving it to Nightfall. Okay. That's interesting. The part that's weird about this to me is that I don't know if Aurora really want to make a move either, because they don't have buyback on 3 of their heroes.
Oh, what is happening down here?
Jeez, bro.
Omar, I need your computer to be fixed.
Oh my God, they're just in range. They see him. I don't know if they see Ghost though. They might. Yeah, they do. Okay, they know. I need to take another hit on my inhaler, man. I gotta reset myself.
You puff that up, buddy.
Jeez.
Can maybe go head to Nigma too, maybe.
All right, I'm ready.
On
We're
the
good.
break.
Just take a deep breath, everybody. Gather yourselves. Get a little woo-saw energy in. We're on this. Look at this wild ride of a graph that we're flying along on.
Yeah.
This is you know the type of Dota that you want to see. Only what is that? 100 XP separating those two.
Right. Yeah. You know, really massive gap here.
Oh man.
Plus 1%.
Jeez. Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, win probability, it's still favored for Nigma 72%, but I've seen these graphs drop to nothing. All it takes is like getting a little bit too crazy as this game goes further.
It's still what?
Yeah.
72%?
I mean, it might not have had time to like catch back up. That could be part of it too.
Might just be a buyback thing too.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that is fair, right? Like if you just lose Magnus now, it's going to be a tough game. All right, well, game is unpausing. Lyrical's had his puffer. We're good to go.
So 30-28. And an Aeon disc done. So we've got quite a few of those on the field right now. 3 of them for Aurora. And Kiyotaka trying to angle towards the Arcane Blink, I believe.
How many cheeses do we have? They have a cheese on Ringmaster. They have a cheese on Magnus. We got some Lotuses. We're close to a block of cheese, in fact.
Yeah, that could be another one to pick up.
What do you think is the fraction of the piece of cheese of a wheel of cheese?
The fraction of a piece of cheese.
Like, if you look at that piece of cheese, what fraction of a wheel of cheese do you think that is?
I think that is a 1/6
I
of
would
a
say
wheel
a
of cheese.
1/6 or an 1/8. Yeah, one of the two.
I think it's more towards the 6.
So,
but
like, could we bring back the wheel of cheese if you get 6 cheese?
that's what the block of cheese is.
Yeah, I know, but I want a bigger one. I want the wheel of cheese.
The wheel of cheese.
Yeah, I want those
like
giant,
the wheel of
like,
wonder.
those ones that are massive, you know?
Oh yeah, you make pasta in it. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
That
There's
sounds
people that
amazing.
Yeah, they like hollow out a little bowl of Parmesan and then they make the pasta in it. Oh, it's legit.
I mean, the only cheese in this game is Kiyotaka's Tinker.
That's true. He's cheesing it up right now as they're heading on over towards that Tormentor. Or just a gank through the Twin Gate. Okay. Interesting. I mean, this is a game where it just like all turns into tactics, map movements, trying to shove out these waves. And that's the value of Tinker in these ones, is that, you know, you're sort of constantly putting that pressure on Nigma. And on the flip side, as Nigma, you can find that Tinker out and just suddenly win the game, maybe.
And look what they're doing, right? Panzer's putting these really deep wards down here because these are the spots. Like that's why they're smoking here. I mean, they did scan first, but I think it's to plant these wards.
Yeah.
Because they have this crazy good pickoff, and they're going to put it in what you feel is like the safest place to farm if the game goes back to a stalemate over the next, time of this ward's life.
The next 6 minutes, those wards are the attempt by Aurora to win the game.
And it's also going to cover them while they take the Tormentor if they want. Although today, oh yeah, I mean, they still get Mag Shard, actually. Oh, and wow, they have like no shards, actually.
Yeah, a whole host of them.
They got 3 of them to go.
Are scanning.
Ready if they want to do it, but maybe it's a little sketch. Meanwhile, down bottom, the Tinker is having to deal with the creep wave.
I mean, we've seen some of these late Tormentors chunk down quite a bit of the team, so they are a dangerous thing to go for.
Are they going to try and pressure in mid? Yeah, this is a nice move. So if they send in the creep, and this is a range racks that I think they're just going to get.
Fire bomb.
Oh, the creep wave isn't all the way pushed in yet, but it will be soon.
Yeah, it's coming bottom.
Okay. Sending in the creeps.
I wonder if Kiyotaka's worried about going back, too, because they could be smoked up and lurking there, you know?
They are all there.
I was thinking in his base, but he doesn't seem too worried about it. The Wolves are back up now.
They start to take it down. That's going to be a full range rack.
Oh, sorry, I take it back. Here's the cheese.
They kill off all the wolves, but they got what they came for. Meanwhile, Aurora trying to do a similar thing. The problem is they really don't have tower hitters either. They'll jump in with Nightfall. Last time this happened, he got nightmared and pulled all the way the side of the full Requiem out. He is gone.
Good thing he had the
Aegis one time. Ghost still fine for the moment. Hypnotized, needs to back out. Ghost starting to hit. It's a grip onto Marcy. Marcy is dead. That's 2 times through. Toronto Tokyo finds his target. They get a nice little Lotus pass over. Noob starting to nullify. Punch down, beat down. That is 3 dead, 1 without buyback. Kiyotaka hoping to escape the translocator, pushes him away and able to get the big blink out. Meanwhile, Mira, the snowball chase down is coming. And Nigma, they got what they came for. 4 dead, ready to run down a lane. Only the Tinker to stop him.
Gonna try and stand tall on this high ground. He does have the backup of the Marcy to maybe come back here if Nightfall wants to join him. It's gonna have to be just for the throne, though. I cannot imagine them defending anywhere close to the outside of the base.
And you can see up top that Roche's banner was never dealt with, so they're slowly going to be losing their towers. Something to keep your eyes on. Omar able to dodge for a moment, but is eventually dead.
And the team's not here. It's a discombobulated attempt at a little push here, which just costs you your Vayne's life.
And now I don't think they can go anymore. Oh, man. Okay. That's still 2 buybacks used.
Okay, there's a minute of no Magnus.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Kiyotaka is back at their base.
And look, like they're losing these creeps at least, and pretty soon
It's the
we'll
world's
losing
greatest
the tower.
banner, by the way.
Oh yeah.
No banner has ever done so much work. Holding that push that entire time. Nigma still lurking near the base. Have ward, have sentry.
They don't have Sumail. One concern, still doesn't have bots, has almost 9,000 gold on the Shadow Fiend, but no bots yet. Okay. Wants to instead finish off his big blink.
A frugal man.
15,000 gold lead now. And 2 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning. That might not stop Nigma from going high ground again, for what it's worth.
They had Nightfall so separated.
Yeah.
For that double kill that they got on him post Aegis. I'm worried that doesn't happen again.
Well, that's the thing that I was talking about, right? Like, Aurora, they don't have tower hitters that are safe to do it either. Like, they need to start meteor hammering or something.
Well, I have good news for you, Fred. We're almost at 60 minutes.
There you go. A very, very crazy game number 2. On the verge of elimination. Nigma pulling out all the stops here.
This game might turn into like Tsunami Sticker, where he's like looking, it's just staring up at the meteor hammers coming down at these buildings. You know,
I like that.
That's the fear.
Oh, nice. A basher for Lycan. Dude, this has been a really good Lycan performance, too. I think Noob has been stellar.
Yeah, he's done exceptionally well. Lots of vision with the Wolves, lots of split pushing of the creeps. He's dealing with a Tinker this whole time as well. He is very much helping the team in this one.
And opting for the extra Wolves there, too. We're getting closer to the 60 minutes. And obviously, a Roche fight has the potential to just end the game completely. There's still 5.5 minutes, no buyback on the Ringmaster and the Marcy.
I will say, if I'm Aurora, I'm not contesting Roche.
No?
Unless it looks really good to go out there.
You're just not doing that anymore?
No, I'm just staying in the base because I have faith that Nigma will make their way here and my Tinker will zap them many times.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm not going over there.
Speaking of which, Kiyotaka, 11,000 gold in the inventory. Not sure what's next for him. Kiyotaka, Bane finds him. But he is going to BKB and then just immediately get out.
Right back to the team here. Mira fire flying as well. Hoping to catch someone playing a bit too aggressive. Ghost, you are crazy, dude. For the love of God.
Ghost does not care.
That was so close to being a potential grab. I mean, he's got his axe, I know, but you scare me.
It is scary. That's the other thing that they could think about is, like, maybe for Batrider a late game Orchid. And that way...
That would be pretty crazy, actually.
If you get the stun on Ghost, you can silence and he can't enrage.
Yeah. That would definitely catch him off guard, I imagine. And right now, Omar lurking near the Roche pit. It is up. Sumail been very good with these Shadow Blades, with the Scythe of Ices in the late game here. Now has a Shadow Blade put into his inventory. He wants to hunt it for a little while.
All right, Roche back up again. They see it. Do they feel confident, though, moving in and taking it? That high ground is held by Aurora. And while Nigma are the ones controlling the tempo,
all right, here we go.
All it takes is one bad fight, and it could go back the other way.
Mira has buyback, so if he wants to feel a little crazy here for the Wolves, the creeps, let them know what's up.
Kills off that ward. Noob there, and it looks like they are going to let them have it. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, yeah, Mira backs away now.
What are we doing? He's planting a ward, he's getting out. Alrighty, what do we got now? Also, where's GH's eggs? He's got 6,700 gold, GH. Can you just, like, put the game in the bag, bro? Like, let's go.
It's tough, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what the right answer is.
It's GH with an X, don't you believe?
I do believe, but it's a weird one. It's hard to know if it's going to work or not.
Full faith.
Maybe you get hexed it right as you're coming out of it.
right as you jump in.
I have to say, taking the Agnes Blessing away from Roche was a really good choice.
Yes.
We had too many free Ags.
Yeah, it was way too good.
It was, especially when it was either or.
Yeah.
That was the worst case for sure.
Oh, no. He was right behind the tree.
Oh, well, he
Instead,
wasn't. Panto gets sights.
That'll be a dead Panto. And then on the other side, it is Bane going down to Kiyotaka.
All right, well, he does have buyback. He has buyback and bots, in theory, if they wanted to do something.
I think they're just going to send these creeps on over at the range racks again. Just be so annoying. It is giving over a lot of gold, though.
Ah, what is gold at this point?
That's true.
You know, they're going to fill them with greed.
All right, tier 5 newts. Let's go. Where are we at? Looks like Shadow Fiend is close to his. Ursa.
We got a Stygian on the Mercy.
Ursa has the option to go Divine Regalia. Unrelenting Eye is also really good, though. Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, he goes the other one that is apparently better. As Mira controlled, and there's the Abyssal Bash.
Abyssal, again, has buy, but this is typical, right? Everyone gets caught trying to go for these 60-minute neutral camps.
Yeah.
People are willing to spend their buybacks on it, really, just in case they need to defend. But that's a Book of the Dead now for GH, plus cooldown reduction. 8,000 gold, GH.
Oh.
5,600 gold surplus, GH.
And another Book of the Dead, this time for Shadow Fiend. So they're kind of massing that a little bit.
It's actually, I don't even know what to buy as GH. There's so many good options here.
Oh, Lycan has Book of the Dead too. Oh my goodness. All right, 3 Books of the Dead is GG. Surely they can take down all the buildings with this.
How many nullifiers? Do they have any nullifiers? Because Marcy's queuing one.
Kiyotaka. Ethereal tries to back away. Abyssal Blade is there. The damage is out, and Kiyotaka is going to fall. Does have buyback. Toronto Tokyo pulls and goes. There's the RP. He's low. He is dead. That's only Aegis. Now Sumail. Oh, tries to do enough to kill off Mira, but it's not quite there. There's the grip. Able to catch onto Nightfall, but he gets saved by the Escape Act. Ghost going to town, takes down the Ringmaster, but that is a dieback on Marcy. They should be able to close it out here. Well, there's still Tinker and Mag, but it feels so hard to hold the high ground against this. If they just run right at him, they should be able to make this work.
Can they? I mean,
sending in the creeps, sending in everybody else. Ghost looks for a moment, able to dodge away from that jump. The Hex is there. The damage starts to rack up a little bit. Kiyotaka thinking about going for more.
It's Tinker. It's too much.
Oh,
too much.
Man. Just right on the edge and buying mass Dagons for Kiyotaka. It's Marcy 500 gold away from buyback.
Oh, but they're going to be allowed to hold here. As they did manage to just Warp Flare root down the Lycan post BKB and skewer him near the well for the kill.
They're just going for another round, I think. Waiting, finding one. They get him. There's the E-Blade. Ghost tries to turn. The Hex is out onto Kiyotaka. He will attempt to back away. Toronto Tokyo. Oh, they get him with the grip. No more chances. The skewer back into the fountain, but GG is called. We're going to a game number 3. Nigma will not be denied.
Like all great generals, they simply let the enemy lull themselves into a false sense of security and superiority and then simply wrap behind them for a victory. It was all part of the plan.
Easily done. Seeing the Werebear take it to town, and now Aurora gonna need to come up with new answers here as they get ready for another grueling game number 3. We're gonna head back to the panel.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy absolutely come out swinging for this game number 2. Now Aurora going to be on the back foot. We're going to break it down a little bit here because this game 2, yet another 60-minute game to add to the tally there, Fly.
Yeah, another banger of a series already. These games are so back and forth. I have no idea who's winning half the time. It's like one time's Aurora, then it's NGX making the beautiful plays to come back. This game was absolutely wild. I think Nightfall played a fantastic game. I think GH played a fantastic game. We had standout performances. We had a bit of 50-50 from Kiyotaka, which we love to see.
Yeah,
you know, brings up the hype. So awesome game.
No, it really was. High ground pushes definitely felt like where it was at for this one. Fear Aurora struggling a little bit with theirs. Nigma Galaxy also not having the cleanest one. What is it about the high ground with these two rosters that make it just that little bit difficult?
Well, just going high ground in general is very difficult to do, but I think for these two teams, they don't have a good read, I think, in this game on how to execute it cleanly, and that's why it did end up so messy. But I think going high ground, you have to have a very good idea of why you're going high ground and when to go high ground, and if you don't have the best read on it, it's very easy to throw there. And that's what happened in this game, especially when you're playing versus heroes like Magnus or Tusk that can just reposition you, even Bane to a degree with the Nightmare setup. It can be very difficult.
Yeah. Something else you said was difficult for Nigma Galaxy was the initiation. How are they going to actually execute the lineup, what they've drafted for themselves? Are you overall happy with it? I know they get the win, but just because you get a win doesn't mean you're happy with how things are executed.
Well, I'm happy they got the win, but the execution and their initiation at some point really just did come down to, obviously the supports did a great job, but Ghost on his Ursa, he became his own form of initiation. All he needs is a Blink and Abyssal Blade, then he can start all of the fights. And Toronto Tokyo, he struggled this game, to put it plain, and I can see why. Like Ursa, this is why they picked against the Magnus. He just jumps in, pushes in rage, and you don't want to use RP on that. And then there's a snowball save potentially as well. So yeah, I really think that just having this Ursa in the game made it very difficult for Toronto Tokyo to even play.
Yeah. In burst here, we've got Nigma Galaxy winning game number 2, so we're going to highlight their offlaner a little bit there with the Lycan. Get some questions about it when it came out and how it was going to be playing into this one.
I don't know. I still had some stupid faith in the other facet with the dogs, but no, you get pack leader, it's better. And it didn't really feel like he was able to shut down the supports early game in that respect. I actually think he seemed to struggle for a little while, but like as the game went later and he got more items, we saw him being able to provide a lot more, like with vision with the dogs and his own items. The Lycan was annoying, but I don't think it was like the biggest problem for me that game. I think the fact that you have an SF who can kill and an Ursa who can kill means that you can kind of split your attention. Like you don't have to put all of your everything into one guy. Actually, Lycan even contributes to that, right? We talked about how Toronto Tokyo really struggled. Part of that is because there's like a Lycan running a support and a Ursa jumping him, and then SF is just solo killing your Marcy with like a Bane grip, right? They had overwhelming amounts of core damage.
Yeah, you're kind of just wondering who exactly do I want to RP him with the team fights, a little bit more split like that. It was really difficult for him. So yeah, just struggling in general, struggling when it came to team fights. Rewinding back to the early game though, because for us, in game 1, a key thing was how is that mid lane going to go? How are the rotations going to go? And this time around, Nigma Galaxy were a lot better for that one for you.
Yeah, this keeps happening to me. I do a clip in the early game and
yeah, and then you're like, here's
70 minutes
game.
and I'm like, I have no idea what I submitted anymore.
It was Sumail was off to a good start, and then Aurora rotated to
yeah, so this was a pretty big part of the game because Sumail dumpstered mid lane an eon ago. And these plays where you can get a kill on a Shadow Fiend really stops momentum. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You'd have to do that several more times. But this game was really back and forth. So at the end of the day, that was a cool play. Didn't really matter though.
Okay, you say it didn't really matter, but I think it did, right? From those good lanes, Nigma Galaxy could have just ran at them, right? Snowballed. Those rotations are something that's great to stop it. Something else that was really annoying and difficult to deal with, Fly, was Tinker. 24-minute mark just after getting the shard for himself.
Yeah, I think Tinker is kind of a specialist hero, and you can see that Kiyotaka ends up buying a relatively early shard, which I think is pretty uncommon for a core Tinker. And we're going to see exactly why in this clip, where he's going to have this fight break out here. They just killed the Shadow Fiend, and the fight keeps going, where it's basically a 4v5, so Aurora is already in a pretty good advantage for this fight. They get to kill a bunch of heroes. Ursa uses BKB, still gets caught by the RP, and then the Lycan is going to be sort of circling around in this fight, trying to get away because, you know, he's a Lycan, I can probably get out. But then this is where the Warp Flare comes in. They're like, oh, this guy's a Warp Flare, which he bought roughly a minute and a half ago, which I think is a very heads-up play and a specialist thing to do. Like, normally you would never buy it.
Yeah. Then when you say specialist, is it like knowing what moments to buy it, feeling comfortable that it is an item needed for team fights?
Yeah, he somehow read that this is a very good item against... it's good against Ursa and Interior Lycan, but it's not that easy to use because Ursa's going to have a BKB, and you're not always just going to be able to stand and Warp Flare there freely. But it came clutch just a minute after, so yeah.
All right, well, we're going to speed it along a little bit down the chain here of the 60-minute game. We're going to jump to what the 40-minute mark is one of the last moments it felt like before all chaos broke out on the side of
Speaking of warp flare, here we have a beautiful clip where we warp flare the Tusk out of the skewer range, and then we get gone on because we decided to blink into their base. We get immediately killed and run over, and this is where I think Aurora lost any semblance of a lead that they had, and this turned into the hour-long plus game that we had.
Yeah, this was the first of many high ground pushes that kind of fell apart for both sides. It's just unfortunate. A little too eager.
It's not unfortunate. There was no need to blink in like that.
He giveth and he taketh.
Yes, it was a mistake. Like, there's no way you can just sit here and be like, oh, well, they played strategically. This was all wrong. It was just a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they just wanted to bust that, kill it. But it just seemed a little counterintuitive to like blink into a base when the whole point of a Magnus is to try and skewer them out towards your team. I think it was maybe just a little bit too rushed, maybe a little bit too overconfident. But this was when we talked about how clean they were in game one, I think this game is very little clumsy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think they started panicking a little bit as well when, you know, not everything's going your way. You want to try and close it out, knowing just the late scaling potential of that Nigma Galaxy lineup. And for game one, you said it, we praised their early game, just how clean everything was. This time around, the early game was inverse. It was much better by Nigma Galaxy. And Petra's going to break down exactly why that was.
That's right, Nat. Yeah, the Nigma Galaxy team was so good at rotating their supports and pressuring the tri-camp area of the Aurora Gaming draft. And that is super, super important because you are playing against a Tinker. Can we jump into the clips, please? The first thing that they ended up doing was blocking the large camp over here with the Sentry Ward. This is pre-Bounty Rune spawns. This is just so this doesn't spawn. And when Batrider comes to stack this, it's not as easy to deal with. He spent a lot of time in the lane at first, but even placed a very defensive ward to help spot when these supports are rotating over. And then he moved towards the mid lane to help stabilize things a little bit because Kyotok is a bit low here. So he's hoping to neutralize this Shadow Fiend's ability to get a kill or protect if there ends up being a little gank rotation from the supports. So you're going to see a lot of supports fighting supports in these replays because the Nigma Galaxy heroes kind of just left their lanes early to go try to disrupt the map. And Mir kind of doing the same thing. He really didn't go top at all during this game because he had to deal with these players and help to make sure that their tri-camp was protected. He did even go to deny runes and things like that. Nigma Galaxy is going to punish this. He ends up getting killed here by the Shadow Fiend. And then after they get that kill, they start invading. They're basically, again, trying to disrupt what their opponents are doing. And in the meantime, the Mag has to deal with this 1v1 matchup against the Ursa. That's not really going to be a good time. He's even going to put an Observer Ward over here to, again, control this area. And then they move over to the Wisdom Shrine, which basically everybody shows up to, wildly enough, at 7 minutes in here. Now, very crucially, Ghost on the Ursa is only level 5 for this fight. So when Nightfall actually shows up to this engagement, he actually does have his ulti. So it makes this carry versus carry fight very, very good for them. But the amount of reactions that both teams have to do to try to even just go neutral here is huge. They do a nice ancient stack here for Mira. He checks the rune again. Again, both supports are in this area, and he's got to worry about them because tag team plus Bane is super scary and something that is likely to get a kill. He does D-ward. All of this force and all of this action that they have to put in just to help protect this. I mean, Mira is just in the area, just a body in front of the support, so the supports can't get directly on top of Tinker. And Tinker's losing a lot of efficiency here. He's having to TP away when these kinds of actions end up happening. So they again invade the camp. This is Ghost again rotating over. That last hit that he went for there, costing him his life. He gets dove and ran down. Just constant pressure in this area to slow down how much net worth Kiyotaka has. Really, really good pressure from Nigma Galaxy here. But Aurora did a great job as well, matching their tempo and trying to go even here, but ultimately didn't allow them to get the big advantage that they wanted to from pressuring and keeping the Tinker safe.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Fudge. Just highlighting how 50-50 this really was at any point. We've had one game where Aurora have that advantage early game. They're looking clean. Now Nigma Galaxy. This one a little bit messier, I want to say, when it came to fights, just exactly how you want to execute it. But it still bodes well, Fly. It feels good when you're on this verge of either qualifying or eliminating to push it to a game 3 to show teams that you're still there, you're still in it, and showing your teammates too.
Yeah, I really like what they did this game, especially like Purge was showing the early game. I think they pressured Tinker. Even though Lycan had a bad game, he didn't join, but the rest did it. They contested the area, they attacked the tower. And now the cool thing about NGX is I think losing one game doesn't really disrupt them too much. Like we saw it yesterday, they also lost game 1 and they bounced back. Aurora, on the other hand, I think all their games have been a 2-0 either way, right? They either lose 0-2 or they win 2-0.
Sure.
And I think they're a team that's going to be a little more shaky. Like losing one game, we're going to look at their faces soon. We're going to have to try and gauge what the vibes are over there. But I think they're a team that gets into a bad mindset pretty quickly. Maybe it's Kiyotaka thing. I have no idea.
Right.
But for NGX, I feel like now they're just in a good momentum, in a good headspace, and they're not, shaken at all. So, yeah.
Which 3 teams would you say have the best mental at the road to TI?
Spirit has to be one of them.
Okay. Putting NGX up there as well?
I think NGX is like good vibes.
Okay.
I don't know if their mental is the same level. Like Spirit is a competitor. So you might not see them like smiling and joking around, but their head is in the game.
Oh, okay. So there's like that
mean?
difference, yeah.
Yeah. So
Liquid, maybe?
Maybe Liquid.
Yeah.
Could be one of them. I think the Chinese teams are pretty hard to also disrupt. So probably Xtreme and Tidebound are up there as well.
Okay. So you got like this conglomerate of maybe a top 4 that when it comes to focusing, even once you lose one game, not breaking that at all around.
We have Wash Your Face though, so I mean, they can't be that great.
They are together, right? and ZinQ.
Yeah, I mean, they're still standing by it. They've done well for themselves. One of these 2 teams are also going to be qualifying for TI just off of this next game 3. Let's take a step back, look at our 2 previous drafts, because maybe we can dig a little bit deeper and find some more information on what we could be seeing. Because for me, this Shadow Fiend, okay?
And Bane.
And Bane are the 2 biggest ones that have come across and led to those victories. It feels like we thought Mars was the issue. That's why it was taken out by Aurora. But yeah, no, it could actually be a little bit more than that. It could be the Shadow Fiend being left in the pool.
Shadow Fiend's broken.
Yeah. That's your in-depth analysis. It's just broken, guys.
I think so. I'm not sure why people stopped playing it. I think mainly it got a little bit less love because I think carry Shadow Fiend is not very good. So
so it's like if it's not a carry, then it's not good at all.
You don't have a flex anymore with this hero, right? So it's just always mid, but who cares? Just always put it mid. It seems to do fine every single game. I just think this hero is really strong in lane. Then outside of that, just the concept of the hero is so stupid. Like, you just get to this Agnums at some point, you get a refresher, maybe a Hex, and like you're just a complete team fight menace.
I don't see any real effort being made to actually shut him down early. Like that game, you had this SF just, I mean, he decimated the matchup in general. Like, he played that so well. If you watched him, he was like just walking up on Tinker and forcing him to laser him then instead of being able to use it for CS. And then he's just walking under his tower, and then he's just diving his tower, and then his supports come and they all dive Tinker together and get a kill. Like, how is this allowed to happen when the hero was picked so early in the draft? I feel like it should be the opposite, where you have your supports diving SF. He's so killable.
I think something interesting is everything's usually connected in one way or another in Dota. And right now we don't have too many melee pos 4s because there was a previous patch where we would have a lot of Tuskar, Marcy, and pos 4. And those heroes are very good at running a Shadow Fiend. But right now we're mainly getting range supports and they kind of rely on their mid to get in there. But a lot of the mid melee heroes are not good against Shadow Fiend. So it's sort of this weird thing where both these games we saw them trying to pick like a ranged mid hero, like Tinker, Invoker, but then they didn't really have the best supports with it. I know GH did play the Tusk, but he had a Shadow Fiend on his side, which is great. That's a great combo. Yeah. So maybe there's some sort of development where if you leave Shadow Fiend, maybe you can go for a melee support again and try to dive. And it's true, you should play to try and destroy this SF. He is a vulnerable mid hero. So I want to see how it develops. I think next game we're just going to see it banned, to be completely honest. But if not, maybe there's a different idea.
Yeah. Do you feel confident in any mid matchups that can beat him at the moment?
Sniper.
Yeah.
Sniper would be one, yeah.
Yeah, but then do you want Sniper?
No, you don't.
Sniper. Yeah.
Yeah, the duality of a Dota player. I thought that's how we were going to get that.
Queen of Pain could be an interesting one. I know it's a skill-based matchup, so it can go both ways. It does depend on the support. So again, it comes back to which support can help mid lane more. I think, for example, last game we saw this Batrider. I didn't really feel his impact throughout the game.
Yep.
He got a couple initiations, but it was never something too strong. So I think go away from the Batrider. Mira plays a fantastic Tusk himself. He plays a good Marcy as well. So I think they can give him something different.
All right. And for you guys, anything else to add on top, either from drafts or the Shadow Fiend as a whole?
Sort of. I kind of talk a little bit about just like Aurora as a whole. Like, we saw game 1, just Kiyotaka pop off on the Shadow Fiend, and then same with Toronto Tokyo on the Mars. But in game 2, I feel like this kind of describes these two players very well. They'll have these games where they're just so good. They look like the best in the world at what they're doing. And then they'll have like last game where they're diving base or blinking in a lot with Magnus, not getting spells off. I feel like for them, it's not going to be as much about hero picks, and it's going to be more about mentality. I feel like if things start to go poorly for them, they start getting a little tilted and playing not as good as they usually do. Like, that game was not going well for Toronto Tokyo, and it didn't get better, right, as the game went on. But the first game, things never went poorly for him, and he kept snowballing off of that. So that loss is definitely detrimental to them, because this is a team that can tilt very easily. So heroes do matter, but I think their performances matter more than the hero picks, at least for Aurora.
So maybe securing Toronto Tokyo a better lane is what you're looking at, because then it's like he feels like he's coming out winning. He's more likely to be playing in that better mindset.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
It's just so inconsistent. It's hard to say, but if giving him a good lane is what does it, then sure, focus on that. And I think you don't always get that luxury, because that was last pick Ursa. He didn't get to see his lane matchup. So yeah, maybe just picking something that's a bit stronger from the get-go.
I mean, the only people that are going to know that exactly, or hopefully they do know that, is Aurora. They're able to reset, and we'll see exactly what is going to be brought to the table for game number 3. Now remember, whoever wins this one, TI, that's on the table, top 8 secured. If you do lose this one, unfortunately, road to the international ends here for themselves, and so that's why first phase bans are very important. A Beast, Nature's Prophet, Nagasarian, and Marcy being taken out by Aurora. They don't have first pick, so they're like, well, we don't want to leave Marcy in the pool. They feel like it's pretty broken.
Oh, they banned Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, on the side of Nigma Galaxy, despite having a first pick, they take out Shadow Fiend, favoring the Bane more.
Yeah. I think that's super reasonable. I think Bane feels so much more reliable as a support. Everything he's been doing, he sets up for so many different heroes in the draft. He can trade really well with so many support heroes. Like, he just offers a lot. Whereas
punish him,
SF can be punished hard. I don't. Okay, what you want to do? You
Silencer. It's time.
Oh my God, we've seen that.
Honestly,
Bane wins that matchup. How is it possible?
You could just take Lycan here.
Yeah.
I would not hate that.
What about the Dawnbreaker, guys? You cancel the grip. Dawnbreaker silencer. It's over for this Bane.
It's Jova. That Bane's not doing anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we just pick a Baton? But he's banned. They planned for this. What a draft.
They're so smart.
That's
so
crazy work.
Yeah.
I think it's curious that they chose Bane over Shadow Fiend. I feel like Shadow Fiend's impact's been crazy.
Yeah.
I definitely agree that Bane has looked probably the best from all the supports, like the circle of supports, and now they want this disruptor. It's been banned the other 2 games, so again we're back to this, let's just pick supports, the ones we like the most, and that's okay. I think nobody's really getting ahead here in draft, you know. I think both heroes are perfectly viable.
Yeah, in the previous games, it was Nigma Galaxy banning out the Disruptor, so I guess it's not too surprising that Aurora pick it up, but now I do wonder, is this something from previous encounters, from scrims, where it's like, yeah, the Aurora Disruptor is...
It's pretty good for Spain, too. Like, Glimpse cancels grip from very long
Until
distance.
he gets eggs.
Until he gets
Even
eggs.
then, the static field, you can use it on basically the 3 Banes that are casting grip.
I feel like you have to be really out of position to get that off.
That's true. That's
Zoom blood, right?
That's okay.
You get that
like Gleipnir.
Oh, my bad.
Good point.
You're not thinking enough layers here.
You're right, my bad. Sorry.
You gotta prepare for the 60-minute slug.
I am thinking ahead always to the 60 minute. I'm like, what's the point of even thinking about the laning
Lanes?
stage anymore? Since when was the last time we've seen a laning stage impact the outcome of a game?
Game 1 of this series.
Shut up, Nat.
NGX versus Navi, game 2.
Cool.
Cool.
Instantly.
Okay, I like
do you
this
remember?
adaptation that they're banning the Mars now, because this Mars on 2nd pick especially has been looking really good. You get this Mars on 16, 17, it's pretty hard to shut him down in lane completely.
Yeah.
Like, maybe your carries are going to farm, but the Mars will do fine. So I think this is good from NGX, and I would like to see them address this Lycan now from the side of Aurora. I think Noob didn't have the best game early on, but later on he had great performance. So I still think Lycan should be addressed. Either they pick something preemptive against it like they did before with the Enchantress, or they just straight up ban it here.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes the support's life miserable, right? 15 deaths on Batrider last game, we talked about.
Yeah.
Bane isn't any better against Lycan, so you might not see huge impact from the Lycan core to core, but he's definitely taking care of the supports, which is very important.
Yeah, it's also like how much he's able to shove waves and push. He did like 19k building damage, I think.
I mean, he's very good at shoving waves. You get the shard, and then at nighttime you can just pop pile off cooldown,
right,
and just shove any wave.
Yeah, well, good call from you guys, because, yeah, they decided that they don't want to preemptively pick something. They're just going to straight up ban the Lycan and Earthshaker.
They're really afraid of this Lycan. It's like they banned Lycan, took Shaker. Shaker's pretty good versus Lycan, so that's some respect right there. But yeah, Shaker made it to second phase here.
Well, last game it made it all the way to the final phase of bans.
Yeah.
Just completely ignored, and now it's like, oh, we could just pick it earlier for ourselves.
Yeah, and that's probably a Toronto-Tokyo hero. I could be wrong, but
Yeah,
Kiyotaka can play these type of heroes, but I typically don't see him play it. Let me fact check that to see if he's played it yet.
Not yet.
Kiyotaka has not played it yet. He's only played Kiyotaka heroes.
Yep. But Toronto Tokyo has played with it.
Yes. But normally when you pick Shaker, it's typically mid, sometimes off lane.
Yeah, I think XXS has had a fantastic Shaker, but when Noob played it, he didn't have quite the same performance.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they do with it. Maybe they'll keep it open and pick Nightfalls here in the next phase. Not sure exactly yet. But this is now where NGX kind of has to take a stand on what they want to do with the draft, because they're going to have to pick a core here no matter what. And there's not that many obvious cores left to pick. I'm trying to think of something early that they would choose, but Shaker was definitely one of the best heroes left in the pool. It doesn't seem like these heroes rate Sanking very high. What else do people pick early now that NGX might do?
Undying. I mean, I know we talked about it last draft, but it is a core that people often pick early. And they have played it once in this tournament, at least.
And probably an off laner.
Primal's also a hero that can be flexed between mid and off lane. Or you can be confident.
Invoker.
Okay.
You could just run it back from game one.
Yeah.
That's a little worrying, though, because the Invoker didn't look that great in game one. And they picked it as a response to something they saw.
I actually liked it. I want to bat for
okay.
it.
I'm worried too.
It didn't look amazing. Okay,
No, let's
all right.
Yep.
I thought it was fine. Like, I didn't think it was exceptional. Obviously, they didn't, like, it didn't get super far ahead. But when he was able to connect with his supports and make plays, and, like, you know, they pushed the towers together or they smoked up together, I thought the Invoker looked really nice, especially because when you have the helmet, it makes the cold snap easier. And I feel like where their game plan fell apart was whenever they would achieve something on the map, they would then split apart. They would send like 2 heroes top, maybe 1 hero mid, 2 bot, or just whatever. And then that's when Aurora would smoke up and punish them, right? So I think if Nigma doesn't just let that happen where everything breaks and they just keep applying pressure, I actually liked how they were playing.
All right, counterpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sumail Invoker, all time, 96 games, 45% win
This guy's
rate.
a hater and I don't like it.
Is that
It doesn't mean anything. What if he's played Invoker like 1,000 times before coming into TI? This, you know, it's
96 games, 45%. What I'm saying is,
pro games.
Sumail Invoker is okay. Like it's obviously the stats say it's not like crazy good and gonna win you every game. And Invoker's not a hero right now where you pick early and it's gonna win you games. Nobody's doing this. So that's where my skepticism comes through. He's not necessarily like an Invoker specialist that's just gonna first pick it every game and it's gonna own. But you know, I'll stop being a hater now and saying it can work.
Well,
I'm worried though.
I have some questions myself with more of this Aurora draft coming out a little bit more, right? Dawnbreaker.
Remember when Fly said they're gonna pick Dawn to counter the grip? You're so smart.
There you go.
They doubled it up. Disruptor and Dawn, definitely, right? We know it likes to go on Toronto Tokyo. So is this, but it also goes on Nightfall too. So where is the Dawn more likely to go? And does that mean Kiyotaka Shaker? He has played it before, right? 4 months ago was the most recent we saw it.
I actually think this was... I think NGX put themselves in a vulnerable position, and I think Aurora completely messed it up. From a drafting perspective, I think what Aurora should have done is they should have picked a mid hero that pressures Invoker, because they're giving it to you on a silver platter. Like, hey, let's just pick whatever, Pangolier, Kunkka, something that can pressure this Invoker. the Shaker offlane is pretty strong. It's hard to pressure from what we've seen in the other games. And now they kind of gave them a free matchup, and now Ghost gets to pick his Medusa when he sees 2 cores already and 2 supports that don't do that much to Medusa, realistically. Shaker can be annoying with the stuns, but it doesn't kill you. So I think now I feel better about the Invoker.
Okay.
I agree with Fear that it's not been Sumail's best hero, but I think Aurora messed this up. I'm not too happy about the Dawnbreaker. It is good against Bane, so there's logic there. And I also like to see this Dark Willow. I think Mira plays a good Dark Willow, and it's a bit of a forgotten hero, but the hero's still okay.
I'm just gonna remind everyone this Dawn could still be Nightfall. We could still see Shaker off lane.
Yeah.
I
don't know if you want
I don't
to
want
carry
to.
match.
That's
I didn't say it was good.
I think that's making your draft even worse step by step.
If it was possible.
I mean, they have incredibly high amounts of team fight coverage so far. Just no damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think not picking a mid there was questionable. There was a lot of heroes that are good versus Invoker mid, as mentioned. They didn't pick one of those, and if I recall, like, Invoker used to be pretty good versus Shaker. I'm not sure if it still is.
That's why they picked it.
Yeah.
They're like, let's pick Invoker.
Yeah,
versus
sure.
Shaker. They're like, here, have it.
But they just played right into it. So I'm curious on what the last pick's gonna be. Obviously, that's an instant anti-mage ban. You have Medusa. You still do have like these Ursus and stuff, which are fine. Just kidding.
Ursa's a good call.
You don't have.
You don't still have Ursa.
You don't. Still got PL.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what does Noob play? Because there's not many offlaners in the pool. It just seems like that every game. I
Primal
think something
Beast.
simple like a Centaur. Okay, Underlord fits that as well.
No
just
more PL.
A simple disabler, tanky guy.
Oh, I think this makes Aurora's draft look so bad because you get a pipe, and what the hell damage is Aurora doing?
Sven.
Sven.
down.
Atrophy Aura. It's it. That's it. We've covered everything.
What is a win condition here for Nightfall? He needs to pick a hero that can deal with Duza in some way, right? Else she has 2 free every game.
Are you able to
I think it has to
play
be
Alec
Sven.
again?
Because I don't think you counter Medusa in like a mana burn sense.
Oh, finish this. That is so hard.
Fear is left speechless. Genuinely
And by
speechless.
Diffusal on Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
I don't know.
You're going Helm Dom Diffusal? That'd be one hell of a build. It seems a little slow farming. I mean, it scales. It's going to outscale Medusa at some point.
That's true.
The damage for Chrono's not great.
No.
I'm NGX on this one. Unfortunately, I'm not vibing with this Aurora draft. The pivot they took with this Dawnbreaker, a hero we already weren't too happy with, kind of like ruined it for me. But I think this Faceless Void does give you some cool stuff. But you're playing versus Roots. You're playing against a lot of disables as well. It's not going to be a free Void game, but the hero has looked good with the Helm Dom build. We'll see what we can do with it, but I definitely like this NGX draft much better.
Yep, same for me. I prefer NGX. I think they have better timings. Their lineup makes sense. I think Aurora does have a chance because Shaker and Faceless Void can scale like crazy into the late game.
Yeah.
So if they manage to survive the timing of NGX, I can see them win this. But I think if NGX plays a fairly clean game, I'm not going to say fully clean, I think they'll be okay and they'll be able to take this one.
So you like more contingencies right now on the side Nigma Galaxy compared to last game, and they won that as well.
For sure, yeah.
Okay, all right, and Ray yourself?
When I look at NGX,
You're deciding,
I'm deciding
who's eliminated and who's going to TI.
Whoa, relax. Don't phrase it like
That's
that.
your power.
I look at NGX, okay, I see a Medusa and Underlord. These guys don't do anything. They don't do shit, to be honest with you. So that puts so much pressure on the other three to get us through this game to a point where Medusa can carry. Meanwhile, Aurora, you know, they got heroes that can win their lanes. They got a lot of ways to make plays early. They got so much they can do. I think the biggest obstacle they run into is like a damage block if Underlord can get a bunch of auras. But before that, they got the juice. They got the juice.
Okay.
They really don't.
They have so much juice. So much.
I like it though, all right? My
Overflowing.
analysts right now, they're giving a lot of opinions about which team is going to come out on top, who has the better draft, but it all comes down to execution. It's how they handle the pressure in this elimination. Game 3 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Need to get auras. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
And then you can continue to do nothing. I love doing that.
It sounded like a battle of which draft do we hate less. That's what I heard from that panel.
I mean, a little bit. I do think there's some interesting dynamics going on in this one, and specifically the things that the panel was talking about of late game, maybe that Chronosphere can scale. We know we're going late game.
Yeah, come on. Come with us.
Started.
Let's go. Why don't we go to another late game? Why don't I go to 60 minutes? Strap on in. It'll be a fine old time.
I think that it has been one of the more interesting like early stages here on the road to TI where almost all of the games have followed a similar pattern. And if this is any indication, we're going to keep on seeing that. But is the Invoker going to be able to make the space needed?
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, it's all good questions, to be honest. I see a lot of the reasons why they don't like the Aurora lineup, but I also see the chance to snowball is there. You know, if you start connecting on kills, I think we've all been in that game before, where you just feel like a god on Disruptor because your team's ahead, so you're just running around the map, glimpsing people, and then Dawnbreaker just comes in and chunks somebody. You get a little Fissure into some Bedlam. Like, they have a lot of early game damage. Now, there are a couple of walls, I agree. This Medusa, this Underlord. But I worry that there could be a run-over potential here.
Definitely a possibility and something we're going to have to watch out for. The other thing that's kind of interesting is that, like, if you do gate into a fight as Noob, there might be some potential just to glimpse him away. And that is, like, it's a weird one to think about, but it might be one of the most high-impact glimpses that you could get is just to glimpse away the Underlord, because then there's no auras there.
Yeah, and he's to, like, come back again. Like, I'll be there.
GH and Mira battling it out. Sunstrike. Oh, Mira! You didn't anticipate that one. Maybe he did. He probably did. Okay, no need for a lane. We're just, we're doing it.
Nice, that.
Oh, he's so good! No, he's dead.
Well, that's a bonus kill, so 345 plus the cost of the branch. It's a little expensive.
True. That's a big play by Mira there. That's what you want to see. Okay, so not a huge problem, but does mean that Mira's actually probably going to get towards boots really quickly. What's coming out on the courier for her? It's the full boots, yeah. So this lane became a lot harder now.
Yes, much better when you're the range support versus the melee support. It's nice to have boots, right? You're just gonna get the better trades over and over again.
Meantime, Panto taking some punches from Omar. And Ghost already.
Keep in mind, that's 250 HP, folks. So I know the bar looks full, but when the mana's gone, it's a bad time.
I mean, that's not good. Their lanes are in a little bit of an awkward spot. At the very least, there's going to be 3 creeps coming underneath for them. But GH is going to have to really do some babysitting here. In the mid lane, Kiyotaka 7-4 versus the 6-3. So Sumail still having an okay time, but is going to be getting those range creeps denied out by Kiyotaka.
Isn't it crazy that you can win a TI with a guy and he'll still kind of flame your Invoker on the panel?
Oh, yeah.
That's rough.
I mean, it's just the way of it.
There's just no loyalty.
Punches. Ghost needs to back out. Mira there too. Managed to survive, still held on to that Mango. GH still chasing onto Mira. Find a little bit of retribution for that earlier kill. Sunstrike, not gonna be able to find it. Maybe could have waited for the snowball to come in, but...
Oh, Mira just coming in there for that deny. Just believing here that there's no way he's gonna get punished for this. Single digit last hit. Oh, another deny right in the face.
59 base damage.
Oh, don't stop looking.
Versus 60.
It's hurting.
Yeah, that is super frustrating to deal with. Now maybe a battle over here to the side. Oh, GH gets inside. Okay. Now
All right,
Mira.
let's see. There's another stun. Oh, there's no mana. He doesn't have mana for a Sunstrike to help.
Yeah, has to snowball over to the creeps. So they will manage to get it. Ghost feeling a little bit shook here in game number 3.
Is he still at 8 last hits?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Nothing good.
It's been like a minute.
I know. On this creep wave is meeting underneath the tower here too, so he's not getting any of those either.
Well, I'm not a carry player, but I don't think that's very good.
Medusa, at the end of the day, probably not going to be providing a ton of like early rotations anyways, but definitely doesn't feel great when that's what's going down. Omar moving over to help ensure that there is no easy bottle play for Kiyotaka.
Look at this value from GH. Block the camp and get the ward gold. But it's going to cost his carry.
Rooted, has stick charges. Not enough.
Ward is down. Carry play with the ward is down, don't worry. I got this covered.
Mira, Sunstrike going to land. Sumail getting involved in that kill.
That's really the most important thing. So we actually saw this when we watched all of No One's games on the Invoker. Consistently, the Sunstrikes were helpful, but he wasn't getting the kills. And you want that gold boost on this Invoker because, if anything, it feels almost more important now that you're going Helm instead of Midas. Since it's a little bit less than the boost and more about just like getting up fast and moving on the map.
Opportunity here to mess with Nightfall a bit. Forcing out the jump away.
Noob crushing it up here. I mean, we haven't really talked about it, but he is dominating. In terms of the assets, he's 10 up on the Void, and he's a beefy boy already. So they're going to be looking towards him. And, I mean, you're a bit of an Underlord gamer.
A little bit, yeah.
I've seen you enjoy him. How do you feel in this game about the Underlord overall?
I mean, it's pretty hype. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I know the panel was talking about like auras and stuff. If they are finding that there's some trouble, like, you know, getting things done around the map, I feel like Atos is pretty cool.
I do love a good Atos game on the Underlord. I'm not gonna lie. I've also been seeing the Helm Underlord too.
Yeah,
that's been coming out. So.
I think I like the Atos even more when you're playing against the Faceless Void too, because you know he's going Helm.
And he's trying to time it too as well. Like when he wants to do his backtrack, you can really mess him up.
But we'll see.
Yep.
Particularly with Sunstrike in hand, maybe that could be their answer to try and make stuff happen around the map. And of course, Omar going to be the one on this Bane to set things up. For my money, this has been a series a lot about Bane so far.
Supports in general, fan. Really, yeah. I've been doing extremely well today.
GH shards him down to the low ground. And that means 6-minute rune. They glimpse back Omar. Not able to make any Nightmares plays happen, but just goes for the brain sap and the walk away.
Yeah, the cold snap saving him from the combos. Oh, they're going in. Okay.
Snowball through. Nightmare onto one. The decision is maybe go for a kill here onto Panto. Now they go back in, another Bramble use, but Sumail gets the last touch onto the Disruptor. Can't quite find the connection with the shards there, but this is almost Helm done at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, really good pressure coming in to help out there, and even going to find that ward. Good work by Omar.
The plus side is because they've brought so many people mid, Ghost has actually been like a little bit free down bottom, where at least he's not worried about getting dove and killed yet.
Yeah, there's not enough damage for Toronto to have to worry about it, so it's very, very helpful right now. Has the Falcon Blade too, as the supports make their way up top towards Noob. And yeah, just no real concerns here on the side of Nigma, as they're just gonna double back for the Shrine. Mira's gonna do the same.
Perfectly good.
Dance with some wheels of cheese.
There you go. That's the wheels you were looking for. Earlier.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it is, but 1/6, because I think that was the rest of the cheese. Turns out it's Bane who's got them.
GH hunting around behind the tower, trying to mess with Kiyotaka. There is that pretty deep ward that's on this other side as Ghost spams out the wave. Mira is over here. And Bramble connects, TP's in, wanting to save. And they get it. He's rooted on GH, and now they get the shards blocking in. Oh, and they find Mira off to the side, so Toronto Tokyo is going to die. And now looking immediately towards Mira, find that kill. They also are going to leave on Noobs. That way he can get back to base in time. But Sumail, he's the one that takes the punish for this.
Yeah, bit of a cost, unfortunately. But yeah, the confidence Noob, like, you guys got it. I'll get out of here. But yeah, losing your Invoker, little unfortunate. Kind of evens things out there, especially when the Shaker, you know, he is on a mission. He needs to get to that Blink Dagger. That's when his game kind of turns online, and that's when he can really help enable Toronto Tokyo. Start making some plays across the map together. Likewise, the levels on Mira are very important, and that is something they are really lacking. Currently just at level 4, and that was with a Shrine.
Noob trying to walk this one off. He's going to get glimpsed back in by Panto.
And the Fisher.
TP's away, not going to happen. Throws out another one of Hughes backs away. Noob still living for a long time, but eventually is going to die.
And best case scenario goes to Kiyotaka. Get that blink online.
I mean, the fact that he is actually going for the blink instead of the Atos tells me they are just going to be going for that group up play, which feels strong.
Oh yeah, yeah, pipe time indeed. As GH does find Kiyotaka, he's back here hunting. Trying to set up, but like, I don't know, 1200 HP, even with a Sunstrike. It's going to need everything else to hit pretty well.
I think this is just going to be a death. Not really any other way to handle this. Can make a little bit of extra space, a snowball, a walk away, but Kiyotaka eventually finds that kill. More gold injected into the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd one there. I mean, Sumail takes the time to go into their part of the jungle and steal a camp. Also gonna run into Panto, but can't connect on a cold snap there and into a stall. Maybe could have been something.
They're trying to instead collapse onto Sumail, and Kiyotaka right on top.
They have Fisher Glimpse.
Tornado. Sumail in some trouble, but they're going to bring in more. The Stomp and able to walk away from the Dawn ulti. Disarm back onto 2. Noob trying to buy some space for his Invoker, and they get the Nightmare from the low ground. Panto is off to the side, wants to keep Kiyotaka alive. It is not going to echo. Oh, Sumail's gone. They did get the kill onto Sumail, but it will cost them a couple more here. Well, maybe not with Dawnbreaker coming in. GH wanted to help out, but ended up bringing Sumail to his death.
All of that for a 2-for-1 here. It does go the way of the Radiant.
Oh, yeah.
And it will slow down that blink a little bit more. And it wasn't even a gold victory for even the 2 dead heroes. So everyone's getting a little bit richer after that one. I don't know if he dies either way, even if, if there's no snowball in. So I don't think GH necessarily resulted in his death.
No.
Yeah, but it was funny.
It's a good thing to see every now and then. Just show them who's the real boss. It's poor players.
Now, these modern day Invokers, they got a real army, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You got your Helm, your Forest Spirits. In this case, he's got some Skeletons. It's an Earthshaker's dream right now.
Noah Underlord ulti for another 30. GH keeps on walking around this area and might get glimpsed back again by the Disruptor. He spotted a creep getting blown up by the Shaker. But Omar level 6.
Yeah, both supports on the Radiant with their ultis. Meanwhile, Panto close to 6, Mira just into level 5, and the push begins again. These Helm Invokers, tower just melting.
Sumail gets the last hit, and Kiyotaka, with these last 2 creeps, is going to get the Blink Dagger done. Also moving in and taking out that ward.
Omar counting to 4, gonna glimpse him back, or no? Nope, they don't like it. Too dangerous to the Invoker nearby.
Yeah, understandable. Sumail ends up denying his own creep. A few more denies in their face.
All right, so the thing about smoking up here with the Blink Dagger, again, there is no Bedlam for Mira, but there is a Static Storm.
And Omar does only have 2 points up in the Nightmare.
Oh, we're not smoking, Gabe.
Oh, yeah. There's the big echo. Big bang, bang, bang. Although on the other side, Nightfall is going to get punished. The Croaker. Where's the sun? The silence. He doesn't end up getting it off. Omar now brain sap to try and stay alive. He's able to walk it off for a moment, but only a moment. And now Toronto Tokyo going to back away. A few more hits. He's disarmed, but still alive. Just barely surviving there.
Wait.
Sunstrike not going to connect.
No, not quite.
I don't know. Did he miss the Tendrils of the Deep, or what happened there?
I don't know, yeah.
Maybe it was still on cooldown from an earlier fight, or trying to pressure. It must have been.
Surely.
Regardless, it does result in the Nightfall kill. Ghost picking that one up. So a good injection of gold for this Medusa. Gives her a slight lead over the top of the Faceless Void, who is going Maelstrom after Helm. So no looking towards the Diffusal, at least yet.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think Helm Diffusal sounds a little wild to start. Got to get some farm going here. 2 farming items, really, I suppose.
Yeah.
And no other surprises either in terms of our itemization. We're going to have the early Aghanim Scepter for the Dawnbreaker. We're going Kaya after the Blink on the Shaker. It's pretty much all exactly we would want to hope for here, I think, if you're fans of the teams. Stackstorm's back up at 9 as they're getting close here.
I mean, this is the other thing that's really nice about this for Invoker is like just sending out the creeps to farm for him so he doesn't have to show on wave. Although now, Nightfall, maybe getting an inkling that this is happening, is going to jump away.
I mean, they have no detection, though.
Oh, and they're going for the Wisdom, too. GH is going to get it. So that will be double Wisdom Shrine for Nigma. And just about to complete that pipe.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get anything here either. Like, GH is going to escape down. They might spot where Ghost is, but I mean, there's still a tier 1 tower, and they're just on the wave, so yeah.
All things going into the favor right now of Nigma Galaxy. They're working on an Aghanim Scepter soon for the Dawnbreaker, and as they take down this tier 1 tower down bottom, Aurora maybe in a slightly better position in terms of being comfortable fighting is kind of mitigated now by that pipe being done.
This is Nigma's time to shine, though, right? It's nighttime. So this is where the Bane wants to start roaming around and setting up these nightmare plays into the Underlord with the Fiend's Gate. Like that's the plan. Plus Sunstrike, like they have a lot of good global potential, and you use your superior night vision to just run around and make plays.
So the tower starts to fall. Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, he is the dream target, right? Like this ward is going to spot him in a second here if he keeps going.
Take over the Watcher. They know that he was there. And then the ping and the walk away.
But yeah, if they're able to grab Toronto, Tokyo, they don't have to worry about this Dawnbreaker coming into whoever else they try and go on. But controlling a lot of space up top, and the side of Aurora just saying, whatever.
Oh, that's super interesting. Noob is going for the Aghanims. So we'll summon Epitomalis around each of the portals when he drops that down. So more like global control potential.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like it's going to double up the Cataclysm, right? Because they have the Invoker.
Right.
That's a pretty good idea. I like it. Combined with the Bane just running around and starting stuff. Just more likely you're going to be connecting on that Aghanims play later. Also just annoying for Void.
Well, Manta done on the side of Medusa, and Maelstrom done for the Faceless Void. So the big carries get bigger. Ward dropped down. This is going to scout GH moving over here. He does not have a sentry. Mira feels safe because GH was on a ward. Little does she know, Noob is right there. Sunstrike finishes the job. So was watching GH, and a big old Underlord just walked right into her.
Yeah, at this point now we've got Kiyotaka at like level 12. He already has the Kaya looking towards that BKB, and no real opportunities. They've just played it very passively. They are not trying to hunt with this at all on the Blink Dagger. They're just saying, we're going to wait and try and respond to whatever play Nigma goes for since we have this Dawnbreaker. That looks to be the plan here. Also, partially maybe because it is nighttime, they recognize they're a little bit of a disadvantage because of that.
Well, that's the part that's weird, right? Like, you would imagine that Kiyotaka would also want to try and maybe find some couple of kills here and there if he can, but there's no easy place to go to bring people down, and well, Nightfall just loses another creep. There's just nothing happening on the map for Aurora. They're chilling.
I'd say they're occupying pretty much the same amount of space as Nigma, though. So
that's true.
We're kind of just... It's a classic Game 3 elimination is what it is. Nobody wants to make the first move, make a big mistake. They don't want to create a really lopsided economy at this point in the game. So we all have this idea of, like, my hero was picked to have these items.
Yep.
And when I have those items, I'll play the game.
On the side of Nigma, not really attempting to bully a ton yet with the Invoker, although they are running in now.
All right.
They know if they go, though, it's going to be an instant response of Toronto Tokyo, who does have Aghanim Scepter now. Kiyotaka standing strong in the mid lane. Noob. Second component of the Aghanim Scepter done now.
X Watch. Special report segment.
I am worried about Aurora a bit, though, because I think this timing from Medusa does not feel like Faceless Void is going to have the items he needs to sort of stop it. Ghost is almost at Butterfly.
Yeah, there is a deuce in this game. That's true. I feel like he's just kind of doing his thing. As the time goes on, that gap is going to start to widen between Medusa and Void and Medusa and Shaker. And here we go.
Omar.
Casting spells. You're dead.
Jump in and kill the Bane. What can they get out of this?
What would you do for a Klondike Bar Lyrical?
Not a lot right now, if I'm going to be honest. They are pretty yummy, I guess, actually.
All right, well, what would you do to
Disruptor?
defend your Bane? Apparently nothing, and nothing to avenge his life either. Yeah, this is
Disruptor.
He does not have a ward, by the way.
The weirdest gank ever, just to mess with Ghost farming pattern, and well, now it kind of ends up working because they showed up for a fight here. What a bizarre play that ended up working perfectly. Now Mira trying to get away from GH, who's finishing off the Dark Willow, but Panto is there and will eventually be brought down. That was really weird, but kind of awesome.
Well,
that
I was
ward.
trying to look around. I was like, I mean, there's a Dawn, but like, would that be enough?
They're trying to kill me!
Dude, he's the best lines, I'm telling you. Oh, this hero. A glorious one to play. And, you know, for a lot of this tournament, the most picked.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, this could be, I mean, this is the reveal of the Underlord's eggs.
Yeah, they could actually just jump this if they want as soon as it expires. Do they decide to go? Sunstrike off the mark. Oh, if they knew which way they went, that would have been huge.
That could have been a triple TP cancel.
Yeah.
If Panto had TP.
Fortunately for them, they'll have to settle for the one kill onto the Disruptor. That is...
Hit him with the what Weathermancery is this, with Panto?
That's right.
A few more voice lines, please.
He did get the shard.
Oh, okay. Worthy of his death, then.
Trying to set up now onto the Dark Willow with the Bane.
I mean, the Lotus is... Oh, no, it's gone. Never mind.
I think they'll get him.
Ghost will pick up Nigmas. Puts him up to 17 in a bit as he moves on.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird, right? Like, that play by the Disruptor stops the Medusa from getting, like, into the fight. But likewise, she is still farming, and that is a Butterfly done now at 21 minutes. And in terms of damage that they're throwing into it, like, I don't think they have enough damage to kill her. We'll see how it goes, though, and how Nigma want to play it, because, you know, maybe they get pulled apart and suddenly everybody else is dead besides Medusa.
That is the way that we've seen most teams deal with Medusa this tournament. Every time I'm watching a Medusa game, it's just people running around the Medusa, ignoring her completely, because it's just not worth it most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, it is just the fact of it. Of course, those have been a lot of off-lane deuces, too, so a little hard to ignore if you've got a lot more damage.
Let's see there. Still some win rates.
All right.
And the group up will commence.
There's the smoke. They see Mira. It's the only person they're aware of right now.
A slow, steady beatdown of the buildings. They're going to try and wrap around. They do spot Kiyotaka here, and hello, how are you? Kiyotaka now gripped. The Dawnbreaker ultimate comes in, looking for a punch.
Oh.
There it is. Pretty huge Echo Slam, but not enough damage yet. And Kiyotaka right-clicked to death. They also catch Mira off to the side. Won't be able to do anything else after the fact. So Kiyotaka dead for a Bane.
We have some massive AoEs this game. Between, like, we got Firestorms, Pit of Malices, we got Invoker spells, we got Chronospheres, Echo Slams. It's just circles all over the place. And you can see it kind of in that fight, it starts to break down because of the way they're like denying out certain parts of the space. And despite getting off that Echo Slam and like trading for the Bane, the rest of the teammates just can't even get in there. Pretty much the worst way for that fight to start for the side of Aurora.
Nightfall working his way towards the BKB. And does have queued up afterwards the Manta.
And probably an MKB, one would assume, after with that +3 going in there.
Yeah, I think so. Jumps in, good tornado. In the midst of it jumping,
Oh, nice
nightmare to dodge and then back out.
Holy.
That was sick.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the concerns that were raised, right?
High five. Come on, Sumail. What do you... there we go.
I think Fear was mentioning, like, what is the damage in this chrono?
Yeah.
You know? Willow's a really awkward one ever since they made it so you can't just chuck your lovely little bedlam onto your friends. BKB nearly done for Nightfall, so by the time he has another chrono, that'll be up. But like I would think Nigma are going to go Roche pretty soon. Knowing there's no chrono, seems like a pretty good opportunity to me. They could maybe smoke in first. And it's Omar starting it up. And Dire don't have any... I mean, they have some vision, it looks like, but for the most part, I don't really know what's going on. Nigma are going up, though. I thought they would go to the east.
Kiyotaka shows again. And will manage to get some separation, but Noob is there.
Oh, what positioning?
Drop down the Static Storm, trying to get their Earthshaker out of the fight. Mira, not going to be long for this world, so they don't commit a ton, but they do use the Earthshaker BKB to get him out of there alive.
Noob is really trying to flex how tanky he is and the lack of damage right now on the side of Aurora. He is just throwing these ultis into the middle of where he thinks they could all be, and they're forced to like throw a Static Storm down, but he's got a pipe he can pop if he needs to. Doesn't really need to.
He's also got that invading force, like damage reduction flat, 10%, which actually I think doubles up when he goes through Fiend's Gate, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
pretty nice.
And easy Roche. Time before it flips back to night. Dude on this part of the map that they have better control over.
I mean, here's the thing. We've seen a lot of games at this stage be very even.
Yeah.
And then go until late, go until late, go until late.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say about this one is you have a Medusa, a great sieging hero, and an Aegis.
Right. Or, you know, the hero who had 1,800 last hits yesterday?
That's true.
You know? So
that's the other way it goes.
Sieging one way, also defending forever the other way.
It's a question of which one we will see. Omar still on the hunt. Has some great vision in the night. Toronto Tokyo able to get away from harm. But that's going to be a tier 2.
They're just trying to find someone alone. It will be Noob if they go one way, but they went the other. So they're just going to end up pushing this way, maybe. Radiant Scan doesn't connect on the close Panto.
And they're just going lane to lane.
They're just dropping deep wards here from Mira.
Yeah, they feel like they have to find something else because they cannot walk into this formation.
Panto. Look at GH zoom.
Panto brought down Sumail, the last touch on the Sunstrike.
That's a crazy Static Storm.
And is going to be a full Aghanim Scepter done for Invoker. On top of the drums, BKB Helm. Chrono is there. You've got some damage, but it really feels like they have not been able to activate Kiyotaka in this game almost at all. Damage done by the Earthshaker has been pretty middling, even though it might still be the most of anybody on the team, to be honest.
Right?
That's the problem, really.
I think prioritization-wise, it's probably Omar they need to get first in these fights because they're trying to set up for good chronos, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So trying to get rid of the Bane would be ideal. At least Tusk doesn't really have any good answers to Chrono.
Oh, Panto. They get the Nightmare on one, Grip on the other. They do manage to break it, though, with the Shaker. Now Noob runs in, says, come deal with me. And they will manage to, well, start to hit the tier 3 tower. Ghost saying, you don't have what it takes to fight me right now.
No, they do not have the stones. I'll tell you that much.
Alacrity keeps on hitting, has Manta ready, punches it out. Tier 3 tower dead. What is the solution right now for Aurora? It's been game after game of pushing it late, trying to defend as long as possible. And right now,
I'm coming.
There is nothing they can do to stand up against this.
All right, well, I mean, Omar is lurking back there, is holding a great healing Lotus, so nice and tanky, and your buildings are gone, and he's going to take the wave, too. He doesn't even care. He says, buildings are dead, I still want the gold.
Moves on in, finds Nightfall's creep, gives away a little bit more gold, and I mean, you can hit creeps as much as you want on Aurora. Eventually, they're going to hit buildings.
This will be the saddest way to resign a game to your own fate. It feels like they have made 0 moves.
Yes, there hasn't been anything that... Oh, nice man to dodge there by Ghost. They're trying to stop this pressure. It's not a big gold lead, but there is no damage to deal with Medusa. They got to keep farming. They got to do something. Aegis, another minute left on it. And in that minute, how much damage will be done to these buildings? Potentially another set of racks. They find the backline. No, Nightfall. That line hits. It's the new Nightfall. BKB into death. As Mira in trouble. Gonna get right-clicked down. Ghost on top of Toronto Tokyo. There is no buyback on this Faceless Void.
Farming for what?
Absolutely eviscerated. And on the other side, it is a damn good day to be a Nigma Galaxy fan, as they are well on their way to qualifying to TI if they can close this out.
You're making them nervous.
I am. There's
simmer a
no
little
way
bit.
they could throw this game. None at all.
I mean, this is just a march down lanes. It's really that simple. They've got the Dusa. She got farmed. And Ghost is piloting her straight down the lanes to the high ground, and Aurora have done nothing. They tried the wraparound play, and it failed miserably. They've got one more shot at it, really.
At least till Mega creeps.
I mean, they can't handle Megas.
No, they can't at all.
So they gotta go for a play.
Something has to happen here. But it's like trying to beat a brick wall down with your hands.
Have you tried that?
Not anymore. 16-11, and now a Daedalus done for Ghost. Yeah, you can see the damage done. I mean, it's what you would expect. It's not even a ton done by Nigma.
Courier scouting being attempted by Toronto Tokyo. They're trying everything right now to figure out what's happening.
Cut waves whenever possible. Fissure block the wave. There's a catapult there, though. Does end up dying.
Okay, we're smoked up on Faceless Void.
Ghost standing tall, unafraid, out front. The taunts, they keep coming. Apparently, they're not too concerned. But can they stop this pressure? They jump in, they go all in, they want this kill on Medusa. Do they have enough left in the tank? A great terrorize, but the Cataclysm turnaround.
Oh, nice
Ghost
jump.
is low, he's very low, but isn't enough damage? No! He's back up to full in the snowball save! Get out of here, there's nothing left for you. They drop down Toronto Tokyo. They've eaten through his entire mana pool a second time. He actually can't get ulti off. Wait, have they actually done it? He jumps away, no! Ghost manages to find the kill onto Nightfall. Ghost survives. Ghost is too big. He's your own inevitability looking at you. As 3 are gone with no buyback. Aurora, nowhere left to go. Only Ghost survives in their dreams.
It was so close.
GG is called for the first time. Nigma, they are going to be going to TI as an org. It's been forever for a lot of these players, but they're finally doing it.
Top 8 secured, and many fans just finally letting out a deep, deep breath that they've been holding in for the past 3 games.
Unbelievable. Can see a lot of happiness there, appreciating what Ghost was able to do for him. And as we see a little bit of happiness on this side, panel's gonna break down all the action.
That's right. It's no longer they're doing it. They've done it. Top 8 at TI for Nigma Galaxy. It's a big one, considering when we look back just a couple of hours ago, Fly, where they were down 1 game. We weren't really sure what Nigma Galaxy was gonna show up and what they were gonna bring.
I mean, it's so awesome to see these guys back on top, you know? Like the strategy that they came in with, I think they had really cool ideas. They were able to execute remember to bring your lotuses for your snakes, you know, for your Juzas if you're ever in trouble.
Gotta just
Awesome.
pump everything into her. It was just this inevitability of a Medusa. I loved it. You guys covered just how many contingencies there were on this Nigma Galaxy lineup, what they drafted for themselves. On the side of Aurora, just a little bit tougher. We weren't too confident in it, and it did show it. Does it feel like fear? It's instilled faith back into this Sumail Invoker?
I mean, yeah, he played really well, and I think this game, you have this lineup where you're winning 3 lanes, and on top of that, you are playing versus kind of wonky Aurora draft. Well, I am very happy that Nigma did win this game. I'm a little disappointed on how Aurora went out, because like this was not the draft that we're used to seeing from this squad. Typically, they draft much better, and yeah, it just we saw this last big Faces Void. There's absolutely 0 chrono damage. He can chrono if he wants, but yeah, a couple Lotuses, and they can't even kill Medusa in that whole duration. So very good to see Nigma Galaxy looking good again. I think Noob played fantastic Underlord, but a little sad that Aurora did go out the way they did go.
Sure, massive props to where it is, but also, yeah, it's okay to be a little bit upset with how Aurora played in that game 3. Still a fantastic series that they put on the table for us to all enjoy. For yourself, Rhea, you're a big believer of this Nigma Galaxy lineup. I know it, I remember.
You remember me going, yeah, Aurora have all the Jews? Yeah, I remember that. Okay, I batted for both. I said I defended Sumail's Invoker. Yeah, I said that when Underlord got auras, it was Jover because there was no damage on Aurora's lineup into it, and that did end up happening. And I think when we were watching earlier parts of the game, I will say something with Aurora is I don't feel like they brought enough heroes to like some of their engagements. You know, like they split 2. I think Kiyotaka and Panto killed Sumail mid at a point, whilst at the same time Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira were trying to kill Medusa or Ghost bot. And I think one of those was successful, but the point is, why don't you just wait on the bot go, bring another hero there, and then kill her? It's so hard to kill Medusa, and because they kind of split their attention to try and greed on their kills, it meant that they didn't have enough damage to kill Ghost. They turn around, they then get a kill on Aurora instead, and so many of these types of engagements fell flat for them because they didn't really, I don't know, push aggression enough or just bring enough numbers. I think they just kind of messed up the crucial moments that would have allowed their draft to work.
Yeah, could have had that extra time for themselves, being able to fight a little bit stronger, but really there was nothing to deal with this Medusa. I mean, Ghost, he's going to be our standout player for a reason. 5-1 and 5, just kind of constantly moving forward, taking every fight possible there.
I think Ghost has been playing fantastic throughout this entire tournament so far. I think he's been probably the most stable player on NGX. I think we rarely see him have a bad game. I think the Alchemist game might have been the one outlier where I think he was in a position to do a bit better than he did. But besides that, super solid player, great performance of Medusa. He hit all his timings. He ran it down. You know, when you get your butterfly, you get your scout, you're like, guys, ping this tower. It's time to go. Come with me right now. I'm a snake. I cannot move anywhere. And he did that. So awesome.
Yeah, I loved how the team played around him. Sometimes you worry, like, oh, if they're going for this full protect 1 type style, is it really going to work out fair? And I feel like when your Medusa is playing like how Ghost was, yeah, you're more than willing to put full confidence into him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just this whole tournament, he's been one of the standout carry players, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he's not making really any mistakes. So I think from NGX, what they should really focus mainly on moving forward here is making sure that Noob and Omar have good heroes to pick, because I feel like they've been struggling a little bit consistency-wise, but, you know, Ghost and the safe lane GH, they've been absolutely a beast.
And for yourself, Ray, anything else to round out Nigma Galaxy? Because top 8 at TI, we're going to see them in a couple of days in that Barclays Arena.
Anything to round out? Nigma fans, we are so back. We are so damn back. I think it's so exciting. It is just literally so exciting to see them back on the main stage, to see Sumail here, especially. I think we've all been looking forward to the king back on top.
Alrighty, well, I don't want to hold us up any longer, alright? We have one of our 4 winners today. Unfortunately, it is a goodbye to Aurora. Their road to the International does end a little bit short. I'm sure the players will be seeing them in the future. There's a lot more ahead for them, but the future for us, well, that's a whole nother series of Dota. Of course, we're going to have PVISION up against a Wildcard, and while we're jumping into that one, we wanted to see the confidence, the thoughts, and just how some of those Wildcard players were coming into the road to the International playoffs.
I'm here with Yamsun from Wildcard here to talk about the International. I mean, firstly, welcome back to TI. How does it feel to be back at the International?
Thank you, sir. It's the best tournament in the world in any game. It's the reason most Dota players probably started playing and probably the reason why people still play, because they want to win the title. And I think that gives every match a little bit more meaning, you know, a little bit more pizzazz compared to every other tournament. You get the underdog stories, you get the, you know, see highlights of players you never really see throughout the years, and everybody gets a chance to make their mark on the game's history. So I'm very excited.
Absolutely, and I think it's interesting something you touched on there, the underdog stories, because that has been a trend, you know, maybe in older TIs where teams which people weren't looking at so much end up doing really well. Are you hoping to sort of have some of that in your run?
Well, absolutely. We are the final bastion of North American Dota players all assembled in one place, and we are definitely looking to make our mark. I mean, we've been practicing hard, playing lots of qualifiers, lots of tournaments the whole year long. I think this is the year I've played the most competitive Dota in my life out of all of them, because the schedule's been very packed. And so preparation is done. All that's left is to do the work, and you know, whatever the tournament has in store is probably what we'll get. We don't know, nobody knows, just have to play and see.
A lot of Dota players make Dota their entire lives, but you know, I know that you're more kind of well-rounded than that, you know. Do you think it's important to kind of like live a balanced life even when you're competing at the top level?
Obviously, different things work for different people, right? Because in the professional scene, there's a whole variety of both players and their ages, you know, where they're from, how long they've been playing. Like, I think as you grow older, you realize that, yeah, if you want to stay in the scene, you still have to play a lot, dedicate a lot. Your life's purpose is still the game. But at the same time, I think coming to the understanding that, you know, you won't be playing forever, and, you know, there is a life afterwards is important.
Absolutely. So for yourself, what would you consider a success here at the International?
For me, I think the feeling of playing on the stage was really special. And the last International I played at, we made it to top 8, but we didn't really get to, I think, make a good showing at the end. And, you know, it kind of all happened so quickly. You know, the time went by in a flash, and then, you know, it was over. And I try to be more present in everything I do. And even back then, I think I still had that mindset, but yeah, these things come and go very quickly, and I think it's important to, you know, get as much out of it as you can. And so I guess a realistic goal for me this year would be, one, to make it onto that stage again, because the competition is as fierce as ever. You know, Dota becomes more competitive every year, and the people who get to stay in it and keep toughing it out, you know, deserve a lot of respect, I think. And the huge privilege is to get to play on that stage in front of everybody, because, you know, it's what you've dreamed of. And yeah, I'd like to do that and hopefully win some games this time on the stage.
Absolutely. All right, I hope to see that happen as well. I really do. Yamsun, thank you so much for coming and talk to me, and good luck at the International.
Thank you.
The goal, the dream of playing on that TI stage again for himself, well, it could soon be a reality, because this best of 3, that's the only thing that stands between them and playing in Barclays Arena in about 4 days. And it's not an easy battle by any means, Fly. You've seen a lot of the NA boys in these David and Goliath battles before. You've been through one yourself. So how do you think Yamsun or Wildcard are building up into this one?
I mean, this is time for America. You know?
This is
our time to shine and take down PVISION, claiming the spot of not just David, but Goliath ourselves.
You become the new Goliath.
You become the Goliath until you meet one of the Chinese teams later on. But we'll get there later, because this is North America's time, and I'm super hyped to see Wildcard, what they're going to bring to the table. People think it's going to be a one-sided match.
Sure.
But let me tell you.
Wildcard.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, Alchemist and Stark might have something else to say about it. So
that's right.
We'll see what happens.
America. Yeah. Woo. Where's your hype?
Yeah.
Yeah.
America, let's go.
That is terrible pride for his country.
No way. Fear, he has his level of copium as well as, reality that needs to be set in. Because we would love to see it. It would be so much fun. The Cinderella story for Wildcard, we've already seen them in an elimination area before. That was their series just before this, right? It has not been an easy road for them at all to the international playoffs. They were up against Boom, and it went all the way to 3 games for that one. They did just evade it, and then you go, whew, great. Elimination, we're not eliminated. Now we go up against PVISION for the exact same situation for you.
Yeah, and I think this isn't as one-sided as a lot of people do think. Sure, PVISION has been the best team of the year, but it's the international coming up, so a lot of that can change very quickly, and they're in the same spot as Wildcard, right? Essentially, PVISION is not playing their best Dota right now, and I think this is the best Dota we've seen Wildcard play, so that can be a very volatile mix when these two teams clash. Someone playing very low below what we expect, and a team that's overperforming. So I'm expecting good things from this series. I probably don't think it's gonna be a blowout, but still PVISION favored at the end of the day. I could definitely see them taking a game though.
Okay. I know, Ray, you're a big Wildcard fan, some of the players, but you've also been keeping somewhat of an eye on how they're playing. And would you say most of their series, despite what the scoreline shows, has been pretty close?
Yeah, they've had some pretty good close matches. They've also, I think it was Nemesis, they pretty much just completely stomped. Like, the scorelines were insane. So I definitely don't think this team should be counted out. Like how a lot of people have seemed to do against PVISION. I'm mostly looking forward to seeing how Yamsun performs, like as a carry. I think if you look at the players that stand out, RCY as a mid has improved so much over the years. Like he used to just go from, destroying the people that were worse than him, but then losing to the more like high tier NA mids. And now he's going even and even beating them, right? And this guy will carry and do a lot in every match. But Yamsun, I feel like when they really shine as a team is when he's able to do well. If they're able to put some focus on him in the draft or just give him a good game and set him up, like I think that's going to be the key for it.
I mean, I did say in the NA DPC probably like 2.5 years ago that if there was any talent coming out from NA, it was from RCY.
Yeah.
I think he was the only player that wasn't just recycled over and over again within this scene. He's incredibly good. He just needed a little bit time to mature because he has the hero pool and he just has like this aura about him when he plays. He can just completely outplay people. Sure, it was NA DPC, but you got to start somewhere.
No, of course, it's the stepping stones. 1 minute you're playing NA DPC, the next thing you're top 8 at TI, right? That's what could potentially be for them. We do have to take into consideration just how good PVISION are, but then the fact that they are in this similar situation, they're both on the edge of elimination, they're both on that edge of qualifying flying. Now it's experience. That's what we kind of have to factor into. Is PVISION going to do that a little bit better because they've experienced these situations before?
I mean, for sure, like Fear said, I think PVISION is the favorite team here. It makes sense to have a lot of experience. They've played a lot more Tier 1 teams this tournament. Amazing performances all around. But it could be an underdog story, right? You never know when you come here what team might show up. It could be that PVISION is just not having a good day. Wildcard could have the best day of their lives. Maybe there's something new that's going to come out. Maybe Wildcard is going to bring back the Venomancer that they've had insane success with. We don't really know what these guys are cooking. We know Astini has been cooking. Is he overdoing it? Is he adding too much salt? Like, we don't know.
It's definitely been some flavorful drafts.
For sure. I'm expecting some crazy stuff in these drafts. Who knows what 9class is going to play. Maybe he'll completely destroy the game. Maybe he'll destroy his own team. It's hard to say.
All right, I would actually like to talk about the position fours a little bit because 9class for us, he's kind of been in the spotlight a lot for what PVISION can and cannot do when it comes to a game. And Alk has kind of been that #1 hero for him this tournament. There's been a lot of Alks. Fear, is it finally time that you can have a declaration on if it is good or bad?
I have no idea yet.
I still know.
I think I'm pretty neutral with it. I think it's fine. However, I do think that his hero pool is very important for the success of this team. And I think he's been struggling a little bit finding that hero pool for himself. He did bring out a Monkey King, which is one of his old signatures, and they did win that game. So it does feel like he's kind of going back into his old playbook, bring out the Sark, the Monkey Kings, and try to revive them. And he doesn't have a lot of what a lot of people thought would have, like a bunch of new flavorful picks for this tournament. It's just the Alk. And now it seems like he's falling back onto stuff, so we'll see if he took some time to learn some new heroes, or will he just fall back to these Monkey Kings and Slarks of the past.
Alrighty.
Just to compare the four, I think Yamson talked about Bignum and said that he was just like super amicable and very easy to talk to as a player. He's also like very involved in their draft prep, and he's, as a player, the most talkative in the early to mid game for their team, so he sets a lot of the pace. And then after that is when the core start to get involved. So I actually like hearing that a lot about Bignum. It makes me pretty confident for him as compared to how wild we've seen 9 Class be in his gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like we can already kind of look at the Alk and the Slark, and then you have Bignum, who's got Snapfire, a really good win rate on Disruptor for himself, Clockwork, Bounty
normal guy.
Yeah, he is the most normal position 4 coming up against maybe the most outrageous position 4.
Yeah,
pretty normal.
It's cool to see Bignum also be here, because I think he's somebody who's been trying for a very long time. I think he's one of the older players here, if I'm not mistaken. So it's cool that he gets a shot to get to the International, and he gets to play at the Road to TI. And we'll see what he brings out today. I think he did try to experiment a little bit with like Bounty Hunter and stuff. Didn't work out as well. So we'll probably see something a little more standard from him. But he does seem to be more of like a captain role for that team, from the outside at least.
Yeah, okay. What areas of gameplay have been so predominant for Wildcard? Because the very first game that they came into this one, their series was against Team Spirit. It was really tough. I think not a lot of people tuned into it thinking it was going to be that quote-unquote blowout that you were talking about, Fear. And the game 1 was very even for a long time. So is it something about the way they lane, the way that they're able to move out of the lanes with whatever advantage they might have, that is keeping these games so close?
Well, I have not been keeping a close eye onto their games.
I watched it. Pride.
Every time I did look over, though, I saw RCY was beyond godlike, so that'll be a good start for them.
Mid lane.
In the first game they played against Spirit, that was close. The second game was an extreme stomp. Like, it was kind of just unfortunate.
We ignore it then.
Yeah, we'll ignore that one.
The game 1.
But the first one, I think it was mostly the early mid game they kept up in like net worth. I think Yamson was playing Terrorblade. He ran that back in the second game as well, and I think even in the stomp he was doing okay. Maybe either way. Net worth way up there. He was playing it pretty solidly. They ran this like Sand King, Undying, Shadow Demon, Snapfire, so they had like a lot of aggressive heroes that could like play around and make moves on the map. I think they had a pretty good understanding of how to make their moves as well, because they were catching Spirit's heroes. Like, this was not like we're out farming Spirit or we're just going to brawl only. They were doing both. They were handling the game in an even way. But I do think it's a lot of, we're going to go play as 4 whilst Yamson gets some good money, and then go and then see if we can win our mid to late game fights. And that's where they crumbled, because they're little, like, they're less experienced, and Spirit, I mean, we've seen the level of execution that team can hit. It's very, very, very hard, and they did not meet the expectations there.
We've seen other teams, though, have that success, and maybe that was just those day 1 jitters for themselves. They've refined it. They've worked on it a little bit. I mean, that's the reason why right now, while they are on this cusp, we could see it go either way for themselves in a game 1 draft. It's here. We get to talk about it a little bit more and see exactly that. Pugner and I was going to say Phoenix, but then I realized it's PVISION, right? Enigma, Phoenix, 2 predominant DM heroes that they're trying to ban out there. But Pugner for PVISION is high enough priority now that it goes into the pool, and Nature's Prophet is now, we're willing to leave it in.
Yeah, so I think there are some conditions that I think Wildcard has to meet for me to be able to have faith in them. I think, for example, Speed is a very hero-specific player. He sort of plays unique heroes sometimes, like his Chen, Venomancer, Batrider. I think he's a bit of a hero spammer, almost. So that's what I would like to see for him. I think RCY is their standout player, like Fear said. I think I would like to see him get a good matchup in the game, so he can have as much impact as possible. And as well as Fade having sort of his Zoo offlaner. I don't like seeing him on traditional heroes like Mars. I think he's more of a Zoo player. So those are the conditions for Wildcard. On the side of PVISION, it's a little more unique just because of 9 class. For example, he's busting out his Monkey, most likely. The thing is, though, Satanic can play it, no one can play it, and this is very much Astini, right? He likes picking heroes that can go multiple roles, make it confusing for the enemy to draft against, probably confuses his own team for a little bit as well, but you know, that's part of it. So it's gonna be, again, Astini doing his mastermind type of thing, but Wildcard, in my opinion, should stick to their guns.
Try not to be too reactionary for themselves. And I mean, when you have first pick and you get Bane, you're not reacting to anything. You're just opening up with what you feel is going to be the strongest.
Yeah. And I think when you see this Monkey King, it's pretty safe to say that is most likely a 9-class hero. Sure, they can flex it, but I don't think 9-class is one of those players that gets a lot of value by having a later pick in the draft anyway. Kind of just plays these cheesy heroes and finds a way to make them work, so it's better just kind of like slap them in at the beginning of the draft.
I have the counter, actually. You need to pick Marcy, who's still in the pool, so this guy can't just snipe your couriers, because that's really what he does.
Yep.
Possibly the best like innate in the entire game, I gotta say. I love that.
Just wasting his time then on that Monkey King.
It sounds funny, but Marcy is a great hero in the meta right now, and it does actually mean this monkey is just gonna waste time sitting on his trees.
Yep. It's a good point. They're probably not talking about it, but if they did...
Maybe beforehand. Maybe it was a talk beforehand. They might not be saying it right now, but, you know, they tried to look forward.
I mean, if they do that for that reason, they're actually genius.
They are banning a lot of the range offlaners, so Phoenix, Enigma, and now Dazzle in the second phase. So it's clear that they know, at least they're thinking it's going to be a melee position 4, if not this monkey. So they're trying to take away the pairings that DM is going to play with this monkey. Because the last time he didn't have one of those heroes like Enigma or Phoenix, he ended up playing Necrophos. And at least that didn't look too good. So I like the idea. I don't like the silencer ban, as we keep bringing up, but we'll bring it up anyways. I think there probably was something better in the pool. I think other popular heroes in the meta that are still in the pool would be Shaker, I believe is still in, Nature's Prophet, the Marcy that we touched on. So there are a lot of heroes to pick.
Yeah. Snapfire as well, right? And that's going to go the way of PVISION, so. Also just banning out some stock standard, Puck's gone.
I think as Wildcard, you're fine with that. I mean, Snapfire's strong, but at least for laning in the early game, we've talked about the Bane Snapfire matchup like 100 times now.
Can you do it again?
Yeah, make it 101.
I don't remember.
I don't want to. I think now, though, for Wildcard, I want to see something that takes advantage of Bane's setup. We've seen, like, Leshrax, we've seen Maz, all these heroes that just really use the Nightmare.
I mean, the Queen of Pain is nice because they played both as carry and mid. So it gives them a little flexibility. It's also a good matchup in case Monkey ended up being a core, which is probably not. And I was going to mention this. I think Batrider was one of Speed's heroes, which is good in theory against the Monkey King because you can kind of chase him down. You're a very strong support matchup against Monkey. You can go anywhere he goes and you're going to be stronger. So I like it. I think they need to kind of make up for the fact that they have these 3 ranged heroes now. They need some heroes that go in, some initiators, which is a little tricky because I do think Fade's hero pool doesn't lend too well into this. Maybe if he has an excuse to pick Night Stalker, I could see them really take over. So maybe something to consider. But now that they see the mid lane matchup, they could just pick RCY, some kind of hero he likes against Invoker, which could be Void Spirit that he's played before, could be the Pangolier. So they have different avenues they can go down.
I want to flag this real quick, though. For Wildcard, they are picking heroes that are so bad into these multi-units. Like, Satanic plays Brood, Satanic plays Meepo. Right now, like, either of those heroes, I think would just run over what Wildcard have. So I wanted them to be, like, either ban cautious or pick cautious with what comes next for them.
Pick an Underlord.
Especially since PVISION have lost overall pick.
I mean, Fade does play Underlord, I believe. I think that's usually the solution a lot of teams come to when you are very susceptible to illusion-based heroes. Okay, Undying offlane, I think, most likely for DM. Undying monkey lane, okay.
You say that hesitantly.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that whenever I see 9 class in the game, like,
okay,
they don't ever try to win their lane, right? Like, if I'm looking at like a Falcons with like Crit and Amar, like they're trying to win the lane. Whenever I see this one, it's like, get DM out of the lane, and then 9 class is just gonna be annoying everywhere else on the map. So their lane combinations truly don't matter too much.
I think Undying is a solid hero to leave 1v2 in a lot of cases. Now Wildcard has the option of putting Queen as a carry because I think it's an okay matchup against Undying. Only thing is you might run into some health regen issues, which is usually the Undying. What he does is he makes the carry have to buy a lot of regen. So there's a different ways that Wildcard can deal with this. I think PVISION has an overall strong idea of how they want to play. It seems like it's kind of developing as the tournament progresses. They want to buy these dominators. They want to be annoying on the map, not this traditional 5v5 like Mars Arena type of gameplay. It's more like, let's control creep waves, let's send our units everywhere. 9 class is going to cause chaos. Satanic's going to get a good, you know, carry matchup or hero in the game. So they're a lot about this chaotic gameplay, and their lineup lends into that very well.
A little surprised by this Abaddon pick.
Mm.
Well, is that going to be... Trying to piece where their heroes are going right now.
I was gonna say, is it a surprise, like, as in
That's
it doesn't
Yamson's
add a lot,
Abaddon,
or like
I think.
who's gonna be playing?
Yeah, but is Abaddon good versus Undying? That doesn't seem like a good matchup.
I think it helps their lineup. I don't think it's necessarily good against Abaddon, or against Undying, excuse me.
No.
But I think they needed some kind of frontline hero, and it's also a hero that Yamson's been, I think, pretty good on. So I can see how it helps complete their draft as opposed to just picking another matchup, because they've mostly been trying to match the enemy in terms of matchups, but now they're like, okay, let's make sure our lineup is rounded. So I don't mind it so much. And we do see a Night Stalker ban, which I think was good because that is one of Fade's best heroes.
Yeah, I'm still a little worried though when it comes to like that Meepo problem that may end up happening in this game.
Or Brood. Either looks great.
Yeah, because like this Abaddon doesn't really solve that issue.
Yeah.
These are very single target heroes. So hopefully they ban Meepo. I don't know if the Brood matters at all, but Meepo does look kind of a big issue.
Meepo's great, especially because the Radiance doesn't really matter, because at level 20, Meepo gets a True Strike talent when a hero is netted, so it just doesn't have any impact anymore.
You can see too, like they ban some illusion-based heroes already.
Yeah.
With the Terrorblade, they realize the weakness, and I think they'll probably try and cover again. If this is a mid Queen of Pain, 2 supports, and a Abaddon carry, maybe you do want to go for that under Lord route potentially. But then potentially you just put Monkey carry, right? So
yeah, this is definitely a tricky pick because you do have a lot to consider when it comes to PVISION and Satanic's last pick. Some anti-summons / illusions, clones, whatever you want to call them. Not too many, like that was mentioned, Underlord, but then they can even put Monkey carry, which completely destroys Underlord.
Yeah, then they'll pick like Rubik or something for 9 class.
Right.
So.
Oh god.
Who's going where?
Say it with a little bit more joy, you know? Oh gosh.
Hey guys, the courier
got the courier. Yeah, they thought about it.
They thought about it.
You guys are so smart. 5G chess.
Geniuses, really. I mean, it probably will have big impact in this game.
Sure.
Like, your couriers, of course, he's still going to hunt for them, but with a little bit of micro and the fact that they're flying, it makes it a lot easier to not lose your couriers. And if you do lose your couriers, well, that's on you.
That's a skill issue.
Definitely a skill issue.
Definitely a skill.
I can see the Meepo. Definitely can see it. I think it lends really well into the other heroes as well. It's additional setup for Invoker, for Snapfire. Undying doesn't have any disable.
Does your Roche for you?
It does, yeah.
And your Tormentor, very easy with Meepo. Great hero, really. They should just lock it in.
Why are they even thinking?
I don't know. What could they possibly be thinking is even close to as good as Meepo, guys?
Keep hyping it up.
Yeah, you should run on over there and.
You have 40 seconds to hype Meepo. Go.
Okay, I think maybe they want Ursa. Otherwise, who cares?
That's not hyping.
Yeah, what?
We need Meepo now. We need Meepo now,
Why
guys.
is Meepo good? Explain every reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so first
end.
of all, they have a bunch of heroes that, and I say bunch, it's just Queen of Pain, with a mobility spell. Earthbind, very good against mobility spells. The 2 supports have no way to deal with multiple heroes. What's Bane gonna do? He can't Nightmare more than one Meepo. It's impossible. Barrett can't lasso more than one Meepo unless he gets Axe. It's impossible. It's over, guys. We lost.
All right, now same passion, but for Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage! That's so sick. Oh, go in Fear.
I think that's a much better pick than Meepo.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Meepo would have been good. I think this is also very annoying to play against, especially because like you are playing a bunch of heroes that have some click ability on you. So counter shield or counter spell has a great value in this game. It does have also, when you're playing versus Marcy, it has blink. So if it goes on you, disposes you, you can blink away to safety and not just die, as we saw. Unfortunately, got to choose Gyrocopter when he played against this offlane Marcy. So it can carry the game, it can lane, and it's satanic on a ultra greedy carry. I trust him to pull it off.
Okay, you got big faith in Satanic. Anything else about the rest of his lineup, though?
Also really good.
Okay.
I think this is definitely a hard outdraft from PVISION.
If you had to give it some arbitrary numbers.
I'm probably going like 60-40 here. Or,
Oh, that's not bad.
Or 80-20 even.
Well, that's a pretty big difference.
That's way worse.
I'll go 70-30.
Okay, we'll meet in the middle. We'll go 70-30 there in favor of PVISION.
I had to think about it more.
That's all right. That's all right. We got there on the third go. Fly yourself.
I think this requires Wildcard to execute, which is a little concerning because we do want them to have, as Fear said it, like very low skill heroes to be able to pull off. But I think this is it's a little more complicated. They need to really thrive off the fact that they have some good matchups. So I don't think it's a 60-40 or 80-20.
Okay.
I think it's closer to like a 50-50 if both teams were equal. But I will give PVISION the edge just because it is, you know, they are the better team most likely. But I think the drafts can both work.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, unfortunately, Rare, I know you're so disappointed about
My
this
favorite hero
Meepo.
wasn't picked up.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about it at all. So instead, we'll get on into the game. We'll head on over to Sunspan and Syndrome.
Thank you very much. Indeed, here we are. Wildcard versus PVISION. Cinderin, are you excited?
Yeah, of course. I think all of these elimination games are super exciting. We already had one of them that went the distance, and arguably for a lot of people probably had the unexpected outcome of obviously Nigma Galaxy coming out on top. So they get a top 8 finish, which is
Our
amazing.
predictions in shambles, horrible shambles.
So you and I, full disclosure, we did predictions together this year.
Yeah, that was a mistake. You're
And
so bad at predicting. Why would I ever agree to this?
We are 0 for 16.
Yeah.
And I think the best possible outcome for us after today is getting 2 right. That is the best thing that can happen.
I'm hoping for it.
It's over. We're done for the predictions. It was fun. It was fun to play. And
I will
big part of
gladly
games is
sacrifice
participating,
my in-game points, Cinderin, for a good TI. And so far, the road to TI has been absolutely sick in a good way, of course.
Yes.
And now we get to watch, and I guess cast, a little bit of PVISION versus Wildcard 9 class on the Monkey King. Looks like they will be getting, it's a split of bounties.
Would you agree that out of the 4 matchups today, on paper, this is the most one-sided one, perhaps, with PVISION against Wildcard? I'm a little bit unsure because one of the upcoming series has Spirit in it, and Spirit has just not looked like themselves at all the last 2 days. So I don't know where to really place them right now, if they're one of those teams that can just suddenly level up and get back to form, but yeah, they have definitely not been bringing their A-game this tournament. Wildcard, however, I would argue they've brought theirs. They're an underdog going into this tournament. A lot of people didn't even think they would make TI. Obviously, coming out of the NA region, they won the qualifiers there, and so far, being in the elimination round, I think a lot of people in their prediction had this team going 1-4 or even 0-4.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is, absolutely.
They've been playing really well. They've found their own style and the stuff that works for them, and like the panel said, they've been thriving a lot off of specifically counter picks that their players play against some of the meta heroes. In this one, don't really necessarily feel like they counter PVISION's lineup, which is my biggest concern. This anti-mage seems to have a pretty solid game, and I also think the Invoker is not fully accounted for either. But with some swift plays, their lineup can accelerate very quickly off of Batrider and Marcy, and Queen of Pain, of course.
Yep. Queen of Pain played by RCY. No one on the Invoker, and this, of course, will be the Agent of Galaron Invoker, with the good old-fashioned Cataclysm that we're used to seeing.
Seen a little bit of a mix this tournament. Some people have gone for Scholar of Corex, so the Quas focus. But
only cast one of those, though.
Yeah. This one's Exort. Samel was just playing the Cataclysm as well in the previous series for Nigma Galaxy.
It feels like more times than not, if they have the setup for the Sunstrike, you kind of just want to go for this Invoker.
I don't have the most obvious setups here, though.
No, they don't.
I guess you have Boundless Strike at level 4. It's a 1.3.
Abyssal Blade Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
Easy.
True. I mean, that's actually their best setup is Anti-Mage, in theory.
Let's talk about the good old Anti-Mage, a hero that we got the pleasure to cast recently as well. Yeah. A hero that won the lanes and won the game, Cinderin.
Yeah, he's been doing quite well. I think his win rate is solid. I believe you and I have cast wins only, but there was a loss yesterday. But I think he's something like 3-1 or 4-1, just going off memory. Maybe he had some more losses, who knows. But yeah, it's solid as a last pick. This game, I think, Fear touched upon it on the panel as well. Playing Anti-Mage into heroes that have single target abilities that you can counterspell is really powerful. And I mean, Bane Bad Rider, right? Doesn't get much better than that. That's their hero identities are built around either. For Bane, you could argue it's equally between Nightmare and Fiend's Grip, but for Bad Rider, it's got to be the lasso that you're looking out for. And Satanic has been I would argue, this whole season in contention for best carry player in the world.
Yeah, he calls himself the best carry in the world. Kezu says that eliminates you from contention.
Oh, really?
If you yourself say that, yeah.
You have to be humble.
Yeah, I guess.
So Sumail was never the best mid either.
Yeah, I guess by his logic that is correct.
Okay.
I mean, let's kind of talk about that a bit, because the fact Wildcard, we talked about how they're kind of the underdog of TI, coming from not only just the NA region, but, well, I guess that's enough in and of itself. But PVISION, are you surprised to see them in this scenario where they could just be knocked out? Because in a lot of ways, it felt like they were at least for a while, a team of the year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say not in particular, because they're still 3-2, right? They had to drop 2 series. They've looked great this year, but they've also had some tournaments, some moments that, oh, hang on.
Ducalis in a lot of trouble, but the Boundless Strike comes from 9 class, and now the overwhelming numbers of PVISION come to fruition. 2 kills for 9 class. And that is a good start for PVISION. Very close in the first blood exchange, though.
And an unexpected rotation, right? This is a 3-minute Lotus Pool that the Monkey King goes through the gate for. That's not one you necessarily see coming, and they do tip 9 class, and he gets both kills as well. And with that great early reward, he's on the way to his Helm of the Dominator on Monkey King position 4.
Classic.
Yeah, well,
as of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, classic from yesterday.
Well, to be fair, any position 4, well, I don't know why I said that. Any hero 9 class who is the position 4 plays, he's just going to play greedy anyway, right? It feels like that's the case. Always does something funky.
Yeah.
Always very entertaining to watch. It's either, most of the time it does work out quite well.
I think if you had to put a percentage on how many of 9 classes games he goes, what you would consider a standard build for the hero he plays.
I would say less than 50%.
Less than 50%.
That's a lot of stacks of sticky napalm on DM.
He's resonating out.
Crisp, but looks like he will eventually survive here. Comes back close to the tombstone, which just has to be given up.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Steve here.
This is
self-advertising, gotta love it.
This is one of Undying's hardest matchups in terms of supports in lane. Bad Rider is very oppressive. You're a hero that has so much staying power and you just want to stand and fight, but you just keep stacking up the napalm and eventually you have to concede. And now again, look at this. Yeah, DM is just dead.
It looks like it. Speed gets a very nice kill. Solo XP as well, it looks like. And DM will have to make the walk of shame. Of course, yeah, not having the Monkey King in lane gonna provide opportunities like that to Wildcard. He will be stealing the wave, and actually the Ancient's doing quite a bit of work to try to deny this. His 9 class, 6 stacks of sticky on him, gets the Boundless Strike off his DM, comes to assist, and Speed no more Firefly. I don't know how many of those creeps were killed by the Ancients, but not the most ideal situation for PVISION.
This is still a very strong laning stage performance out of Speed here. Also, again, forcing that Undying to come and help Monkey King. Monkey King now almost out of resources here, or at least on HP. 9 class not looking too hot, so you'd think with running Clarity plus Mangoes here that Speed, once he cracks level 4 with that Stoked facet, you get up nice, close, and personal even against Undying and win that fight.
Yeah.
This bodes very well for the Abaddon. The panel is talking about how is Abaddon's matchup into Undying in lane. Well, it's not that much of a concern if the support can win it 1v2.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As in that mid lane, if we look at the CS, 31 and 13 for RCY, as No One sitting on 22 and 7. So another lane favored to Wildcard as the 6-minute power rune is coming. It's going to end up bottom, but Bignum trying to help out RCY for the runes
Sonic
here.
Wave.
Won't actually get killed off as RCY hits 6. Ducalis 1 hit away. The blink will be the end of him, and now No One has to run away. Still only level 5 as Bignum making his way over as well, but will they be able to catch him? Get the blood grenade on top. starting to have some mana issues. Another brain sap for the road, but no one ends up surviving. As the cold snap will help heal him up a bit. Speed even coming in the area as 9class plants a tree to be able to pounce off of. Not going to get the kill though. Now 9class going to apply some pressure to Big Nump. Looks like he will get the kill, but will it cost him his life? It will. So kill streak ended, and RCY be pretty happy with that.
That was actually a double kill for Speed. He killed his Bane and the enemy Monkey King with that flame break.
Good stuff.
To be fair, that is a very good exchange, though. The Monkey did have the amp damage rune, and you want to end that exchange as fast as possible there. So, yeah, not bad. Once again, for the side of Wildcard, this early game looking quite good for them. Main concern is, of course, Satanic having a good time on his anti-mage, but there is a possibility for this game to get into a mid-game state where Wildcard can really run the show. If they accelerate while AM has to farm and their other lanes have gone well, and in particular if Undying is slowed down sufficiently, this could get kind of interesting here with the early game that they've built for themselves. On the side of PVISION, I think you just want to, slow things down a bit if you can.
Fade completely out of mana. Pops the wand for one more rebound, but now he's in a bit of trouble. Satanic does get slept, though.
I just realized he's only level 4.5 to level 6 of Satanic.
Yeah, that's true. Sunstrike
nice
will
dodge.
be avoided. Satanic, knowing that the level 1 mana void would not be enough, but you can see 9class on the tree, looking for an opening. Tukala still waiting in the wings as well. Rebound in, very aggressive play from Fade. Might pay the ultimate price. A nice boundless strike into the mana void. It's enough. Satanic, first kill to his name.
He did not think MK was there, evidently. Another nice move. Every single successful play from PVISION right now has come off of 9class. And yeah, this begs the question, how do you recover this type of... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, good TP. No stuns.
How does Marcy recover this game as an offlaner from this position?
Cold snap. Big sonic wave onto 2 heroes as RCY and company. They're actually going to get Tornado. Now the chase is onto no one, but the reinforcements have arrived. Ducalis focusing on RCY now. Gets the blink off, though, as no one's still getting gone on by Fade, but looks like no kills will come from this. That Mud Golem is extremely angry.
How many Dominators do you think will be in this game?
I thought there would only be 2.
Okay, there's 5. Abaddon bought it first item. Marcy's buying one. Anti-Mage has one. Invoker is buying one. And Undying is buying... Oh, it's 6, actually. Undying is buying one.
You're kidding.
They're getting 4 on PVISION. The only hero who does not have it in Quick Buy is the the Snapfire.
And why not?
Yeah.
Why not just go for all 5?
So they're getting 4, and
this
the
feels
side
like
of Wildcard's
overkill.
getting 2.
Surely this is overkill.
I don't know.
I mean, what's your assessment based on the games that we watched? Is it as good as the pro players think? Because sometimes they're just wrong, you know?
I think in this particular game it's really, really good because the side of Wildcard don't have the best ways of killing those creeps. There's no... I guess Marcy with the Fleeting Fury can be quite good at it, but aside from that, the other heroes don't really want to spend time running down these Dom creeps. And if your assessment as PVISION about this team-to-team matchup is that you can go late game, this is like your pseudo-Midas. Yeah, this would be a really nice stack to get.
Fade continuing to get harassed. He's the one having some major trouble in the laning stage. So you see, actually in terms of net worth, you can see no one has been struggling quite a bit as well. As DM's going to force Yamsen out, but they get considerable amount of those creeps. As RCY getting closer to his Blade Mail. 2-level advantage right now on no one.
Have we seen a game with a team getting more than 3 Doms until this one? I feel like 3 was the record by Tundra.
No, I have not.
Yeah, this will be interesting, for lack of a better word. Bottom lane.
Yeah, Nightmare onto the Satyr. It's reflected, though, as 9class is burning in the bot lane, but will survive.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
It's going to be really hard to keep track of all these heroes plus their pets at this rate. Fade finally does hit level 6. As mid lane, Cold Snap into the Meteor, Boundless Strike. The Centaur stopped a little bit too late. Not sure they would have had the damage anyway.
This is just turning into a therapy session.
Well, you really enjoy the voice.
That's a couple of good ones.
Yeah, they are.
I like that.
I prefer the Cinderin voice line.
Of course.
Which speaks Danish.
Oh, you like that one more. Can you quote it for me?
No, I don't remember anything other than the fact that it was Danish.
That's right.
Which made me really hungry for Danish, of course.
Yeah, the best thing to come out of Denmark, of course, Danish pastries, which in Danish are called Vienna bread. So we don't want to take credit either.
Yeah, that's very humble of you. You guys must be the best then.
That's right. Yeah, according to Kezu.
That's right.
Also, according to Kezu, if you cannot be the best, if you claim to be the best, of course, he is in the running because he has never said I'm good.
That's true. Nobody else has either, though. As the mid lane taken, or the mid tier 1 taken out by Wildcard, it was just an inevitable fact of nature.
About 2,000 up on the net worth. This is a solid start for them. They can keep building on it. Just finding getting ice on Satanic, but I mean, how do you initiate on this hero without Marcy? It's like the only stun you have that reliably connects an AM.
Yeah. Unless you get a grip from Fog.
Exactly. You have to get in from
very
Fog.
difficult.
You have to get Blink on Bat, but Speed is not going to go Blink first by the looks of it. He is queuing up the Glimmer Cape. As is pointed out here, the Queen of Pain with a Blade Mail Rush together with Bondage. Pretty standard, but okay, fine. Of course means Queen of Pain is not offering anything in the ways of killing AM. Historically, Quap would oftentimes go Orchid Rush when playing against Anti-Mage. Just not really meta right now. So, Blade Mail it is.
You know, a good counter play to all these helms, Cinderin, is the Queen of Pain Aghanim Scepter. More units that can be shadow-stricken and Scream of Pain.
Actually, not a bad idea.
Yes, I know. Every once in a while, the clock is correct when broken. That's definitely the same.
Yes, that
2K early lead for Wildcard, despite the 4 helm of Dominators.
Yeah.
For PVISION. I feel like we
looking at this it just looks so weird.
Yeah, this is unnatural.
It feels wrong, man.
It's filthy.
I'm used to looking at this overview of items, and there might be like one of these on one hero sometimes. And it's like, oh, there's Lycan or Beastmaster. Yeah, there'll be a Dommy in the breakdown.
This is like having a teleportation scroll at this point. Just required, it seems. Line class. Level 6 now. Man.
I draw the line at Batrider, though. If Batrider would have bought a Dom, it's time to go.
Well, sometimes you just feel left out, you know? The FOMO effect is pretty strong.
Ducaz could still queue one up. He's just very poor, so doesn't have much to work with. We haven't talked about that much, but one of the highlights of the draft, Ducaz is 5-0 on Snapfire for PVISION, so has been their most successful position 5 pick of the tournament, and if he can keep that streak up, might end up turning into a ban for future teams.
Wildcard was 0-4 on Snapfire, if I'm not mistaken, from the stats that I saw earlier, too. So
then it's highly unsurprising that it ended up on that team.
Yes. As DM, if he walks a little bit to the right, might be in some trouble. Speed has the lasso. Grip is going to start it out, though, with Flame Break to follow. Yamsen has made his way here as well. Lasso is expended, just in case. Good kill from Wildcard. Of course, Undying is back as you hear the demonic laugh.
Do you think that that innate is in a good place? Starts on cooldown, and then afterwards it has an 8-minute cooldown.
It's fine. Only because I find Undying in the mid to late game to be hilarious.
Okay,
one of the coolest heroes in Dota right now.
So it's not about whether it's actually balanced, it's just about whether you like the hero.
I mean, everything is balanceable.
Yes. Okay. That you did not answer the question at all,
yes.
In other words.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the question was?
Is it balanced? Do you like where it's at? Yes.
Yeah, true. Okay. All right. I'll give you this one. You actually listen for once. Here goes. A nice little ripe tomato will be eaten up by DM.
Oh, we got some skellies coming. The rally is strong. Yamsen shows up, though, and some smoked members of Wildcard. They're going to top of DM. Pops the Flesh Golem. He's already extremely low. Kisses are coming at a big Sonic Wave, clipping 2. DM finally does drop. It's going to be the trade for Fade. And now Yamsen kind of stuck in a weird spot, but Big Gum, he's going to be taking the recipient of 9 classes ult, the Wukong's command. Not doing too much as that support Monkey King. RCY completely out of mana now, and there is a mana void for Satanic available, and there he goes. So big kill in the end for PVISION. It's the second death in a row for DM, though, on the Undying. Going to slow him down a bit.
Yeah, they do manage to take him out, but the overall value they got out of that Tombstone and just the tankiness of Undying, making for a good overall exchange for PVISION there for sure. And of course, with this, Satanic with what would usually be considered a really bad Battle Fury timing here, coming in a moment when his courier is back. Of course, that timing is quite a lot better when you have a Helm of the Dominator in the build-up.
Yes.
Without Dom, you're happy to get Battle Fury at like 12 minutes. Now, with that, at 17, with 1,000 gold to boot even.
Wonder what the math is on how valuable it's been up to this point, as opposed to just getting the faster Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Like, how involved? He's not been really that involved until this last moment. Really.
One of the upsides is that the early Crown is actually very good in lane for Anti-Mage in the build-up to Dom. I think part of the reason he was doing so well in lane against Fade was specifically because of that item into Tread.
Satanic, able to blink out just in time. Obviously, the counterspell, something that Speed has to worry about all game long.
Yep. Let's see if PVISION can set up a way of getting themselves 4 Dark Troll Summoners with their Doms and then doing a 24 skeleton rally push. Would love to see that.
That will die to a single scream of pain.
Well, if they don't kill them, I wonder how fast they can take a tier 2 tower. Nightmare onto the Dom
The
creep.
zoo is coming
Here
for you,
comes the
Big
other
Gnome. Careful
Dom
now. Bane's worst nightmare, just being run at by a pine cone. Won't be able to find the distance, though, this time. As the creeps have amalgamated into the mid lane, going for the tier 1, but Satanic has bigger sight set. Big Gnome nightmares himself, and eventually will be brought down by the Mana Void again. So PVISION getting a little bit more aggressive in the last couple minutes.
I think it's very noticeable how much the game has changed in the last 5 minutes, where it went from Wildcard are actually in a pretty good position, the laning stage went well, they're pulling off some successful moves, and now they're all just garbage men trying to deal with the onslaught of Helm of the Dominators in every single lane all the time, running at them, and they just don't have the best heroes for it. But Fade trying himself to be annoying. However, on the other side, Invoker and Snapfire actually kill them quite well. So, lasso, DM.
He's going to get some help from 9 class, though, with the Wukong. He's going to make this a little bit annoying. Centaur Stomp as well on top of Fade. And the Kiss is going to clip him on the backside. And the Sunstrike is enough from no one.
Clean hit.
So numbers coming for PVISION, forcing the rest of Wildcard back.
9 class has had really good instincts this game with his hero movements. Was another good save there onto the Undying of DM. And speed, well, you're gonna need a lot of speed here.
Yeah, well, he does have Firefly. That certainly helps.
Okay. Oh, he missed the
Flame Break hits only 1. Gonna get clipped by Ducalis, though, and that should be the end of him.
Mission failed.
No one with another Sunstrike kill.
Sure, Speed is gonna make a nice YouTube video about this one. That was a little bit of an overplay. We probably post-game analysis can figure out the mistake there, which was not running away. PVISION are very much so stabilizing this game. Now they're 2k up. Writing on the wall here is this is a godlike anti-mage game. Down the stretch, nobody really deals with him very well except Marcy. Because even Big Gnome will get killed off.
No one
now
again.
By
My goodness.
They also get the Tormentor, so this is going to be the shard for Ducalis.
Yeah, that's...
He was queuing it up to buy. Now that he doesn't have to buy that, will he buy Helm of the Dominator? No. He's going for Solar Crest.
One can dream, as no one... I assume he got that kill with the Sunstrike. So
I think he found Big Gnome in the river.
Oh,
so
okay.
there were different ways that could have happened, but yeah, let's lead now.
Yeah, no one, I mean, I have to say, he was struggling mightily at the beginning of this game, but he has catapulted himself back up.
RCY has been playing a very good tournament. I think he's impressed a lot of people, and the lane matchup obviously co-op against Invoker quite good, so can have some nice individual skill expression in that lane. But now that we have lanes have broken down a while ago, this is when it gets more complicated.
And he's got that 3k lead now on the AM. Has Manta, Battle Fury, the item that shall not be named. And we'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter now.
Helm of Lord Voldemort, of course.
Yep,
Some of us
right.
can say
RCY
that. I actually used
finds
to look like
Ducalis,
Harry
rebound,
Potter.
will hit.
Easy kill.
Easy kill indeed. What about Harry Potter?
I used to look like Harry Potter, so I can say Voldemort.
I have the scar of Harry Potter though. That's stronger.
So when we merge together, we are.
When we merge together, it produces brain rot, which most of the viewers watching can attest to now.
Harry Rotter. Happy Rotter.
Yeah, they're happy about it though.
Yep,
no doubt. Right. Speed can be found by 9 class. Gets defused. And this should be another easy kill for PVISION, although Glimmer makes it a little bit harder. Satanic again, level 2 mana void. Another kill to his name. 14k net worth, and now PVISION into the pit.
Oh, 2 rally creeps. Bring him in.
That's hype.
Okay, let's give me some zombies too.
Talk to me about this AM Ags. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah, it's a real feels-good item for AM. This hero gains a lot of EHP from buying anything that gives health because he has pretty good base armor and he has good base magic resist. So when you buy Aghanim Scepter, it's not like extremely good value for money in terms of health, but it's an added benefit to, you know, you get a bigger mana pool, which is helpful for playing around the map and being aggressive. The active of it, or rather it is a passive when you blink, is a very fast way of ramping up your damage in fights, because when you're running Mana Thirst, you just want a target to very quickly run low on mana. So you blink in, you hit someone, they lose a big portion of their mana, and in turn you get damage. So it effectively is like a team fight accelerant.
I forgot it even reduced blink cooldown by 1 second, just as an additive.
It's very, very strong.
So a tier 2 tower taken out by PVISION. They claim the Aegis as well for Satanic, who has been extremely hard to kill thus far, and this only adds an additional layer to his safety.
Of course, the final part of X that we didn't mention on AM, when you hit people with your first swing after blinking, you lose 20% of your mana, but also they cannot regenerate mana for 6 seconds, making Anti-Mage a true hard counter to specific things, such as OD. You just blink and hit OD, and then Essence Flux just doesn't work.
Should be good
for
against
6 seconds.
Medusa as well. We've been seeing
obviously that is the
AM banned constantly because of that.
Counter to
Fade
Medusa.
gets inhibited inside the Wukong's command. Sunstrike coming for him, but the Sonic Wave to try to help, not enough. 9 class gets credit for that one. Satanic did use the ult.
Is he gonna keep chasing here?
Doesn't have.
No. Not worth it.
Doesn't have the Ags yet. Only 800 away though. But PVISION now in the driver's seat.
This was over.
After a bit of a rough start.
It actually makes Bane so bad.
Yeah,
they
really
can all take Nightmare off with a creep.
And look at him, this pathetic Bane trying to kill this wolf, and he's not even gonna get it.
I think Big Num is bored. It's like he just can't make moves. Everything just stops him. Man.
All right, to be fair though, Bane has been kind of the support of the tournament, I feel like,
he's
right?
doing well, yeah, for sure.
It's like better. Not that he's been bad in the past, but I was expecting Rasa to continue to be that hero, but for whatever reason, it's kind of fallen off in the last couple days. The Bane continues, even against these mass summons.
You would think in a patch that is so dominated, no pun intended, by Humble the Dominator, that Shaman would indeed be rated high because you just ball down towers, right? You just play Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoo with Shaman was how TI4 was won. So, obviously, the math has changed a lot since then with the bonus gold for destroying towers, the comeback mechanics of what you get when you get kills when you're behind and whatnot. But in essence,
PVISION
possible.
Looking for a fight. They have found the Queen of Pain. Deafening Blast applied to him. Wants to go for the Mana Void, but the Blade Mail's still active.
Good
RCY
Nightmare.
gets to the high ground. Satanic's going to reset now as the endless creeps. So dumb.
You know what would be really funny? TI ends and they don't nerf it in the next patch. They just leave it. Like, this is a breath of fresh air.
That's a Sonic Wave and a half for 9 class. It denies the Centaur. I mean, those are worth quite a bit of gold. Does find its way to the grave, though.
This was over.
Oh, another big kill onto the Croaker incoming. Unless the Helm of Dominator is used in the next few seconds, it does give the 100 gold to Yamsa.
Yamson is starting to make some pretty serious item progression as well. So now he's got the Radiance Manta closing in on Blink. Of course, Abaddon, the best carry in Dota right now to buy Blink Dagger on, in my opinion, together with Sven, because you can just... First of all, it's really valuable for your hero to get into the middle of the fight as fast as possible, but also when your borrowed time is running, you're not taking damage. You can blink out of a fight while being hit by 5 heroes.
Yeah, it's like the old days when Blink was first introduced in Dota 1. You could do that normally. Pretty crazy. Is Yamson actually completely out of mana right now?
Gain script.
Satanic.
He's trying to fight here.
Yeah, he wants to go for the mana boy. Can he blow him up in time? Is Bignum taken out first by Satanic? And now the borrowed time activates for Yamson as the Mortimers slow him down a little bit as Satanic looking for the big ult onto Yamson. See the Glimmer Cape applied right now as Satanic still has that Aegis for another 20 seconds. Turns the sight onto Fade instead, and that's life number 1. 9 class is looking for an opening. It's a Satanic continue here. They have their Zoo ready.
That was a
backdoor protection still applied though.
From Wildcard. They got the Aegis out of AM's hands and only lost Bane, but obviously big spells on cooldown.
Abaddon does not have borrowed time. Very
Sonic
big deal.
Wave is now on.
Fortification activated now. And PVISION look to be resetting fully. So Blink Dagger used to be able to use it when you got hit, and then they changed it to not be that way, but they had a mana cost. Then when they removed the mana cost, Dota went up the tier of game it became, Cinder, with that one change.
When mana cost of Dagger was removed?
Yes. So good. So good. Just think of a time Wraith King used to buy Force Staff. Just think about how bad that is.
That sounds horrible.
It does. Shout out to TC.
Oh, that's
9
right.
class.
Oh, nice find there with the Dom, but he has the shard.
Yes, indeed. Had to purchase that one since the Tormentor supplied Ducalis with the shard instead.
I will say, theoretically, you can get to a stage in this game on Abaddon where you can actually kill Anti-Mage, but it does not happen until Bloodthorn. That's the item that truly unlocks that play, where you blink in Manta, pop Bloodthorn on AM, just absolutely wail away at him with everything you have. Together with Marcy, that can be a killer combo. Until that point, I don't see Satanic cashing in a single death.
RCY. It's going to be found by Satanic. They're trying to set up a little bit of a bait action here. He's actually going to blink in very aggressively. Speed sees him. Has a big Cataclysm coming out. Looks like the AM is perfectly fine, though. Going to try to man fight against Fade inside this Wukong's command. Will blink away, though, as Ducalis looks to be the sacrifice for PVISION.
Made a dent in him, but still very difficult to kill him off fully. Now the chase is on.
Yeah. Good luck. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so like I said, the cooldown even lower for Blink. No one who's going to be slowed to a crawl. 9 class going to be there for moral support. So Shiva's getting pretty close for RCY. Any other big items incoming? Satanic almost has Butterfly.
Fade is queuing up Ags. I thought he would go Basher against AM. The Ags can be pretty cool, but obviously if Manta is available, you can dispel it and get out. At the same time, though, if you use Manta offensively as you blink in, you could get caught off guard and get killed off by the constant silencers of Marcy, so I don't really mind it. I think Basher is the safer choice, but still, either way, far away from there for now. Do you feel like Speed is making a mistake not going Blink here? I don't know what to think, because if you still don't kill Anti-Mage in a lasso, I don't know if it matters that much, but I feel like they could. If he just Blink Lasso Glimmers and runs him into his teammates, he should be killable.
Yeah, it's
without that, it's tough.
Definitely unusual. As DM will get grab ally.
That is a very good shard this game. Lasso, grip.
Yeah.
Kiting out Marcy. We saw Faith Beyond, also known as Bach, have an insane game on that Undying.
Wait, was that him?
Nope, it was XXS. I was testing you. XXS had an insane game.
I cast that game. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so did I, but...
yeah, no, I don't think you were there.
No, you did it alone. Well, evidently I wasn't.
They're in
it's
spirit.
It's funny that people haven't really been prioritizing Shard since the nerfs from like years ago.
In my
It's still
defense,
so
Bach
good.
was in the game, though.
He
was in
was.
the other team.
That's right.
So, and
Very
he's
close
also
in
a
the
very
round.
good player, and therefore he could have done the same thing.
Yes. But he
it
didn't.
was XXS, that's right.
He went for cart.
He did the cart plays, which were equally impressive.
Yes.
And that made for a hell of a series, of
That's
course,
the
to
best game
qualify
that
the
we've
first
cast.
team for TI. That was the 3-0 versus 3-0 showdown.
Yeah, that was
yesterday.
very good. Okay, so Satanic with the Basher. And
Yeah.
we'll be finishing the full Abyssal first. I mean,
Standard
what do you
stuff.
want to see after that? Does he need to go BKB? If he sees this Aghanim Scepter on Marcy, perhaps?
I think either BKB or Satanic, like both options are good. I guess, like you said, with Marcy Axe, maybe the BKB becomes a little bit better, but you can also use Satanic as a dispel, right?
This is going to be a big play. Smoke from
this is
Wildcard is
the
going to be
moment.
broken up by 9 class. Roche number 2 underway. Belches right in Satanic's face. And there's the counter smoke now from PVISION. See if they try to wrap around now. I don't believe either team has a scan either remaining. They're actually just not gonna force anything, it seems. There's still 2 more minutes until Roche switches spots.
Yep. Nothing else that play from PVISION did force.
I mean, the pit is super
Wildcard
scary,
over.
though.
Yeah.
For both sides, really. No one.
Set up.
It's the meatball. Trying to force out this borrowed time. Nightmare provides a little bit of extra getaway. But yeah, Tombstone is always something you have to worry about. Mortimer's Kisses from so far away. And on the other side, you have a hero that can just go in and out of the pit at free will with the Bat Rider. And the Sonic Wave basically covers the entire pit. It's a pretty scary proposition. Looks like Yamson's going to go straight for the Bloodthorn now that the Orchid is done.
Yeah, it's the build here. And then after that, he's going to go Abyssal. And then by piling everything onto the AM, maybe he's killable. That is ultimately going to be the challenge that Wildcard have to overcome if they want to win this game. They have to eventually be able to kill Satan.
Oh, the tree was broken. Speed. Very nice speed as 9 class uses the BKB, but the lasso is reserved for him. And this is while the second rush was underway for PVISION. Now they're in a 4 versus 5. They have to commit for it. Speed's going to be able to spot it out. Yamson into the pit. He goes, but Satanic gets the Aegis. They get the Roche as well. Grip right now onto the Undying. Looks like DM is just dead. And Ducalis and company going to try to get away as a Sonic Wave from RCY does clip no one. Lincoln says proc is a big mana boy from Satanic, though. Now turning his sights onto Faye. That looks to be a dead Marcy. And now RCY completely out of mana, slow to a crawl. Satanic double kill as DM, I believe that was the innate procking, back in action again. Yamson left all alone. Last remaining member of Wildcard. Gets off the Blink Dagger, but now slowed. And Satanic catches up. And the bash, enough to bring the rest of Wildcard to their knees.
That
so
looked
PVISION get
promising.
basically everything here.
It looked promising for Wildcard, but a flawless fight from Satanic. Just every single decision there, perfect. And they tried to go and chase down no one there with the Sonic Wave and get on top of him, but Satanic immediately blinks to his assistant and just covers it. Look at those damage numbers. Check in PC. Straight down mid now, 21,000 gold lead for PVISION, and of course, Satanic wants this to end. He is picking up and placing the banner. Well, he's not placing it yet. He's still backpacking his Abyssal.
Speed. Very, very difficult to get out of this one. He's just dead. And yeah, the Roche banner going to make it even more difficult. His Nightmare was there. He actually tried to take it off of Speed, and he just, oh my goodness. That is rough. Now they're just falling like dominoes as PVISION should be able to secure this set of barracks, if not more. They cannot, I mean, the tier 2 still remains at top, so bot lane should be their choice. Gonna try to find RCY, gets off the Sonic Wave, but the Tornado clips him. They have the lockdown, Abyssal Blade, and no mana to speak of. RCY mana voided. Many cancellations from Satanic. That's what 17-year-old kids do, Cinderin.
He's got to keep his APM high for the post-game screen, of course.
2 lanes of barracks for PVISION now. Trying to go for throne.
Do you think Satanic has 3 of himself in fantasy?
Is that even possible?
No,
is the
you
real
can only
question.
have 1. But
Maybe
if
he
there-
contacted somebody at Valve.
But if he did, and there was an APM stat, he would be auto-canceling all game.
Yeah, true. Oh, he's actually going to get lassoed.
That
Do
is
they have to follow? That
ambitious, to say
tornado
the
is
least.
beautiful. Mortimer's to follow. Fade pops the BKB. Again, this is still a second life for Satanic. So first one is down. DM puts down the tombstone. As 9 class jumps out of it. Yamsa now going through the tombstone. His borrow time is down. Satanic with the alacrity. Truly something to fear. First tier 4 down. As PVISION looking like they want to finish this right here, right now. The Nightmare to slow things down, but they have many creeps to take that off. The last tier 4 will drop. They're going to find speed on the bot lane. The tornado's going to be way off. But Satanic with the instant bash mana void. Another kill to his name. 12-0 on this anti-mage. As the Ancient now exposed. Now you got some siege units hitting at it as well. One last buyback from Wildcard. This is a 4 versus 5 in attempted defense. PVISION. Are they actually going to back away, or is this a fake back?
Well, he did TP now on AM, so this is a full-on back. Completed Scotty.
Yeah, silver lining for Wildcard is the fact that they could not get the Megas since the tier 2 is still remaining there. Not much of a silver lining.
The real silver lining is that this is a 3-game series, and in the next game you can make adjustments to try to make this more palatable. Honestly, this is just a godlike AM game, and it's a great last pick. They played it solidly on the side of PVISION, and they kept the map under control with all their dominators, preventing Wildcard from really making as many moves as they would like with their lineup. And to me, arguably the biggest surprise was the Marcy losing the lane this hard. I think Marcy being level 4 when AM is level 6 really, it caused a lot of trouble. But a lot of that comes from the great rotation that 9 class did early on to the Lotus Pool at minute 3, if you remember. He got 2 kills up there.
That's true. That's
really
true.
was
very unorthodox.
It was very impactful on the entire outcome of the game, that singular move, because the top lane just became unplayable.
RCY, Abyssal Bladed, and dead. Just like that, 100 seconds on the deck. Yamsen caught in the crosshairs of PVISION. Borrow time does activate, but it's only a matter of time now. Fade trying to fight his way out of it, but the Cataclysm comes as GGs come out, and PVISION take game 1 relatively easily.
Yep, that was I was going to say it was a beatdown, but I don't think that's fair to
No,
Wildcard.
first 10 minutes or so was Wildcard favored, actually.
Yeah, the first 10 were Wildcard favored. The subsequent 10 were pretty even, but the problem is even is not good enough in this game with the lineups the two teams are proposing. You have to snowball it harder as Wildcard, and they were unable to.
The Wildcard down 1 game in this best of 3, Nat.
That's right, Sunspan. This man is just so knowledgeable on everything that he's saying there. Yeah, first game going the side of PVISION. We definitely got to sing some praises for Wildcard, though, because we said it leading into this. It's not going to be the blowout a lot of people are expecting for. There is going to be fight back. There is going to be something from Wildcard, and there was this time around.
I mean, there definitely was. Speed was popping off on his Batrider in the early game. Things are looking pretty decent. RCY had good control over the mid lane as well, but last pick anti-mage, your draft wasn't... There were so many holes on that last pick. We were calling Meepo, didn't think about the anti-mage, but it just showed that there was definitely a weakness in letting Satanic have a perfect hero, because they had a lot of overlap on all their other heroes. Very single target focused, very little team fight, and at some point this anti-mage is going to get the farm, and there's nothing you can do to win the game after that.
Yeah, also just the way that Satanic plays, not just this anti-mage, but in general, and then you see it on this anti-mage where he gets a free last pick, what feels like fly. He gets to pick whatever he wants, and this anti-mage is going in when you wouldn't expect an anti-mage to normally want to go in.
Yeah, I think Satanic had basically a free game. His lane went much better than expected. I think he hit all his timing super early. He got the Dominator, he got Battle Fury at a good timing. he was able to kind of do whatever he wants. There was so much map pressure from the side of PVISION, maybe because of the 4 dominators, which I'm sure we're going to get to soon.
Yeah.
But I felt like this is such a frustrating game from Wildcard's perspective. They just couldn't get anything done. There's always some creeps being pushed in their side. There's some Monkey King running around being annoying. Meanwhile, Satanic is just farming, and you know you're playing against this AM, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4 Helm Dominators. I think we should just go ahead and talk about it now, because we've seen it before for Tundra, where they picked up 3, 1 on each core rare. But to now see a Monkey King, a position 4, also picking it up for yourself, it's so oppressive with the map pressure.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the part of like, oh, it's just oppressive and a good item to get it, or like they're just hoping to use it to end. Like they just think, oh, we're gonna hit our timing, let's just go down mid with like 4 creeps or something. I don't know. I mean, it's hard, right? We talked about Meepo and so on being good. Yeah, it's because these supports can't deal with these creeps. Like they're everywhere. They're constantly pushing towers. You have no way to clear these waves. It sucks. It's hard.
I think it just hard counters Bane too.
Yeah.
It's like Bane always wants to just sleep someone and set up for a kill. Everyone but Anti-Mage had an ability to take the sleep off, so you have to lead with grip or something, which is a little more awkward. So yeah, I mean, obviously the item is good, but I think it's twice as good when you're playing versus Bane.
I was also interested by that interaction where we saw Bane sleep one of the hero creeps, right? One of the Helmdome creeps.
Yeah.
And Anti-Mage puts on his counterspell and hits it. Even though you're not targeting AM, it's like targeted to go to him, so it reflected back onto the Bane. And I was like, wow, that's really annoying, because now it feels like I can't even be comfortable putting a sleep down as a Bane around my offlaner to help him against the carry.
I mean, no pun intended. It is a nightmare of a game for me. Like, it just sounds miserable. I think you need to be extremely well thought out of where you're going to set up anything this game. But he also didn't have help. I think Batrider not going Blink Dagger was very grief this game. He had a fantastic game in the early game, but he decides to buy this Glimmer when there's no initiation on his team. So you would want some initiation so the Bane can be in position to set up spells, but nobody gave that to him. So it's already a hard game and made even harder by the item choices.
Yeah,
I was just gonna add on to that, like Marcy also wanted Diffusal Blade for some reason too. Like all this, like we'll call it wasted net worth, is you're gonna get punished by PVISION if you go for it. So I think the game was even, it was looking good. You can't make mistakes and itemize in a way that doesn't propel you forward, and I think they had a lot of wasted gold, unfortunately, in this one.
I also want to add on to that point.
Yes, right.
When we watched the video of the highlight reels as well, I think every time we saw a team fight, Wildcard were starting on Undying, which I think was awful, because you either need to be able to position yourselves in a way to catch the right heroes for your fight, or you have to buy items to do so. And when they're killing an Undying, especially on that Roche fight as well, it's like you kill the Undying, he literally just instantly respawned with his innate. So it didn't matter. And then you like pan top and Abaddon's there fighting an Undying again. It's like, why did we use grip on this? Why is this what we're going on? You know, on the bot fight, we're going on an Undying just so that Snapfire can ult on top of the rest of the team. It felt like they just didn't really have very good prioritization of hero kills in their fights.
Okay, so rough itemization, you know, a lot of resources used on a target that could have been spent somewhere a little bit better. But before all of this really kicked off and all the fighting fear, First Blood, right, around the Lotus pool, the numbers brought on the side of PVISION towards their safe lane to contest that.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight here the fact that this is what you do when you are playing Monkey King support, right? Like, you're not going to lane bots. 3 minutes, by the way. You don't see this coming most of the time, but this is 9 classes playstyle. Like, this lane could have went potentially a lot worse for Satanic, but you have to remember, Satanic always gets a free game because 9 class is always helping him out, and DM is the one getting sacked. So he's allowed to play these anti-mage type heroes because 9 class will always enable it.
Okay. I'm still a little bit curious then how you counter that, right? Do you have to do something in the draft then, Fear, to make your off lane a little bit stronger? Do you need to bring more numbers? Like, it's 3 minutes. How else could you add to this?
Yeah, I think something went wrong in the draft where you allow Satanic to have a very comfortable gotcha pick, right? I think you have to have a well-rounded lineup that makes it so whatever Satanic does play, it can't 1v9 the game. Not every hero can do that in every circumstance, so I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball a little bit in how they were putting Satanic in a position where he couldn't pick a hard carry. He could pick anything he wants this game, and unfortunately, he was put in a position where he got anti-mage and couldn't touch it.
Well, look, I got to fact check you guys, okay? You're giving me a lot of information about Wildcard, what they could have done differently, the fact that they were ahead, lots of little momentum, but yeah, got to fact check. You got to bring in a fourth voice here because I've got to hear from Purge just exactly how he saw it go down.
I would love to share that with you, actually. I have some early clips watching the good things that Wildcard did in their laning stage and how that got them a gold advantage and how that transitioned. Most of it came down to their safe lane, where they got to zone DM heavily using Batrider. I had to show this context about why Speed voice-lined DM here. He got both a last hit against a hero that has 20 more damage than him and a deny, so that was pretty sick. He was very excited about this. This got his momentum up, I think, because then he basically got to zone both of these melee offlaners. And this is the moment 9 class went through the gate. Speed probably thought like, haha, I get a free little Lotus. This is wonderful for me and my team. Unfortunately, they lost the double kill. But what he gets to turn this into is basically zoning these two heroes. 9 class left the lane a lot because he couldn't do that much there. And he did get some things done, certainly. But DM just had a harder go of it as a result. He gets run down in this case just by the support by himself and takes a huge amount of damage, has the tombstone defensively. Speed ends up killing this for 125 gold, so very, very good for his game. And then DM finally comes back to the lane again. He gets a shield, he gets right click, DM gets killed by him solo as a support. So this is a really abnormal circumstance to be in for a pause 5, basically, because normally you don't get to bully these guys like this. This gives Abba like the craziest lane. He can last hit and deny every single creep. He's super, super happy, and Speed has more levels and gold than normal because he's getting those kills. So as a whole, he's really happy. They get the Helm of the Dominator 8 minutes 20 seconds, and they basically use this to pressure the offlane tower. That's when you know a lane has gone bad. Nice TP by DM to avoid his death here, but they end up taking this tower super early. That's more gold advantage for his squad that they're really happy with. And then they start crossing the other side of the map. They're going to take these stacks that their opponents had made for one of their teammates instead. They don't have a good way to clear it, so they just move over and clear it themselves. Very nice cascading of advantages. But then the Helm of the Dominators start coming in. This is Satanic on the other side of the map who's busy farming, bringing 6 skeletons. He's been planning for this push. And how do you stop all this stuff? There's a tombstone down, there's forged spirits, there's globs. They've got like 3 couriers in the fight as well. You got to watch out for those. They might deliver some items. So this is basically where PVISION starts really putting all of their effort towards their opponents and doing a nice job kind of breaking this advantage that they have. They group their heroes and they have these extra creeps. This was super instrumental though. This courier snipe, Yamsun's courier snipe, that was a relic. That's supposed to be his Radiance. He was off to that great start earlier. His Radiance ends up getting delayed until like 20 minutes. Because of that courier snipe. Hugely impactful moment for the game as PVISION basically just swarm all of their neutrals on the mid wave. So despite being behind from that bad lane, the way that they utilized these Helm of the Dominator creeps, the way that they brought all their heroes together to push towers really gave them a nice advantage. And the last clip that I have, just look at this, this very sad display of the Radiance coming. Much later than this. I think my clip ended early, but 2036, he gets his Radiance shortly after this. This should have been 2 minutes earlier. That could have really helped in some of those earlier fights.
I do appreciate the breakdown as always, Pudge. And I feel like, yeah, all right, you guys were maybe saying some correct things here on the panel just about how slow everything ended up being for Wildcard. But the biggest takeaway to me is, well, I shouldn't say the biggest, but one of the key ones that does make me question it is still, how do we deal with this Helm of the Dominator, right? You're kind of going really well. You might be able to shift a little bit more focus onto that safe lane, but at the end of the day, there is still this item that can be bought by what now feels like 4 different heroes or 4 different players on the side of PVISION.
Well, I'll talk around the green room from OD Pixel himself is you should just
call him out straight into the camera.
You should just pick Weaver and get the XP talent because it works when you put the swarm on the Helm of the Dominator creeps and no one's removing a beetle from the Helm of the Dominator creeps.
What about the second one? Do you remember the second one that he said also count as the
Razor static link?
That's right.
You can also static link from the Helm. I believe he said there was one more, but I don't remember
just end
it.
this, please.
Okay, look, I will. I'll pull you guys out of your misery, or maybe I'll give you some more time to think about it. Because PVISION, they are 1 game away from making it to TI playoffs. They're going to be securing that top 8 if they can get themselves a win. There is one team, however, today that got that reality for themselves. It is, of course, Nigma Galaxy, and Pyrian himself got to catch up with one of the players in the moment of celebration.
Yes, thank you. I am here with GH from Nigma Galaxy. Congratulations, first of all, on making it to the last day of TI. After so many years in the wilderness, it must be great to be back.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back. I don't know, like, words cannot really describe what I'm feeling right now. We're just really excited. I'm extremely grateful to be able to have this opportunity to play. It has been a while. So we're just really excited to play again.
Wonderful. It's great to have you back at the International. Now you've made last state. My question to you is, are those games as stressful to play in as they are for Nigma fans to watch? Because a lot of us are on the edge of our seats hoping you guys do it. And you did it. Are you guys nervous in the game, or is it just like, oh, come on, guys, we can do this?
Nerves really come and go a lot of times, especially when the game is about to start. There's a bit of nerves. But later on in the middle of the game, it kind of dwindles down, but then comes back again. And then there's team fights and a lot of the objectives, and then there's smoke. So it keeps going up and down.
I've heard a lot as well about the people are speculating about what Nigma comms are like. What are the comms like in game? Are you guys all talking, or is there like one leader? Is it quite calm and collected? How is it?
Well, the comms, we've been working on it a lot. I believe we've reached a place where we're happy with our comms overall. We keep wanting to try to improve, of course. But I would say it's relatively calm, objective-oriented. We try to focus on having a chill mood, not too excited, not too down. So I would say overall it's good.
Fantastic. And what are your guys' plans for the days off? Obviously, we've got a few days off here. Is it just scrims, or are you going to enjoy today at least?
That's a tough question because we really just ended the game a couple of minutes ago. So I need to go back and reconvene with the team so I know what they will decide to do. We have a really good support staff, so I'm just excited what they have coming for us.
Fantastic. And just finally, obviously, your fans have been supporting you guys for years. Do you have any words for them going into the last state of TI?
Well, give a huge shout out to all the fans. I know it was a bit inconsistent throughout the entire journey, but I'm happy you guys are with us. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all our supporters, especially our families, our partners, our brothers, our siblings. I just hoped my brother would be here to be with us, but maybe next time, hopefully. So I'm really happy about that.
GH, thank you so much. You guys were fantastic to watch. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
It was definitely a very hard-fought journey, a hard-fought best of 3 for themselves as well. That game 3, though, it was great for themselves, and I liked it. You know, Fly, he was very honest, very candid about the nerves are still there. These guys have been playing for ages, they're veterans, and it's still just before a game. It can still be there, and it might not take until the middle of the game until it dissipates.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of competition life. It doesn't matter how many games you've played, you're still going to feel something before a match. You know, it's a lot of anticipation, a lot of thinking about it, and then some nerves come in, but might just propel you to play better. And honestly, listening to GH, it's hard not to cheer for this guy, right? He just seems like such an incredible human being, and he seems like such a good person to have on a team. And it's no surprise, you know, it managed to get them from a tough position into the international.
Yeah, just his message to the fans as well was like very, I don't know if emotional is the right word, but there is just something that it stirs inside you. Like you said, you're very happy to cheer for this team, for GH himself as well. And, you know, teams about players, what am I trying to say? People back at home that are cheering for PVISION and the players on that team. Well, you guys are one step closer to seeing your team making it to the TI playoffs. They're one game away, right? This game 2, whatever you're a fan of, you just want to see some good Dota. That's what we're hoping for, a little bit more of a game from Wildcard. That early game was good from them, but being able to bring it when it comes to team fights are
Yeah, if they can, it's hard. There's a lot of things that need to happen, and I think the nice thing is that after the game 1, they have a read on what this team can potentially do to you. There's just so many different factors. Like, I think one of the things that the Purge pointed out that was so massive was this Radiance getting sniped. Like, these guys have timings they need to hit to be able to fight PVISION. And if they miss them, they are just going to get run over, especially when they're doing things like 4 helms that just take your towers and control the map space. Yeah, itemization problem. They just had a lot of problems, honestly. I hope they make it simpler for themselves, maybe. Like, if their plan is just very straightforward, then they don't have to worry about all these different factors controlling things.
I think they should ban Monkey King, personally.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was fine, of all things.
No, I think it causes a problem in the draft, just because you don't know where it's going, right? Like, you oftentimes aren't going to pick some offlaners, and maybe this is why they got in the position they got in, because they didn't want to pick an offlaner that's potentially bad versus Monkey King carry. And then 9 class, he seems to be playing Alk and Monkey King right now. Those seem to be his 2 heroes, and I think after watching most of these games, the Monkey King looks better than the Alchemist. It has a lot of impact. He's doing a lot on the map. And
Maybe the most positive thing you've said about 9 class.
I mean, he's been having like a up and down tournament, right? But his Monkey King, I think he's back on track, and I think Ostini sees this too, and is probably going to give him Monkey King whenever it's available.
Yeah, but the one thing that does seem nice though is he sacked his offlaner so hard.
He does that every game.
Yeah, but like
no matter what he plays. Is his Alchemist winning the lane for DM?
Sure, but maybe then the idea is, okay, let them have the Monkey King, let them sack the offlane, and then just pick a more involved carry. Like the Abaddon going Helm kind of stayed in his lane and tried to go get that Radiance, and then that ended up getting sniped, and then the hero just didn't really do much. Maybe pick something that can.
Yeah, I mean, you could
faster.
Try that approach, or you could just ban it. Those are your choices, but you need to think about it more either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 9 class is I like to use this term, but he's a bit of a game warping type of player.
Yeah.
Where he does things that are not normal. Like you're gonna queue, you're gonna play 50 pubs.
Yeah.
You probably won't face a single player who's gonna do something like him. And Monkey King, which is banned in this case, is definitely a much more chaotic hero compared to Alchemist, who's just gonna go farm some stacks. You know, he might just throw a stun somewhere, but it's not the same as Monkey jumping around, causing this chaos. And it was his hero that was kind of his claim to fame, almost. So I also agree. I think this is a good ban. That hero is a problem. And now I think the interesting thing is that we kind of know how PVISION wants to play. They definitely had some conversation about it together, like, hey, Dominator is OP. Tundra did 3. Let's do 4. You know, let's kick it up a notch. Use
Who's the first going to be to 5? You know.
Yeah, they could bust out 5. Ducalis, you're next. Maybe just play Chen. But you can see how these summons cause so much annoyance in the game for Wildcard. So I don't want him to pick Bane. I don't want Fade to play. Okay, he's gonna play Dawnbreaker, which is fine. I was gonna say I don't want Fade to play a hero like Marcy. I want him to stick to something that's a little more comfort. Dawn is already good. It's good against Enigma because you can cancel Hole with her ulti, and it also helps alleviate some pressure off the map because she can deal with a wave and ulti in. So even though Dawn has not been too successful, the idea of Dawn against what PVISION is doing is fine.
It's that good building block for themselves. We didn't really touch on the Enigma too much. You know, you talked about how Dawn was good against it, but the gyro ban comes out and it feels like it's just inevitable. DM loves this hero. It's been banned out against PVISION for what feels like as long as DM has been on the roster.
Yeah, it's a really strong hero for him, and it enables a lot of the heroes that 9 class likes to play too. And that's pretty much the goal of this PVISION team is, I mean, I don't envy DM, but I respect him a lot in the sense that he has a really hard role on this team to play. He basically doesn't have a pos 4 that is going to win him a lane ever. So he has to find heroes that can play by themselves very efficiently. And Enigma is one of those heroes that historically does that very well. And this is why it works so well for PVISION. And the added bonus is you can actually probably win your lane in some of the cases too with these melee pos 4s with Enigma.
Wildcard.
Seen some more bands come out. TB, Pugna. Is there really too much to read into that?
TB is just like Yamson's, I think, comfort carry for this tournament, or one of them. It's one he's looked the best on, in my opinion. Pugna, just super strong support. I think it also makes the game plan simple, right? If you have a Pugna, you're just going to be able to take objectives very easily. Just bolsters your lineup already with Dawn's healing on top of Pugna. Seems like it's just a strong support. It's kind of hard to say exactly if it's banned for a purpose outside of it just being a good support.
Yeah. Sometimes it's all you really need.
Yeah.
As a reason.
I'd like to see possibly a Chen come out from Wildcard. I think it's one of Speed's best heroes. It's also pretty good against Enigma because you can steal Eidolons in lane. I think it'll set up for good heroes against Enigma, such as Alchemist, or there's probably one more I'm missing. But something that deals with Eidolons, I think Chen would be a good addition. But they go with Tusk for now, which is a good lane partner of Dawnbreaker. Historically, it's always been a good lane together with the tag team and Dawnbreaker's first spell, so it's okay. Nothing too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if Ducalis just ends up picking Snapfire again. He's been looking fantastic on it. And then the 9 class hero is really the fun one, you know, what does he have this time? Is it going to be the Alchemist himself, which then that means Yamsen's not going to be able to play it?
Slark.
Is it the Slark? Yeah, it could be the Slark. It's like kind of a guessing game, you know, what does he feel this time? I feel like logic doesn't always apply to this pick.
No,
Probably
definitely
what he
doesn't.
feels in the moment.
What else has he been playing apart from the Alx Lock?
Zeus.
The Magnus.
Oh yeah, Zeus and the Mag. Yes, I forgot about the. How could I have forgotten about the Mag that Phil loves so much?
I do. I love support Mag this patch.
Well, you're not going to see it. Instead, you're going to see support Zeus.
It could be
so
Zeus plus
sad.
5 because he can jump away from Tusk, so it's actually pretty good against Tusk. In a way, we'll see. You know, we never know with this guy.
That's half the fun of the conversation about this team.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, that's part of the fun, though. I
Yeah.
think he's a unique player, and it makes watching PVISION a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I can see the Slark. Okay, Marcy. That could actually be multiple roles. It could be a pause 4 because he has played it in the past. It can still be a carry. So again, with this Astini flex thing where he keeps heroes pretty open until he has to decide where they go. Just like last draft, we weren't even sure where this monkey's going to be. We assumed it's pause 4, but you have to keep it in the back of your head, like maybe it can go carry or mid.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm a little afraid that Satanic gets like a free morph game. So I want to, because like I think morph is one of the better heroes that lanes against Dawn Tusk. It's pretty free. And then, yeah, if that's not addressed, that could be a problem. So this is already pretty good, having silences and disables. And with the morph, you could also just lane Marcy as a 5 too if you want. I think their whole idea of this Marcy plus Zeus is the fact that you can get away from Tusk in the laning stage and you won't just die. Because we've seen how strong Tusk can be paired with either Marcy or Dawnbreaker. If you just sit there and tank that damage, you will feed.
Are we looking at another support for Wildcard right here then? Who's in the pool? There's like Shadow Demons still available.
I think he needs to address Enigma, especially now that they've decided to give Yamsen last pick.
Yeah.
There's not that many good carries against Enigma. So if the pause 5 doesn't deal with him here, then Yamsen's going to be very pressured to pick a hero that deals with Enigma. So it has to be something. Okay, Warlock is a fine choice. You always have the cancel for the Black Hole. You have 2 cancels now with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, so Enigma's probably just going to be going auras this game. It's good with the Fatal Bonds against Eidolons. I think this is a solid choice, gives him more team fight. I like the Warlock, probably even more than Chen, just for the team fight aspect. And Void Spirit might just be a comfort thing. It combos well with Dawnbreaker, so you have this Spirit that goes in and Dawnbreaker follow up. But they do get a counter matchup on no one now, so we'll see what he goes with.
What are a couple of counter matchups to Void Spirit?
Shaker's in the pool.
Yeah?
Isn't Shaker pretty good?
Shaker should be good, yeah. I think it fits well with the heroes. Shaker, Zeus, a lot of threat on the map. Anyone can just insta-die. I don't know if he's played it already in this tournament.
I don't know.
But I imagine he can play it.
Yeah, I mean, I trust no one to know this matchup better than I do.
I know it's kind of rough into Void Ags, but Puck is...
Ember.
Okay, never mind. We don't even need to talk about it.
That's like the old school counter to Void Spirit. Still good, I imagine. And yeah, they don't have any good disable for this Ember, so he can be an absolute menace to the supports. Or just anywhere on the map if he wants to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about with the Puck as well. I was like, they don't really have hard lockdown. The reason I liked Puck slightly was because if Tusk does rotate on mid, you can get out of it early. Whereas maybe they have a little bit more pressure on like a Spirit before pre-6. That's it though. Who cares laning stage?
Maybe some teams.
True. I mean, we saw last game. Laning stage didn't matter.
I think they should ban Faceless Void on the side of Wildcard, because I think Void will lane pretty well into Dawn and Tusk.
It does, yeah.
It's hard to kill him. They have follow-up damage with Zeus, Midnight Pulse. And it's a Dominator hero, because right now I am only seeing 2 potential Dominator heroes. So unless Ember is going something crazy here...
why couldn't 9 class buy Dom on Zeus? I don't see why not.
I think it'll be Ducalis Zeus.
I was gonna say, are we even sure that it's gonna be a 9 class Zeus?
Pretty certain.
I think it's going to be 9 class Marcy with Enigma.
Yeah, so then you think Marcy's going to be carried. Satanic's going to be playing Marcy.
He could. I mean,
I agree he can, but looking at this draft.
I mean, this could be Zeus 5, Marcy 4, or this could be Zeus 4 and Marcy 1. We don't really know.
I think they're just going to pick the best carry for the game now, because Marcy wants a win condition from mid lane as a carry, and I don't think Ember Spirit really is one. Like, he can carry games, but not in the same way like a Tinker would. So I think you'll just pick a carry here with Zeus. I think Void if it's left in the pool. If not, I would need to think a little bit what else is good against Dawnbreaker that's left.
Still think Morph could be good.
Oh yeah, there's Morphling, right? Morph is great against Tusk and Dawnbreaker, so I can see Morph, I can see Faceless Void. I think he's a good win condition already.
Taking the time thinking about this last ban, maybe they're tossing up between the two of them.
Might as well. This is your last ban and pick. You can use all your time if you want to.
What's a TA? It's neither of the heroes that you guys...
That's a strange one, because I always found Dawn to be one of the better heroes against TA in lane, but it is Satanic TA. I was going to say it's one of his better heroes, but that pool of heroes is like 10. He has like 10 signature heroes.
Yeah.
So they just decided that's the one.
That's the specific one. What about it for Dawn in the lane against TA that makes her favorable?
Just you just have so many instances of damage, and you don't have a stun, so you just get on top of the TA, and you can typically deal with that. And they go with the Faceless Void.
Dominator, baby.
Yep,
that's
pretty good item.
One I see this game. Marcy, Enigma, and Faceless Void coming up.
Oh, such a good Wraith King game.
Well, no, because they have Black Hole and Chronosphere, right? This is this is now a problem for Dawnbreaker, right? She has to ult something. Now you're relying on Warlock to have to cancel every Black Hole, and Dawn to ult every single Chronosphere. It's becoming a game of who's going to use their spell first.
No one ends up using them.
Yeah.
Just a pure stalemate.
He has to channel his inner Ame, but no, he's going to go for the carry matchup. Or sorry, not the carry matchup, the lane matchup.
Yeah.
As opposed to the carry matchup.
Well, that's how you know Wraith King is unpickable. If this wasn't a game for it.
You really tried. You put it out there, Fear.
Put it out there.
It's not going to happen. It's the ALC. We see all of our 10 heroes now across the board. And is there a slight favorite when it comes to the draft?
Both these drafts are... Well, I like this draft much better for Wildcard than the last game. It is much more rounded. They could definitely win. I like RCY on Void Spirit. This is really where he pops off. However, you are playing versus this PVISION draft where it could be very difficult to get out of the laning stage, I want to say. I feel like their lanes are incredibly strong, and that could snowball really hard, but Wildcard does have some tools, and I do like the outclass pick.
I'm going with Wildcard all the way. This is way better. They have multiple forms of initiation, 3 heroes compared to the 0 last game. 9 classes playing Marcy. I don't think he's played at this tournament yet. I know he plays it, whatever. Wildcard has their signature RCY Void Spirit. This guy's going to pop off. He's going to 1v5 this game straight up. We're going to game 3.
Okay, I'm liking a lot of initiations, a lot of comforts, something that's going to pop off.
Signature Void Spirit. Signature Enigma? What do you mean?
Of course.
EM's the master of this hero. Plus picking confidence. He knows how to play into every single matchup. I've never seen a man better at a hero. What do you mean? Aw.
All right, well, then I feel like I don't need any more clarity there. Ray is definitely favoring PVISION right now, and they are 1 game away here from qualifying for TI. Wildcard on the other side, they need to have all the comfort they possibly can. Off to a good start. We'll see just exactly what sort of start and game we're going to get here with Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very interesting draft from both teams. We got PVISION versus Wildcard in game number 2, elimination game for Wildcard, elimination series overall. Do you have a favorite, Synderen?
Yeah, I think most of what they said I do agree with. I think Wildcard have a better shot in this just overall in terms of strategy. They also did have the total last pick here of the Alchemist, which I think was a very excellent choice. You know, you're going to be laning against Enigma. You have one of the carries that can survive a Chrono or can survive a Black Hole. All of those things bearing all those things in mind, though, I feel like PVISION might just be a little bit too much of a mouthful for Wildcard. And like they were talking about in the panel, I'm surprised this Faceless Void did not get banned. I think that was a relatively straightforward ban in that slot for Wildcard. They opted to ban the TA instead. In particular, when you're already presenting the Zeus, that makes Void so much better. Something you and I have criticized when we've been casting games this tournament is Voids playing without damage in the chrono.
Yeah.
That is not really a problem here. Even a support Zeus offers a lot of extra damage. Ember can do some assistance with slight chains. We've got Midnight Pulse.
The double bubble, the classic EG strat from back in the day.
If something is going to come back to bite PVISION in this game, it's that their lineup is greedy. So if they run out of steam too early, even more so than in the first game, Wildcard could just get off to an early advantage and this time just roll it all the way to a win. I can see where Fly's confidence is coming from, to be fair, because I think if the lineups are both played to their utmost potential, I think this is a dire advantage. But we need to see a stellar game here from Wildcard because PVISION are definitely firing on all cylinders today in that game one.
There's definitely some NA pride there as well, though.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. But Wildcard have to win this game to stay alive on this road to TI. But yeah, it's been a while since I've cast Zeus. Talk to me about it. Obviously, damage in the chrono you've already discussed, but what else does this hero provide?
Oh, interesting. Just they lane swapped. Huh, okay.
Hey, Yamson is in the bot lane.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a sec. Zeus mainly offers damage. I mean, he doesn't have any slow, well, it's a symbolic slow in the Heavenly Jump.
It's not symbolic, it's very powerful.
Okay, he has a very powerful slow.
The Mario jump.
And then he has a lot of damage, and he is one of the best D-warders in the game, of course, because Lightning Bolt can find observers and sentries placed on the ground. There's a reason this hero hasn't been particularly popular this tournament. Not because I think it's bad, it's just very one-dimensional, so you need to either understand the hero at a high level to draft it correctly, or it needs the perfect game, which doesn't happen all that often, in particular as a core. So it is a little bit limiting, but PVISION have been enjoying this hero. They've played it before. Obviously on 9 class we've seen it, and this might be the second time that College plays it too. And now it's time to talk about lane swap. If somebody survives here.
Yep, Fade and Bignum working on 9 class right now with that tag team. Oh, they block each other. Unfortunately, cannot find the last hit needed.
All right.
This is a crazy combo, though. Of course, we've talked about this one in the past, the Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker with the tag team of Tusk. I mean, last time you were raving about this, they ended up initiating level 1.
Yeah.
This time the level 2 for Wildcard, very strong.
The level 2 timing of this lane is incredible. It's one of the strongest level ups you can get in Dota is when these heroes combined hit level 2 in the lane. The problem, or rather the reason they lane swap here is this combo doesn't kill Void in lane. And I think a very big reason of why Wildcard want to run these two heroes together is to get off to a hot start and try to dominate. So by lane swapping, what they do accomplish is, it feels weird to remove or move Alchemist away from Enigma, because generally that's a good lane matchup for Alc, but so is Void. So he can just farm down here in the off lane, and then instead what you get in return is you get a killable target for the combo of Tusk Dawn against Enigma.
Yeah.
They have a little bit to fend for themselves with Malefice as well as the rebound, but you got to be very careful as the Enigma in this lane. And you can see Dawn already off to a massive head start, 18 for 3 against a 9 and 3.
Oh yeah.
Also kills Eidolons very well with the Starbreaker. A lot of good things.
This feels like a. We're gonna see
just
the 3-minute Lotus go through the likes of 9 class. Now, Dawnbreaker has had a horrific win rate. This does feel like the best start that we have seen.
Yeah.
What do you think the reason is that she has been kind of meh?
I mean, many of the games that we've seen, she has not won her lane. And I think it's such a big part of the hero identity is getting off to a hot start and trying to snowball. I also think in some of the games that have been played this tournament, Dawn has not been picked with good pairings. It's been picked as like an anti-hero more so than a combo with its own team.
Right.
What makes Dawnbreaker good, in my opinion, is that the ultimate game is one where you have 2 or 3 teammates that have catch, and you have an enemy that's key to lock down. And lo and behold, in this game, right, you're stopping Black Hole, you can counter-initiate Chrono, and you can be set up by Void Spirit and Tusk and technically Alchemist. So it's
the
good.
Eidolon's starting to do a lot of work to Fade. The Blood Grenade's going to slow him down as Fade gets disposed back into even more Eidolon. So that is first blood for PVISION. As no one going to help some from Ducalis, trying to take out RCY. It's going to be close. RCY just barely survives as Speed will get the better of Ducalis and no one. So a double kill for the position 5 Warlock.
Yes, the classic 4-minute double kill Warlock in mid that we've come to expect.
Yeah, great ganking support hero.
That is the most random outcome. But what a great start for Speed here. Obviously great for his Grimoire as well, lest we forget Warlock gets...
Yeah, he's had 2 great starts to both games.
Yep, a massive benefit for him. This will be a very early golem, even if they don't get their wisdom.
More pressure here. From 9 class back into a Malefice as Ducalis makes his way over as well. So a Thunderbolt getting Bignum quite low as now we have another TP from Speed. All over the place. Very mobile Warlock.
Yep.
And this, of course, will leave a 1v1 situation in the bot lane. Satanic's Void versus Yamson's Alchemist.
Yeah, this is about of a nothing burger of a lane as you can get. They're going to hit creeps.
They're both pretty happy about that, I'm sure. Yeah. So RCY, known for his Void Spirit. Oh, he's going to get gone on. Rebound connects. Not level 6 yet, and this is just a 1 versus 3. He is going to be taken out by no one. A good rotation from PVISION. We've talked about the Void Spirit as a hero feeling, if they don't pop off, they feel extremely underwhelming.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a signature pick for RCY. We'll see what he can put together. His DM, left alone because of that gank, will be the recipient of all this damage from Fade and company as Speed gets another kill. So he's on a killing spree at this point.
One of the heroes that has to be in the lower quarter of frequency of killing sprees minute 6, surely. Warlock.
You know, I'm not a Warlock player, Cinderin. Why does Black Grimoire even have a cooldown? I didn't even know it did.
I don't think you need to be a Warlock player for that. I think that's a Valve question, not so much the player.
Okay, yeah, but you're an analyst here.
Yeah. Why does it have a cooldown?
He could be level 6 right now. How cool would that be?
Yeah, maybe that's why it has a cooldown.
That's kind of sick, though. I mean, if you're going to get 3 kills on Warlock by 6 minutes, you deserve to have your ult.
Well,
debatable, I guess. A 7-minute wisdom is about to come to be.
If he uses the Grimoire for this wisdom, will he be 6? He gets 800 experience.
Needs 10 more seconds.
It will not be enough for 6. Because then they can't contest the wisdom. If Speed could just pop a level 6 here,
no, they're going to try for it. 9 class is going to spot Speed, the killing spree. And 9 class going to be able to get the dispose, but Speed is back, and Fade will come to make sure that they get the shrine. They take out 9 class as well. Yeah, still ends up being a trade as their Speed's ult actually does not stun at all. Good dodge from no one. First misstep from Speed in this game.
Well, if he doesn't cast it, he dies. Because no one doesn't get forced out. There's not enough damage. And he is on a killing spree, so it's pretty valuable to kill the Warlocks. I don't really mind that Golem so much. Obviously would have liked to connect it and do some more damage, but you were never killing Ember there, but he definitely could have killed you. Got to take the trade you can get. Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the side of Wildcard. As we saw in the stats, this is their 2nd Dawn game, and they won their other one, so they are not the reason this hero's win rate is at about 35%. Not their fault.
Bignum shows up in the mid lane. Astral Step coming from RCY, but Bignum taking the brunt of the damage here. 9 class first to fall, though. Aether Remnant proc to Speed. No longer has his ult. As Bignum eventually falls to no one, so it's a support for support. Has the damage rune now, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at the levels, though. Enigma is really trailing here. A full level behind the enemy. I guess I should say offlaner Alchemist, but maybe that's an unfair comparison. And now Dawn ulti has been unlocked. Oh!
No one very greedy for these last hits, barely survives. As the damage rune activated, we'll have to trickle back to base.
Close call.
The RCY, you can see they've actually put quite a bit of effort in stopping RCY so far in this mid lane.
Yeah, and as you already established, this hero is pretty prone to either snowballing or falling flat. It's a very polarizing hero in my opinion. So they are trying to bring him into the game, but already with this slowdown, can't say I'm too confident in Void Spirit having that pop-off game. He's going to go for the Vessel, obviously good against Faceless Void, and just an all-round feels good item on the hero. You're universal, you want to get those all attributes and have the extra bit of damage since your spell combo isn't generally fully enough. But against Flame Guard, you're just never killing.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. You can see no one is just bullying him.
Let's see if any TPs come. RCY has the escape mechanism, of course, in the form of the Astral Step. So, yeah, Palm number 2, actually. So, is 9 class going for? Yes, of course. Why did we even question such a thing? So, 3 Helms, down from 4. It's an improvement.
I would make the argument that if you're playing Marcy and not buying this item regardless of role, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, that's true. As we can see, the first Solar Guardian of the game, Speed pops his ult as well. Fading coming to get 2 kills. Very nicely done from Wildcard. And they're going to get a third, it looks like, as Ducalis slowed down. 8th Remnant punch.
That is some pace right there.
Triple kill for Fade. The offlaner for Wildcard, but played in the safe lane.
He's keeping up with his free farming Alk on net worth. This is a really good look.
Oh yeah.
For Wildcard, and what can I say? Maybe Fly just knew. He saw the draft. He was like, "This is a Wildcard. It's going to smash them." So far, so good. 4K lead in a 10.
Lead, yeah.
And it begs the question. I was entertaining this that maybe PVISION got a little bit too greedy here, and
a little too cute. They've been known to do that from time to time.
It is indeed a greedy lineup, and you are so far away from 6 on Zeus. He just cracked 5 now on Ducalis, just trailing by a massive amount against the enemy team. You gotta weather the storm here if you're the side of PVISION. You gotta just farm up. You need time. You need a lot of it.
Yeah, well, games these days have been going 60 minutes, so...
Yeah, you'd think Enigma Void just can't lose, right?
In the 60-minute game, yeah, I would agree. Can Wildcard up the pace? So far, so good. Satanic brings his Troll Summoner with all those rally creeps, and DM has his own Troll Summoner.
Oh, Blade Mail, he's in there.
Yeah, he does quite a bit of damage, takes out 1 Troll. Still quite a bit of damage done to the Tier 1 regardless, as Speed getting chased by 9 class. Satanic yet to use Chronosphere this game. Speed's going to be an easy pick-off to start this fight. Big Starbreaker from Fade. Only on the 1, actually, is 9 class getting to the north. Looks like he's going to be fine. Satanic still looking for that Chronosphere. His DM also has the Black Hole at his disposal. Will use it for Fade. Gets canceled at the last moment by the 8th Remnant. The Solar Guardian canceled, though. And that's going to be the death of both Fade and DM. So trading offlaners. Now RCY in a 4 versus 1, although Big Nub coming to try to save him with the potential snowball, but the Chronosphere at the last moment from Satanic. And this will lead to a 3rd kill for PVISION. Actually 4th if you count Speed at the beginning of the fight. Of course, all this time, Yamsen has been farming away. Will be getting his Radiance, and actually has enough now.
Yeah, begs the question if that was worth a TP. He could have joined that with an Acid Spray during that dive. A really powerful spell when the enemy team starts getting a little bit too deep, but
yeah.
Seems that the play call is I am going to stay away and make sure I hit my timings. It's a really high risk thing. If you TP up there and die, you lose insane amounts of momentum on the Alk.
TP rotation, though, on the way as Fade. Time dilation applied to him. Bignum with the snowball picks him up. Right on top of Ducalis with the punch as well. That's going to be the death of the support of PVISION. A good rotation from Wildcard. Unfortunately for them, not able to get more than just the position 5 Zeus.
Still good enough. They're really putting a lot of emphasis on defending their towers. I really like to see this. It's the Helm of the Dominator plus Enigma push that if you can prevent this from being successful, you retain so much space for Alk. Speaking of...
Oh, this would be a huge kill. Concoction comes from Yamsen.
He'll be fine.
Hype that up a little bit too much. Sorry about that. Won't do that again.
Let's see about that. Something else I wanted to say. You gotta admire Wildcard's confidence to let Enigma through. This is something that's interesting in some tournaments where teams will often, at least to some extent, copy bans of other teams. Like, let's say you're in a tournament with 16 teams and you're playing someone in round 4 and you haven't played them yet, you're going to look through the history of what other teams did. And if every team is banning Enigma against a team, you're like, okay, we should probably just ban Enigma. It's no secret that DM is good at Enigma. All the teams know this, but you know, it could be that it's fallen off a little bit or that they show less interest in running it. But this hero has been banned a lot against DM. This is their elimination game.
Good fake outs, multiple fake outs with that Golem. He's gonna pop it. It does clip no one in the end. Beautifully done from Speed. That was really, really sick, as now the tier 1 will fall in favor of Wildcard. 9 class not going to get blocked in by Big Num. And we'll be able to get away as a result.
That is absolutely yet another piece of footage for Speed's new YouTube video there.
That's a real piece of footage.
The triple Golem fake out into clipping. The title of the video, Why You Should Not Use Your Spells.
I thought you were going to say something with edging.
Oh, yeah, well, you're probably better at
Edging
titles and
Warlock.
YouTube thumbnails than I am.
Satanic. Still content to farm away. I mean, that's the one downside, of course, of having the Faceless Void is the fact that it takes so long to get online. But, I mean, this Helm of the Dom does bring them back into something more presentable early on. And like you talked about early game, the fact that they have stuff that, I mean, just a casual chrono with just a couple zaps from the Zeus, actually quite useful.
Yeah.
Ducalis, he is going to be found and brought down.
Gotta say, so far, not really feeling the Zeus pick's impact. They rated it pretty highly. They picked it early in the draft. Ducalis has not really found his footing. And this is a dangerous Zeus game. Literally anyone gets on top of you, you're just dead. Like, what are you supposed to do when Alk gets a blink, which he has? He just jumps and kills you. Void Spirit can assassinate you 100-0. Tusk plus Dawn. The only hero you can survive is Warlock, and he doesn't care about you. So it's a tough time for Ducalis out here as a 5 Zeus. Very low on that net worth.
First Thunder God's Wrath of the game. Ducalis just wanted to announce that he is finally level 6, in fact level 8. As this is an 8K lead for Wildcard right now.
It's with Alchemist, but it's still a very monumental lead here, honestly. Like, given the overall outlook of the game, this was the stage of this elimination game for Wildcard where things needed to go right, and they have all gone so right. They finally do lose their mid tower now, and they lost their top tower as well, but they stalled it out for a very long time. And I think it's good enough.
Become very, very ambitious, perhaps? Had the snowball the whole time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fate has Ags.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. So Blade Mail, Ags.
Stupid rich. He's 3,000 ahead of Enigma. 200 GPM ahead. Pretty much.
I mean, he was the safe laner, you know?
Yeah.
You should be comparing him to the Void.
Yeah, well, if you want to compare the carries, then Alchemist against Void is also 3,000. So I don't know.
Yeah, true. Well, you should be comparing the Alk to the Enigma.
Oh yeah, that looks even better for PVISION. Then they're only 6K behind on that roll.
That's right. That's the whole lead.
But then the carries are even, I suppose.
Exactly.
Okay.
Gotta pick me up, and that is a Solar Guardian into the death of 9 class. Golem comes out as well, as no one will drop to the deck. Is that Golem on creeps? Am I blind, Syndra?
Maybe we can get a replay of that. That's definitely the thing worth talking about here. I think.
Were you watching?
I think he was anticipating.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
He was anticipating the Remnant, right? So he cast it premeditatively, but
Dire's middle tower.
ultimately, I think no one might have not even. He had enough mana, right?
He just knew. After that last play in the mid lane,
yeah,
he saw ahead this time. Still dies, of course. Doesn't matter.
He started getting ganked. He started hearing voices.
Speed is too good. He's just in his head.
It's your boy Speed here. Clean up crew. Dawn trying to defend. Here comes the Dominator creep. The Ogre's looking for a bruising.
Keep the bold.
I think the Ogre Bruiser will find its match in Dawnbreaker. She is the better bruiser. And so is Tusk.
I don't know. He does percentage-based damage.
We're going to see the replay here. So here's that Golem.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, just anticipate. But he got pulled by an Aether Remnant. I don't really mind that Golem because he's expecting, if you don't Remnant there, you're going to die. And he thinks the Remnant's going to come out from Ember Spirit, but he did get pulled simultaneously by the Void.
It worked out regardless.
Yeah.
As Fade, I believe, just bought his shard.
Sure did. So now what's stopping Starbreaker? Chrono and Black Hole. Nothing else.
That's still a lot.
Well,
it's 2 things.
It's 2 things, but it's 2 things that are really, really expensive, right? It's like your key abilities. If you're using that to stop a Starbreaker,
yeah,
that's... I think Fade is completely fine with that. He's going to arrive with his ult running for the heal. He's going to pop Blade Mail, and he's going to press his Starbreaker. If you need to stop that Starbreaker with a Chrono, you're going to lose the fight.
Yep, for sure.
He's in an extremely powerful position here.
Gets Malefice. Midnight Pulse's place as well with a congregation on the deep from DM. But unfortunately, his creep does get sacrificed to Fade.
Or Staff.
Interesting. Huh.
Shards. Either Remnant, Starbreaker, but I can't say this inspires a lot of confidence in me. As we do see the Alchemist time on Dagger again. Was a very early one. He now also has the BKB. This is a 10,000 lead.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
How are PVISION... Okay, we're at a point now in this game where what it takes for PVISION to come back is effectively Wildcard overstepping. They can keep playing the map and keep growing their lead for the next 20 minutes if they want, because I don't think PVISION with their itemization are likely to look for trouble, or even if they do, be successful. Like this 4-staff Enigma is not telling me, all right, it's go time.
21-minute wisdom is what Wildcard wants, and if they can get a pick off, that might clean up a Tormentor as well after the fact.
Ducalis, man.
They find a lowly Ducalis dead to rights via Yamsen, and now with the steal of the Wisdom Shrine, they should be going for the Tormentor, one would think.
Both Wisdom, they just took it.
Things looking up for Wildcard, giving NA some hope.
Who was it that got the shard?
Oh, did they take it already?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I also said that, so now it's 3 and 2.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. It was Speed who got it. So the upgraded Upheaval spawning some imps, I would say. In this game, you were probably, I don't know, they were both kind of weak because Tusk only has level 1 ice shards, but I would probably rather have seen that for them, to be honest. But not all that important. Just got to keep the flow of this game going.
It's interesting that DM is prioritizing getting Shard next. A lot of times you see these Enigmas, they get like they get like a Vlad's, and then they start going for big items, right? At least historically.
Yeah, it's just...
This is all small items.
It's difficult to commit to a Black Hole build, right? Against Golem and Solar Guardian.
Yeah, speaking
here.
of which, DM destroyed by Fade and Bignum.
I feel like PVISION are actually just lost in this game. I think they don't know what to do, and now you're just playing on feel. Like, I think it's very hard to have guidance when the overall comms right now should be we can't fight them, we have to farm.
Yeah.
Whenever a game is in that state for 15 minutes and the enemy team has global abilities, you're gonna bleed out some kills. It's impossible to never get caught. And now it's going to be even worse. There's going to be a dagger now coming out for Bignum after this Roshan bounty.
Oh yeah.
So he can look for plays for the Dawn way more effectively. Dawn can connect on Alk, on Tusk, on Void Spirit.
Alright, so Yamsen will be rewarded with the first Aegis of the game. Wildcard in a very good spot to push this to a game 3, but of course PVISION, I mean the high ground going against an eventual late game, depending on how late it goes, Enigma and Void is a scary proposition. Really, all of their heroes are kind of scary late game.
Yeah.
A Wildcard in...
Wildcard's late game not bad either, though. If it comes down to these big late game team fights, you're happy to have a Warlock. You're happy to have a Dawn ulti. Probably 2 of them as well.
I feel like the games that we've watched, the biggest mistake these teams make is going high ground too fast, potentially. It feels like the high ground is just such a hard thing to accomplish, even with a pretty sizable lead at this like 20 to 30 minute mark. Back in the old days, you'd go for all the tier 2s first, and then your Aegis is gone. Then you go for the second Rosh, and that's the high ground.
Do you agree that, let's say this becomes somehow a 60-minute game,
Okay.
I don't think it's a clear-cut PVISION win in spite of having Void Warlock. I actually don't. I'm not confident that they can just wait it out.
It's never clear cut, but I mean,
some games kind of are.
I'm cut from the cloth, Cinderin, that says Void and Enigma are the two best late game heroes in the entire game. They're on the same team.
That's why it's really interesting, because generally speaking, you see these two together, it goes mega late, you favor that team.
Yes.
It's just this game, the counter picks are so crystal clear and so obvious how to pull off for Wildcard. You have 2 Dawn ultis, because she's going Refresher next. You're going to have Golem. So how on earth are you ever going to land a black hole unless you catch both Warlock and Dawn? And then the Chrono has the same issue, right? The counterplays are pretty clear to Kalis trying to farm.
Indeed.
He's farming his death stat. If you have him in fantasy, I think this is not good.
Yep, death number 6 for him. I think he's on the villain arc anyway, so
yeah,
maybe I think that's what he's going for at least.
I don't think villains are attempting to feed. It's not really a trait. Like, I am a villain, therefore I will...
I don't know. It sounds like you've never played a pub game before.
Oh, you mean like that? Oh, yeah. Okay. I see it. I see it. He's a villain to his own team. If that's his villain arc, TI is probably not the best place to start being bad.
No, but in all seriousness, we have to hold that thought, actually. DM with the Midnight Pulse. Going to get Astral Step by RCY, but right on the footsteps of his base is going to be fine. But Yamsen adds a big concoction coming for the Enigma, the Solar Guardian to follow. Down goes DM quite easily. Now the soft reset from Wildcard. Satanic shows up for this fight.
Yeah, but there's no fight.
Still 2 minutes on that Aegis, and now an AC on the way for Yamsun.
Just a clean hit and run.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Gotta be back to take care of this, but of course Dawnbreaker, theoretically one of the best heroes in Dota against Helm of the Dominator, because she can, if you're playing against the skeletons, you wipe them out instantly. If you're being split pushed and the Dominator's causing pressure on your map, you can just be there and still participate in team fights with your ult.
Yep.
So
yet her win rate is garbage.
Yep.
Just not playing it right. You gotta safe lane it like Fade here today.
I will say, out of all the games I have seen Dawnbreaker in this tournament, I think this is the game that it is the absolute best pick, and it was first picked. It's kind of crazy, right? He picked it as a counter to Enigma, and then afterwards, I think PVISION made it even better, and they themselves kept making it good as well. I'll see you later.
Call us insta-gibbed.
Yeah. He is just not getting any footing. I'm surprised he has... Well, I guess it's Zeus will be farming more than Tusk, right? That's the only reason he has more net worth is the CS.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
PVISION.
Leave
No
us flatlining,
strangers
though.
to the voice lines, of course. They've created a lot of enemies in this scene, I feel like, with some of their play and talk. And that's what we love watching in Dota.
Everybody loves a little drama.
Absolutely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No one has his 9-second BKB, is going to opt for the Aghanim Scepter next. As Bigdom also going for an Aghanim Scepter. Obviously quite a ways away, but that would be a pretty early kick for Tusk. And we talked about high ground just being an issue, not with their team necessarily, but just kind of harder, it feels like, in this meta for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But kick is something that can certainly provide a boost to isolate somebody out of their base. And RCY is going to be spotted by no one. Rebound's going to connect. Do they have the damage? Yes! No one with the kill, and that's a big one.
Yeah, unexpected find there for sure. RCY was killing a Dominator creep. Sick bait.
Yeah, got to leave it to Fade, you know?
Yeah.
That's what he was built for.
I think Fade did have his ulti ready, but this was an unclear moment, because if you ult too early, you expose yourself to Chrono and Black Hole. You want to use it as a counterplay to that. Finally, the AC now arrives for Yamsen.
How did that take so long to arrive?
His courier must have died, I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's a big power spike here, of course. The good news for PVISION fans out there is that Satanic is putting on an absolute farming masterclass. It's so impressive that he has 360 CS this game.
He's only 3K behind an Alk. That is insane.
Given the map control that Wildcard have had and the threats on the map, it doesn't get better than this. It's just borderline flawless.
This has become RTS game, man.
Yeah.
Creep versus creep, and then they just go their separate ways.
If anybody from the development team of Stormgate are watching, this is some inspiration.
Oh, Satanic, he's spotted, punched in the air, Concoction as well with the Solar Guardian, but the rebound save. Satanic is gonna get bashed up by Yamsen though. Huge kill for Wildcard. They find a second in the form of 9 class.
God, I love cursing players.
Satanic's having such a good game.
Basically flawless, dies 5 seconds after. Like,
you have power, young man.
is there something you want?
Yeah, I want to win the lottery.
Okay. Well, that might be outside my reach.
Okay.
We haven't tried yet.
That's true.
Are scanning.
I can do smaller things like make you die in a video game.
It's
really nice superpower.
Very
Speed.
impressive. Chaotic offering place, no one.
He's
in the
pretty
vicinity
tanky.
as well. Yeah, Speed will end up going down, but Wako, Solar Guardian coming in though. Fade, how is that up again? Hammer now, they can take out Ducalis and no one. Double kill for Fade as Speed stays alive.
I love that patience. That was really nice. They very clearly communicated that he was going to keep baiting. He still had the Solar Crest as well as the Essence Ring ready.
It was the refresher from
Baits them
Fade,
in.
so
Yeah.
it was finished already.
Just buys all of that time and they find the right opportunity. They were just waiting for the side of PVISION to use enough cooldowns before they went for that. Now they're also going to get the Tormentor.
This will go to the Tusk, last remaining one on the team. Oh, looks like he changed his mind on the Ags, by the way. Looks like a Yules instead.
We're going to see the replay here. He's not even really that close to dying. 14 sticks, Solar, as well as the Essence Ring. There was a bit more to give there. They need another 500 damage to get through this.
And with that, an 18K lead for Wildcard. The last hope and dream of NA region, Cinderin.
Yeah, well, the prognosis of this game definitely is taking us to a game 3. And
look at this item build for DM. This is a sad sight for Enigma fans.
if we do get there,
Yes.
PVISION notoriously have had moments where, I'm not going to say they're going to tilt, but I think they are a very emotional team.
Of course.
So,
of course they are.
If you go into the series with the expectation that, I mean, we were saying this is probably the most, on paper, one-sided of the elimination games today. You smash game 1, you lose game 2, it's important that Astini keeps things together as coach there after that game.
He's
to
also
make
an
sure
emotional coach, though.
Yeah. Well,
maybe a little too much emotion on this team, but we'll see. They can bounce back. Game's not over.
Of course not. It's
Ducalis has
well
Aghanim Scepter, so Nimbus at the ready.
Possibility. If it goes late, like I was saying, I still think Wildcard have good solutions against Enigma Void, but with every passing minute, it becomes more and more possible for them to pull it off. Like, you keep flat. If you flatline this net worth lead at like 15,000 for another 15 minutes, then I think the game approaches a 50-50 state. So you still want to exploit the snowballing of your heroes right now if you are the side of Wildcard.
DM finally has a bigger item in the form of a BKB.
It is really hard to use.
Basically just have to wait for Golem, it feels like.
What else do you buy, though? It's just, I'm trying to think of what, if there's some sort of really cool build he could have gone. I'm just not seeing it. Like, if you were crushing the game, maybe you could have gone Crimson and then pushed.
I'm sure Speed's made a video on that. Maybe we can check that out in between
That's
games. Actually, you can all tab right now. Google that. Oh, Congregations from 9 class. Gonna spot out Yamsen in the pit as Roche not happy about this. No one very close. Only 1,200 away from what I consider to be the literal best Ags in the entire game.
That's your number 1?
Yes.
It is. It is high. It is definitely up there.
I feel very strongly about it. I do not play this hero at all.
that makes you very...
That makes me unbiased.
Very qualified
that's
to
the
rank
point
it.
of me saying that,
Yeah.
okay?
So basically your ranking is how annoyed am I when people who can play the hero have it?
No, it's from my experience casting games and seeing how big of a power spike that is. As Yamsen in the pit.
Where's the Dawn Axe on that list?
It's not top 10. It's good.
Really?
I mean, come on. There's 100, 30?
Dawn Axe.
It's top 20 probably.
Okay, fair.
Yamsen looks like they're going to get a free Roche
It's
for the
your
wildcard
list.
side.
You don't have to be right. You just need to be opinionated. It's
You
all
think
good.
it's a top 10 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very high. I think
Make a list for you at some point.
I think the pros would rate it top 5.
I mean, the pros are dumb though.
That's, you know, touche.
Thunder God's Wrath for scouting.
Yeah, they'll confirm that Roche is dead after the Roshan is dead announcement.
Yeah, I think just checking if they had smoked.
Yeah.
Very common move. You would know that if you paid attention in your casts.
Teach me.
Going to show up in the top lane to take care of some of these Eidolons.
Or all of them. I might just let these walk off. No, never mind.
Oh, concoction from Yamsen. The Abyssal Blade. GM is super dead.
Nice BKB, son.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
Not
hard
gonna
game.
help you when you get jumped.
Very hard game.
I think this is really interesting. Once again, I don't want to start theory crafting on this too much because this game is far from over, but once again, it comes back to Wildcard's willingness to give away this Enigma and structure an entire strategy around countering that hero. They have just completely mitigated DM's impact. This is the worst Enigma game we've seen from him in a very long time.
Yeah, now you're seeing the Aghanim Scepter from no one. And the Nimbus place, this will be
Snowball.
An
Oh,
eventual
keep him in
kill.
the Nimbus so he can't play.
Surely. Satanic gets credit for that one. So Satanic, as we can see, Mjolnir, MKB, BKB, Eye of Skadi, and then his namesake in Satanic next.
Satani.
Satani.
How did that become Italian?
He is very, very strong.
Yep.
I mean, is there anyone he can't, like, he can kill everybody in his chrono if there's no assistance, I would assume, at this point.
Like, if he chronos a hero who he can kill 100 to 0?
Yeah, without any assistance from the teammates.
Warlock and Tusk.
Oh, you're saying he can only kill 2 heroes, right?
He can only kill the supports alone.
Okay.
Yeah. He can't kill... Void Spirit has 25 armor and 3k health. Dawn has 3,500 health and 30 armor. And Alk has 30 armor and 3k health. So yeah, I don't think he solos anyone except supports.
Okay.
But he's also not going to solo. There's going to be a Nimbus, there's going to be a Thunder God's Wrath, unless he's dead, then it's going to be neither. Oh.
Gets the Heavenly Jump off to slow Yamsen, which isn't going to be enough to get away, it seems. RCY joins the party. Another death to Callis' name.
Is it high ground time? You have the wave, you have siege creeps, you have all spells ready.
Well,
Aegis.
Chemical Rage is going to be running out. He does have Berserk Potion, of course, as a little pick-me-up.
That's nice against Ember.
And they're going to poke at the high ground.
Banner.
Roche banner placed. Speed with his Alpha Wolf at the ready as well. Tower's already dead. As Yamsen going to be spotted now. Satanic jumps in, gets silenced instantly with the wall response. Solar guarding as well, but the pick-me-up is there, but the Astral Step on top of him. Void Spirit is getting so low with a black hole on several heroes from DM. Is there follow-up though? Satanic gets his Chronosphere off and is beating everybody to death. Already 3 down, but the Aegis is one of them. Satanic time walks close to the fountain. As Yamsen, back in normal form, still hitting these buildings as Speed with the Golem continuing to apply some pressure as they get the Abyssal Blade onto Satanic. He's still going to be fine though. He's already at half HP, has a time walk up as well. Gets rebounded by 9 class. As now the time dilation coming to work. Fade does finish off the melee barracks, but this is looking like the death of the rest of Wildcard. As Fade will drop to the deck, so Void Spirit, the only one to survive until Ducalis finds him on the other side. A full team wipe at the cost of a melee barracks.
Oh my, you need to see this replay. It is so damn close. Satanic clutches that. He was on 5% HP, I think, from the second Dawn ulti, and you gotta question. I mean, it's so easy to say this stuff in hindsight, right? Wildcard, they thought they could burst the Faceless Void. Satanic puts himself out there as bait. He tanks through absolutely everything. Largely courtesy, of course, of his 25 talent. Look at this replay. So pay attention to the Void's HP now as he enters this fight. They're going to use 2 Dawn ultis, but one of them will get interrupted So they start poking here. Punch, Donald. This pick-me-up is massive. And this ult, the black hole on 2% HP on the Void.
Yeah.
They then get the 3-man black hole, the 2-man chrono, everybody's locked down. And even after that, it still wasn't a clear-cut victory.
And now they are going high ground instead. PVISION get the tier 3. They might be able to get all these buildings as Wildcard does not want to expend a buyback. Meanwhile, Bignum against Ducalis. But more importantly, that mid lane is completely down now.
So is Bignum.
So equalizing the game in terms of the barracks. In fact, they get the range as well. Bignum does get taken out in the end by no one. And what a shift. And exactly what I discussed in the high ground, it feels like is where a lot of these teams falter.
PVISION's patience paid off, and Wildcard did the worst possible thing that could happen there, and they were so close to succeeding. If they kill Void there, the game is over.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think he had buyback gold. So that was an all-in from Satanic, trusting that his teammates would cover for him with the pick-me-up and the black hole. 5% more damage there, and we're going to game 3. And now instead, the entire lead is gone in 1 minute. Crazy, crazy stuff. They were 20k up. You're going to see this graph here. Oof. That is a pretty significant change. And yeah, now, you know, everything we were praising Wildcard for and the strength of their lineup, I still think this game is absolutely winnable for them because of the solutions they have to Enigma. But with the Rax advantage going the way of PVISION and the scaling they're now acquiring, probably something like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 favorite at this point. Now fix this Void also with the butterfly even more.
Look at his inventory, man. This is filth incarnate. 6 slotted. Going for Shard next. Can go for the Ags, I suppose. Now, what is this? What is this? What did I miss?
What?
What did I miss here? Did they block these creeps somehow? What happened?
There was a banner down there forever, right?
It's just an army of creeps. This is like the old YouTube videos where Chen would just, and Earthshaker would just block the creeps constantly.
So I'm assuming the banner from the push was just sitting there? And the creeps couldn't push out?
I don't know. As we're going to have a fight, though. Yamsit has a concoction. Pistol Blade onto No One. The punch into the air, but 9class now going to force the Alchemist away. And No One with the BKB. Going to pursue further once his BKB's down. Bignum's already down and out, but a nice Aether Remnant onto No One. He gets dropped by RCY. Bignum buys back in the game as Alchemist is just getting kited so hard as Satanic comes in with the Chronosphere with a little help from Zeus. The Chaotic Offering is not enough as Bignum tries to save him with the Snowball, but it's a little too late. And now Satanic can have his way with the rest of them as Bignum gets dieback now as DM with the BKB is going to be fully safe against Fade, who has to pop his Refresher, the Eon Disc procs as well. And now on the run is Fade on this Dawnbreaker. Has the hammer to the high ground, but the Searing Chains uses a Solar Guardian to get away successfully. But another great fight for PVISION.
And that was with
That's a buyback, though, from No One.
That was with the shortest black hole of DM's career. I don't know if he canceled it himself or whatever that was, but they still managed to win that fight. I think Refresher was on cooldown earlier in the engagement, so couldn't really get the immediate follow-through. And yeah, once you isolate and kill the Alchemist, the fight just blows wide open. And the No One buyback, of course, should be a consideration going forward in this game.
Yeah.
If Wildcard could somehow kill him again, might open the door. But instead, Speed will not get out of this.
Spotted. Looking for a high five is No One. Speed will not reciprocate.
DM will, though.
And Satanic, high ground number 2. Ooh, that is, okay, Divine Rapier for Fade. It has come to this. He has been carrying the game for Wildcard so far.
I don't mind it. This is a ton of damage on Dawnbreaker.
Absolutely. This is going to be 2 lanes of Rax, though, easily for PVISION. Roche is up, so we'll see if they consider that.
The thing you have to be really careful with now for Fade is to not use Starbreaker when your Aeon Disc has procced. Because what you're presenting by buying Rapier here is a way to kill Void. It's them saying we cannot win a fight without getting through Satanic first.
Right.
They just keep sending him in front and covering him, and we have to be able to pierce. This offers a solution to that with Starbreaker, but if you do it and Aeon Disc gets procced during the combo, it's all for naught. Actually, he took the Celestial Hammer talent on 25 instead of the Starbreaker cooldown. That could come back to bite him. He has he has all of the Solar Guardian focused talents and none of the crit and attack ones. So no Luminosity attacks required, no crit strike.
Time to get 30.
No Starbreaker. Yeah, he needs levels.
He's going for the late game.
Love that.
Smoke from both sides. This fight going to dictate a lot. Of course, PVISION have the barracks advantage, so they can kind of just sit around to a degree and wait for those creeps to push in. Feels like if PVISION get this Roche, that might just be it.
How do you kill Void twice, right? They've been struggling so hard to do it one time.
Satanic will be able to get the D ward as Roche, very confused in his old age, will exit the pit temporarily.
They need to kill him pretty fast, 20 seconds before he moves.
That's true.
So if they can stall him at all, this will not happen.
And Nimbus to start things out. You have the Remnant there as well. And there's the Belch for all to hear. Big Num and Yamsen gonna try to backstab. There's the vision though from the Zeus. Yamsen has to pop his low with the concoction as well. Nimbus is placed. Satanic's gonna Chronosphere the actual Roshan. He's gonna be able to snatch the Aegis, I guess. Wildcard ends up getting, but now Fade inside the pit. The Eon Disc procs, has a Divine Raper. He cannot die here, but can you get through Satanic twice? The second ult comes out from Satanic. Does he have the damage to rip through this Dawnbreaker? He does! The Divine Rapier on the deck. Satanic picks it up. GG is called as PVISION will move on to the International.
Damn, that was a turnaround and a half. That was a 40,000 gold swing in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was quite the game.
Wildcard had everything in their hand, and one high ground push fails, and it all comes crashing down about as fast as you could imagine. You can see the joy and the relief, I think, also in PVISION's faces. They were not interested in playing a third game. And in the wildcard camp, that once it's got a sting, right?
Yeah.
You enter TI, or Road to TI rather, as one of the underdogs. You start tasting this could actually be possible. You get to the elimination round. You're an inch away from winning a second game and having that be a one. And in the end, just not quite there.
Not quite, as PVISION will move on.
It's such a tough loss for Wildcard, for the hope of NA and all the fans out there. This game could have been theirs. We could have been seeing a game number 3. It does eventuate to being a PVISION win here, but Wildcard, I feel like even though they're not moving on fly, it's so easy to sit here and sing the praises of everything that was the first 35, 38 minutes of this fantastic game from them.
I think they really proved that they were here as a competitor. They were definitely, probably should have won this game, which I'm sure they're going to be angry about at themselves and the mistakes they've done, but they put up a great show, they put up a great fight, and I hope we see these guys again. I think RCY showed that he's a fantastic new talent from North America.
Yeah.
And it's a pleasure to watch him play Dota.
I was so impressed, Fear, by what happened in the mid lane. That's not only by RCY himself, but also the support's really offering him a lot in the rotations towards mid. So you said it, 2.5 years ago, RCY, one of the best talents to be coming out of NA and proving it really on this on the stage today.
Yeah, it may have been a 2-0, but there was a lot of fight within that team. That's what you like to see. And yeah, they should have won this game. It was very close, and you might be able to argue even game 1 was in their control as well. They just need to work on the key fundamentals, really, and this team could be very good. Like, this could have been a potential 2-0 on the side of Wildcard if they just played slightly better, and that's pretty scary, and it's nice to see. And I think teams coming out of North America, we oftentimes don't have a lot of variety, but finally, we have another team from NA coming out that is making some waves here. Usually it was just Shopify every single time here, so good to see Wildcard doing good things, and RCY, yeah, he looks amazing, and hopefully he just continues to practice.
Yeah, you say focus on some key fundamentals. When you look at the series, what exact ones would you have said?
Well, they're definitely going to look at high ground pushing after this one.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't really need to ask about that one, did I?
And it's just basically, you have a lot of good tape now to look at from playing one of the best teams in the world, and that's going to be a confidence boost for them going back into their region for sure. They're going to definitely feel like their goal now is to beat these PVISIONs of the world, and that's going to make them much more stronger. But I hope they do stick it out together and just fix these small issues, because they looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, I was really impressed as well by Fade's Dawnbreaker. Like in the early game, looking at how high his net worth was and how much impact he was having. It's just joy to watch that. I am also really impressed with PVISION. Like obviously, it is sad to see Wildcard go, and I think they showed what they're made of in this tournament to us. But oh my god. To be that far behind, it was so fun to just watch the minimap and see how they were managing to split their heroes around to try and get as much out of the map as possible to keep up net worth. Because Satanic's Void was like right up there with an Alchemist for most of the game in a game that they're getting destroyed in. I was like, watching the way this man was putting like his Mjolnir active on his Helm of Dom creep and then sending that down lanes, for example, whilst then farming the outer edge of the map and so on and so on. I know this is highlighting no one.
We're getting there.
But for me, Satanic was my MVP, man. The way this guy got farmed, whee!
Easily the MVP. I think this guy carried them 2 games. He straight up carried this team.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, it really was just this patiently waiting for that Anti-Mage to get online. And in this game number 2, it felt the same about the Faceless Void. The same thing can be said props for Wildcard. They did end up slowing that down a little bit. They did end up finding him when he was trying to make that space and farm up and keep a net worth there for himself. But yeah, that high ground push, I don't like, even when we watch the replay fly, I'm still kind of questioning like just exactly how PVISION could hold that and continue on and actually pull back this game.
I mean, there's a problem when you start winning games. Your mind tends to relax a little bit and you lose a little bit of focus. And you cannot lose your focus for a single second in this game. Like we've seen so many teams throw on the high ground. You're playing against Chronosphere and Black Hole. And sure, you have tools to deal with them with Dawnbreaker and Warlock. But if you just walk up together and just get spells on everyone, you're going to all lose. And that 40k gold swing just goes the other way and it's a disaster.
Yeah, we are going to look a little bit more at the earlier part of this, right? Because again, it's going to be the last time we're seeing Wildcard here on their road to the International. And so I do think it's fair that we go back, take it a little bit and really break down this game. Because the first Golem was where you wanted to look at Fly and the use of it.
This was a bit more critical towards Wildcard, but I think Speed had a fantastic game. He's been part of already 4 kills. And he got a very early level 6 this game. And his first Golem usage, I would have liked him to use it to actually get a tower, but he sort of does it defensively, which does help him live, but then he suicides his Golem into the tower, which was a bit unfortunate. But Speed was off to a great start, and you usually don't get early level 6 anymore like this, so props to Speed, probably a little better usage, but still.
It's just a random flame clip.
We thought the game was going to go the other way, so it didn't feel as
like gold with like 50 damage to that tower.
Worth something, right? There was also the lane swap. That's actually something we didn't talk about because of this eventual comeback, right? The ending of this game just really kind of took everyone else over, that we forgot about how good this early game was. The fact that you're able to get an early 6, the fact that they did do this lane swapping to ensure that the Dawn was staying up against the Enigma and making DM really struggle on a comfort hero.
Yeah, DM, he did struggle, but like, that's the nice thing about him, is that even though he is basically spending the entirety of his mid game being snowballed by a Tusk into a Dornal and just dying over and over again, he's doing the same thing that Satanic is, where he's playing like on the edges of the map and trying to farm and sending Eidolons out to lanes. And like, you keep seeing how Wildcard have to send heroes back to like deal with these lanes being pushed in all the time by the Helms, by the Eidolons. And he did get his net worth up and he did get his items. And we see by the end of the game between the Chronosphere and the Black Hole, they had too many threats for them to deal with.
The next part in this game that we would like to look at is for yourself, Fear. This one is something, to highlight PVISION, that they were never really truly out of it, right?
Definitely not, and it's just good movement here. Void took the gate this way, and just highlighting the fact of this Helm Dom and how much utility it has. Satanic bought it. Normally Faceless Void is a hero that is pretty useless, but he provided the creep so 9 class could get in there, get that kill, and then they made the rotations here, and this is where the game was going really well for PVISION, and a lot of it does have to do with just having great rotations by Satanic here.
Yes, sir. I get like taken away that we are still talking about this game, and you're going to just sit here and watch it there. It's an interesting one. You know that on the other side, the Alk is still farming it up. A lot of us know the in-betweens of what happens from this. They really don't want to sack this top tower, though, Fia. They're not willing to give it up, because after that, maybe not even a minute later, they're fighting there again. It felt like I was watching another replay.
They were just kind of bleeding up there, to be honest with you, because Alchemist was farming, and they brought 5 heroes each time. So these are the things good teams are going to do to you. Get very active, especially as a carry player, making the decisions when to move on the map. And Satanic did a great job this game of doing so.
Yeah. And the final linchpin, I will say, of what happened in this game that really swung it into PVISION's favor is, of course, this high ground hold from them, the high ground push that came from the side of Wildcard. Ray, you gotta explain to me again, all right? The cast is talking about, we see one replay, but what exactly is happening for Faceless Void to live?
I would need to watch this in like 5% speed to truly understand, but I will give most of the props to this pick-me-up facet on Marcy. Got him so far back into the base, made Wildcard have to extend so far out and saved his life. I think he also then just like throws him as well. Satanic lives on like 1% HP, mostly due to this Marcy, and it lets him get his BKB off his Satanic and get back into the fight. I mean, it could have been devastating if he hadn't, because he did not have buyback.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of an early Dawn ulti here, which caused the issues, right? Because then Enigma gets a 4-man black hole. The Void gets to jump the Warlock because the Warlock wants to interrupt the black hole, but, you know, he gets chronosphered. So just a series of disasters. Good pick-me-up by 9class for sure. He did what he had to do. But then it was just that lack of, I don't even know, discipline, I would say, from the side of Wildcard. And that's how you lose games, unfortunately.
Yeah, you kind of realize the fight's turning against you. You want to throw everything towards it. PVISION very patient. The patience played off. They get a 2-0 here. They are now secured top 8 at TI. We're going to head on down to Pyrian with one of those victorious players.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. I am here with no one from PVISION. Congratulations on that win, first of all. Just talk me through that high ground hold in game 2, because it looked like that was the turning point in the game for you.
Yeah, it was too shaky, I would say, because Void survived on 100 HP, I would say. I don't know, they jumped us at the high ground. We tried to save him with Marcy, and in the end, it did work out for us, yeah.
So, I mean, I felt like Wildcard were actually kind of maybe took you by surprise a little bit in that game. Do you think that there have been a few teams this TI that have surprised the other teams in how well they've played?
I think on this side there's like 14 teams that can compete, and like it proves, right, because Tundra is in lower bracket right now, 2-3, Liquid as well 2-3, Spirit 2-3, and like you cannot expect this, but it happened. Like all the China Dota as well is like rising up and like beating everybody, so this TI is like really competitive.
It is very competitive. And of course, you've got 3 first-timers here. You've got Satanic, 9class, and Ducalis, their first TI. You've been to a fair few TIs. How are you helping them to adapt to the situation?
I mean, I don't think I need even like to try to, I mean, I don't think I need to help, because we have a coach, we have a team environment that like creates, and everybody like know what to do and how to deal with some things.
Okay, and also, which teams have impressed you the most? You were just saying there were all these teams could compete. Which team has stood out to you as like, wow, these guys are actually playing some really good Dota?
I mean, of course, Xtreme, because we played the Clan War before they started the group stage, and I already said like, oh my god, these guys are good. Because like, you felt it like whole year, they were like, and the first Clan War that we played against them on TI, it was like, they showed a really good Dota. And they proved it, they 4-0.
Fair enough. And last of all, what are your plans for the off days? We've got a few days off now. You're going to take a break, or are you just going to scrim hard?
I think 1 day break and then scrim hard, watch replays, like talk through about the heroes, because I think there's like lots of new things that can be invented right now in Dota because of Dominator, I would say, in this patch. So yeah, we will like, first of all, like chill a bit, take a deep breath, because even against Wildcard it was like hard game, I would say, second one. They surprised us with the draft, especially the Alchemist last pick, because we pick like Faceless with Enigma, and they just like wanted to tempo us with Down and Alch, and it was working great for them, and they swapped the lane, so yeah, we need to chill first.
All right, well, thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Noah. Congratulations on making the Final 8. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
I appreciate Pierre and getting all that information there, and a very well-deserved break for PVISION before they do continue on in a couple of days at Barclays Arena. And for them, they're like, we actually want to experiment more with what Helm Dome can do. I thought we were already at the limits flight here with 4 of them.
There's 5 coming next time we see these guys. I think they're a very creative team, and it's just fun to see what they're going to bring out. It's cool to have these couple of days to find something new, take this time to really review the game. And yeah, Dota is all about inventing, coming up with new ideas, and this is a team that does it. So I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing yourself. You got to keep proving yourself. And Wildcard, while they don't get the win here, they are eliminated. They definitely proved themselves. And I know someone who would love to sing their praises just a little bit more, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look over what Wildcard did that was so effective in their match, because both games, they won the laning stage against one of the best teams in the entire world, which is incredible. Here's one of the ways they did it. Dewarding was fantastic for them. They got both observer wards at the start of the game, which is virtually never happens. It's incredible that Big Gnome was able to snipe both of them. Good placements here, checking some obvious spots, and he manages to get the second ward, which is just a great start. It's going to make your mid have slightly better time. This rotation by Speed was obviously very effective. Shadow ward on a melee hero fighting melee heroes is obviously very good because you're both healing and dealing damage in an AoE. And because he managed to link both of them with the Fatal Bonds, when Ducalis ultimately dies, it's one little imp that no one did not expect here, and as a result, he ends up ceasing to exist. So a really nice double kill there by Speed. Very atypical rotation from the Warlock that normally doesn't pan out very well. Then he played top for a while. He didn't show for quite a long period of time before getting this kill, so they then killed DM and the other side of the map, which is fantastic. Around the 10-minute mark, they had this amazing first fight where their laning advantage was decent, but this combo was incredibly powerful, cleaning up both heroes super easily, got them a really nice advantage, now up to 2k there. Later on, Ducalis put a very deep ward over here in the jungle. Very normal to do this because you're trying to spot where your opponents are making their movements from, but when he approached the creep wave, he ended up being visible because they must have killed, something bad happened there, the trees all died. And as a result, they got a little information that there was a ward. They did also manage to get a little kill out of this using Tag Team and Dawn spin, which is very strong. So later on, Big Gnome moves over. He's looking for the D ward. He can't find it, and he gets it with the second sentry. So at this point, the vision that PVISION are dealing with is just really low compared to normal. And as a result, it actually just forces them to have to do things like Zeus ultis just to get vision on the map. So they're not able to use that offensively. They're just trying to avoid and stem some of the bleeding, which does kind of continue happening regardless. They get this really cool solo or double kill on the mid lane on no one that allows them to take the tier 1 tower. And this all kind of just compounds for fight after fight where Wildcard gets to make really good decisions, and their opponents can't really see it coming because they're smoking from weird angles. PVISION doesn't have very much vision to play around, and it all gave them this really nice net worth lead. So this was not the advantage I expected to see Wildcard get, but they played so well against one of the best teams in the world. They had a great showing. It's a shame that they're going home at this point.
It is when you break it all down like that for us, Purge, which we do appreciate.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge. It's really hard for you. I mean, you're someone that played in NA for so long. You still do every now and then on your pubs. But when we say goodbye to Wildcard now, knowing just how well they played that game, an unfortunate loss, any other words out there for the NA hopefuls, players?
Yeah, I mean, just keep it up, keep playing, fix your mistakes, and that's all it takes. Just consistency and stop changing rosters.
Okay, consistency, stop changing rosters. We heard it there from Fear himself. We're only halfway through our day right now. There are still 2 more teams to qualify to make our final top 8 at TI. And, we want to get things rolling, but before we move forward, let's have a look back to before the road to the international playoffs, where Pyrian sat down with Insania.
Hello, I am here with the oldest player at the tournament, Insania. I'm also the oldest person working the tournament, so 2 old men having a chat. Coming here as the old man of Dota now, has that changed your mentality at all coming into the tournament?
Not really. I've been looking at myself move up the list over the years. You go on Wikipedia, you look at the oldest people, and you were I'm 6, 7 people off. Now as the years go by, people are slowly dropping off. But I'm still going strong, and now I finally made it to the top. So
hell yeah! I mean, you come in here as a reigning champion.
Yeah, exactly.
So how has your guys' season been? Obviously, coming here as champions, how has that changed your season, and how would you rate your season overall?
I think we had Maybe a little bit of laziness because of winning TI last year. I think this year for us was in many ways quite relaxed up until a point where we were like, okay, like we really need to get our stuff together because it's not happening.
Right.
And I think it was around the times of we played PGL Wallachia, and I remember before one of these events, I had a wedding in Hawaii coming up in June. And I told Nish, like, hey, I really need to make this wedding. My cousin's getting married. It's in Hawaii. I really want to go. And we need to get everything together. And Nisha just looked at me and went like, don't worry about it. I'll get you there. And in order to be able to go to the wedding, we needed to be directly invited to TI.
Okay.
So then Nisha kicked it into high gear. And I think as soon as he did that, the rest of the team picked up steam. And that kind of fixed our slow start to the season.
So do you think that maybe having a commitment in your diary for a wedding or something like that is a bigger motivator than...
I think Nisha's a good friend, and if you need something from him, he will put in the work and he'll like make sure to push the team forward. So yeah, I think for him also it's kind of nice to have something to like work towards.
Yeah. What about your expectations for this TI coming here as champions?
Expectations is a funny word, I think. I try to like not really have expectations. Obviously I'm hopeful. I think we're a strong team. We can do well. I think top 3 is within grasp. And then I think everything after that is kind of just who shows up in better form.
Right. And speaking of form, I mean, you feel like the chemistry is good on the team at the moment, but do you feel in your scrims and in your practice like we are really playing at our best? Or do you still think maybe we're going to see the best of you once the serious games start?
Yeah, I think Liquid as a team, just in general, we will probably look at our best somewhere in the playoffs. I think we have this thing with like... Okay, I'll just be real honest. I have nothing to fear. Our coach doesn't do any work, right? So he has no idea what's going on until the tournament begins. And then...
We're talking about Blitz here.
KP and Jab's amazing.
Yeah.
Blitz, on the other hand, he doesn't really do anything. Okay. So he doesn't know what heroes are being played until like he's seen a lot of games happen. And that's usually where Liquid looks quite shaky. I think you can kind of tell from our drafts. And then the longer we go into the event, the more games Blitz has seen and the more ideas he has for like, this is how we want to draft. This is how we want to do things.
So if something doesn't work out, we can blame Will.
Oh yeah. Don't even hesitate.
Perfect.
Like, please go to social media and
start a Reddit
Blitz
thread.
know. Yeah. Reddit threads.
Absolutely.
Even if it's not like draft related, make it about the draft.
Probably yeah, fair enough. Now, last question, because I think this is probably the one I'd like to close on.
Cool.
I have heard some rumors, and you've talked about it on your podcast, that you were thinking of calling it a day and retiring from Dota. Either, this year or after TI, next year? What's the deal?
Yeah, so for me, next year would be the absolute maximum. That's like something I set for myself already. It might happen this year. Who knows? I haven't really decided yet. And for now, I just want to try to play the best Dota I can, and then we'll see what happens after.
And what's the reason for this? Is it just you are sick of the lifestyle?
I mean, part of it is like kind of getting tired of traveling, but part of it is also that I think love this game, but there's also more to life than just Dota. And I mean, I think I'll always be interested in what happens in Dota, but just playing it, I think, is kind of reaching the end for me. And I'm kind of looking at other goals in life. You know, I have a girlfriend, kind of develop that into what comes next.
Yeah.
Maybe kids in the future, who knows? So, just other goals.
Other girls?
Goals.
Other goals.
Goals.
Oh, man. Aiden, thank you so much and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's see if Insania is going for other goals, or maybe after this TI, maybe after next TI, but then he has to get to TI first. He's in the road to the International, and he says that top 3 is within his grasp. We're about to find out if it will be, because it's elimination on the line. A best of 3, Team Liquid and Tundra Esports. I know, I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card when they thought about elimination series on the final day here of the Swiss road to TI. To talk about all of that and what's coming, I have Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard next to me. Misery, is Christmas. A little bit.
Dota Christmas.
Dota Christmas.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, this is the most hype series of the day coming up, both this one and the next one. So yeah, this is extremely hype. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it, is it?
Absolutely. Kind of strange to see these two teams, of course, battling it out to go through even. But yeah, I'm expecting some insane Dota in Series 1 and in Series 2, and I'm still waiting for some of these teams to actually show their A game. Like, same what Insania was talking about. Like, he expected top 3, that's within reach. And from what I've heard from the guys, like, as the tournament was starting, they had high hopes.
Yeah, and then they're right to have these high hopes, Stormer, because both of these teams have had such an amazing year.
I mean, they honestly did, right? I mean, they both had multiple tournament winnings. I think for Tundra it was 3 wins, for Liquid it was 2 wins. Yeah, we actually see it on the graphic now. You also see that Tundra was in 10 top 3 finishes and Liquid in 5 of them. And also last year, remember, Liquid won TI. Tundra got 3rd place, and funnily enough, one of the Tundra members, 33, he was on Liquid back then. So these teams are extremely successful over the years, also exists already for quite some time. Liquid especially, right? They exist for over a decade. So yeah, I think it's finally the time to show now what they're really capable of.
Yeah, if not now, then when? We got to put a little asterisk with Tundra. They're not having their entire full roster, but I think they've had a lot of games here already in this road to TI to get accustomed to each other. And they're like, this is it. This is their road. They have actually played with the stand-in fairly frequently last year when they got 3rd. That was also with the stand-in, so they should be able to know how to adapt and move further on. But then again, so should Liquid. And unfortunately for one of these two teams, the road will come to an end. Now, we got to look at what has happened in this road to TI so far, Misery, because both of these teams obviously are coming in with ideas, maybe find out something wasn't working, they adapt. Like, what's going on with these teams? What's happening?
It's kind of hard to exactly put your finger on, I would say, what happened, but that's the reason why they're both here, potentially getting eliminated, right? They have not been looking very hot at this road to the international just yet. Here you see the results that they've had. Liquid losing 2-0 2 times and only winning 2-1. Very close series there. On the other hand, Tundra, going 2-3 in total, also losing 3 to 3 different teams, right? Not what we're used to seeing from these two teams. And to be honest, from watching their games, it has looked really shaky. They did not look like themselves at all. And yeah, I think it really just comes down to who is more prepared today, who wants it more, who is willing, who's able to kind of, come back and bring the form that we know them for.
Yeah, what's really cool as well, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Toby stand in for Team Liquid as well in the last season?
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He's the mercenary.
Yeah, he stood in on one side, now he's playing on the other. I mean, of course, I might be looking a little bit too deep into it, but he's bringing some knowledge, right? Sure, and on the other side, of course, you have 33 that won TI with them, like you guys mentioned earlier, just a year ago. So just a lot of cool storylines between these two teams. Definitely not where they're definitely not where we expect them to be, but I'm not sure. I kind of think that Liquid have got it, considering that they do not have a stand-in, and I kind of like what they've been doing with their drafts recently. Like in the last couple of days, that they have experimented a little bit more. They have flexed some picks. I've seen some Lashraks being played on 4 puck as well. So they have the curveball. Let's put it that way.
They definitely have thrown some curveballs. We also got to look at the trends that maybe they have or have not been able to follow from other teams that are doing well. And one of the bigger trends is game time, average game time, because Misery, this is a very big difference between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, it's not that many games, but it still tells a story, right? That the average game time for Liquid is a bit higher, and the win as well. Like when Tundra wins, it's pretty early on in the game, right? They maybe capitalize on some 33 Su type of hero, some dominators, and they really stomp the game. Whereas Liquid, however, takes a little bit longer. And then the unique heroes here is kind of interesting, I think. The fact that they've played 39 and 35 unique heroes in this few days, right? Whereas other teams are only hovering around 30 here, as we can see, and these are the qualified teams. So that also tells a story that perhaps they're not really sure what their own identity is, what's really working for them. At least there's a lot of new heroes every series, right? I agree with Lizard though. They did seem towards the end start picking Lashrak and Puck a bit earlier, and like kind of going back to some of the the true niche heroes and maybe finding that. But interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams are going to have for us today.
You know what I really like as well? You mentioned the average game times. Like when you think about it, most of these teams in the tournament are currently the winning ones, at least.
Yeah.
The ones that are true have played really long games.
True,
that has been their forte, right? Like take the games long, split the map, farm the map, and maybe that's something that Tundra kind of lacked. I feel like sometimes they prepare themselves for the late game, but sometimes they overdo it. Like their series versus Heroic, I think they had a Tinker and an Anti-Mage as well.
So for future matches, we can always go that the team is favorite that has the longest average game time. I think that's the theme of this TI so far.
I mean, so far, yeah, it has been.
I think when the games end early, it's often because teams make too big mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Too many mistakes. They feed away too many kills. They take bad fights, things like that. When we see these long games extend, it is because both teams are playing so disciplined and so well. And yeah, I mean, let's see what we got going here. It's a draft starting, and we got an Invoker.
This is the very first day, Stormer, when we were watching the opening of the Road to TI, Tundra was obviously still doing pretty well in that one, especially in their first series, where this was the hero that they won with, and ever since we saw it banned frequently. The fact that Liquid let it through here for Tundra. BZM with the Helm of the Dominator first item, Invoker, has been doing well.
Yeah, and he also, we just saw it on the screen, right? He has 100% win rate so far. So other teams even copied it. We saw PVISION especially. They copied it and already picked it 2 or maybe even 3 times for no one as well. Obviously, Liquid is aware of this. They should have seen this coming because it is. You can see the pattern quite easily, right? They're gonna pick this hero if it has 100% win rate on them. Yeah. So curious to see what the answer is gonna be, because high chance you just pick the niche hero here, right? You know what's coming for you.
What could that be then? I mean, the puck is already banned.
Ember. I would say it's almost guaranteed Ember, because Liquid has always been rolling really well with that hero. Okay, I'm wrong. It's Disruptor.
I mean, Ember might come later, but they just choose to take it a bit more slow, right? Like we sometimes see teams do, instead of jumping the gun with the core pick.
Yeah, probably Nisha is saying like, okay, there are multiple uneven level heroes that I would like to play into the Invoker. Let's take the Disruptor first, because we've also seen that this hero has been popping off on this event so far, and it is one of the, if not the most contested post 5. Most picked hero?
It's the most picked. Also, Liquid has played, I think, 6 games of this is the one hero they keep picking, actually.
And they're not the only ones. I feel like this hero has kind of quietly crept into the meta, and everyone just started picking him. No matter what the enemy team first phases, I feel like Disruptor is an all-right hero to pick. You don't really show a lot. With Invoker, you're showing a lot, right, on the other side. Meanwhile, the Disruptor is just a stable position 5. It's a really strong laner. It's good catch. And the silence from the ulti, of course, later down the path with the Aghanims can always kill.
I must say the one criticism I have towards this is that, in my opinion, it doesn't really give too much response to the Invoker. Usually mid lane heroes who don't like to play against Disruptor are elusive heroes. Let's name the Ember, the Quap, the Puck, the Storm. Invoker, even with the Stormy build, is quite a summon hero even. And Disruptor, generally speaking, doesn't trade too well into those. But Liquid is going to have the reason.
What do you hate playing into as Invoker?
Well, I would still say that the Ember Spirit is something that Liquid should be looking at here. He, generally speaking, is not that good at...
banned.
Never mind, it's banned. Yeah, mobile heroes are usually quite good against Invoker, because all of the spells, they kill mobile heroes quite easily with the Meteor, with the Tornado setup. But if you're a bit elusive, it can be harder to track them down. So now with Ember and Puck being banned already, the pool of heroes is getting a little bit smaller. There's something like a Void Spirit that also comes to mind. I think, firstly, it's a tier below the Ember Spirit, but Nisha has been playing that before.
Could we see a Nisha Sanking? Is that something that they might bust out here? Because it's kind of a little bit limited to at least the meta heroes. It is Void Spirit, like you mentioned, but apart from that, it's like what, Primal Beast? He's not the best against Invoker, right? And then you have the potential Sanking.
It's something that Spirit tried. They lost with it. I mean, it was exactly the matchup against Tundra's BZM Invoker. They tried the Sanking. They lost with it. It's still a very good hero, obviously. The mid lane matchup will be kind of 50-50. Both people get basically what they want. It's just, usually when you see the mid lane matchup, right, you want to try to capitalize on it a little bit. You want to try to get an Epsilon on mid and not really aim for 50-50.
What if you had some good old Magic SF on that mid lane with some melee position 4? Is that doable? Never mind, there's gonna go with
the Sanking. Misery, you got it. I mean, yeah, it goes really well hand in hand with the Disruptor as well. Once he has a Blink Dagger timing and Disruptor's level 6, those two heroes can always pair up, go for smoke ganks, look for openings, and generally speaking, be a threat to anybody who's throwing on a wave.
So we feel like Liquid answered this well.
I think they didn't really address the Invoker too much. I think they're just drafting something that's solid for themselves, something that's also open. They have a lot of stun, they have a lot of catch, team fight. Like they have a lot of boxes ticked already with the first 2 picks, which is a really good thing when you're a second pick. But I don't think they really addressed the BCM Invoker just yet. I also want to mention that Tiny is still in the pool, which is a hero that could be really good for Tundra here.
It's also exceptional with Invoker. It's one of the few heroes in the laning stage that has enough stun duration to set up the Sunstreak reliably with both Toss and Ava. And they have ran this combo before. Usually Saxa is playing either Shadow Shaman or Tiny to set up for Invoker Sunstrike spells.
Could also be a Nyx Assassin maybe, but I think why would you Nyx if there is a Tiny?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, okay, you can keep going. You're laning everything. I'm just... No, this is a really good pick with Invoker.
So let's think about Liquid then. What are you looking at here? You probably, I mean, either you want to keep it open so Saberlight can play the Sand King somehow. So you pick the Mickey hero plus the Boxy hero perhaps, and then you keep it open for the last pick. Or you can just pick Saberlight plus Boxy, strong dual lane now, and then last pick Mickey. I feel like that's the 2 options that you kind of have to choose from here.
I guess I also have to do the homework. Okay, what heroes does Crystallis have on the 18th pick that could be threatening here?
Yeah.
A niche pick that is here on the 8th pick available for them is the Bloodseeker. We've some come out earlier because there's already a Sand King who's affected by Rupture. So I'm just throwing it out there. If they would pick something like a Pangoli or something, they should not do that against Crystallis in particular.
Sure.
They will obviously not do it because there's also a Pugna on Tundra's lineup.
Seeing that there's this Invoker in the pool, I guess you're not really worried about... They go with the Monkey King. That's also a hero that you're kind of taking away from Remco and you're picking it for yourself, right? Like, that's nice. But...
It's also a flex again, right? It could be Nisha, it could be Mickey, right? Leaving it the Sand King still flexible, somewhat.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, now they're gonna pair this up with a Boxy hero or an Insania hero, and basically everything is open.
There's no way that they combo like some Invoker with Faceless Void, right? Like, I'm seeing Disruptor, it's kind of difficult, but it's...
I think Tundra has a lot of options. I think they could even go for the Anti-Mage that we saw earlier. I think this hero is rising in popularity. There's the Faceless Void, like you said. There's a lot of stuns and a lot of catch, but the fact that you have the Chronosphere, you have a Invoker, right, with the Cataclysm, and you have a Pugna to secure the lane. It is definitely an option.
And they kind of play the similar way, right? Like, you get the Invoker, you get the Faceless Void, both of them are buying Helm of Dominator. Like, you have the early game aggression, and later on down the path, you have this unbeatable team fight.
What about 33, though? Like, his hero pool is...
targeted.
Kind of banned out a little bit right now.
A hero that is still in the pool
Darkseer?
is Darkseer. Yes, I was about to mention. I'm not really sure about the interactions in the lane. I mean, you do play against Glimpse, but we also saw in the series before that he actually instantly 9-picked a Darkseer into a Sand King because he values that matchup. You buy the pipe, you buy the auras, so he's definitely looking at it. It's just a question. Okay, I mean, here we go with the Darkseer.
I feel like you mentioned Disruptor, but a lot of players do not care anymore. Like, I see this Darkseer being picked into Disruptor anyway, very often. So you have the Tiny, you have the kill potential from level 3, like you said, and the creep skipping is always there.
Yeah, and Darkseer has always looked like a very strong hero if he survived the laning stage. I mean, his weakness are the first 2 levels, and if that is not being punished, I can see huge value coming out of
Another Dominator, by the way.
Yeah. Also, 2 Dominators already on Invoker and Darkseer. High chance coming.
We just saw a Warlock Dominator, so...
No, we saw Monkey King Dominator. I mean, we saw 4 Dominators on PVISION. I think they would buy it on, I don't know, Pugna.
Liquid has no Dominator heroes right now, at least. Right? Unless you're going to go for something on Hoodwink or, I don't know.
There's no way they play Dom. None of those 4 heroes can play Dominator. I would go crazy.
Well,
does that mean that you want them to go for a different offlaner that can build into that, or are we happy with an offlaner in the Sand King?
They will probably just try to round up the draft nicely. They're not going to look at the Dom item specifically. But it would be quite funny if you had that as a strong condition in your draft.
Like, we need team fight, we need a stun, we need someone that built a Dominator.
So, Razor is a hero.
Abaddon.
We might see Abaddon, yeah. It's pretty good here, I think.
You profit off the surge. It's a very strong alacrity synergy. You also cannot die to Epicenter. And they ran it before on Crystallis. There's also the Anti-Mage that you mentioned earlier, Lizard.
Yeah.
However, I think that is not the easiest game because every single hero in Liquid does have lockdown. The static field is always a threat as well.
If they knew that Sand King was offlane, it wouldn't be that terrible. But
then it would be quite different, yeah.
But like this, with the flex on Sand King, it's kind of hard to commit into that anti-mage. But I do like your Abaddon call. I think that's maybe the easiest one to go for.
I think it's also one of the heroes actually Crystalis has the most success with.
Yes.
So far, when I've seen it.
There's like one thing that he needs to worry about, and that's the break plus silence, because they do have exactly that combo. You have the hoodwink with the break.
Oh, that's true, actually. They can actually threaten to kill him without his ulti popping
So
off.
Abaddon can fall against these 4 heroes, even without popping his ulti.
There's also Sven. Sven looks pretty decent here as well.
Mm-hmm.
It will be the Night Stalker that is the final ban coming out from Tundra, and they will be the last one, or they're picking their last hero.
That's a really cool ban, by the way. I need to say that Liquid would play so damn fast with the Night Stalker. You'd be playing into Invoker, into a Pugna, into a Darkseer as well. It's annoying to play against that AoE silence.
Yeah, and I think Saberlight has a lot of Aegis steals with that hero as well in some of the tournaments they won.
I like your Sven call, by the way. I feel like another setup, another stun with Invoker, and overall just looks like a very strong hero. But nope, it's a Bloodseeker.
It's Bloodseeker instead, okay. I mean, obviously here the Rupture is very effective against the Sand King. In some way also against Monkey King, you cannot use your shard to jump out of the fight anymore. It is also very strong Alacrity synergy with the Invoker. However, he's not one of those tanky boys like the Abaddon or the Sven. He can also just die to one Epicenter with follow-up.
It's absolutely his full comfort zone, right? Like the only thing that I'm worried about is before when they were playing this Bloodseeker, like I could see an instant reason why. Here, sure, there are some benefits to the Bloodseeker, but I don't think it's nearly
It's less obvious, right?
Yeah, it's not nearly as good of a game like when he was playing versus Pango plus Weaver a few days ago.
They did have Darkseer with it, and I do think that this hero adds something to their overall lineup.
Another Helm of Dawn?
What did he go?
Does he actually go dumb? Nah, he went Melts from
right?
BKB.
Melts,
It must
yep.
be. That must be the case because he needs that item to deal damage. He needs the Spell Lamp synergy.
Underlord.
It's a good Pit of Malice game. The Pit can lock them down with the Surge, with the fast-moving Bloodseeker. It's also very good follow-up when you have the Nisha plus Insania combo running around. You now have some global presence. It rounds up the draft quite nicely.
Yeah, I also think that the Monkey King carrier with the Disruptor against Darkseer has the potential to pop off, right? I think that should be a very good lane for Monkey. And if he has a good game, he can easily rotate to the gate and create chaos. Liquid has a very fast lineup with a lot of slow cooldown spells, a lot of damage early game. So I think Tundra needs to be careful they don't get rolled over here. But at the same time, I think when Tundra gets their core items online, it's not that easy for Liquid to team fight into them.
There's also one core item for Liquid that is very effective in this game in particular, and that is the Nullifier against the Surge, against the Partner Decrepify. And I think this is going to be an item that Mickey is going to pick up very early here, probably 3rd or 4th item.
Yeah, Nullifier early on, maybe some Yule Scepter on someone as well, for sure. I feel like for Team Liquid, this is, again, for Saberlight, a pipe game, right? Like a game in which you need to get all the auras. I'm not sure if he's going to go for a Helm of Dominator or not. I'd like to see auras instead, just to prevent all these early game pickoffs that they will be making with Tiny plus Invoker.
Very interesting drafts.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Oh, it's so diplomatic.
Really? Oh, I think it's pretty even. Yeah, I think it's pretty even.
I mean, I will go with the Invoker show a little bit. I don't think the hero has been properly answered enough. I think it's quite a free Invoker game with what he has got going for him. So I'm going to keep going with the BZM show. It's going to be a 4-0.
I didn't doubt it that you would go for the Invoker regardless.
Double down.
Let's see who takes game 1 of this best of 3 with Cap and SVG.
This is the last chance for one of these teams to qualify for the International, which is fitting because back in 2021's TI, 5 players inside of this match were part of that infamous last chance qualifier. Nisha and Chrysalis were on Team Secret. They were teammates then, now they're enemies. And then, of course, the core of Liquid, Mickey, Boxy, and Insania. Almost forgot. I almost said Nisha again.
Got there in the end.
Making up the core of Liquid. Still on Liquid. And still fighting for a shot at TI. Avery, this is an extremely intimate matchup between these two teams. You've got former teammates, you've got Team Liquid matching up against their former captain and leader in 33. Hell, even the stand-in of Tundra played for both teams this year. He stood in for both Liquid and Tundra.
Well, there's a reason Liquid's, esport organization of the decade, right, Austin?
I guess so.
They just gobble everybody up. They steal everybody else's talent. They steal the stand-ins. I mean, everything is eventually gone through Liquid at some point. I would not count Tundra out of this matchup. I know a lot of people are going to say they don't have the full roster. They are missing Whitemon. That is a massive blow to the squad. We'll see if 33 can get out of here, down the river, try and get the extra move speed to work, but I think he will eventually go down.
Blood grenade ticking him down, 10 HP, and Mickey will secure that last hit. A lot of damage done there by Toby, trying to punish the team he stood in just a month ago.
I still would not count Tundra out of this series just because 33, he knows Liquid. He knows him through and through.
Yeah.
And this is a guy, he's a double TI champion for a reason. He knows how to gimmick his way through certain series, dare I say it, right? This guy has definitely abused certain items of certain patches that will go unnamed. And this is another such instance that could come to light here. I want to see what Dominator shenanigans he potentially gets up to here. This draft was super interesting. A lot of back and forth in terms of trying to get the team fight coordination victory. I think Liquid's 5-man punch looks incredibly straightforward and strong. There's not a lot of super difficult execution there, right? You go in, you cast all these big AoE spells, you throw down the pit, you throw down the Wukong, Sandstorm around a Roshan, glimpse people into it. You're likely going to win that fight if you are all there together and hit the right target. I think Tundra's a lot higher execution. Maybe the ceiling's a little higher, like with this Invoker dancing on kids, but I could also see this Bloodseeker struggle. Like, this is a game where it's a Crystallis specialty, but like the panel said, there's no direct counter pick. There's no Pango you're shutting down. There's no mobile hero that you're really rupturing. And the Monkey King matchup can be really rough. Again, if Liquid can just plant their heroes in an area or an objective, drop the Wukong, very difficult sometimes for Bloodseeker to run into that type of setup. And there's not a lot of damage to throw out to enable the Thirst in this game.
Yeah.
That's my big concern for him. Puts a lot more pressure on the Soxa Tiny and this Invoker to start pulling off some moves.
Liquid trying to get a bit aggressive there. Turn back around, double ion shell, but a whiffed vacuum from 33.
You don't see that often.
No, you don't. I think this matchup, lane, is so interesting because last year's Liquid, how often did we say, oh man, the off lane of Liquid, they're killing it, but it's their safe lane that was a liability for them so often. But when TI came around, that safe lane showed up and was a large reason why they were able to claim the Aegis in the first place. A lot of people pointed to Mickey and how good he got within that season as a large reason why Liquid walked away the victors.
I mean, it's just crazy one of these teams is going home here. I don't think anybody would have predicted this.
It's last year's TI winners versus the most successful regular season team, right? Tundra was at 7 different finals this season. They claimed 3 different first places. Like, they were the most successful team. How are they in this elimination spot? Well, Whitemon was certainly a large component of this team's success. And, I mean, even before that, 33 himself said that this is a team that they felt like they were kind of missing some of their identity. They weren't sure exactly where they were going. Toby, he's going to be picked off here by Saberlight and Boxy. Liquid already 2-0 up in the laning phase.
It's such a strong laning phase for them. They have good matchups. The Sand King's just going to push out the mid. They got the counter pick versus the Bloodseeker lane. This Darkseer's against Monkey King, a notoriously difficult matchup, and arguably one of the better Monkey King players in the world. If Liquid can pull this game out, it sets them up really well for the series because, again, you are trying to build hero pools for your players right now. It's one of the strengths of Liquid. The more series they play, the more they understand how they want to draft, what they want to pick, the better they get. A win with this style of draft that can play fast, can combine quickly around the map, can get stuff going, fights happening. It's the exact style of lineup they want to play. So therefore, if they can find success with it, it's a great way to start the series and push your momentum further.
Nisha's just being super aggro against BZM because he has the Sentry advantage. He's really been pushing that. And
he's going Helmet Dom.
Why not?
No, I'm kidding. I got you. You believed it for a second,
I did. I actually fully bit that.
I mean, I'll get somebody at least once every time. You know, you could say any mid hero is going to go Helmet Dom.
I mean, it was that 7 Helmet Doms or whatever craziness we had in that previous series that really got me going.
Well, that's why I was watching that series. Everyone's complaining about the Helmet Dominators. I'm thinking, We haven't had Tundra play yet today.
Crystal's got a lot of movement speed and Sunstrike. Oh, was that off the mark there?
A little bit.
Just on the edge. Still, Saberlight and Boxy will walk away pretty worse for wear. Healing Salve for Boxy, and the creep wave is pushing into Saberlight, so they'll be okay.
At least you get some thirst going here, but a couple spells off the mark early for Tundra. Maybe, you know, little jitters, got to warm up a little bit.
I think that's concerning to me because, you know, draft aside, you know, what you do in the game is so important, and putting players on comfort heroes in elimination matches, I think is a really good way to start out the series. That is a little sad. And you've got a Crystallis Classic, where they have struggled to find what his hero is for this TI. Right? They even picked a Razor, and it didn't work for them.
That is not a Razor meta. We just haven't seen anybody perform.
We've got BZM back on his Invoker, which is kind of his namesake at this point in time, this meta. We've had Invoker players come and go, but I feel like BZM's the best of the current batch.
Oh, it's his best hero right now for sure, and you could first pick it. Definitely sends a message. I don't think Liquid addressed the Invoker too hard either, as the panel said. This is a pretty good Invoker game, especially for first pick Invoker. Like, there's not a lot of counterplay. Your Monkey is maybe the best bet at getting on top of him, but Monkey is also a hero that really suffers against the Invoker control in the fight, that disarms the tornadoes, the ice wall. You can BKB, you can refresh your BKB in the late game to bypass it, but sometimes it can be difficult if those fights get drawn out, and BZM is a master of that. Trying to deny the
Look at all the heroes coming in. 33 came over with Soxa to secure the power rune. That is crazy.
Did not want to give this rune to the Sand King.
And they're still on Liquid, potentially getting the pick off on Toby, as Tundra did bring a lot of heroes, but only one hero at the bottom lane, which was Toby, outnumbered 3-1.
Very slow start in this game for Tundra. Maybe Helmet Dom on the Invoker, you get some more levels on BZM. Start picking up some kills with Sunstrike, it could speed it up, but that top lane was tough for the Darkseer. The Bloodseeker didn't find any of those extra kills bottom. There's not a lot of thirst being built up, chipping these heroes down, and the stacks are being built from Liquid. If Tundra can get in here and steal some of this, that would be a big boon.
Why'd you point to the Monkey King as the best hero to address the Invoker? Why not the Blink Sand King follow up with the Hoodwink? I feel like that's a lot of initiation and burst that should address a hero like
All right, there's a kill. There's a kill on the board. Nice little push in there. They're wrapping around. They can even go triangle now.
That's true. They got a nice nice ward to play around here.
I think
the
Sand King,
the ancient stack.
He is another hero that can jump backliners, but I feel like in some sense, I mean, Sand King's either going to do that to somebody or he's not. Like, he can always use this whole kit, jump somebody and kill them, but I think to reach and find Invoker for Sand King tends to be a little more difficult. At least the Monkey, you can leap on him, you can BKB, and you can just commit, try and bring him down with Nullifier or something in this style of game. It's a little harder for Sand King. Darkseer comes in, gives you some auras.
Yeah. Oh, got him inside the kinetic field there. Insania lands that. Epicenter attempted. Nisha not going to be able to get it off thanks to the cold snap from BZM protecting himself.
He's
Nisha
lingering.
still threatening it. Tornado at the same time of an avalanche. Not great between Tundra, Soxa, and BZM.
This mid lane is a brawl. This is... I think Liquid feel like they're playing against Game and Gladiators again. It's just tri-lane mid against tri-lane mid.
Yeah, Mickey thinks he's playing PvE because 33 hasn't even been in the lane. He's been clearing out neutrals half the time. Highest net worth in the game by far, and he's got a ton of denies.
This is the issue. I mean, you can jungle, but it's not nearly as fast as what this Monkey King is getting out of this early game, and that's a big concern for Tundra. Again, you cannot rely on this Bloodseeker to help win this Monkey King matchup. It's just not something you're going to overcome. Even more pressure on the Invoker in this game.
Which means Crystallis needs to be careful, right? Because we've seen Mickey, he does like to do the gate rotations. A little bit surprised he hasn't done one yet.
I mean, I think he's just having such a good time.
Sure.
Why risk a perfect game right now? This Monkey King can do whatever he wants.
Why quit a good thing? Nisha, I do think Tundra did a really good job of punishing the first round, that hard camp stack, but the ancient stack is still going to go the way of Nisha. They maybe get a little bit of it. They got one last hit, thanks to the Blood Right. As long as they don't lose anybody, this is not too bad. But it's hard not to lose anybody when you're invading to the enemy side, trying to get back against a Disruptor. Inevitably, somebody is going to be glimpse picked off.
They got one creep out of that camp, a little XP. I think he's going to rotate into mid, but not a kill he's going to secure on his own. Maybe with some help.
Boxy, Blood Grenade, and then as he's stunned, they make sure to land the Bushwhack. BZM, he's low, but thanks to Toby, a good Decrepify. Still though, another glimpse back up. Insania, low cooldown on that one. Got it back up just in time to secure the mid kill.
That's a super nice rotation from Mikke. He's having a free game. Well, it's even freer now. Now he's taking it to the biggest counter, slowing down the Invoker game, speeding up his own.
Oh, first Rupture going to be used. Saberlight. Is he really in trouble, though? He's trying to get the toss on him so they can get the extra range on the Rupture. Saberlight's not giving it to Soxa easy, and now Soxa underneath tower is just going to die. He does what damage he can, but he knew he overstepped himself.
That's the one combo they have to guarantee, you know, some thirst activation. Use this Rupture. Doesn't really matter who your Rupture target is if you can toss him back. But this has been a really slow early game for Soxa. Just not finding those little openings he wants. The Darkseer had to go jungle early, so he had to give up that lane pressure. You're just stuck skirmishing around mid. It's Toby on a power rune, round 3.
Oh, this time around, though, Nisha gets bursted down by the Meteor, and look at the use of the Hurricane from BZM. BZM, the master of all elements, call him Avatar. A Meteor drop, little cold snap action, Tornado if need be, and a Hurricane from the creep.
That was beautiful usage. Catching the Sand King
So
off
apparently
guard.
Toby just can't, no matter where he goes in the river, apparently Liquid always be there to kill him.
He has had a rough time trying to secure some of these runes and at least some control for BZM. Overall, though, you look at the net worth, like where this Invoker's sitting, it's not too bad for Tundra.
No, not at all.
Considering how wonky a lot of these rune fights were, and you're going up against Hoodwink Disruptor, pretty strong in these early points with all the levels, especially Insania having the early level 6. It's been a clunky game for them, but they're in an okay position, barring what Mikke can do with all this early farm. He already has Echo Saber flying out. There's a quick little kill.
Nice pickup. It's Crystallis who makes the first run through the gate. Probably trying to find the Monkey King, but instead it runs into Insania.
Liquid need to keep finding little connections, combinations around the map, outnumbering Tundra. That's where their lineup will thrive, especially if you can get the Underlord to gate in on a certain play around the mid lane, off of a glimpse. Another miss.
BZM. I mean, he's doing all right, but frankly, he's not really looking like himself when it comes to these usually perfect spellcasting invokers.
So many stacks going into this man right here. That is Blink done. See if Liquid make a smoke with this, or if they feel like going into Tundra is too risky with everybody available to respond. They have the connection capability, though, with this Monkey, and they do instant smoke it.
Where do you want to go with this smoke? Who is the most important person to shut down of these cores?
You want to go on Invoker or Bloodseeker, one of those two. These are the two damage dealers for Tundra. Darkseer is going to play a utility role, slowing him down, not that relevant. He doesn't have great wall targets this game anyway to scale on his own.
Sure.
You want to shut down the primary scalers and damage dealers. It's always going to be these two. They are looking for Crystallis down here, but
they're
a
too
little
late.
late. Little late to the party. He finished Maelstrom. He's already out of here. Nice read from him. And this is all time for 33 to recover. Gotta remember, like this Darkseer, he's in the bottom left of the map. He has a creep with Ion Shell pushing in that top wave. He's effectively getting a lot of CS off the board right now.
Yeah, as soon as he got that Helmet Dom, his net worth is starting to recover. He's actually catching back up to Saberlight.
This is a real Dom hero, you know? This isn't a fake Dominator. This is a hero that you would normally buy it on in a lot of metas. For this reason, Tundra eyeing up Saberlight bottom. They want the Airlines combo.
They're baiting Saberlight, but they brought enough heroes to this fight. They're going to Static Storm Epicenter all in on the Invoker.
So
the damage, though, he's so damn tanky, it is just enough. Thanks to the glimpse, they push him back into the Static Storm. They get that kill. Still, though, Tundra brought so many heroes to it that they make an equivalent exchange of it. 2 for 2, and it was 2 cores lost on the side of Liquid. Tundra get the better of that engagement so far.
Not a bad fight for them.
Oh, gotta be careful there. Mikke jumping into a tree right in front of Soxa. Get the glimpse back onto him with the kinetic field, surrounded by the Wukong command illusions. He will die. So a third kill going the way of Liquid. Still, I don't feel like that's too bad for Tundra, outside of the fact that Mikke continues to grow and grow and grow.
That's the issue here. You lose the Invoker, and the Monkey King gets another kill. That's the differential you're trying to make up here. Good fight for Crystallis, though. You finally get that Rupture toss connection. Again, the Darkseer is going to continue to recover really well here with the wave pulling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And ultimately, your 5-man team fight as Tundra is not going to be as strong until the Darkseer joins those skirmishes.
Yeah.
And he has some auras to offer. It's a really good pipe game for the Darkseer. I think that's going to be the first choice here for 33. See if he opts for anything else, but Glimmer Capes as well. Like if Tundra can get up 1 or 2 Glimmer Capes, Liquid are going to hit this mid-game point where you hit that valley with the Sand King. He's just all magic damage. If you get pipe, glimmers, Mage Slayer, whatever the item of the meta is up, you reduce his damage output in the fight. You can just take these head-on clashes. Mid-game strength is going to be a big problem, but you can kite the Monkey King a little bit in this game. You have Decrep, you have some toss mechanics, you have Surge, you have a really fast Bloodseeker. You have ways to get out of Wukong, even if Mickey has an early BKB. He's not going to be able to chase you infinitely. So I think there's a route to winning mid-game fights against Liquid's insane teamfight-oriented draft. That said, they will have auras of their own.
On the offensive side of things, right, it may be a bad wall game, but it is a great vacuum game, right? Bloodright, Avalanche, Meteor. The biggest one, I think, from the Invoker. The highest potential combo damage here from Tundra. Liquid got to be really careful in their positioning in team fights. One good vacuum could just be a team wipe.
You do not want to clump. You want to be the ones chasing Tundra down, getting the glimpses, going on the big damage dealer, so even if the vacuum comes in, the damage is already done, particularly if you have early BKBs.
If Liquid do clump, I mean, that's on them, right? They've got heroes that can really spread out in a team fight. Monkey King, Sand King, like highly mobile heroes that like to hit from angles you're not expecting.
They can space it pretty well. They can also throw this break into the Bloodseeker. Really annoying for him in the middle of fights.
Oh, from the Hoodwink?
Yeah. Like you just get shot from this, you lose a bunch of move speed. You feel it. That's another tool that they have. Look for this long-range burst damage that can come out. And, of course, you have that boomerang combo with the Sand King. Like, Hoodwink Sand King, amp up all that magic damage. It's just straight nasty.
Well, because of the Helmet Dom, it means pipe first for the Liquid lineup. Saberlight has his, and immediately Liquid are going to 4-man smoke with the Underlord ready to join them thanks to his global capabilities. They're going to run into Soxa. And while he is a tanky hero, he is still a support hero. Toby's actually going to try and help him, so they drop the Static Storm, stopping Toby with the heals, and they'll catch both the supports out of this. Unless, wait, BZM, oh, he's really lined up. A beautiful tornado into the Meteor, but unfortunately the pipe makes the Meteor damage look just bad. Meteor really doesn't get much done with that at all. A Rupture underneath tower, but Nisha doesn't lose much for it. He just sandstorms. Not even the illusions can hit him. And now Liquid may be set up to get some tower damage, or they just back up and farm.
Awkward fight for Tundra. I mean, Liquid end up clumping on that choke point. The spell usage looks great. Pipe just tanks it all up. Not enough to punch through this. Really nice aura timing from Liquid. They'll gain a little lead out of this, continue to snowball that Monkey King. And that was probably the one fight where Tundra had an opportunity to punish Mickey on this item buildup as he pushes towards the BKB, because he's going to have it for the rest of the game. That was your one window to put some spell damage into this guy. His game is just so fast here. 502, 150 CS, level 12.
Now, we watched Pure's Monkey King go for the early Radiance. This one is a very early game and much more defensive build, Echo Saber into BKB. You want to talk about like the differences mentality-wise between these two builds?
I mean, Pure is going to be a little greedier always.
Sure.
He's going to want to scale. He's going to want to farm, take more of the farm off the map. Mickey's going to play for the fights. He's always going to think about what that 5-man fight looks like, because the team is expecting him to always connect to those plays and be there. So he has to hit earlier timings. He has to have an item build that comes online and can punch with the team at the 12-minute mark, at the 16-minute mark, at that 20. Like, he can't go some Radiance into whatever an AFK farm for 30 minutes, you know?
I do think that while it fits Liquid's style, I can't help but thinking that Radiance looks so good because they were matched up against Helma Doms, and the way that PVISION was playing against them, just pushing in waves over and over again, it ended up being just perfect for the game. And I feel like if Liquid doesn't get a lot done in this next 10 minutes, you're going to regret this item choice.
I mean, the Radiance feels good because you farm up, you disassemble it, you go into this Nullifier later, right? Like, the natural item progression scale-wise feels amazing because it builds into everything you want, and you get the farm rate early. I do think this build looks generally weaker on Monkey because it's not going to pay off as hard. But if you go this build and you use it to win fights, it makes your team overall stronger. It puts your team in a better position. That's how Liquid like to play. It's a style choice. Of course, you have to execute.
And a style that 33 is going to be very aware of. Burrow Strike whiffs. Oh, that was just terrible.
They used everything here. I mean, that's Gate.
3 different
Burrow,
cores,
Wukong.
throwing everything they have, will finally get Soxa thanks to the Disruptor. Again, the early pickup of the Disruptor is doing wonders for Liquid.
It's bailing out a lot of these plays, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think they're getting a lot of these extra kills if they don't have the glimpse. I mean, I guess Underlord is also your way to deal with some of this Dawn pressure. You can deal with the split push threat, still join the fights.
Yeah.
Just soak up the farm. You're seeing all of Liquid's cores continue to climb this chart.
He'll be another source of catch to keep heroes inside of Wukong's command. Once he gets his Aghanim Scepter, he'll have the double hits.
There's another Dom kill. And there's a lot of gold you're feeding away.
Oh, this is bad! Chrysalis caught, farming up Ancients. No chance to get anything off. Not that he has a BKB that would protect him. He was dead 100%, but Burrow Strike into the Bushwhack. It's going to be a deadly duo for much of the game for Liquid.
This is just Tundra routing the map, trying to get to some sort of item timing where they can fight back, maybe around the Bloodseeker BKB. There's the pipe for the Darkseer.
Ooh, Toby, he's going to go for the last hit on the tower, and he gets it.
Nice little snipe. That's a 20-minute mark, so you got to think about the Tormentor 2. Liquid just already there, man. Not giving any openings. They're just a little ahead, hitting all these timings faster, translated them into objectives.
Good try from BZM, well aware that they are doing the Tormentor, tries to snipe it. And not the best shard. They definitely wanted the Boomerang over this one. Considering all the magic damage they are putting into us. You and I were having a back and forth conversation last time we casted Sand King game, talking about how good and bad this hero is. Talked about how it reaches this valley in the mid game where it doesn't have Aghanim Scepter, but he has it super early. Blink Ags, highest net worth right next to the Monkey King. So when he does finally show off that next epicenter, it's going to do big damage. It's only going to keep scaling as it goes late.
I mean, this hero still scales like a truck.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. You go up against level 25 plus 5 or 6 slot Sand King. It is one of the most terrifying heroes in the game.
It's funny because the hero used to be just trash when it comes to scaling, but being given an extra addition to your spell like the Aghanim Scepter does, that's a lot.
Radiant are scanning.
I think so much of Tundra's gameplay here revolves around the tiny, like the tosses. Can you find good toss targets? Can you start the fight?
Helmet Dom kills, a double kill for Mickey.
Yeah, they've really fed a lot of these away.
That was 232 gold from player-controlled units.
This is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen it go straight into Liquid's hands. Quick smoke from Tundra, though, might not be a move Liquid expect as they were busy killing the Dominators.
Is it possible for them to kill Mickey before the BKB goes off? No. They can control him, though, and he'll just TP away.
Yeah, that is something that can almost always happen in this game. So you have like Abyssal Bloodseeker or something. No BKB control in this lineup. Feels pretty bad.
I do feel like Tundra's weathered through this timing, though. Not too bad. I mean, it's only a 5,000 net worth lead, and we're getting closer to the BKB. Oh, now they found the Nisha Sand King. Pops the Illusion Rune. Burrow strikes away from the rest of the team. Static Storm, but doesn't actually keep anybody inside of it. Still going for Nisha. A Sunstrike on the mark. It's not going to be enough damage. Not quite yet. An Essence Ring gives him the extra boost. He's got a Burrow Strike up in a second. 33 tries to go for the kill, and he got it.
What?
With a vacuum and a hit at the last second. They managed to get that one, and now a toss back. Though the Monkey King is here, and that is dangerous for Tundra. A nice toss away from Soxa, and Liquid just trying to continue the retreat here. BZM catching another, thanks to Cold Snap. Now the Ice Flow goes out with that Meteor on top of that one. The tanky Underlord is dead, and even more, the game is just completely flipped on a switch, and Tundra are now going to take the lead as they hunt down a 4th hero on Liquid Boxy with no more trees to be able to hide through. He will be run down. Liquid's lead just evaporates.
Completely gone in the blink of an eye. I felt what Liquid thought was a failed gank top turned into another quick play to mid. Even without the Rupture, you're able to take the Sand King down with the final punch off the Darkseer. That was as close as it gets. Look towards Soxa. I mean, he has done this before. This is one of the things that won him his TI ring on that previous Tundra squad. These guys know how to play around the support Tiny so damn well, and this guy is one of the best support Tinies to ever play this game. He will find the tossbacks, and he will outmaneuver you in the fight, and if you don't shut him down, if you don't commit big ults to bring this Tiny down, he's going to keep doing it over and over and over, and there isn't really a good reply to this style of gameplay that Liquid have other than they jump Tundra first, and they just force the fight in a situation where the Tiny has to go into the massive AoE that they have. If he's chasing you down one by one, Tundra are going to be really happy in that kind of situation.
The wave cutting continues. So Liquid get 5 heroes back up, but they can't really catch anybody on the side of Tundra. Chrysalis now has a BKB, so not nearly the same kind of threat. He can play a bit more aggressively out on the map, and obviously he's a much bigger threat. Good catch, though, from Boxy. Finds Toby once again. Glimmer Cape, but they have some dust.
Perfect game for Mickey continues. 6-0.
It just means he's worth a lot of gold when he dies.
Yeah, he really... it does feel like if the Monkey King goes down in this game, it's going to be a big net worth swing with what happens on the map. Nonetheless, Liquid continuing to scale up. They have the Underlord Ags. There's the BKB on the Sand King. I mean, they're ready to take the 5-on-5. The only thing you're really missing is that Nullifier.
He just got that BKB, so Soxa, well, he might have a shield rune, a guaranteed epicenter right in Soxa's face. He did get quite the reaction out of Liquid, though.
Yeah, that's Gate plus that BKB Epi. I could see Tundra trying to do something off this. I'll get thrown out. That's,
yeah, I guess so.
It's a tough break. Now look at Tundra smoked up, hunting around this power rune.
Oh, blink away from Insania before Chrysalis can land that Rupture. Saberlight, he's not going to be as lucky. He gets ruptured and can't really stand till for long enough, especially with that Ice Flow coming in. Silvo with the Burrow Strike and the Wukong's command. Mickey and Nisha will try and fight this out. Nisha needs the extra help. Without the BKB, he will die to the magic damage. And the Wukong's command, Tundra just walked out of it rather easily. Mickey, they're trying to spot him here, but he's jumped into the trees, and he is out. But another team fight that Tundra walks away the better for it.
And look at the damage coming out from this Bloodseeker, 5,000. I thought they were going to have issues ramping him up, but he's just going to ramp himself up. Run in, get a good Rupture target on one of these big boys, and just run him down. You can't TP out unless you have BKB because of all the control from the tiny Darkseer Invoker. So once you're Ruptured, it's just a man fight. And honestly, this Monkey King is not doing enough damage with this build to threaten the Bloodseeker in that man fight. Another nice team fight win for Tundra. They'll claim an Aegis here, continue to push towards the Bloodseeker Ags. And that is a powerful Aegis in this game. Even if you don't get a lot done with the Aegis itself, it can wear through a couple ults. It can wear through a Wukong duration, end up winning you the fight just by forcing spells out of Liquid. Little rat action here, but I think Tundra are feeling a lot more comfortable in this game once they started taking the fight to Liquid, just playing off the strength of this tiny initiation. And now they have Crimson plus Pipe from this Darkseer to back up the team fight.
Hey, I love that two different successful plays off of making a go and getting a BKB out of Liquid, and then immediately smoking and going again, right? Saying that these heroes are too reliant on the BKB, they can't win a fight, right? If Monkey King doesn't have his BKB, then he is potentially food for this Bloodseeker and this Invoker. Found Insania this time, he's not going to be able to get off the blink. Nisha once again trying to make his initiation onto this Invoker. The damage, a lot of auras. It's wearing through them bit by bit. Oh, the big damage from Mickey. That'll make the big difference. Chrysalis is committing for the kill on Denisha, and he will have them here full vision. Meanwhile, a great wall vacuum there. 33 pulls him back into the wall, and Chrysalis playing the outskirts of this Wukong's command. Saberlight, he's not making it out. There's no way he can outrun this Bloodseeker. But the Monkey King, he can get away with the shard, but he is the only one of Liquid to make it out of that team fight alive.
Dispugna did so much work at the start of that. He healed so much damage, it forces the Monkey King to commit onto the Invoker as well as everything from the Sand King's kit. Forces an overextension. Once more, Crystallis able to output the big damage and clean the fight up. This Bloodseeker doing so much work in this game. You can always throw Alacrity on this guy later. Like, there's a decent amount of buffs.
Yeah, and he didn't even have the Aghanim Scepter for that fight.
It's just going to get worse here.
He's going to get Ags and he buys out the shard.
A lot of extra damage, a lot of extra sustainability as well when you're taking these man fights. You get Basher, you can absolutely just take the fight to the Man King here, or the Monkey King, even in the Wukong.
Yeah, for sure. And he makes short work of the Underlord because it's percentage-based damage.
Really good against this these two strength heroes on the front line.
Yeah.
This game is starting to spiral for Liquid. They need a team fight win the next 5 minutes or so here.
Is under attack.
Because again, they're in this valley in that mid game where their lineup is very magic damage heavy. They also lost the nullifier delivery to the Monkey King in the middle of that fight.
Oh, that's...
So I'm not sure it would have affected the fight if he had gotten it because it was near the end, but that's your nullifier timing that you didn't get a fight out of right when you got it. Instead, you got dragged into a fight right before it.
Yeah.
Just stings a little. As great a game as Mikke has had, he's just not been able to drag the rest of the team into these team fight victories.
I love how relentless Tundra is on the pressure. Saksa, he's looking for a hero that he can blink inside the base and get a toss back. If Saberlight's not careful, he'll get tossed back into a rupture.
It's so scary to show on these helmet doms because you start killing one of these random helmet dominators, if a smoke's coming through, if Sox is in the area, he's going to combo toss you into the team. You're just dead. So some of these creeps are pretty scary to go out and kill, and I think they had Alpha Wolf Aura in that fight as well. Yet another buff for this Bloodseeker as he goes in. It just feels like Crystallis has way more punch behind him than Mikke has right now.
I mean, it's what you said is true. It's just build your own Wraith Pact. Put all the pieces together. Here comes that epicenter. More drops.
This could be a setup.
This could be a two-man. Oh, they dropped
Tornado.
They got him. Tornado tosses up Nisha and allows the Invoker to walk away from the epicenter.
It's a lot expended out of Liquid. It could be another situation where Tundra try and chase.
Yeah, they got to TP away. They got to get away from this Bloodseeker.
That was a ridiculous tornado. Did get the BKB off anyway, but...
Oh, Nisha. He still has BKB and you know,
yeah, he can't
there's
die
nothing
here.
that can get through that, but just getting it, get another BKB out of Liquid.
Oh yeah, Tundra are. They're absolutely fine starting the fight and forcing spells out of Liquid, even maybe at the cost of one hero.
Yeah.
If it sets that fight up for the rest of their course.
Again, with the time Soxo went in, right?
Yep. If the damage dealers between the Bloodseeker and Invoker are not getting jumped, the fight is unlikely to go Liquid's way. They have to commit, and they have to commit hard on this back line. At least while Crystallis has Aegis, he's just not a target you can jump either. And you're looking at the damage ramp right now. It's a problem. A lot of defensive items coming out for Liquid. You know, you have Force Staff, you have Nullifier that's some damage, but it's, you know, little utility. You get a BKB for the Underlord, BKB for the Sand King. But where's the damage going to come from?
There's that Nullifier. Big burst damage. Oh, okay, they got it, sure. BKB, instant teleport out. And it's actually close, man.
Yeah.
With the push that Chrysalis gets off of that facet, he was doing some serious damage with that rupture.
And you are not going to be able to do that for long. The second this Basher comes out, again, Crystallis knows all these matchups. He knows the exact right itemization to help you power through some of these bad, you know, carry versus carry into the late game.
So when he does get the Basher, what is the answer for Liquid?
I mean, generally for Monkey King, it's going into that butterfly satanic type territory where you can stand your ground, or you're going for a refresher late game with double Wukong, double BKB. He's just nowhere near that. Got to look towards more scale on the Sand King, right? Like Nisha, he has to be your secondary damage dealer. Shiva's on him, will definitely help. Pushing towards that level 25 talent will definitely help. But you have to get here without losing too much more ground.
I mean, it just doesn't feel like his Axe is doing that much whenever the Darkseer is in the fight, right? He pops Pipe, he pops Crimson Guard. A lot of that Stinger damage is being blocked.
Somebody gets decrept. There's
magic damage. Yeah,
there's a heal going off. Invoker BKBs and Ghost walks away. I agree. It's hard for the Sand King to connect damage in this game.
It just doesn't look like it's going to be a threat until he gets to maybe 25, where he gets all those extra pulses, and that is obviously a long ways away.
Disruptor Ags might help a bit, because then at least when you initiate, you go in, you start putting this damage out, you lock people in an Ag Static Storm, that is a way longer window to capitalize on the control.
Insania, oh, another blink away from an avalanche. Insania trying to control Soxa, tossed together, about to strike, the hits on two, and they had a Static Storm outside. With the Wukong command, they surround the Tiny, but once again, Nisha goes in with his epicenter, and Chrysalis feasts on him. And now Liquid again have to retreat after killing one hero. It's just not good enough. They do not break Tundra, and Tundra, stronger than Liquid is in a 4 versus 4.
They're
no, actually thinking about going back into Chrysalis.
No
Chrysalis, they're going to catch him on the bushwhack. Oh no, Chrysalis, he went too far forward. The heal's coming out from Toby, though, are doing wonders for him. A long glimpse back, though, into the... Oh, Chrysalis. Dude, things had been going so well for Tundra, he thought they could just keep pushing forward.
What a read from Mikke. knows they have Glimpse to draw him back, knows the Nullifier is going to do some serious work here. Even through the Pugna heal, you have the numbers, you have the advantage, and finally they get this Bloodseeker down.
And
just
now he's
as he
got
had that
Scotty.
Basher delivered.
Now he's got Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor like you talked about.
Big overstep there from Tundra as they got another teamfight win, but then threw it away. And there is your Disruptor Ags.
Massive.
Little extra gold off that kill, pushes you over the edge.
He can
Really
get
nice
the Dread
timing.
if he wants to. It's not, you know,
I
it's a decent damage upgrade.
Insanius, he's arguably had the best game of anybody here on Liquid.
Seriously.
Outside of maybe Mikke, who had that incredible start, but he has been there time and time again for those Glimpse kills. He has found an incredibly fast Ags. He's 5'3" and 12.
I mean, he's the oldest player at TI.
It's true.
And he's having reactions like he's 21 years old again.
Suspicious.
Of course you would say that. I think it's pretty cool to see because I know Insania once said that in a way he regrets that his peak as a player he feels was long ago. You know, back in the Haunt days, he felt like he was the best player. And now, you know, he's on a team with all these superstars like Nisha, right? And, you know, he wishes that he was still, you know, like he still was his best self. But now, showing up at TI with the quick blink reactions, he's doing some decent amount of work.
Listen, brother, you won TI last year. I think you're doing fine in being your best self. And looking to make another run at it. That Scotty is done. Shield Rune on the
Shield
monkey.
Rune. This is dangerous, especially
BTM's the one to be caught inside the static storm. 33 will try and bail it out, but that vacuum, it doesn't make a difference. Saberlight, you don't need to go back through that gate. He can just keep pushing forward, build up the damage. 3 go down on the side of Tundra, but the buyback's coming out. They want to play the second salvo with this team fight. They stay Liquid. That's everything they've got, and they have nothing to stop our carry, who's now chasing after Saberlight. Get a bash on him. That's going to be 1 down. Bushwhack just stalls it up a little bit. Now a pin. Saberlight's not dead yet, but he also doesn't have a TP to get away.
He will go down here.
He's going to tag him. They've got vision. He's not getting out. But for the number of buybacks Tundra used, they wanted more than just an Underlord.
Crystal is doing all the damage again. That is Tundra just running straight into the Liquid trap. Beautiful positioning. Monkey King from the trees gives you everything you need there. That's a nightmare team fight for Tundra. Exactly what they don't want to have happen. Clump into the AoE, lose your Invoker early. Buyback salvage it a little, but at an expensive cost.
I think the power spike, you know, swinging Liquid's way, I think it's really bad. The Invoker is the one to die because I think it swings back into Tundra's favor when he gets that Scythe of Ice, right? Then you've got something to you know, 100 to 0 the Monkey King potentially. If you see him, you catch him before he beat KVs.
But nothing bails you out of a situation like that.
That's true.
You get stunned on 2 heroes and Static Storm on top. This Disruptor can always blink, do it instantly.
Yeah, he's thinking about Eon Disc, but you have a Nullifier already.
Right, I don't even think it bails you out of that situation. They have hits to throw in, you get Boundless struck. You're not getting out of this Static Storm bar some crazy like 4 staff plays without Nullifier coming through or something. You just cannot get caught in that type of situation. At the same time, Liquid, they're going to look for that every time. They're going to plant this monkey in a tree. They're going to play around an Observer Ward. They're going to try and bait you into a situation where you have to go into them. And Soxa doesn't have enough information to get the jump. That's a big factor that has changed this game in the last 10 minutes. Liquid have limited Tundra's information going into the team fights. They're not giving up easy toss connections for Soxa. The only hero you've seen on the map in some of these times has been Saberlight on the Underlord, who's just going to play in a safe area, deal with the lanes, connect to the team. Toby trying to break on the high ground.
Oh, Tundra, they're going to break this and to get the blink away. Oh, and the gate comes in. Of course, it's blind, but doesn't actually hit any hero from Tundra. Still
Static Storm
onto 2.
A sick connection.
Gonna be Chrysalis. They've got to focus down this Bloodseeker now before he can get off BKB. Gets off the BKB, gets off the Rusher, jumps it back around, and he brings down Nisha. Now the heal up, and now we can focus on Saberlight. Here comes Mikke though, with a Nullifier on him. A Boundless Strike over the side. The team trying to bail him out. Chrysalis fighting for his life to get a kill out of here. He will go down, but they can still win this. He's gonna buy back, and Liquid are low. They can't survive a second salvo again. It's going to be Tundra using the buybacks to make sure Liquid cannot outright walk away with the victory.
Oh, bots to a creep wave in the river, just trying to catch anybody on the backside of that fight. BZM did so much work there.
And it will ensure that they get Roshan. Was it worth it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Roshan counts for a huge amount in this game. It's worth the buybacks. It's such a tough fight for Liquid. I mean, what a grab from Insania. You lock 2 heroes, including this Bloodseeker in the Static Storm. Unfortunately, the jump follow-up was not there fast enough to kill him before he got BKB off at the end of the Static Storm expiration. That hurt Liquid a lot in that fight. If it's like 1 second faster, it's a very different scenario. Still a great find. You force some buybacks out of Tundra. You trade out the Aegis for it. At least it was only Aegis banner. You're not giving up, you know, one of the big items on top of that. It's another technical teamfight win for Tundra. A lot better positioning, holding that high ground. Really tough to go into that high ground on the outpost. Like, that is just going to be a tough fight no matter what. And there is the Hex for the Invoker. Dead even game. Less than 1k advantage. All these heroes are now going to... You got to look towards refreshers, and you got to look towards those 25 talents. Like, that's what's going to change some of these team fights.
Yeah, what is the biggest 25 talent that is coming up?
I mean, the Monkey King's is huge.
I think the Monkey King has got to be the
Sand
biggest.
King would be the next for me.
Yes.
But a lot of these heroes have some extra damage that's going to come out. But those are the 2 biggest ones for me. Also, who got the Monkey King kill, right? That was worth a lot of gold. First death for Mickey. It was BZM who actually got it. That's a 2,000 gold kill. He got 1,100 off that streak. So that's what finished up that site. That's why it came out so fast. Because he had the buyback earlier, hurt his economy. Well, guess what? Here's an 11-0 Monkey King to push you right back up. That's influential here. Like, that's probably the hero you would want it on if you're Tundra.
Crippling crossbow. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, Blood Right.
Just who Blood Right.
And the timeless. I mean, of course, man, of course. You know, we would roll this in pubs 100 times. You'd never get that, but the man's a professional for the reason.
Times.
Okay.
I don't
There's
think
another
that's
Blood
how
Right.
the RNG works, but sure.
I'll tell you, I would roll that 100 times. I would never get that.
Yeah, but that's because God hates you, so.
Wow. I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
2,000 net worth lead, an extremely even game, and I'm not really sure. Like, I agree with you. The most important talents, 25 talents that are coming up, are on the Liquid side, but I'm not convinced that they are actually...
I mean, 2 Rupture Charges is also worth mentioning.
Yes.
Because that is an incredibly powerful talent. I just think the other ones change the fight dynamic a little more. It could absolutely win Tundra a fight if you can get 2 off on like big core targets. Just the damage pump alone.
The other 2
can
are
do some work.
instantly impactful. 2 Rupture Charges are, you know, usually not having immediate impact, right?
I'd say it's close. I think the Monkey Ring changes the dynamic of fights a lot, particularly if you're around Roche, you just plan it. I think the Sand King talent also, just the damage ramp on that is insane. It's not really comparable.
What about if we're going to be talking about refreshers for late game, which is kind of the MO of modern era Dota? Which refreshers do you think are the strongest? Because if you get 2 Rupture Charges, you get a refresher on top of that.
Yeah,
you're
4
rupturing
ruptures.
the entire team.
It's definitely good. Just double BKB on Bloodseeker as well is super powerful. Crystallis' refresher, amazing in this game. The Sand King refresher will be amazing. The Monkey King refresher, if he eventually gets it here, will also be amazing. Those are the 3 big ones for me. And of course, there is Invoker, who can also go for that item in the late game. You just double Hex, double Meteor Blast.
Yes.
You know, someone is out of the fight. There's a lot of scaling late game power in this game.
He did offer the Aeon Disc. We'll see if he gets to use it.
This is a mixed bag for me. Like, it could pay off if there's no Static Storm. If there's a Static Storm plus Nullifier, things get really weird.
I mean, he is the last person you want inside the Static Storm.
He should not get jumped and put in the Static Storm.
Right, like I
that's how
feel
it
like
should
it's almost more acceptable for Chrysalis being that Static Storm than BZM.
If he has an Aegis, yes. If he doesn't, you better hope you have buyback.
And that is something that Tundra do not have for many of their heroes for at least another 40 seconds. But thanks to this Aegis, it has allowed them to weather through this timing. And all they'll be left with is about 2 minutes where the Bloodseeker does not have buyback. So Liquid, do you anticipate that they're going to get super aggro once that Aegis expires and try and abuse that timing? Or do you think a slower game favors them?
I think they want these. They want more scale in the Sand King. I mean, at this point, you're not tempoing out this game, right? We're long past the point where that's happening. You have to think about buybacks. You have to think about Roshan and setting up the fight properly. Like, you're not in a rush. Tundra have a lot of sustain now. You just got a BKB on this support Tiny.
We're talking about 25s, but Saksa did get an important talent. It's a level 21. The toss requires no target.
Pretty nice.
Considering how efficient he has been with his blink tossbacks.
They're just building BKBs and Aeon Discs. Like, that seems to be the go-to for them. I was curious if maybe they'd go for a Wind Waker or something like that, try and bail the hero that gets jumped out, but it doesn't seem that that's the course they're taking. Just kind of every man for themselves. Just survive as long as you can.
Yeah, I mean, if you only
There's
have one...
another Blood Right.
If you only have one nullifier, glimpse back on Saksa, he has to use his BKB.
Mickey in the tree. Has Refresher. Got the Giant's Maul as well. Super powerful tier 4 items for Liquid across the board. I mean, they got triple Blood Right with an Outworld Staff Maul in their carry. That is some juice right there when you're playing this big AoE lineup.
Yeah.
And now you have double Wukong, double level 25 Wukong. A nightmare to fight into if you cannot bring this Monkey King down early.
And at the same time, Chrysalis has his 25 with the Refresher. 4 Rupture charges. It's all about who makes the initiation, and both teams know that. 10-man smoke. Nobody is showing on the map right now.
There was a courier on this shop with a Refresher recipe. BZM chose not to kill it because he does not want to give up the map position.
Oh, now
he's looking for it now. Yeah, he knew it was there. He just didn't want to show with his real hero. And for good reason. I mean, these smokes can be coming through from at any point, and it is. It's coming from the bottom right. This might not be an angle Tundra expect right now.
Oh, especially BZM's want to be caught, but BZM very smart. Just throws Forge Spirits, gives it a little bit of extra buff with the Alacrity.
Liquid know Tundra are here, though. There's enough information to go off of.
But, I mean, you know they're up there, and I think Tundra now know you're down here. And look at 33. He's positioned right up perfectly in this high ground situation to break the smoke and maybe get a really sick vacuum wall.
Tundra can send units down mid.
Yeah, force Liquid to TP back.
Either force them to TP back and show, or force them to make the move into them. And this is the correct maneuver in this situation. There's also an amp damage in the river if it gets spotted. There is currently Radiant Ward on it only. And I think Chrysalis is going to go
with
gobble it up.
Alacrity on a Siege Wagon, you can't ignore this.
Nope. It's a lot of tower damage. It's just melting.
Yeah. Like you killed all the creeps except for the Siege Wagon that had the Alacrity, and it almost 100 to zeros your building.
Ion Shell creep cut the bottom wave as well. You can't extract the same map pressure.
And it's not like Saberlight, he can't do anything about this. The moment he walks forward, he might get tossed back. And that's exactly what Saksa looks to do, and he got him. Gets a toss back. Saberlight gonna be ruptured outside the base. Not good for him. He doesn't have a TP to just go away. They do manage to get a glimpse. Oh, a vacuum! 33 with the gigantic hit against his former team. Gets right in the middle of all of them. Takes 2 out inside that vacuum. Nisha does what he can to kill Saksa, but once again, it's Epicenter to get 1 kill. 33. He did so much, but he has been abandoned inside the base. They were blocked out by Nisha, and now it's Liquid's turn. They are on the defensive side. They're the ones to use the buybacks, and Tundra will retreat.
Like you said, you cannot go up and clear those catapults at the same time. Somebody has to go up and clear them. It was Saberlight, the sacrificial lamb, but he paid a massive price. He dies, TP's back in, gets killed again. Very expensive double death for him as Liquid just hold the base off the power of the Wukong and the Refreshers, but not a fight they're happy with. That was a absolutely massive vacuum wall. Hit 4.
Yeah.
Just debilitating. The second that landed, it's pure chaos for Liquid.
The only reason Liquid didn't get completely wiped in that situation is Nisha made his own jump, and it drew so much of Tundra's attention, and he was actually able to keep from dying by burrow striking back into the base.
It's just such an awkward situation with the Rupture on the Underlord. You want to go help him. You get caught in a 4-man vacuum. You have to throw out the Static Storm defensively, which means a lot of these heroes can play around with it. And the second all of that happens, Invoker has a free fight. Bloodseeker has a free fight. Just a beautiful jump from 33, even if it ends up costing him a little bit. That's exactly what you want to see here. And Tundra, they'll get out of there with the double buyback. Happy with that exchange. Doesn't break the base, but
no,
some serious damage.
Not a huge net worth swing, but it does put Liquid in a very dangerous position where they are going to try and contest this next Roshan and will not have the buybacks.
Yeah, they're big buybacks too. That's an Ag Static Storm that you need in the fight, and that's an Underlord who could potentially have 2 lives in the fight. off of that buyback.
Which pretty much means like there's no way Liquid can let Tundra make the initiation again.
No. You really have to watch for these tosses. You did get to 25 on the Sand King that we mentioned, so he has the epicenter pulses with the refresher, with the blood right. This is a nasty amount of damage if you can get the double combo off. And Daedalus for Monkey will also help. So that damage valley Liquid were in for a long time, they've pushed past it. They're now scaling in that late game. They have the DPS if they can land it, especially if they can lock heroes into the Static Storm on top of whatever stun is the initiator.
Are they actually going to be able to burst down heroes against double Aeon Disc, against a Decrepify, heals from Toby, against even the tankiness of the Tiny?
But you have to lock them in the cage. It can't be a I'm chasing this guy down scenario, right? You got to lock them in there and punch hard. The thing is, Tundra are, if they're smart about this game, they should not be clumping to go in on the first target they see, right? Throw out the Rupture, throw some spells into him, drop a Meteor, throw out a Tornado, put Forge Spirits on the guy. Do not clump yourself, and then look for that opening off of the Tiny. If you get the Vacuum like we saw, sure, you take that. But it's most likely this toss that's going to break the formation.
Again, Saberlight is showing somewhere. No buyback. But it's not a place that Tundra is willing to venture into.
The thing is, somebody is going to likely have to show for Liquid unless they get a crazy smoke wrap.
Yeah.
And the only person you want getting jumped in this game is that Underlord.
Is it that acceptable, though, when he doesn't have buyback? The other heroes,
it's
some
tough.
Heroes do.
It's tough. You can maybe bail him out quickly, but you cannot show the other two cores. They are all of your damage in the fight. You need maximum potential out of this Sand King Monkey King, so they just cannot get jumped. Now you can jump first.
Look at this, move forward. Ward Sentry placed. There's BCM, they spotted. They got the Burrow Strike, they got the Bushwhack. The AM does go off. Soxa, can he help him out? A BKB goes out from BCM.
He got out of there.
He's gonna drop
Glimpse.
the Wukong's command, and BCM is able to get away. The Glimpse, it doesn't quite hit. And 33 is chasing away these heroes. Mickey, he pops a Nullifier. He dodges away into the changing of the guard, and now we focus on killing his former captain, trying to bring down 33 inside of the middle of this one. But here comes Chrysalis, and he is dicing up this Monkey King. Another Epicenter comes through, going after. There goes the Pugna. He's going to go down first. The Epicenter is wearing down BZM as well. They just need a little bit more damage, and Nisha can't get it. He's got a BKB TP out. The rest of Liquid are in full retreat, and Tundra win another one.
That's a Monkey King buyback, but all Mickey can do is watch his team die from the tree line. The damage out of the Bloodseeker in this game has just been disgusting. That is a quad Rupture fight, as he is just running through everybody with a Pyrrha Cloak on top of it. Nobody is stopping it. All of the focus is on the spellcasters, on the utility, getting this Invoker out of the fight.
Soxa, a toss back, a big one onto Insania. Want to take this Static Storm out of the equation for a full minute and a half. A Nullifier placed on. They're going to turn back around, do a little damage to the 33, but there's just retreat. But Boxy, he's going to be caught in the trees. BZM, he nails him. Tornado, Ice Blow, Meteor, and Outworld Staff will only delay the inevitable. Death is on its way for the other support of Liquid. They are both out with no buybacks, and Tundra straight into the base.
This is going to be Megas unless you can rally something here.
You already used all your ultimates earlier. You used all your Epicenter refreshers from before.
You do not have a lot in the tank.
You basically only have the Monkey King for this defense, and you may not have Saberlight's Underlord either, as he's going to be tossed back into the Bloodseeker once again.
Refresh into death. You can't refresh your buyback. Another one down. This should be a throne call for Tundra. You have Sand King buyback, but you only have one
Nisha
Epi.
and Mickey, one more Epicenter. They make the jump, they hit Chrysalis, they all in fourth. The Wukong's command, but it's just not enough. A Nullifier, but BKB, Decrepify, and heals. Once again, Toby makes a massive difference with his Pugna. Now you don't have the Epicenter. Now you don't have the Wukong's command. You've got absolutely nothing to hold your base. Liquid are run out of their own Ancient, and Tundra will take it easily. A game one victory. They'll finish it up by killing Nisha just one more time. A team wipe to end things.
What a game from them. That felt very sleepy at the start. Some questions of, is this Tundra going to be able to find the coordination, the team fighting to make this lineup work? They picked their points beautifully, and ultimately, that is a game you don't win without Soxa on that Tiny. He absolutely delivered in that mid game. That sequence around the mid lane where he got 3 or 4 tosses off absolutely brought that game back. And then he just continued to find him and find him and find him. But man, Crystallis on that Bloodseeker. He had a 5k damage fight, a 5k damage fight, into a 10k damage fight, into an 11k damage fight. Just no one is stopping this man.
Yeah,
no one can sit there, man.
fight. I mean, it was every single time ridiculous. He was the damage leader.
But that said, the supports are setting up for success. The Darkseer has buffs for him. The Alacrity is another buff for him. Yeah. You click this Bloodseeker in the middle of the fight, his buff chart is going off the screen. It's like 10, 15 buffs are on this guy. You click on Mickey, he's got like a Solar Crest, you know? It's just not a fair fight.
This is exactly what Tundra is known for, putting all the pieces together to form some sort of monstrosity that cannot be stopped and will not be stopped in Game 1.
Yeah, 1 game away now from making it to main stage there on the international. Team Liquid, that also means for them, they're on the other side of the coin, 1 game away from potentially getting eliminated early, even though they were considered to be one of the favorites going into this. A lot to break down with that game 1. It was an absolute brawl. I think we're going to focus a lot on the Bloodseeker, of course, like our commentary team does as well. But first, gonna go to Stormstormer, Invoker, double down.
Double down, double down. One more, please. I mean, I'm actually getting so much ammo on this panel. It just keeps going.
Every double down.
Keeps going, and it's just a little bit more Meepo and so on. But yeah, I mean, BZM show together with Crystallis. I mean, Invoker Bloodseeker is honestly a combo we played a lot together in Entity when I was a Crystallis in one team. That combo really ramps up once Bloodseeker has 2 items, basically, the Mjolnir and the BKB. And this game was basically the same show. Like, at a certain point, we could just see that they couldn't deal with them anymore. Liquid had some ways to fight back, as we're going to see later in some clips as well, but I think overall the Tundra draft really came to shine.
It did, but at the same time, it was a very close game. Like the fights we see here, these multiple buybacks out of Tundra, buybacks out of Liquid, like it could have easily swung the other way. It really came down to that last Roche fight, I believe. Not the last one, but the one before that. I think the second Roche, perhaps. That was really the key moment, I think, and very clutch buybacks in general from Tundra to seal that, that important lead.
Yeah, overall, clutch gameplays, clutch buybacks, also clutch movement on the map. I feel like even this here, if Disruptor of Insignia is just a second closer, the Static Storm connects on the Invoker before he can pop that BKB, and perhaps they even start off with an Invoker kill. And maybe this game is completely different. So 50 minutes in, you didn't really know who's going to take it. Of course, it was maybe a little bit easier for Tundra to play at this point, but Liquid were not without chances.
I think one of the reasons why it became a bit easier for Tundra to play this game is the ghost push of Tundra, right? The Darkseer shells, the Dominator creeps, constantly shoving waves, the Invoker, right, with travels, being able to be across the map. I think Liquid had a little bit of a wave problem this game. That team fight was actually fine. It was actually strong, right? You have Refresher, Monkey King, Sand King, Underlord, and so on. But just the fact that you never really get the proper initiation in the fight was a big problem for them.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you mentioned that. I wish we could like see a stat of like how many creeps died to Iron Shell and how many creeps died to Force Spirit. Yeah. Because if you look at Liquid's lineup, like they have the good wave jump, right? They have the Monkey King who can set you up. They have the Sand King with the epicenter and the double subs who can follow it up. But as you mentioned, Shadow Push in this game or in this meta currently plays a huge role. We've seen this play a huge role in other major tournaments as well. We've heard great people like talk about it like in dozens of documentaries. So here it again comes to shine.
Strategically as well, like you are pushing the waves with Forge, sure, with your Helm of Dominator, but I feel like one of the more important ones, of course, was Electri and the Carti, right? When they were pushing high ground, because Carti could not be stopped, not by the Underlord at least.
Carti could not be stopped.
He's just looking at it from distance, and he needed to approach it, and because of him going into melee range, he gets tossed out by Tiny. Right? It was such a simple play, but very effective.
Yeah, the Alacrity on the catapult.
Yep.
Just to clarify that.
Yep. No, Carti.
Carti.
Yeah.
The one Carti. No, and we have the standout player, of course, being Crystallis on his Bloodseeker. That has been one of his signature heroes from the very start of his career, so it's not that much of a surprise that we see it in action. But we did say during the draft, because we've seen them pull it up before, but when we saw it first, it was like, okay, it's against a Pango. It makes sense against all these moving heroes. This was, I mean, I should say Stormstormer, maybe the combination with Invoker was enough to pick it, but this game in particular, I kind of feel Misery. Maybe it's worth it to keep it on the radar a little bit earlier?
I mean, you think of this hero as being good against Weaver, perhaps, Pangolier, like we mentioned, but maybe it's just a legit hero overall. It doesn't look bad at all, right? You have a pretty clear item build, Mjolnir and BKB, and now there's Aghanims as well with the shard. It actually looks strong. You get a lot of healing. You can even get the barrier with the plus healing. So maybe this hero is just viable,
I think,
like, altogether.
I think it is all just hands down. Together with Monkey King, Crystallis best hero. Like, he is exceptional this year, and he even himself, after the other series against Falcons, where they played the Bloodseeker, it was Falcons, right? But
Yeah,
the
with the
Bloodseeker thing.
Weaver, yeah.
I think after that, he even himself might have gained more confidence in the hero. Was like, man, I owned that game. Let's pick it more.
Well, of course, also Crystallis is, I mean, this is his second time having reached the international, road to the international, and first time he came second. So this is a team, or a player rather, that does level up when he needs to, and it is showing for sure. And speaking of items that we've seen on a lot of players, I think it's time to relive a little bit of that game. Specifically, Lizard, we're going to start this road in this game 1 with that, looking at the items of Saberlight's Underlord.
This was so long ago when I requested it, but I mean, all of these games are very long. I really requested this highlight and this timing because it's kind of early and he already has a pipe, right? Like, he rushed it. This is something that you come to expect from Underlord. But the way Liquid plays around it is fantastic, because the moment he gets that pipe, they move out on the map with the smoke. And that's exactly what they did. In one of the clips that we watched earlier, they moved on to the mid lane, right? And they do know that they have this pipe ready and available. Of course, Underlord, he doesn't need to be here. He just connects with his ulti. And usually you'd lose this fight, but the pipe gives you just enough of that barrier to basically be untouched. I think not a single one of their heroes died here while they gained a massive advantage. Of course, that didn't lead to a W this time around, but these kind of plays make Liquid a pretty formidable team this early on.
Yeah, I mean, Misery, you said this was a very close game. It was a very back and forth game, and we just saw the back going for, I'm going to go for back with Liquid, and then fourth for Tundra. I believe you have something where the fourth comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, I think the moment where Tundra sort of get a little bit of a lead, it's kind of one of their timings now, where they actually smoke onto this Monkey King, and they don't get the kill, but they do force this BKB TP out. And Tundra's instincts, their shark mentality, immediately go for a second smoke, and they catch this fight, and they relentlessly just keep chasing the Sand King. I think this is a very cool move by 33 to actually force this chase onto the Sand King, because they know there's no BKB on Monkey King, and they barely managed to get the Sand King kill. Very important here, and I feel like this is just a very good move by Tundra overall, sniffing out that they actually cannot fight without the Monkey King BKB, getting the initiation on the Sand King. So I think this was part of the reason why Tundra actually managed to get ahead and have a game, because before this happened, it looked like Liquid were actually getting ahead and getting to their timings cleanly.
And this is also in the end what defines good Dota, right? Both drafts, both teams know when their drafts come online, basically. And here also, I think the trigger why they even like went for this Bloodseeker was, this Monkey King, sorry, is that they got their own BKB finish with Bloodseeker. They're saying it's our time to go, and they just played really, really fast. Even though Liquid before that kept dominating the map, they were opening mid, they got the Tormentor. But the really good teams, they don't get afraid of that, basically. They still know when it's their time to strike.
Yeah, and there was another time to strike for Team Liquid, because it was this much of a back and forth game, Storm.
Yeah, like, it's actually pretty good that we keep going back and forth between the two of them. But yeah, there's later a situation, like after the clip we just saw from Misery, there was a situation where basically Tundra was leading the charts. Here's the team fight on top, where basically every single button is gonna get pressed. We see the Wukong come out, we see the Static Storm come out, we see the Epicenter come out. Every single BKB is being used. I mean, there's a lot of circles in this fight, right? And after this, I feel like me as a player, I always struggle to make the decision, okay, is there something we can still get here, or should we get out? Because both teams basically expose the entire arsenal. But I wanted to highlight Mickey here on his Monkey King, because he's gonna find this moment here to jump in, even though 4 of the Tundra members are still up, and actually understands I can burst his Bloodseeker down. I don't know where the Invoker was in this current situation. He might have gotten mana or something, but I felt like this was a small moment that some people might have missed, but Mickey actually, with that jump on Bloodseeker, kept the game alive.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight this guy after the same fight, because of course he had Axe, that didn't really come into play that much, the Glimpse did. And this is a hero that got first phase, right, like first pick.
Yeah.
he still found so much use throughout the game, almost winning them a couple of those crucial team fights. But it's kind of cool to see the structure. Like we were talking about his laning stage and how strong he is there and how strong he is versus spirits. It feels like you can always find use for Glimpse, right? Like it doesn't really matter what you're playing into.
Yeah, and when you guys mentioned, like, we saw all the circles, there were so many circles in this game, and with like so many team fights. We also saw the Zoom Blood Rights coming out from Liquid, of course, making the circles even bigger. But this game one, I'm looking forward to game number 2, Misery, because the amount of team fights that we saw in this game, and it was team fight after team fight, because everybody showed up to these fights. Are you going to try to get more team fight in game number 2? Like, what's going to be the progression here?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what Liquid is going to take away from this game, actually. It's kind of hard to say. I think maybe the Invoker was annoying. I think maybe the fact that they don't have enough lane push. Yeah. I think it's going to be a topic that they're going to talk about. They will for sure have more team fight. I said, you can't win Dota without winning team fights. So that's important. But I also want to highlight this game in particular, how explosive of a game it was. There was a lot of fighting. But it wasn't like a 60-minute, 70-minute game like we've seen in the past, right? It was very explosive, a lot of buybacks, try to seal the win right now, right? Use the timings we have right now to try to close it out. So kind of a different style of game than what we have seen the last few days.
Yeah, with that actually, if you want to have more ghost pushing, lane shove. Helm of the Dominator. Were there any on the side of Team Liquid? Is that what's missing?
I think there weren't, right? Underlord went for Pipe into Aghanims. They didn't have really space to buy Helm of Dominator immediately. But I really like your point. This game was so chaotic, also partly because of the kind of a draft and kind of a position ones that they've got. Like on one side, you've got this Bloodseeker. Moment he gets Maelstrom Mjolnir BKB, he wants to go, he wants to fight. And when you look at Monkey King and what his build was, it was no Battle Fury, nothing like that, no farming stuff, just full head-on aggression and team fights. So it's kind of cool. Their approach to the game is so far different from what we've seen like yesterday between Tidebound, Xtreme Gaming, and Falcons.
I would say it also goes a bit hand in hand with the spot that they are in right now, because I will still say in some way that it's a little bit crazy in some moments. They do leave openings to the enemies, they do overextend occasionally, and this is what we did not see from the top teams, like I'm naming Xtreme Gaming, Tidebound, Falcons. So that's why also these games are more explosive and honestly a bit more fun to watch, because like more circles are going to be put on the ground. And I also agree with what Misery said. I think, to me, Liquid has also been, in the previous documentary about ES1 Bangkok, I think, they also had a final against PVISION, and they had discussions about, hey, how do we deal with the shadow push? This has been a topic that they've been discussing about. Do we actually need more objective damage? Do we need the shadow push? And this is probably the second time they're meeting this. In this game, maybe not as prominent. They could have won this game quite confidently, I think, but it might be a topic they want to address.
I mean, just on the topic of the shadow push, I mean, Liquid's lineup wants to fight pretty early on, right? They have the pipe, they have the glimpse to get kills, they have Monkey King carry, they have a Sand King with Blink Dagger. They want to fight these fights, fight these pickoffs all over the map all the time, but you can't when the waves are in your face. All your moves are going to be obvious, right? The Dominator creep by 33. I actually asked for that to be highlighted, but his creep is always on a wave. It's never next to the Darkseer. It's always pushing out the waves. The Invoker is doing the same thing. So it's so hard to find these openings in the early mid game. Eventually there's just 5-man clashes, but just the first 20 minutes, it's not that easy for Liquid to find these fights.
Yeah, because then at some point you're going to go to a point in the game where Tundra is going to have the same amount of team fight, and then you have team fight versus team fight, but one team still has all those creeps pushing all the waves everywhere. So then you're gonna not do very well later on.
I would say that's exactly how they won the game. If you remember when they were camping the triangle, when the Carty was pushing in, Liquid, they were smoked out and they tried to find an angle how to fight, right? Like they tried to get from behind, but they couldn't reach the high ground of their own triangle. Meanwhile, Invoker was just sending Fort Spirits and using Electricity on the catapult mid lane.
I do want to highlight the very first thing that we said when we came back. I think we said it anyway, that a lot of this win also was on the back of Sax. I mean, getting those tossbacks, those little moments where he created an opening for his team. We talked about the Tiny during the draft already. Misery, that surely should be on the banning side of things. Like, because the first thing that we're going to head towards, obviously, is the draft of game number 2. Is there anything that you'd say, okay, that has to change? And would Tiny be one of them?
I mean, it's always like that. It's like if you're gonna ban Tiny somewhere in first phase or whatever, then you're gonna have to leave something else,
Yes.
right? But it was the same thing last time we watched Tundra, covered them here on the stream. Saxa and his Tiny, you know, it is his most played hero here, the most successful hero. He always makes high impact when he's playing this. It is worth considering. Maybe you can pull a Tidebound and just snatch that Tiny for Boxy early on if you don't have the bans, right? Try to steal some of the heroes away. I'm not sure, but I think the Ghost push and perhaps some individual hero-player combination is what we need to change.
Yeah, I would ask the same question regarding the Invoker. That was the biggest way that we saw other teams deal with Tundra. Just they banned the Lycan, they banned the Invoker, and those were the first two bans against this team, time and time again. Stormstormer. I mean, I know you're a little Invoker biased, but he just makes it look very effortless.
I mean, I must say that I criticized the answer to the Invoker in the Disruptor a little bit, because we could even read due to previous drafts what he does not like to play against an Invoker. The first game that he played, he banned Ember into picking Invoker and the puck was already out. These two heroes are the ones that he would like to have been removed from the pool.
Yeah.
And here it happened that they picked Disruptor, and then Tundra got the chance to ban the Ember afterward. And to me, actually, Liquid is one of the best Ember splits teams out there. They have played it over multiple years now. Basically, since Nisha joined Liquid, I think it has been their bread and butter. So I was personally very surprised that they didn't pick it up on that 9 pick. So I can see them basically going that route and trying to play with that hero as well. Even though it's a risky task, you're one match away from being eliminated, and this Invoker has a 4-0 score for Tundra right now. So I guess they're going to have the tendency to either have a different drafting order or just simply ban it.
It feels a little bit like you had the chance to go for that Ember there, punish the Invoker. Maybe now it's like going for it now feels almost, it feels like a mistake to go for it again and giving that Invoker, right? I think you should have just taken that chance when you had it in the first game.
It's out.
It's out.
Just a sideline story. Like, I think maybe a year and a half ago, I was talking something with the Liquid boys, and they were inspired by your Ember, Stormstormer. Like, they were talking about Ember, they weren't playing it. Ember wasn't really in the meta, but you were playing it. Like, you were one of the only mid laners that were playing it at that moment.
Really? I'm
serious, yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
I mean, so I really like the situation where all the everything is kind of revolving around the Invoker and Ember matchup in this current series.
Well, we do have our answer, because the Invoker Ember matchup gone. Or rather, the Invoker is gone, which kind of maybe makes the Ember also a little bit lower priority. That does mean that, of course, we're going to see some heroes make it through that didn't make it through previous game, because we do also see the Naga Siren in the first phase ban, and that hero was completely ignored in game number 1. So, that's not true. They also first phase banned it. That's
Okay, I was about to say.
My bad.
Sus.
No, it was also banned. Okay, but there's still going to be a hero banned that, or not banned, and that's the Marcy.
Oh, the Marcy. Saberland has had pretty good success, I think. I mean, it's 1-1, but I remember him having good games on this Marcy.
It does give the sacking away, though, to Tundra. And with Shaker, Invoker, and Beastmaster being banned out, that is probably just, honestly, if you go through the BZM list, the next one up there. So it's a quite of a gamble. I would have liked to see also Liquid just to pick up the sacking here, but they must have had this on their radar, I think.
But it does leave the room for Nisha to potentially play some of his more signature heroes, perhaps, like the Queen of Pain, could be Leshrac, right? I think these heroes are heroes that Liquid perhaps excel a little bit more at when Nisha has a more dominant role compared to like a Sand King, which is more like playmake, teamfight. I think Nisha being this semi-carrier that you can play around is maybe a bit better. We might also see Shadow Fiend, like Liz had mentioned last game. Something like that I would like to see from Nisha this game.
Monkey also still left in the pool. It's a Liquid classic that they both play.
I mean, if we're talking about circles, there's plenty of circles to find still in the pool, but the Tiny that we saw in the previous game from Saxa is out. So the progression is there.
And the respect on the Disruptor as well.
Did I see that right? Does Nisha have a 100% win rate on puck on 3 games?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
His puck is...
I think that's a combination with them first picking that hero as well.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm also very curious why it didn't... Or did it get first stage? It got banned. It got first stage banned by Tundra. Okay, very clever. He's pick puck, holy.
This little hero we don't really... Like, we kind of glance over her very often, but Hoodwink right now for me feels like in a good spot. I know it's not.
Really?
I think it's not showcasing it at the moment. I feel like maybe it's not played in the right compositions and stuff. But Go Nuts, kind of the facet, it gives a lot of range. The item build is only maybe a problem, but your level 10 talent is also really nice. It's really difficult to take down, and it gives you the break, which kind of is needed in a lot of games as well, and a lot of burst damage.
I feel like it's good on paper, but I rarely see the impact.
The
that
real
makes
impact.
me think,
I know exactly.
wow, this hero is really strong right now. But it has, anyways, 21 games as we saw.
Yeah.
I think it's just like really stable, and sometimes you get caught off guard just how big the range is from your facet.
That's a really high win rate. Shadow Demon, 11 picks, 72% win rate. One of those wins is in the hands of Insania, from what I just saw.
I like this pickup from Liquid with the Shadow Demon as well, because you can see Tundra already has Thanking Hoodwink those two heroes. If they would jump somebody, that target would surely die. But now, with the Shadow Demon Disruption, they can basically play in a way that somebody shows in front, baits the jump, and they have the Shadow Demon Disruption to back it up.
Yeah, just a lot of magic damage as well, right? Like into the SD, into the Hoodwink. It's kind of hard to just chill around these fights. Besides the obvious saves that you get from the SD.
Okay, I see Snapfire now. I have to think back to Tundra, how Crit just gobbled up heroes with like 800 range or something off the screen because it was a 17-minute game.
Is this some
Boxy got inspired.
Unleash Marcy flying at ya?
So what do we need for Tundra now, actually? We need some way to respond to this Marcy, right? We've seen a lot of Troll in this tournament.
Yeah.
But it might be, I don't know if you want to pick it that right now. There's also a Shadow Demon, which is very good against kiting Troll.
It's also not really a Crystallis hero, I would say.
You know, now that you made me think like this, Shadow Demon is so good with Marcy as well, because most of the answers are exactly like that. Troll and Bane, right? Like a lot of Bane picks have been utilized against her. So this save comes...
I mean, the Shadow Demon hero is very annoying to draft against because he is very good against a lot of stuff. Heroes that are good against him are kind of like Weaver, like these type of heroes that don't care about getting purged, they don't care about getting disrupted that much. So, but he's good against a lot of carries because the illusions can really be a problem, and the purge can really make it hard for a lot of carries to play the game. And then you're also staring down this Marcy offlane, which is one of the strongest heroes of the patch. So I think it's these two picks are not that easy for Tundra right now.
There's one here that they... Never mind, because I thought I was about to mention Monkey King, but they're just taking the Faceless Void here.
Okay.
The next Helm of the Dominator hero.
I think I think this is a pretty good pick. Now we need to find a hero for Toby. He's played Warlock, I think, quite a bit.
Pugna's out.
Pugna's out, yeah.
Played some Silencer as well.
They
still go with the Bane.
Wow.
I mean, this has been the answer to Marcy in a lot of games. However, like we talked about this, like you do have the disruption of Shadow Demon.
You do have double save already. I mean, Snapfires these days, at some point, they will get the Aghanims, and this can be a save for both the Chronosphere and Bane, so...
Yeah, if he gets the 800 range, like he can save it on the other side of the Chrono.
We did see the average game and win times for Tundra. They are on average a lot lower than anyone else, and the difference between them and Liquid and that is 10 minutes, so they hope to not get to the point where the Snapfire is able to get that range.
Is there some offlane they could pick that could be very good here against Bane and Void and make the Marcy go +1? Because I'm sure Mika is ready to play it. He's ready to play anything.
You pick Doom here, maybe?
What do we need from an offlaner on the side of
Doom, both
Liquid if they put the Marcy on Mika?
It also needs to consider their players, I guess, right? Because Saberlight, I think he's the one who's mostly played the Marcy. But
he's smiling. He's cooking something. Enigma.
Oh, the Enigma Saberlight.
There we go. I mean, this is a very good pick, no? I mean, both Bane and Void don't really interact with the Eidolons in the laning stage.
But yeah, it is a good pick in theory. But what we saw actually Wildcard do earlier against the Enigma is that they put the offlaner in the safe lane. So that's something that Tundra could consider doing here. Throw the Void on Crystallis into the offlane and then pick another hero or put the Sand King against the Enigma, and then suddenly you don't have the biggest issue. The Void in the offlane should be pretty happy against the Marcy carry with any of the two supports, right? So that is a way you can sort of play around with that, at least the laning phase part.
The backball part is not really an issue, right?
But of course, we don't see it that often, and it does require a little bit of, what would you say, adaptation from Tundra, maybe a little bit of risk willingness, because it is something that, yeah, you don't really have much experience in doing.
They definitely have to come up with some solution, because I think if it's just going to be a casual 2v2 lane, like Snap plus Enigma against Bane and Void,
yeah,
I do think it will go quite out of control. Maybe they're going to start the lane with the Hoodwink on top. Maybe they're going to switch supports first of all, but as you mentioned, are they ready to do that, especially with a stand-in on their side?
I mean, I imagine 33 should be able to come up with something like that. Or could he play like a Tidehunter in a safe lane and just not care about this Enigma at all? Like, could we see something like that? He played Brood the other day. Maybe that's something we could play some Brood in the safe lane. He's very creative, at least, coming up with ideas.
Oh, and I also want to highlight, Liquid has the next pick coming, but they're also banning mid. So the mid pick is not getting easier here. And Thanking already picked him on Tundra. I'm honestly a bit surprised by this ban. I mean, it is true that the Liquid draft does not have too much lockdown, but you're also banning your own potential heroes here.
That means they have something in mind. I would imagine so.
But what Liquid needs some kind of more damage, I think. Their supports, Snap deals damage when he has the ultimate up. Enigma also deals damage with the black hole, but apart from that, it's kind of only Marcy that deals that. So Nisha needs to be a damage dealer out of mid, I think.
You mentioned it earlier, Leshrac is still in the pool.
Yeah.
A lot of uncontrollable damage, right? Like maybe you'd like to have some extra control besides the black hole as well. Something that can jump the backlines like an Ember or Void Spirit or something like that.
Ember now banned.
And bring some damage, yeah. Ember is out.
And this is where I'm surprised that the Storm Spirit is out, because I resonate with what you are saying. I think they need more damage and also a little bit more lockdown. Snapfire ultimate setup or something like that, and now that all these heroes are out, I mean, what is even left? You mentioned the Void Spirit.
I don't like it that much.
Pickable, but
they might pick
not exceptional.
But it's also not that easy pop game, right? It's a lot of stuns.
I think out of all suggestions you made, the Leshrac makes the most sense to me, because you deal damage even if you get Chronosphere. You have the Shadow Demon to back you up. Generally speaking, Leshrac Shadow Demon is also a strong combo. You have the Disruption setup for the Split Earth. Might be the best pick that is left in the pool here.
They ban out the Queen of Pain themselves.
That would be a potential Leshrac counter. Indicates the coming Leshrac pick, maybe.
I'd love the Lesh. I still feel that he's missing a little bit of that backline catch.
Pangolier, maybe?
Setup.
I feel like they need another hero to go in and start the fight as well.
It's very hard to play against the Chrono and the Bane group, though.
It is not the best Pangolier game for sure.
It would, you would definitely sacrifice your own game right there if you pick that hero.
I kind of feel like there's a lot of pressure right now.
It's definitely not an easy pick.
Whichever hero he'll play. It's a Primal Beast.
I somehow always forget Primal exists.
I forgot
I forget this hero exists. I don't know. But of course, it's the type of hero they need. It's like the better Pangolier in this game, you know?
There is a Monkey King in the pool for Tundra, if they want to pick that. It's still one of those cheesy mid-heroes. Obviously, BZM is ready to play it if they want to try to slow down the Primal Beast game here a little bit. But in that case, obviously, the Sand King would be rotated to the offlane, which surely 33 is ready to do.
Yeah, he's done it once so far. This road to TI did not come out on top, but I'm sure he's comfortable with it.
And there's another hero they didn't really come out on top. That's the Tinker that they played before. If they want to take this game late, and if they think that they can surpass that mid-game with him, I feel like later on down the path he is exceptionally strong.
It's already a bit pre-counted by the Shadow Demon.
There's also a world where they pick a 33 hero, right? And put the same.
Also, yes, the second could just simply go mid, where it's like looking the strongest, to be honest, if there's like a good offlaner, like what a casual Darkseer, Axe, yeah.
Darkseer, a lot of his favorites are still out there. Definitely a lot of flex room for Tundra. They can pick what they want, and it will be that Monkey King that you guys were talking about. So we're going to see that coming out from the mid lane.
Just makes a lot of sense. We get one more circle. We were counting circles last game. Now we got Wukong, we got Chronosphere, we got Epicenter. Ooh, I really like this pick.
There's one team with way more circles, Stormer. Is that a bad sign for Liquid? No, the most circles.
Tundra has more circles.
On Tundra.
Yeah.
You have Sandstorm, Chronosphere, Wukong. Yeah.
And the other one, what?
Versus
Black hole.
maybe one
it.
circle. Yeah.
I mean, I love this pick personally. I mean, the Shadow Demon Destruction doesn't really save against the Wukong, because obviously the Wukong just persists and kills them even after they come out. And to me, it looks like some overwhelming team from Tundra. To me, it's going to be a question whether basically Nisha can pull off things that I would call Malrine gameplay against this rough matchup on the mid lane.
I also think it comes down to whether or not Tundra does adjust the lanes, like we talked about earlier. Do they actually put the Sand King against the Nigma? Or does Liquid get the lane matchups that they want that then can snowball into a quick tower, for example, for Enigma, and, you know, freed up map for the Primal Beast to run around? I think this is also what's going to be, you know, it should make the Liquid drafts a lot easier to play if that were to happen.
So if the Sand King's playing against Enigma, we're going to have the Monkey King played against the Marcy?
No, Monkey goes mid, but the Void will just be in the off lane in that case. But I mean, we'll see if they do it. It's not that common, but I think it would be a good idea this game.
Okay, let's see if we're going to get some lane shenanigans here at the start of game number 2. And let's see who comes out on top. Can Liquid force out their third game, or will it be Tundra moving forward to the playoffs of the International? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
That's right, the TI champs are just one game away from elimination. Failing to make it to TI, is their road going to end here, Avery?
That would be quite a surprise. I think there'd be a lot of predictions that are absolutely decimated by that result, but there's maybe going to be some predictions decimated either way. I think both these teams people would have put in the top 3, 4, 6, you know, stand-ins, whatever.
I think many people may have had Tundra doing better at TI, especially midway through the season where Tundra was just killing it. But they did seem to fall off just a bit before this tournament. And this matchup specifically is one that's plagued them since going back to the last time the 33 was on Tundra. The matchup that Liquid very often did walk away the victors, but now they're just one game away from getting the victory over their old nemesis in Liquid. And of course, 33 beating his former team. Soxa breaking a smoke and getting good vision of what's happening here. Liquid already not doing quite as well as they did in game 1, where they managed to use that smoke to find the early first blood. And they kind of need that early advantage because the panel was talking about there's potential for a lot of shenanigans here in this laning phase.
Big question, will they put the Sand King against the Enigma, try and dodge this Faceless Void Bane lane? But it looks like the answer is no. Looks like Tundra's just going to play it straight up. They have confidence enough in the Monkey King pick going mid, giving them enough tempo with the matchup against the Primal Beast. But this is an auto-lose lane. Void Bane does not beat Enigma. Like, I don't care how well you play it. It's just not doable. Of course, you can always throw, but barring some crazy shenanigans like that, this is going to be a dominating lane for Liquid. This Marcy lane looks pretty strong as well. They're even going to pseudo tri-lane it at the start because they know how powerful this Enigma is versus the lack of Eidolon clear. Looking for an early first blood.
Disruption. We're going to see Soxa try and help himself here with the Bushwhack, but of course there's still 2 supports that are going to run him down. So Liquid still walk away with first blood. This one goes to Insania, 33, who opted not to show in lane because I think he knew something like this was possible. I thought he was going to grab the creep wave from behind the tower, but
lost his courier too.
Yeah, that's
a tough start for Tundra in this off lane, which I think was already going to be a little bit of a tough lane.
Yeah, every single time. Ooh, Bushwhack misses there. Again, Tundra with some early whiffs on their abilities, though. It didn't stop them from still getting the victory in game 1. As it seemed that their fight was inevitable. Burrow strike back in, 33, but he still has the stick charges. One more hit from Insania. That innate starts building up, and now it's going to start building up on Soxa too, though he has his own innate. One of those hits is already missed, thanks to the tree taking the hit instead. So, trading out cores in the bottom lane. This is certainly going to be a lot of battling. Also a question of, talking about lane shenanigans, what about the shenanigans in mid lane? Because we have the Monkey King, the counter pick here, against Nisha's Primal Beast. Is Nisha going to do his best Maureen impression? Leave lane early, start back laning? What do you do here?
He did go the early boots, but he is just getting destroyed in this one-on-one. You're seeing the reaction here. This is not the start he wanted. He's going to have to do some back laning. Like, there's no way he can continue to play this straight up with the start BZM has had on that CS chart.
Frankly, I think Nisha is just not comfortable with that kind of play.
No, it's not his style.
I think he likes laning straight up. He does not like having to do weird, cheesy stuff like that.
I agree. It's not his MO. It doesn't use his exact strengths as a player, right? You'd rather have him just beating someone mid, taking it straight to him, but he has no choice here. Those early waves were a disaster.
Second go around. Insania trying to cut through the trees, will not be able to juke out Soxa. His aim is true and finds a second kill for Tundra. No trade out this time.
Liquid had that first blood, but Tundra are getting the better of Liquid in this laning phase of game 2. I mean, this is going to be an absolute free farm mid Monkey King. The Void surviving top for now. That's the lane that will go bad for Tundra over time. But if these other two go well enough to make up for it, that's a lane
back in
phase
the
win.
tower. Did not quite get in range of the tower. They got to be careful fighting into all of these Eidolons. One stun is all it takes. Chrysalis hoping that he gets enough to, trade off a kill. It's just clearly not going to happen. This is the one lane that will go very well for the Enigma. You said it at the start. There's just simply no way for them to win.
Yeah, no shot. You're looking to get as much as you can before you have to abandon. Eidolons are going to be strong in this game. Eventually, you can rotate some other heroes into this Enigma, maybe gank him or deal with him, but...
Well, that's also the danger for Tundra's offlane, right? If Saberlight is having good enough time, Boxy can leave him alone and go
absolutely.
to that safe lane.
I mean, you can rotate Boxy to gank other lanes, and you can also rotate heroes into this Enigma lane if it starts to push in, especially around the level 3 Eidolons, and just destroy who's ever lingering there. That's another big option for Liquid, which they love that move.
What on earth? There's a mango on the ground.
Well, so far, this Monkey King last pick has done its job. 24-12 to the 9-0. Is well ahead in net worth as well. He's a full level ahead. This is pretty brutal. And this is a mid hero in this monkey that he can go top and kill Enigma, right? He can go bottom and skew that lane. He has options to use this advantage.
Oh, nice body blocking there. Beautiful micro there from Saberlight. The cookie on one of the Eidolons gets in front of the Bane and then continues to body block him, ensuring the kill.
Little glyph on the trample, just making Nisha's life even more miserable. I mean, Primal is a hero that can function from a sacrificial position. His spells are powerful. You can always make up for it in the team fights. But he does have a lot of stunts to go into, and is generally not the kind of lineup Primal has fun playing into without a BKB. Even BKB this game, you're up against Grip and Chrono.
Considering the fact that net worth actually seems to be pretty even, 33 Burrow Strike. Nice read, holding on to the Burrow Strike there, but there's still the disruption, and there's still a Blood Grenade. Insania brought another one of those little bit of utilities. Yeah, he does have a Lotus, and they realize that they will not go for the kill. Insania is actually going to drop pretty low here, try to get him with the Bushwhack, not required. Blood Grenade will finish him off.
And Sox is having himself a series. Salvage that mid-game in game 1 with the Tiny and 3-1 start here for the Hoodwink, breaking that early smoke, giving 33 a much easier time on this lane with some small outplays.
Yeah, there's a reason why 33 left Liquid. And it was because he wanted to rejoin his old teammate in Soxa, right?
Austin, they left each other. It was a mutual party.
Sure it was. Cookie will force Chrysalis to use the Time Walk defensively with Creep Wave under tower. So, even net worth, who would you rather beat on this side? Would you rather have a Primal Beast get sacrificed or a Faceless Void and a Bane?
Considering the draft, I think the Faceless Void having a slow start is fine for Tundra. Like, I would rather have the Primal have a better start. That said, I think Liquid were always going to win this laning phase, just based on the setup. So if you're Tundra, you're trying to limit the damage, right? Like, I don't think you're going into this first 10 minutes expecting to have a lead out of that. You're expecting Liquid to pull ahead, particularly because of the core matchups. Just trying to extract little wins. And if you can extract more from this lane,
big kill.
This is really going to compound the problem. Again, that XP differential between these two mids, the amount of net worth BZM has gotten here, he can translate this into other lane wins around the map. That's the big concern if you're Liquid. You're doing fine on the side lanes. You're winning those. What happens when this Monkey King, who's already almost level 7, shows up? Can you take that fight?
With an Orb of Frost, an Orb of Blight, and Power Treads.
And look at this Wisdom Shrine, 7 minutes. It's a classic Monkey King rotation. He wants it, or he just wants to ruin Nisha's entire career here. I mean, this is...
Yeah, it's usually the MO of these Monkey Kings to just try and Wukong's command on the Wisdom Shrine. Insania tries to sneak it because I think they were afraid of the Monkey King controlling their own Wisdom Shrine, so they had to make a play somewhere else. But BZM, he tricked it out. Nisha, he's just going to be shut out of this laning phase entirely. It will still be a 2-2 split, but it forced the Enigma to go back into lane, so it gave Chrysalis actually a lane or two to play with.
Really interesting he didn't go for that Wisdom Shrine with this. I think that would have been the automatic play for a lot of teams. Maybe Tundra doesn't always play that tempo style, but there's also a possibility he felt if he goes up there, he's going to get outnumbered because his safe lane is the weakest lane in the game right now. Like, the Void Bane cannot help you fight that Wisdom Shrine at all. So it's just him versus Enigma, Eidolons, plus Snap, maybe a TP in, and then if you die there, you throw all this momentum.
And you're not guaranteed to get into that position in the first place, right? It's because Monkey King can tree cross across the map, right, that he gets there in the first place. But if you're spotted and you get like cookied, or maybe, you know, we know Saberlight doesn't have it, but maybe he has Midnight Pulse,
Yeah,
which
later
is
on in the game,
a problem to
there's some
consider.
tree cuts. I kind of like that decision. Yeah, the more I think about it, I think it was the disciplined choice.
Ooh, Nisha gets away before both the Boundless Strike and the Bushwhack can stop him there. He gets caught, he dies. It's pretty far outside of any sort of TP area. Meanwhile, Mickey, with the help of his Helma Dom creep, almost gets the kill on 33, may still get the kill. Oh, the Pine Cone will run him down.
That's not the thing you want to die to, but sometimes it gets the job done. Helma Dominator paying off. Mickey just farming the wave. And honestly, I mean, Nisha is recovering here. Like, if he gets to creep cut, if he gets to pull it to camps, this hero farms incredibly fast.
Saberlight, he's gonna get 6 off of this. What a sick move. That was one hell of a read. It was a level 5 Enigma, but they made the disruption play knowing they were gonna kill the range creep to get 6. And that would set up the black hole. Nisha almost dies to the duo of BZM and Toby, but he does manage to get away ever so barely. Once again, BZM, this primal beast, he's an endangered species out here. He's just being hunted down nonstop.
But no momentum for the Monkey King. No kill connection there. You get the black hole on the Faceless Void. It's exactly what you want in this matchup. And Nisha gets to continue to farm. This is a very good sequence for Liquid. This is going to start to build the lead out of this laning phase. Not much Tundra can do about it at this point. Their supports are just not strong enough to combat how strong these cores are on the lane. Can stack, however. Decent stack on the triangle for 33. I mean, this guy will always find some net worth.
Avery, last game, Liquid, no Helmet Doms. This time around, they're going to have 2 Helmet Doms to the 1 on the side of Tundra.
So they won.
So is that enough to win? Is that enough to push us to a game 3? Primal's going to join this top lane, which is the strongest lane for Liquid. Primal Beast is a hero that needs to accelerate through kills, so best to play to wherever Saberlight is. He'll get the kill and get the tower.
I'm surprised Tundra are lingering up here at all. They planned a double ward up here as well, as if they're trying to fight or protect this safe lane, but there is no fighting or protecting this lane. Summons are way too good against their lineup early until Sand King and the Monkey can clear them out later on. Kinda have to just respect the strength of the Enigma here and not feed too much away to Saberlight in this early game. Bend but don't break right now as Liquid ramp up the pressure.
Yeah, you're not getting a power rune here. Monkey King on one side, Toby on the other. It's a regen rune for BZM.
And you really have to be careful about showing mid. Very high chance that Liquid make a smoke move or try and collapse on this lane with the Enigma backstab. They're gonna try and smoke into it and catch Saberlight before that happens. Boxy breaking pathway here.
Yeah, well, he was. Now Saberlight's on the low ground. The smoke breaks on either side, but they've already jumped onto Saberlight. They'll get up. Oh, no, the cookie. It stopped the Wukong's command. Still, though, the Enigma is limping back and will not be able to escape.
That was the Croaker.
The Croaker?
Yeah, the Croaker ran over and tendrilled him.
That's funny.
That is quite annoying, but that's a huge smoke for Tundra. It's not just about getting Monkey King that kill, it's slowing the strongest hero on the map down, that Enigma. Looking for that backstab move around that tier 1. He gets killed, that whole play gets broken up. You buy a minute, maybe even a little bit more here on the map to keep farming up. Buys your other cores a lot of time. The Liquid not happy about giving that up. Still in a good spot out of this laning phase, but they are looking to take that and snowball more straight back into mid. Not deterred at all, and for good reason. There is no protecting this tower.
Yeah, especially with the Monkey King. After that situation in TP bottom, I feel like the only way Tundra can ever fight Liquid right now is around that Monkey King. Around his Wukong's command, but
it's just such a fast lineup from Liquid. It feels like they went back to their MO in this game too and said, we don't want to be stuck in some late game ultra greed fest with late game refreshers and all this nonsense. We're just gonna win lanes, 8 towers, tempo you out of the map, have a really fast carry that is going to come online faster than the greed you've gone for, and there is your third tier 1 down before the 12-minute mark.
And we're going to use Helma Doms the way Gaben intended.
Yes.
To push towers instead of as a hand of Midas that rats the map every once in a while. Primal Beast surrounded, tries to go for a charge away. That'll limit the epicenter damage. Crystallis may... Okay, never mind. Zox is on the other side. Once again, Zox makes the difference. You do not have to expend Chronosphere.
3-1 and 4 for this Hoodwink. I mean, he is doing work to keep this early game together for Tundra right now. They do not have the playmaking or damage without him. They're continuing to post up here, steal a lot of farm away from Tundra. This is where the Sand King would like to be playing, taking ancient stacks. Benefit of getting all those tier 1s down. I mean, they scan that triangle. It hits. What are you going to do about it? Are you actually going to run heroes in here and try and contest this? There's no way.
So it'll be a fast BKB. This will be a early BKB lineup for Liquid. One on the Marcy, the other on the Primal Beast.
There is counterplay to it with Grip and Chrono. Doesn't make you invincible in this game.
Quick grab from the Primal Beast. This is a combo, the first time we're going to see it, but Primal Beast plus Snapfire. Duo that I'm not sure if I've seen at this Road to TI, but has been kind of a mainstay ever since Primal Beast was brought into the game.
It's strong. All the abilities synergize really well, and that's a 3x streak. Got that squirrel off the map.
That's true.
Nice little bonus gold. Getting baited.
BZM getting baited in. Mickey tries to burst him down. BZM not having shard. No way out of that situation. Toby, who was kind of shadowing his mid laner, will also die.
He got messed up by that Shadow Demon. 4 points in Disseminate. Maybe not expecting that build, but it chunked him.
And now it's the Wisdom Shrine, perhaps being taken by Liquid. Look at Crystallis, though. He wants to take it and do something with this positioning. I'm not sure what, though.
I mean, he doesn't do any damage here, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, Chronosphere into what? Insania will take the Wisdom Shrine. He will be run down at the same time. Is it worth it to give up a support to take the Wisdom Shrine?
14-minute one, yeah.
When does it no longer become worth?
Probably around that 21. I think first and second are worth. Third is iffy. Fourth, you know, then you're in these mid-late games, like you give up a hero, you're maybe losing Roche, it's not worth it.
Yeah, you're losing a lot of time on the map.
That one's worth it, though. He's only dead for like 20 seconds here. Creates a nice XP differential. You can continue to hunt these supports. This is still a level 6 Bane, right? Like, Toby is not getting experience in this game unless he can start finding some kills. And it's unlikely you're going to be able to do that consistently when you've lost a lot of your tier 1s early and your core heroes just need time to get damage online.
The duo of Helmet Dog creeps pushing the bottom lane. They'll hunt down Saberlights, as that was the one that is more of a threat to these towers, summoning these skeletons. The rally that they have.
Radiant are scanning.
TM can keep looking for kills, but it's just so hard to find them with the lack of information.
It's also not just the Helmet Doms, right? It is the aura advantage. This time, Liquid are going to have the aura advantage over Tundra. I think a rare thing to say.
That's true. 33 is not going to go utility here. He's trying to scale. We would love for Liquid to overextend into them right now. That's how they get a good fight. Liquid are just not biting the bait.
At 33. Thinks he's spotted. Burr strikes out, blinks backwards, joins his Bane, and is smoke into mid lane behind BCM. Soon gonna show. Cannot afford another death. He really needs that BKB.
Dire are scanning.
There's just nowhere to smoke to.
He backs out, but the map is getting suffocated here. Not too many places for Tundra to go.
That's really awkward for them. Their vision is all bottom right, but that tier 1 tower is still up. And it doesn't really see that much of Liquid's jungle or where they're farming. Their own jungle's dark. Having trouble getting the lanes in. Only the Monkey King really wants to show aggressively, and at this point he doesn't want to show anymore with Primal off the map.
Liquid does take a step back here to finish their first BKB. That's going to be Marcy completing hers. The Primal Beast still a ways away, which means that Toby's positioning is going to be so important because Mickey does a ton of damage, but he does have the counter to the BKB. He can stop this rampaging carry.
Just a standoff on this top lane. Nobody wants to show and get jumped.
I'm confused why Liquid is so...
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Trying to wait for this pipe on Saberlight. I feel like they can't wait forever.
I agree. I feel like this is way too much time you're giving to Tundra. They have
that was
the map a lot. They pushed out top. BCM has been pushing out bottom. Chrysalis is getting farm in the jungle. They're going to give up a tower here. This move really needs to work for Liquid.
They are giving up a lot. They're just losing this tier 1 for free bottom.
And Tundra is even aware of what could be coming their way. They have a scan on the gate, but the scan might expire
too early
as Liquid come through. But they do have a ward that spots it. They should see the channeling. Yeah, they saw the channeling on the gate. Soxa puts himself in a position to break the smoke. And yeah, Tundra, they say, all right, this was a ton of space that we just got for ourselves. 33 is going to get greedy with it, though. He's going to try and stay on Liquid side of the map, and Nisha spots him. And 33 really doesn't have a way out of here. As long as Nisha can still track him, the kisses, it spots 33 once. He's going to go Sandstorm TP out. Oh, good read from Nisha. He couldn't see 33, but he gets a grab on the neutrals and gets the AoE slam to stop the teleport.
10-head play right there. I was looking at him. He had no detection for that entire sequence. Able to find him anyway. Has Onslaught to keep up.
Tower still dies, but at the hands of Mickey.
That was still a pretty big outmaneuver sequence.
Oh, there goes your TP. Zox just being a nuisance. If you can't get kills, he'll stop TPs.
I mean, that must have been a 2-minute smoke play effectively from Liquid.
Yeah.
They ran from mid to top through the gate, all the way to bottom left of the map to then chase the Sand King to another camp just to get that one kill. That is time for Crystallis to hit the jungle. Time for Monkey King to push some waves. Even the Hoodwink gets a little bit.
And frankly, it looked like Liquid was kind of playing like their old selves until that moment. Game slowed down.
But now they have the fight. They have the BKB Marcy. Time to force the objectives. Pick up the game pace here. This is going to give you your primal BKB as well. Very close to it for Nisha. And then it's green light across the board. You have everything you need to take fights in this game. You should be trying to find as many of them as you can get. Start pushing some of these tier 2s down.
When is Liquid in danger of the game going too late?
1 or 2 more deaths on Marcy are going to slow this game down a lot. Okay, hurt your scale. And if this game does go ultra late, I do favor Tundra. I mean, their tri-core is just terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Interesting scale though. Like Shadow Demon is a pretty big factor in almost any late game scenario. Black Hole.
I don't think Black Hole is going to be relevant, frankly.
It's a mixed bag.
Way too many cancels.
Mixed bag, but in situations where you jump in Black Hole, Faceless Void +1 or something, I can see it doing some damage here. You don't need a lot of control for this Marcy to burst heroes.
Yeah, that's true. First Tormentor of the game and first Roshan of the game will both go Liquid's way. Shard for insane.
Cleanse a little time dilation on somebody.
Yeah.
Not insignificant. Bonus heal.
Definitely out the Primal Beast when he charges in.
Yeah, it's very nice. But time to pick up the pace. Time to start getting these lanes in, hunting heroes, pressuring some towers with your summons, making someone show, kill that hero when they show. This type of sequencing would feel really good for Liquid right now because, man, it's just so hard to stop Tundra from finding farm on the map. Like, I don't think you're ever going to build a net worth lead against this team if nothing's happening. You just can't. They're too efficient. Maybe Falcons would disagree with that, but...
I was going to say, that's the other team that comes to mind.
But they build too much of a lead.
Apparently.
They're at the other end of that spectrum.
5-man smoke up.
Yeah, Haystrewn as well.
Tundra seems pretty rare. I mean, there's nobody showing on the map. They've got so many slippery heroes between the Monkey King, the Sand King, and the Hoodwink that can play out on the map. It makes it pretty obvious when Liquid go all the way back to their tier 3s to smoke and then run out on the map.
Yeah, I'm not... I mean, I get the idea, like, you just want to get the fight right now, but I think smoking with the entirety of the team is not the way you get that fight.
They will catch Zoxa out of this. Requires Demonic Purge and 4 heroes showing from Liquid. Means Toby is going to see, okay, well, if they're over there, maybe I could take their Wisdom Shrine, and he is right about that. He offers them a high 5 as he takes it and TPs away.
You know, it's a kill Liquid connect on, but again, I don't think it's one they're happy about. It just doesn't feel efficient. These Dom creeps keep pushing in the waves against them.
Yeah, I think the helmet Dom creeps are being used more efficiently by Tundra.
It does feel that way.
When it comes to ratting the map.
Oh, for sure, for when ratting. Liquid's gotten a lot more value out of objectives. Like, you still have this tier 1 mid standing for Liquid. That's a pretty big boon.
I mean, I'm also adding in the fact that, like, when Liquid go for these 5-man smokes, all their lanes get pushed in, right? They don't have these Helmet Dom creeps keeping the lanes in and keeping the map dark for Tundra.
Well, the Marcy has to play with hers to farm.
True.
The Enigma's been keeping his with the Eidolons.
He's just going to run too big. Burrow strike from 33 with a 2-man bushwhack to top it. Ooh. A perfect execution for a duel.
That just kind of got gifted to him out of nowhere. Here's a 2-man Burrow, 2-man kill. Boomerang on top of Sand King's damage. No joke. And that is more time. That is all Tundra want in this game. They just want time. Time to scale, time to get that Baseless Void up the charts.
Hey, Aegis is almost expired already.
I think
Liquid
they
have
lost.
got nothing.
They lost network during this Aegis.
Yeah.
That is not the tempo Liquid we're looking for.
Yeah, be careful now. They have this ward on the high ground. They know you're up here.
You know, one of the factors as we're watching this game, thinking about Liquid's draft, their catch pretty limited. If the Primal didn't have a really good game.
That's true.
Like, he's the majority of the long-range catch in this lineup. Even here, you could shoot some long-range spells, but who is actually getting on top of these heroes?
He's getting into the trees, and once he's in the trees, he's gone.
Yeah, this just feels so bad, right? It's really only the Primal who is designed to set these kind of plays or ganks up. And because he had the worst laning phase, it took longer for Nisha to get online, and by the time he does, you're getting ratted by the Dominators. 33 is doing 33 things. There's a Hoodwink killing waves from the tree line. It's like, I've seen this stupid troll summoner go to Liquid's off lane at least 10 times this game, summon his Skelly boys, and laugh in their face, and nobody wants to go back and clean this up.
And the funny part is that Liquid did a good job of killing the Helmet Dom creeps over and over and over again, and it still did its job.
It's just so effective this game because if the Primal goes back, you lose that gank pressure. If the Marcy goes back, he's not stealing farm away from Tundra and creating an offensive presence. And the Enigma's a pretty slow hero around the map. Like, he's not going back to kill a Dom creep, right? It's just not happening.
And the supports can't kill them, usually, right? So
if he gets the courier? No, he doesn't want the courier. I don't know if he would have gotten it there anyway. But summon some more boys. 3 waves.
And every once in a while, Liquid, they find a support. Who cares? Tundra is saying mission accomplished. Oh, and maybe a punish coming their way. This is the same area as the Shadow Demon Primal Beast got jumped last time. This is just going to be the Primal Beast. He got off the BKB though. Wait,
no
not
chrono?
Dead yet. No Chronosphere, and he gets a blink away. Sox is gonna try and catch up to him. Oh, he's right around the corner.
Oh, he would have had him. Didn't see.
Successful TP out from Nisha this time around. The gank does not work for Tundra, but you know, you sent the heroes back to base. The wave is getting cut.
It's still summoning here, man.
It's still here, man.
Somebody kill this troll.
It's killing under tower. Chrysalis just realized, whoops.
I mean, he's probably like, why is this not already dead?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This thing heals up, by the way. So
he's gonna pull the wave, and that means there is no creep wave.
This is just so annoying.
Under tower.
So annoying for Liquid. They don't want to be in games like this, where the map's getting manipulated and they just can't set up their quick plays and get the connections. It's just not how this team likes to play. So uncomfortable. Can still win the team fights, though. I mean, we should not underestimate that if they get in a head-on fight. Nice rune for Nisha. Another aura for Saberlight. I don't think I've seen him pop the pipe once.
Yeah, no, he hasn't.
His pipe for the future.
The way this is going, it could have been a hand of Midas.
Yeah, I mean, it is something to consider, right? Like, if you go the scaling Enigma build, you didn't get the fights out of the auras. Would you feel better about your potential to win this game going late?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where Liquid, they did not want to. They did not want to be in that position. They did not want to be going late, but you have to consider it at this point. Tundra they're beating you on the map.
How much of this Baseless Voids farm has come from this single troll in this lane? It's got to be at least like 3,000 or something at this point. It's ridiculous.
Something absurd, yeah.
Just nobody wants to clear this, and I feel for them. It's not how their lineup wants to play.
No, they cannot go on their side of the river. They can't go this far back. But you conceded to tier 1. You didn't find a kill for it. You can't concede at tier 2.
I mean, honestly, this is the type of game where, like, buy boots of travel on the snap.
Chrysalis is like, fine. You're going to go to the off lane. I'll cut
Dude,
the mid lane.
This is
And
illegal.
PZM is just hopping in and out, tree after tree, tree after tree.
Illegal. What is happening right now?
I mean, Saberlight's got to get like a Blink Dagger just so he has a chance to kill the Monkey King when he jumps into these trees, right? Jump Midnight Pulse.
This Void is about to be ahead of your Marcy. It is not the best, or I should say it's not the easiest matchup for Marcy. Can be okay if you burst it, but...
I feel like 50% of the watch time is on this creep for the last 10 minutes, and...
You know, this is like a great
like
example of why I would want 33 on my team.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to play against, you know, whatever nonsense his team is doing.
Yeah.
Like, make other people play. Okay, they got it. They got it. Round of applause in the chat,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The troll has been slain. Liquid will get to play Dota now. As his brother.
His twin brother.
You forgot about me.
I will get vengeance.
He's just like, no. No. I will not
again.
let you.
Pulverized.
Troll 2 has been slain. Stahl is not happy about that. We'll have to farm the old-fashioned way.
He's catching up to the Marcy.
Yeah, he's going to overtake
almost
him here. I mean, it's inevitable.
And he's halfway there to the
Oh,
super
setup.
tanky Faceless Void. They get him tag him with a poison. Unlikely to stop him here unless he's really surprised by the Primal Beast of the Enigma. He's got BKB. Oh, got him! Blink instant trample from Nisha to cut the trees. And he did indeed get surprised by the Blink initiation. On the other side, though, Chrysalis, half HP, got off the BKB, though. And now a Fiend's Grip. Mickey's in trouble. He's not dying that quickly. He has to go for the... Oh, wait, Saberlight's here. Can he bail him out the black hole? They go in with the Epicenter now to kill Mickey. He's still not dead, but the Epicenter will surely finish him off. He'll run down Boxy as well. Boxy, a little low. Saberlight, not sure who help out here. They do get Chrysalis on the backside as Nisha runs him down. They do not have a stun. Bane gets out.
That's insane that he just never dropped the black hole. So tempting there, but there are cancels to it you have to think about. Just never found the opening.
And also, Tundra are playing this hit and run game, right? Like, Chrysalis is hitting Mickey, but as soon as he sees the Enigma, he makes a run for it, and then it's the Sand King's turn to jump in.
And you gotta remember, that's a fight Liquid want to take because they killed the Monkey King on that corner of the map. If they can get everybody there, which they did, that's a 5-on-4. With the Refresher Primal, they're super strong right now in the fight.
Yeah, and instead all you end up with is a 2-for-2. In that fight specifically, it was a 1-for-2.
I mean, it's an okay outcome. Some good gold for Nisha on this Primal. You get that Faceless Void kill, and you're going to be able to take Roche here. No Chrono available, no Epicenter available. Pretty impossible contest from Tundra. So this will be an Aegis for Mickey. Big deal, playing into all these big ults.
Yeah, more Blink Daggers. Liquid, they need more Blink Daggers. They need more initiation, more catch for these heroes. The roar goes off. Look at Tundra.
Yeah, they're not
Liquid
doing the
don't
Roche.
know it, but Tundra said, yeah, it's all yours. You can have it. We're farming the map.
Not sure why Liquid just force it, because they have no Chrono, no Epi. Like, I don't think they're contesting.
I think Liquid's playing scared.
Or maybe just giving them too much respect.
Yeah.
They'll get the
much
Roche
respect
anyway.
to their former captain. Careful, guys. 33. He might blink Burrow. Might go for the steal.
Well, if they can get the setup here while the Roche is going down, it'll make up for that.
They will run into Toby here. Instant grab of Pulverized Kisses. Now chasing after the Monkey King. He's spotted here. Right through the Lincoln. BCM. They do have the refresh and they do have the black hole. They drop both of them to kill this Monkey King. He's not dead yet, though. They've maybe expended too much chaining up their disables like that. He got off the Wukong's command. Nothing is left to kill BCM. They'll get both Insania and Saberlight for that. Liquid, perhaps too skittish, too greedy, and they still have the Chronosphere. Primal Beast, he's got a charge. He goes back into them. Nisha running the other way here. He's got the gem too. What a massive loss for Liquid. 4 dying for this, and gem lost in a period of time that you had the Aegis.
And the biggest reason, it's a fight without Mickey. You go for the pick-off while you're doing Roche, it's great. You get sucked into a team fight that you're carry and all of your burst damage can't join. Black Hole doesn't count for anything if the Marcy's not there to kill the hero.
I mean, especially if you're using both Pulverize and Black Hole at the same time.
That also doesn't help the situation.
Like, they had a chance, maybe, that they Black Hole, that they Pulverize afterwards, maybe with all those spells changed up well?
I don't even know then. Like, he just doesn't take that much damage here from everything, right? If you chain it, sure, but there is a Chrono coming off cooldown. Maybe they were pressured to force the spells because this cooldown's right there, right? It was about 5 seconds.
Yeah, they felt like they had to burst him immediately.
I just think this is an awkward fight with Mickey running across the whole map.
Agreed.
Like, you just get sucked into a bad engagement. Trying to make the fast play, it's the right idea. You just had to be a little more patient there. And it works out for you. Instead, you pay a big price, 4 heroes plus that gem. And Mickey's sitting here with 2 lives going,
what do I do? What do I do?
Yeah, what am I supposed to do about that?
And how are they going to be able to force the fight? Ooh, Mickey almost caught him there. How are they going to be able to catch these heroes when they've lost the gem? Right, there goes much of their vision. It also means that Tundra's vision that has been recently placed is very likely to stay alive. They're going to be seeing these Liquid heroes move around the map. If you don't have smokes, Tundra's going to see you coming a mile away.
You're going to have to play off your strengths, which is burst damage from the Marcy and a Black Hole, which can land on some big targets. I like the Daedalus purchase for Mickey. That's going to ramp up his damage a lot. And it makes all these disables, the Pulverize, the Black Hole, Demonic Purge, whatever it is, makes him a lot more deadlier. Particularly for Crystallis on this Faceless Void. He can get chunked down. There is a real chance. He's going to continue to scale his HP here. At some point, it's going to be a lot more difficult, especially with that level 25 talent. Already has the level 21. He got a lot of experience out of that fight. It was a big deal for him. These are big talents for the Faceless Void. You know, Scotty plus the backtrack, your burst chance goes down considerably. But right now, you can all-in this hero and open up the fight that way.
Another smoke broken. Soxa played in the trees. They will kill those trees to kill the swirl inside of them.
Nice little pick-off. Still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Gotta remember that.
Yeah, but, I mean, I don't think they could go high ground with it. Right? That's the other way to force things.
I think you want to go high ground.
Yeah.
This is the point in the game you do want to go high ground with this lineup. You want to force Tundra to fight you with your auras, with your Daedalus timing on the Marcy.
3.
Think about it.
Pull the trigger on this one. They had so much vision from that ward placed. The banner, it's going to cause an issue, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Try and wait out this Aegis. That's crazy. Expiring in a minute. That's a long time. They do have a ward on that low ground that is...
33 trying to place off of. One of these Boundless Strikes is going to link into the Burrow Strike. Minute left on the Aegis, though.
Yeah, they do see this ward.
Okay. Baiting out the ward? Maybe. I don't even understand how that would work. We know you see me.
Poker down.
He goes down. Crystallis is now playing around with his shard.
Yeah, they're trying to wait out this Aegis right now. 40 seconds.
I mean, if I'm Tundra, if I just lose a range barracks for this Aegis, no big deal, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
They can afford to give this up, but Tundra, they're playing for the mistake. BCM's going to jump in the middle of them. Whiffs entirely, does not hit anything with the Boundless Strike, and now he's going to get grabbed before BKB. The kids are going to do big damage. He almost gets bursted down. Nothing. He does have a buyback here. Meanwhile, the Nightmare defensively used on Mickey to get him out of the enemy base. Oh, he jumps forward with the Blink Dagger, tries to burn down Soxa. He's lost sight of him. A Glimmer came back. A huge Chronosphere epicenter. A wombo combo from Tundra that will send Liquid down. Nisha, he survives through it, but with not much HP left, he tries to go for a Pulverize. And now Mickey inside the base. His Aegis will expire. BZM.
What an expiration timing, too.
It was all a bait or what? He jumped into the middle with everything, but on the buyback, they crush Liquid.
That is an amazing team fight from Tundra, especially with how it starts.
Oh, yeah.
You sacrifice the monkey, but you get effectively 3 almost 4-man chronos, zone the primal into the base, while Epicenter Sandstorm is going off. You can't ask for anything better, and you land a full duration grip into a full duration nightmare on the Marcy. Kobe absolutely finds his mark in this fight. He just takes Mickey out of it entirely. You're wondering where the Marcy is in all this? He goes on the support.
He's
gripped under the tier 4. And this chrono holds everybody else back. The positioning from Liquid just got mega punished here. And then the chef's kiss, you kill him with 1 second after the Aegis expiration.
Yep.
Not that it would have mattered, but you just got no value out of your Marcy BKB. Mickey doesn't get to hit anything. Everybody clumps. And now you're feeding more.
No doubt about it now. Chrysalis hunting heroes.
Well, he knows. I mean, it's
Tundra have full advantage in this game now. Bushwhack gets the grab. They got to do something with this. Nisha, he jumps forward. Insania, this is going to be a dieback for him. He gets everything off he can. Chrysalis is actually control. He got bursted. Dear Lord.
See ya.
Mickey still shows that the Carry Marcy, it can do something.
Oh,
she
yeah.
gets her hands on the Faceless Void with the single disable. She can kill him.
I mean, he has Gauntlet with vast extra range plus the Daedalus crits and an almost guaranteed bash.
Cool.
You gotta respect the damage.
That was a close call. With no BKB, I think Mickey might have died there.
I mean, it's crazy that Tundra are lingering around here looking for stuff with the Void dead. Like, that tells you how strong they feel right now.
Yeah.
Still have this black hole that can always play an important role in this game, particularly with BKB coming up for Saberlight. He'll finish it right there.
Good and damage denied there from Toby. It cost him his life, though.
Nice find. Liquid not out of this game yet, by any means.
No. They already got one buyback out of Tundra. The problem is Tundra have used their buybacks much better than Liquid in this series.
I mean, that said, Liquid, they're playing pretty confident, right? That high ground push, continue to push out on the map here. Like, these are TI champions for a reason. They're not going to go out easy.
Yeah,
and they're going to put the pressure on Tundra. Even if they're maybe slightly unfavored, they're going to force you to beat them. And you mess up one fight, the game's just over for you here.
It may be a 30% chance of victory, but their best chance is just taking it to Tundra while they can before it goes too late. 40 minutes, an aggressive force staff, a blink back on Mickey.
Almost sick from Soxer.
That would have been such a nasty, aggressive force staffing to boundless strike into epicenter play.
As heroes are respawning, lucky to get out of there. Extra cast range on this Hoodwink, you really got to think about the utility.
That's true, yeah, that's a good point. Aether Lens plus that Go Nuts.
Liquid, they get some building damage, they escape with their lives. Look towards that next Roshan, can spawn right now.
Chrysalis and VCM are closing in on 25. 24 on Chrysalis. VCM is right behind him.
So is that Sand King, also 24.
Oh, yeah, those are massive. I mean, now we talk about the 25 talents. I feel like those are all favoring Tundra.
Oh, yeah, for sure this game. And refresher on that Sand King is a big deal here, especially as you get to that 25 talent. Right now, the fight is still anybody's. Particularly if that BKB black hole comes through, Tundra aren't ready for it.
Tundra pushing their advantage, hoping somebody shows on the creep wave. Liquid.
This could be a clump.
Mickey, he's going to show. Soxa backs away. Glimmer Cape's out of there.
So scary to push in right here.
Cannot get lured into going on the squirrel. Clump up too much. Got to keep the isolation. They go after him. Soxa will die. And Tundra do not try and jump in afterward. Not yet anyway.
DM holding high ground.
They pop their BKB.
The
So many zeros are spotted in the river. And there goes Wukong's command. Mickey, oh, he managed to get a Visible Blade on a Chrysalis. Chrysalis is fine for now. He's caught inside of all this one. They do have the black hole on two. Mickey's going to burst down one. He gets out of the Wukong's command. Now the jump in from Nisha. They jump after it. They do manage to get Mickey. The carries on both sides are dead, but only one of them has the buyback.
Crystallis looking to put this ult to use. Liquid need to get out of here. Those epicenters ripped them apart.
Oh, they all managed to get out of there. A buyback on the Faceless Void. Roshan is not up. It should be up soon. And as long as Tundra get that, the buyback will go unpunished.
Look at the damage here. RC getting the hits and getting the burst, and an absolutely perfect black hole gives him the extra time to get through this Faceless Void without the turnaround chrono going off. He held that chrono for a long time because there was a grip going out onto the Marcy. Was trying to play it patient. But you're not always going to have that window. Grip got canceled, going with the black hole, you pay a big price trying to wait. At least I guess you would have chrono for your buyback if you're playing it that way. And yeah, Roche is up. They're not killing it right now with this Marcy out of the game.
Yeah, they saw it. They saw it spawn.
I would expect you're just sitting someone in this pit and you do it instantly.
I think so too.
They lost a good 10 seconds, 12 seconds here. Could be a big deal.
I think this is still enough though. To take it uncontested, Liquid are pretty far away.
They also have no black hole
for their Marcy.
No black hole, no refresher on the primal. Those are big ultimates missing for Liquid.
That's good.
But they're heading towards the pit. They have Kisses to stall this up.
Yeah, Kisses can get some vision inside. Can he actually take that fight? 33, he's got his 25. The Kisses, he starts spotting all this. Soxa, ooh, he may get caught on the wrong side of things. They know he's here. They jumped into the trees and they spotted him. Okay, that's a dieback. And because they did not get the Roshan, there is still that buyback that the Faceless Void used from earlier. If Tundra lose this fight, it could just be the end of game 2.
They still have some buybacks to play with, though.
That's true, and they've done a really good job playing around their outposts with buybacks.
All eyes on 33, man. Level 25 Epicenter Pulses with the Refresher, with Whisper of the Dread. It is so much damage if he gets both off.
Look at all these Shadow Poisons just raining into the pit. They have the Eidolons, check it out. The Helmet Dom creeps if necessary as well. On both sides. This Roshan's gonna die just as random magic damage, whether it's the Sandstorm or the Shadow Poisons building up.
Yeah, 33 is putting the pressure on Liquid to make the jump as he whittles it down.
And once they go in, that's when Chrysalis is going to strike. And Liquid respond to that initiation. They're going to Wukong's command just commit for it with the Epicenter both being used. Nisha gets the grab onto the back line. They manage to take the bait, but at the same time, Chrysalis managed to get the injured. But 33, oh, Chronosphere Bro Shrink, no, he still goes down.
Sick
and disruption. It bails out Mickey for the time being. Can he survive? A black hole goes in, and Mickey, here comes the turn. He takes down Chrysalis once. A pulverize on the back end. Once again, a dieback from Bud. Now it's going to be BCM, and Chrysalis on his second life. He comes back. His entire team is gone. He refreshes a black hole. It catches 2. But can he do it all by himself?
Second epi.
Here comes 33, a massive epicenter right into the middle of all of Liquid. It takes down 2, but what about Mickey? They're chasing after Mickey, an Abyssal Blade to use. Now, oh, an Emerald Staff, he's fine. Kisses are coming in, but Chrysalis, he's got a Time Walk to take off the damage. They're good to go. Tundra, they use almost everything they have. Buybacks, refreshers, double ultimates, but they stay in the game.
That's a sick fight from Liquid. The amount they're up against here, the amount of damage they're just trying to fight through, the amount of buybacks on the outpost. Ultimates, they use 0 buybacks of their own.
Trying to start fighting on the Chrysalis almost by himself. He had Nisha behind him, but can the two of them do enough damage?
No, there's no way. They get the cheese out of him,
and
but
they may pay for it. Moxie, he's got a cookie, but even if he gets it off, wait, Chrysalis, he wants it even more. He knows Moxie's already dead. He's gonna go after Nisha up next, and Nisha doesn't have a BKB. Now Liquid. Oh, a shield rune. That's not gonna be enough. He just has no cooldowns. Time dilation and BKB means he's done. Chrysalis, given an opportunity, will turn it around and get 2 crucial kills. All of the heroes were coming back up from Liquid soon, but now there are 2 heroes that are dead for a significant amount of time.
And you're gonna have to use buybacks here. That Roche was so big for the Faceless Void. He gets an Aegis to survive Black Hole. He gets a cheese for that turnaround, and he gets a Refresher Sword for a second chrono in the middle of that fight. You can't ask for better item efficiency out from Crystallis there. It's just the AoE control their lineup has. I still think Liquid did a tremendous job in that fight of prioritizing the right targets and the spell casting. Mickey connected on the Monkey King, connected on the Void, but overwhelming amount of lives, overwhelming amount of AoE control. How you have a Daedalus on this Sand King, the true carry. has come alive here for Tundra in the late game. It's 33. It was always 33. It's always going to be 33.
He did do the most damage in that
Oh, it wasn't even
Roshan
close.
team fight. It was, yeah, 10K by himself in these epicenters. It's a crazy amount. Liquid did not have to expend hardly any buybacks for that fight.
No, they used none.
In part because they weren't in a position to use those buybacks. They would have loved if Roshan was the other side of the map and they had an outpost to TP onto.
But they did get everything out of that, right? They forced Crystallis to use Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard.
Yep.
They also got buybacks out of Tundra. They didn't use any of their own. Didn't have to use any on the subsequent base defense. So you kind of reset this game, and in theory, you have advantage on the map right now with 2 core buybacks on cooldown for Tundra and 2 support buybacks on cooldown for Tundra. Now, some of those are going to come up pretty quickly here, and obviously Tundra, they want to sit in base and wait for them. They can. I mean, it does beg the question, we're getting into the ultra late. How do you win a fight and push through buybacks and double ults on all these heroes if you're Liquid? Your lineup is just not designed to do it at this late into the game. Like, you're gonna need double black hole. You need a refresher on Enigma at this point.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna need a refresher on Marcy. You need to match the equivalent spell power Tundra are outputting right now in order to kill them twice. That is your ticket to victory here. Killing them once is not gonna win you this game.
No, it's not. Take a Tormentor Shard for the Marcy, which great on support Marcy. This one, just a bit of a damage boost. Maybe we'll see if Mickey, he really jumps to the back line. Maybe he can use that rebound on the enemies. But otherwise, he's been fine with his Helmet Dom creep and his blink, frankly. It just feels so dependent on Black Hole. And I just do not see how he's going to be able to get good Black Holes against Beanscript and Chronosphere, right?
You just got to go in and believe, man. I mean, you pick Enigma TI for a reason. Do or die.
Well, do have the longer Pulverize for a Primal Beast.
That helps a lot.
With the Refresher, that's a significant add-on.
Especially when you got 2 of them. You have the Ags on the Snapfire as well. Could buy out for an Ags on the Shadow Demon, and you could buy out for a Refresher on Marcy. So you have the gold for these items. These are all really big late game items for Liquid.
Yeah. And you get the Ags on the Primal Beast, you'll be able to get some breaks as well, which is important because that takes away the 20% backtrack for the Faceless Void. Increasing their chances. I mean, you want to be able to burst down this Faceless Void. They're going to throw out what? First Aid Bash! Chrysalis just instantly stops the initiation of Nisha. I don't know if that was actually going to be good for Liquid or not, if they could have killed him. But no chance, apparently.
It was not ordained.
It was fated
not meant
to fail.
be. We will never know. But the buybacks are slowly coming up for Tundra. That is the biggest story about this time period in the game. They're waiting out the cooldowns. They are getting the gold. They're trying to get all 10 lives up. I'm sure there's a part of them that feels if we have 10 heroes and 10 ultimates, we cannot lose this game. Like, you have to believe that with this style of draft.
Yeah, I have to believe that they're favored, for sure.
They're the favorite. I mean, we've seen the execution, though, from Liquid. Like, I don't think the margin is that wide, honestly.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of execution to be had here.
Yeah, we did see the win percentage actually creep back to their favor.
Dead even.
Weirdly enough.
Somehow, Mickey is the most farmed hero here. I don't even understand how that's possible.
Didn't have to use buybacks.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, Tundra's cores, I think, have all bought back at some point in time in this game. I don't believe Mickey has. Get a courier.
That's the refresher.
It's pretty nice.
I don't think he would have bought out for it, but delay it a little bit here.
I mean, Tundra's just welcoming Liquid. Go ahead. They're rolling out the mat for him. Say, try it. Try pushing our high ground.
Oh, Tundra would love for Liquid to jump into them. You have great positioning for a grip deep in the fight, and you can protect it with all this AoE. That Bane Axe is also coming out.
And let's be clear, there's no way Liquid should push the base, right? That time is gone.
Straight up, nah, there's no chance. With Aegis and double black hole, kind of the only way you're ever gonna win this game in a way. There's your refresher on the Marcy plus the buyback available. All 5 buybacks will be available for Liquid. All 5 will be available for Tundra here in 10 seconds. We are going to the ultra late. Dead even. 2K difference at the 52-minute mark between these two teams who know each other so well.
We are going to have some big Aghanim Scepters coming in from the supports. Toby's working on his. That's a massive one. Aghanim's on Shadow Demon, I think, is just about as good.
Oh, yeah.
But much more situational in its usage. A lot easier just to get a really sick Fiend's Grip and have it be uncanceled.
Right now, Liquid have outpost control. They're TPing the Primal into this dire outpost.
Yeah, this is a point where Liquid can actually be the ones using the buybacks to their advantage. Toby's trying to get some gem information.
He got the Enigma.
Chronosphere, he got him on, but there's a disruption to bail him out. Chrysalis will refresh and go for a double black Chronosphere. That'll lock down both Big A. They try and beat him whatever HP they can. He doesn't get Saberlight. What? He time walks out of there, but somehow Saberlight survived through that 133. Wants to make him put him in a coffin. He can't quite do it. Now he's running for his life. A Burrow Strike back inside of a Sandstorm. Another Epicenter. He's coming back into it. Saberlight managed to blink away. Not the same for Insania. He disrupts himself.
Grip on Mickey.
Oh, he's a little bit of HP. Mickey does go down on the grip. Saberlight, he'll throw down that black hole. Here comes the buyback. Mickey with a fresh and outworld snap. No, a quick grab, and Mickey will throw him down to his death. Toby makes a run for it. Denied. Mickey will chase him down into the trees. Tundra, they in turn will use their buybacks to try and hold their base. But Liquid, with control of the outpost, I can't say they won it, but they're still standing.
They powered through so many ultimates. Triple buyback for them, double buyback for Tundra. Big one on the Faceless Void. The biggest factor in that fight, you landed the Chronos, but the Sand King got taken out of putting the damage into them.
Who stopped the Sand King?
Nisha was straight on top of 33, pulverizing him that entire time. The Vanguard for Liquid makes the big play, stops a lot of that damage going to the team, and absolutely sick disruptions from Insania.
Oh, massive.
Like, these disruptions have been team fight saving. He'll get nags, they will pick up Roshan, put an Aegis onto Mickey, who bought back into that fight.
And Insania might get 2 of them. Level 23,
Yep.
he's actually kind of closing in on 25.
I mean, they might leave him the refresher shard.
Yeah, he's keeping it for now. So right now he does have double disruptions, quadruple demonic. Oh, Mickey just pops the ultimate and starts hitting the buildings, huh?
No Chronos available, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Hello! 2-man stun. Boxy just keeping him honest. Throws in a creep with his own Aghanim Scepter. Mid lane gets wiped out. 1 more for Megas. Not that that'll be the end of the game. Tundra, they really feel like they gotta grind out more time for this refresher on the Faceless Void, which needs 50 more seconds. They can't wait for the double ultimates, but it doesn't look like they want to.
They have refresher on the Monkey, so they have double Wukong available. This is a scary push for Liquid. Without buybacks, if you lose that fight, you lose the game.
Oh, look at that. I mean, Toby was getting so close to his Aghanim Scepter, but instead he forsakes that for a Blink Dagger instead. The mobility in these team fights is absurd.
I mean, he's probably looking for Black Hole Cancel. That's what this Blink is a call.
Yeah.
You know, he has been landing great grips on the Marcy. They have been team fight winning, but being able to potentially cancel a Black Hole that is disrupting the entire fight could be the bigger play. He has the cast range to pull it off. Tundra on the back foot right now. Liquid's execution in these fights has been incredible. They finally got a fight on an outpost where they can use their buybacks. That was the biggest factor there. It's almost more important where you take the fight, not how you take it.
Nisha's really not going for an Aghanim Scepter, huh? His heart got taken away from him. DZM found the courier, but he purchased out a heart, which will rejoin him soon. Now he's gonna buy a shard? What? Why not Ags? I feel like Ags this late is still a significant damage source, gives you the break.
It's more raw survivability. There's a lot of epicenter damage going off in these fights, man.
3 minutes left.
There's the disruption charges.
5 items. Yeah, okay. Quadruple disruption?
It's huge. It's huge to counterplay this chrono, especially.
Yeah, if you chronosphere one person, you could double chrono him and chrono that person and never see them. He could just get disrupted.
And we have the gobble up save potentially.
That's true. With an ether
Aetherlens
lens, he
range.
can kind of reach in.
Yeah, it is a decent shot. I mean, this chrono is not a guarantee anymore.
Can we take a look at that gobble up range to give us an idea about, like...
It's doable.
It's doable. If they're in the middle of the chronosphere, he's not going to be able to grab somebody, but he can get people on the edges
But
and
you're
even a little bit
almost
inside.
never getting someone in the exact center of the chrono.
Oh,
These, like,
for sure.
shit fights. It's impossible.
Also, damage, I mean, I think we agreed that the core level 25s were bigger for Tundra, but the support level 25s for Liquid, because they're actually getting them. The Boxy isn't building into any sort of right-click build, but the other talent is, it's a lot of damage. These kits is just boom, 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 boom. That's the burst that is Liquid's specialty for this draft.
Oh yeah, incredible late game supports on Liquid. You might be able to just push him over the edge here.
6,000 net worth lead and a minute left on the Aegis, but it seems like Liquid are content to sit back and play for the late. Value get their heart back for the Primal.
Valuing buybacks over what Aegis gives them, right? Like, again, if you push base with this Aegis and you lose the fight,
sure, yeah,
it's just GG. So all these buybacks are likely going to come back up. Both teams will be happy about that. And now it's just a question of how far can you push your lineup as we approach the 60-minute mark. How much more can you squeeze out of the scale here?
Well, let's talk about those 60-minute items. Do you feel like it's a better advantage for Tundra or for Liquid?
It's whoever gets more Helm of the Undyings.
Right, it's usually these Helm of the Undyings, but the Helm of the Undyings against Liquid's Burst is going to be, it's got to feel really good.
I think Helm of the Undying is great against both teams. I think that item is great against almost any team.
Sure.
I think that goes without saying. I think Stygian could be interesting for somebody. Book of the Dead, I feel like you always want at least 1 or 2.
Yeah, we're going to see some Book of the Deads, probably by Liquid. If anybody's going to be buying Book of the Deads, I feel like they're in the position to maybe rat out this game a bit more since they've taken 2 lanes.
Regalia is always interesting, but it doesn't really feel like teams, in a way, need more damage.
I mean, I feel like Marcy could always use more damage, right? She's trying to kill somebody in that first sling of punches.
The Marcy Regalia sounds pretty tempting. The Sand King Regalia sounds pretty tempting.
I think I'd rather Helm of the Undying just to make sure, because he's got Refresher, right? I want to see double epicenters no matter what. I want no chance that he
But I don't think
get those off.
33 should be the first point of contact ever. I don't think he wants to be the first point of contact. I think the fight where Nisha found him, that was just Nisha God.
Level 25 for the Hoodwink. Does go for the Acorn charges here. Doesn't have a ton of damage, but can.
Yeah, that other talent is some sharpshooter damage. Could have been. Hard on the Primal. He is a tanky boy, man. It's a lot of HP to get through.
More Eidolons for the Enigma. Add in some Necrobooks on top of that.
Right, 60 minutes. Let's see what we roll here. Make or break your TI run. Wind Wakers could also be huge for Liquid. Another way to get saves into all these ultimates, particularly against the Chrono, if you can build some up on some of these core heroes or supports. I see them eyeing a few. I mean, you combine like 1 or 2 Wind Wakers plus double disruption in this game, you mitigate a lot of Crystallis' ability to go in and consistently find openings for the team. You're just going to be chronoing air at that point. There's 1 Helm on the Enigma. Quite annoying here, actually.
Yeah.
You cannot reliably all in him anymore. He's just going to turn around and black hole you from death.
And 350 extra cast range. If he gets an Aghanim Scepter, like, he can kind of throw that black hole around.
Stygian for Mickey is insane with this Daedalus build.
Do you think that's better burst than Divine Regalia?
It might be.
It might be, right?
13 armor. Some of these heroes do not have a lot of armor. Gotta remember, this Sand King did not go Shivas. He only has 19 armor. It's a significant reduction. Double book for Tundra. Helm on BZM.
I kind of wonder if what about the Aghanim Scepter on Marcy, right? These pulses of silence, the BKBs are going to wear out at some point in time, right? Band of Silence could be
bigger items to still build right now. Another book for Tundra. Oh no,
hey, there we go. Now there's some damage. Stygian Desolator Hoodwink.
You're just looking for the proc off the A-corner. He has 2 shots.
Yeah, exactly.
Did get audacious with it though, so yeah, you're right. I mean, do a little bit of damage in the fight.
I mean, 1 Acorn inside of Chronosphere will dramatically increase Chrysalis's damage.
Both sides got double Helm though, and on very obnoxious heroes. Shadow Demon Helm could be really impactful here.
And it's going to be...
Toby's Helm can also be impactful. Marcy goes in, kills the Bane. Bane just grips him, you know, sleeps him, whatever.
Yeah.
Super obnoxious.
We don't see Spider Legs too often, but if there's one hero that's going to take it, Primal Beast, whose movement speed translates into damage with fleet-footed as well.
He's up the boot slot without sacrificing his move speed. Ten buybacks available, 60-minute items. An Ag Scepter, fresh for the Enigma. Liquid looking for the big black holes. Tundra looking for the massive chronos and epicenters.
Sneaking up the side of the map.
Saberlight gets found
Liquid
here.
with the initiation. Saberlight, he is going to be spotted, but at the same time, the jump has already occurred. They've got 33, and they're going to catch up to Chrysalis as well, potentially. Mickey hoping for a bash. He gets the grab instead of the pulverize. Nisha 1 step ahead of him. Toby denies him with a Fiend's Grip, but now a refresh and a Pistol Blade. They get the grab on it just in time. Wait a minute, no, he got off the Chronosphere. He's still alive, but here comes the disruptions. He can't do anything with that, and the kisses start raining in. Artillery fire. Chrysalis trying to take cover. He pops the BKB, a time walk out of there. He gets away. He's fine, but the rest of Tundra now, Liquid, they say they can't kill the carry. They go back for the rest. The Bane goes down. Soxa, he gets caught by Saberlight. A little bit of Malefice stuns. Soxa nowhere to run to. Both supports will die. 33, 2 supports. No buybacks being used by Tundra initially.
That Sand King got absolutely melted by the Stygian. Again, he does not have any bonus armor. He died in a second. And that was fight over for Tundra unless you're willing to commit buybacks. And 33 did not want to pull the trigger on that buyback. Felt like that was a bad fight. Just try and get everybody out that you can. We'll have to expend some here. Roche can also spawn right now. Liquid, they have to make a tough call. Wait for the Roche spawn and gamble.
I mean, you already used the buybacks. 2 of the buybacks on Tundra. Surely you just say, okay.
Yeah, it's up, so just go do it. Huge teamfight win for them. And dude, Mickey is out of control. I don't really know what you do about it because they're safe.
Oh my god, they're going to go for the contest inside the Roshan pit. Chrysalis, he still has this one Chronosphere, this one opportunity.
You have to buy Sand King though if you're going for this fight.
And Roshan is going over to the other side of the map.
They found BZM.
This is so awkward. The black hole on BZM though. It's up to Chrysalis now. He's got to make some sort of initiation with the buybacks available on Tundra. To find the opening, Soxa, that's going to quickly relieve that bushwhack. Soxa sticks around for a bit too long. Nisha trying to catch up to him. A Linkens gets broken. A Lotus Orb returns fire, and they're not able to catch the squirrel a second time. That could have been a dieback on a hero from Tundra, but instead, it's 33 back up in a play without having to use his buyback.
They may lose all their vision around there as well. I mean, Roche went top anyway. Interesting idea to stall. I still cannot believe 33 did not pull the trigger on this buyback. You will give up a lot here. You gotta watch your base as well if you're Tundra in these long fights. You gotta remember you lost 2 lanes. These creeps push in.
Yeah, that's why they got 2 of the Necrobooks, right? Just to try and deal with the lanes without sending heroes back.
This is such a strong timing in this game for Liquid. 2 lives on Mickey. Buyback available makes it 3.
Look at the priority from Liquid. They're like, they must control this outpost because the Aegis is nice, but they still need to be able to play off of buybacks and TPs in.
Liquid's just so good at understanding things that mess them up and how to adjust and fix it.
Tundra. Time for a hold of a lifetime. They go straight to Mickey. Half HP, a quarter, almost gone. Disruption goes off. Will he pop BKB? Will he pop anything? He won't. He'll just accept the death. He managed to get himself outside of the base. Now for the Aegis. Nisha's going to make sure that they can't immediately jump Mickey on the second life. Get the grab onto Soxa and jump into the back line. Got the grab onto the Shattered Demon. The Pesco. Oh, there's the gobble up from Foxy. Supports, protects, supports. And now Chrysalis has nothing for it. He has to back away. He's got to play for the refresher. Liquid are wearing through their resources one by one. 4 heroes left. 1 refresher left.
Have to find something here if you're Tundra, and it has to be on multiple heroes. Ults on one are not going to do it anymore with the amount of saves Liquid have.
Divine Rapier for the Sand King.
That's the ticket if you can get it here.
It's flying out. It still needs some time to get to him. But Megas is under threat. BCM is under threat. He's going to be jumped. Immediately, Mickey, he goes for the block. Hold on to a Beat's grip in response. And now Chrysalis, no, he got messed up. He needs to get off this Chronosphere. No, he goes down. He does have the buyback, and he's going to TP in. Disruption 1 goes out, trying to bail out Mickey. But here comes Chrysalis, and he managed to get the Shadow Demon, and both supports. Chrysalis performs, but there's greatness right in front of him. Catches the 3. Now BCM with the Wukong Span. Whoa. He just got bursted. What the fuck was that? Mickey. He's got the damage, and he's got the extra life. He got his mark. He kills the Faceless Void. He can buy back. This game is over.
33 tries his best in a base defense as the creeps will finish it off. Liquid find a way to win that late game in a situation that I think everyone would have betted against them. Just so much overwhelming late game ulti power, so much on the line with so much AoE. Tundra cannot close it out. And you have to leave yourself wondering, what is it going to take to beat this game in game 3? We had all the late game. We had the Faceless Void. We had the refreshers. But Mickey showed up, punched you in your face, and now you're going to a game 3 elimination on the line. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck to both of these teams. Crazy game 2. I thought for sure Liquid was out of it, but they pushed it to the late game against Tundra, and they persevere. We're going to a game 3 once again.
Whew, I'm shaking on behalf of these teams. Oh my gosh, what a game. And you could feel the tension, the pressure, misery. That was mental.
Yeah, that's, I mean, what an absolutely crazy game. I mean, so many things that happened in this game. This is the same game where this Dominator creep killed like 10 waves top and turned into this madness. Absolutely crazy. I mean, there was just not enough damage as well. It felt like on Dire. They had all these big ultimates, but somehow the damage was completely lacking.
And the control, can I just first of all shout out to the oldest player at this road to TI in Hamburg right here with Insania 31. These Shadow Demon disruptions, life-saving, game-saving for Liquid as they push to a game 3.
Absolutely. Like he was talking about retirement and stuff in his interview.
Please don't.
Yeah, please don't. He's not there yet. Like these disruptions have been absolutely game-saving. Multiple times in a row, multiple heroes in a singular fight that he saves. And of course, we have to talk about his other support as well, because Snap, Moxie was doing some serious stuff as well. Later on down the path, like you just didn't know who's going to be, like you can't even use the chrono unless you catch all 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, we were memeing before the game started that he's gonna have the long range like Falcons did yesterday, and it actually happened. I love how Cap was casting. He said, one support saves the other support. Like at a certain point, it just felt too odd for Tundra to come back. But honestly, this was just a match, so.
I mean, this chrono right here, right? You would think, okay, now he, but look at the damage. There's just no damage whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs, I don't know, he needs the Monkey King, but at the same time, I don't know what he needed per se, because this game definitely was quite mental, and I think we have the difficult job to break down how it got to this point. And to do that, I do feel like we do need to talk a little bit about the earlier stages of this game, because it was a very difficult road for Team Liquid to get to that point to begin with, Stormstormer.
I mean, the very start of the game, it kind of basically went off how we expected to, right? The BZM Monkey did very good against the Nisha Primal Beast. The Saberlight Enigma did fantastically against the Void and the Bane. There was no lane swapping shenanigans, which we assumed here on the panel. But later, yeah, the game went like different roads. First, like, did someone manage to stall the game out on Tundra's draft? They managed to cut waves of Dominator. I'm not sure how many waves we counted that one troll creep cut on the top lane right there from Crystallis. So I think this game had so many curves that it's hard to recall all of them. But it's definitely safe to say that both teams must be sweating now.
I mean, I think this game was also so crazy and so hard to actually break down analytically because there was a lot of mistakes, a lot of weird plays, a lot of mistakes.
You mentioned
from both teams.
The nerves.
Yeah, that you could feel the nerves on both teams. Like there's so much on the line. Neither of these teams want to go out here. It's way too early for both of these big organizations and teams. So, yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be even more crazy, right?
Yeah. Mistakes make for very fun entertainment in terms of the viewer point of things anyway, Lizard.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of Dota we all enjoy. We'll all love to watch, right? Like the most perfect Dota sometimes is a little bit too boring. Like there's just perfect scenarios, perfect smokes. Here, we had some really good strategic movement across the map, but we also had a couple of mistakes here and there, which made for a more interesting game of Dota, especially when it comes to some Helm of Dominators across the map.
Yeah, let's take a look at the most important Helm of the Dominator, I think, that you guys also saw featured on the screen very many times. It was 11.5 minutes into the game. Crystallis gets his Helm of the Dominator. And that's like the start of a little fairy tale, of a troll, mostly a troll. He did find trolls very frequently, I must say.
I think he found like 3 or 4 trolls in a row or something. And at a certain point, you just left wondering. I mean, here we marked the 11:30 minute mark, right? This item is going to catapult into the top net worth later in the game. And this comes out of a tough laning stage. Yeah, here we're going to see.
This is the net worth.
I mean, this is going to be his net worth, his 16,300 net worth at like 31 minutes, which is quite substantial. He was top at that point. He was above everybody else after being counterpicked in lane. So this item, I mean, it's surely going to get nerfed, probably not between the roll to TI and TI itself, even though at this point I'm asking myself, should they do it? Valve, are you listening? Should we nerf this stuff? Because it just feels so frustrating, right? Like this troll is in front of your tier 3 tower top. It's cutting one wave after another, and you have to commit resources to kill that tower creep. You have to TP there, you have to show somebody. Then once you kill that creep, the other lanes get pushed out again. And you're in a position where you're 6k net worth ahead. You want to press the objective on the enemy side, and this item just doesn't let you do it.
I think Tundra is also utilizing these creeps really well. I mean, they are, like we talked about a little bit the last game as well, with the 33 utilizing his creeps on the side lanes. And now we see both of them actually doing it this game. So I think Tundra also quite good at utilizing this and not just letting it follow the hero, but actually sending it across the map. So this Void is basically farming an entire wave every 30 seconds, and whatever else he's farming on his side of the map. Plus, he's never going to die because he's hidden, you know, behind his whole team.
There's something with Neta and the Zoo being meta. Whenever he's playing whatever team, whatever meta, he's going to find a way to utilize these creeps.
Yes, but I feel like Crystallis already is so deep in the Tundra bubble. In the past, it was only like Nada, you know, on his offlane Lycans, and now Domi's like, hey, I'm going to cut you away. But Crystallis is the guy actually who cut those 8 waves top on his faceless Void carry with the Dominator. So good job, Crystallis. You're full in it.
Yeah, good job there. But of course, at some point, Liquid does get frustrated with all that, and they do manage to find fights like the one that we are gonna look at right now.
Yeah, this was one of the first fights where it looked like Tundra might absolutely turn it, and it started off in a really weird way in which BZM just jumps in from the backlines when Aegis is still 15 seconds away from being reclaimed. But I feel like they utilized the fact that they overdove afterwards, right? Like after they got baited by the BZM kill, the chrono was perfect by Tundra. They caught multiple heroes and just pretty much wiped Liquid, plus made the Shadow Demon buyback. I feel like this was one of those turning points for Tundra that got us into the game that lasted 60 minutes.
I mean, at that point, I kind of thought it was going to be
Tundra's game,
taking this one.
It looked like that for a long period of time, I think. But then later on, it just felt like this Marcy kills this Void in 2 volleys. It was so close, so many times he barely got out. But when the Void hits the Marcy, it's the entire chronosphere. And he's not... it just felt like there was not the same explosive damage coming out of Tundra at all. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe the coordination was not there. The saves, of course, playing a big part with the SD. Maybe the auras came into play from Enigma. But yeah, the difference in how hard it was for Tundra to kill heroes versus the other way around was definitely there in the team fights.
And maybe we can track that all the way back. We mentioned it a few times now to that laning stage that was very good for Saberlight and then not so good for Crystallis. And what actually happened on that lane, Purge?
Well, they beat him up. They attacked him many times. They made their lane very hard, and that's because they had the hero counter. They had summons. Summons are good against both Faces Void, who doesn't have any nukes or AoE, and against Bane, who also isn't very good against lots of targets. He's a very single target-oriented hero. So Boxy, the Snapfire, and the Enigma, they just right-click them a lot throughout the course of this laning stage here. Basically just lowering their HP. Kind of interestingly, Boxy even got a Headdress of Rejuvenation to give them both 2 extra regen, just to keep the pressure up and deal damage to Crystallis. And then here, Toby's going to try to do a little bit of a half pull here, grabbing some of his creeps, but in the same moment, Liquid realized, like, oh, we can just turn and kill him, actually. So they can get the first blood in that lane in that exact moment here. So as the lane continues, same kind of stuff. Spawning Eidolons until they duplicate, and then they have a go here. They're going to use Cookie here on one of these Eidolons, so he shoots forward, and then watch this really cool body blocking that they do afterwards. All these guys are wailing on him. His armor is lower because of the Snapfire machine gun, Lil Shredder, and then they all just do more damage. So this is how they get more and more lead in this lane as they compound this. And in the meantime, Crystallis has to just deal with all of this harassment consistently. Here's another Cookie, some right clicks on. Toby almost dies, doesn't, but that's so much regen that he loses that it takes him a long time to stabilize. And while he's zoned, then Crystallis has to deal with all that hate coming for him instead. They're able to run at him, pressure him a little bit, almost kill him multiple times. This is all time that he's not hitting creeps and is getting behind. And he's probably also having to buy a little bit of regen here or there just to try to stabilize himself a little bit. So at some point, same kind of thing, right-clicking. Like in this case, Saberlight's just moving them to lower his HP, try to get him there for a possible kill. But check out this kill that ended up happening. It was so cool. So if we take a look at how much experience Enigma has, he's close to 6, but he's not there yet, right? So what you're trying to do is get level 6, black hole the Void, and he's been working towards getting his HP low. But unfortunately, he's still not 6, and almost all of the creeps are dead over here, which means that Insania kind of needed to disrupt right now, because if he doesn't, his opponent is possibly going to just escape. So he had to disrupt then. He has to kill this last creep, and right when this creep dies, he has to right now level up to 6 and cast it. He had such a small window there to finish the creep, level to 6 and cast Black Hole. They managed to hit it, and that's what helped really catapult their advantage in this lane. And that is why it took 11.5 minutes for him to get Helm of the Dominator. It was a really, really tough lane for him.
Otherwise, he would have gotten it earlier. Would have farmed so many more creep waves on that lane, and who knows? Maybe we would be sitting here telling a different story. But the story right now is series is tied, and we are going to a third game. And I think that the teams have a very difficult job of moving forward from that game we just saw. But we're going to try to think about what they're thinking about right now, Stormstormer, because there is a way forward. And I do remember you saying at the very start of this series that you felt that Liquid had a slight edge in this series. Now that you've seen both teams take a game off each other, do you stand by that?
I would say the games are too chaotic to simply define, okay, Liquid has this turkey in the back, right? Because it went so back and forth. I think one thing is safe to say that the adaptation in the draft was good. I think they should keep banning the Invoker like they did in the first game. I'm not biased. I just think it's a good decision. And I think that basically the things that happened in this draft were very good for them. I think the 18 Enigma pick also works fabulously against the Void and Bane. That might also be something that Tundra's thinking about, whether they should like keep this more in mind when they pick their duo, because of course they're susceptible to that. So I think this is the main thing you can discuss between a game right now. I don't think you can really like go too much into gameplay because it was too much back and forth, like too much to look at. And I think the best you can get here is like small margins in the draft.
What about this? What about this Marcy hero? Because I think this was a display of Marcy. Why Marcy is considered to be borderline broken by a lot of people going into this event. Like the amount of damage that this hero puts out with fairly low net worth is absolutely crazy. And normally people throw it off lane and then or they put it on support or whatever. But this was a carry Marcy, and I would say he carried this game on his hands. Is that a potential ban? I mean, we can look at the bans down there in the bottom right here: Beast, Shaker, Furion, and Puck, right? like, is there something else you want to ban? Yeah, those ones there.
I definitely agree with your sentiment because the Marcy pick was also what enabled the Enigma pick, right? Because the flexibility that this hero provides to position 1, 3, and high chance also 4, I mean, Boxing Guarantee plays it. It gives a feeling that they should ban it. But then again, the other bans we saw there, I mean, the Nature's Prophet is a classic. The Nisha Puck has 100% win rate. What else was there? I think Shaker Beast. Yeah, these heroes are also super strong.
I feel like they came prepared for the Marcy. Like every single team in this tournament, if you're letting the Marcy go through, you have a preconditioned idea, right? Like you have something in store for the Marcy. This time, however, I feel like Liquid were one step ahead of your idea. Like they covered it already with the Shadow Demon. And I really think this hero was the crucial point, like a crucial reason why Marcy actually worked later on. Because if they didn't have that save, between the Snap and the Shadow Demon came way early.
Yeah,
Marcy would have been dead many times in a grip.
There's definitely a lot of factors, right? I think the item build of Void with the Skadi was also maybe questionable. Instead of going for some more damage, like Butterfly, for example, then Marcy would have missed, what is it, like 30% of attacks, right? 35% of his attacks, so he would have survived and also deal more damage. There's so many factors that they could have done better, I think, and then maybe won this game. So maybe you don't have to change that much. You can also adjust the second phase bans to potentially that Enigma, like you mentioned, but still pick up the Void again. So I think there's a lot of things you can change, but yeah, it's hard to say what Tundra feels like is the main reason why they lost.
A lot of things that came into play, especially during the later stages of the game. We had 2 supports on the side of Team Liquid that could save. We had the Gobble Up, of course. The late game is very powerful, but the Shadow Demon very strong there as well. And then on the other side, you had the Bane, who definitely tried to interrupt the Primal and the Black Holes. And you had Hoodwink, and we talked a little bit about Hoodwink already, and I know, Lizard, you said, oh, I'm starting to like where this hero is.
I mean, in comparison with these 3 other heroes, maybe Saxa didn't do as much early on, though.
I hate Hoodwink. I actually absolutely hate it. I think it's way below all the other support, in my opinion. It was also a rough game for Saxa, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like one problem that this hero definitely does have right now is like there is no clear path when it comes to itemization, like with some other heroes, like you can literally do whatever. I feel that most players right now are doubling down on the go nuts facet, getting an Aether Lance as well, and then you have this absolutely long range when you press Scurry. Like you don't see the range. You know that circle, it's across the map.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice, of course, but later on down the path, like you have some solid, just normal Shadow Demon. He doesn't need all that range. As long as he has some ability item, he does way more.
Well, we did, of course, highlight Saxa's Tiny in game number 1. Didn't get it in game number 2. Was banned by Team Liquid, rightfully so. They went for the Hoodwink instead. Are there any heroes that would be fulfilling a similar role to the Tiny? Because I know they picked up the Tusk earlier this week as a replacement budget Tiny, if you will.
I think they could take the Shadow Demon for themselves. That's a hero that Saxa has been playing a lot. I mean, he also played it back when I played with him in TI6. So that's a hero he's very familiar with. They could also just take the Tiny first. Before the Sand King, before anything else, just make sure they get this Tiny secured. I think that's also an approach.
I would also say that because we were talking a lot about the Hoodwink, I think the second support they took, the Bane, was already feeling a little bit off, right? Because you picked it into Shadow Demon, already a good counter with the disruption, and it felt like at that point most of Tobo's heroes were banned out or like pre-picked or something like that. Disruptor was out, Pagna was out, so I think they did a pretty good job at countering that, because that's also what enabled the Enigma 18 pick, that those conventional Toby heroes they picked are not in the pool anymore.
I think there's a good point about Bane. If you're going to take Void, why also take the Bane? Then you have 2, like, you don't need it. You need damage in the Chrono, right? You need AA, something like that. Like, that would be a lot stronger, I think, because then you have ways of killing stuff in the Sand King stun, in the Chrono, in the Hoodwink stun as well. I think the Bane is maybe overkill on Disable.
I agree. It feels like the double down on the Marcy, right? And that we've been talking about so much. I mean, you mentioned it in the draft, the Bane grip is a casual counter to the BKB control, like the BKB control you need against the Marcy. But yeah, that duo definitely seemed like, to me, the main weakness. You guys can also hate on the Hoodwink, okay? I'm gonna keep myself out of that. But that duo of picks for me would be the first, I don't know, wheel that I would try to adjust if I had to.
Just to protect my Hoodwink a tiny little bit.
Okay.
The shard is pretty damn good. When you have a Sand King on your team or any sort of a big DPS dealer like that shard, 25% damage increase is quite significant, and it's one of the reasons why you see a lot of insta kills with the Hoodwink and Sand King in other games. In this one, obviously, it didn't work out that well because of all the saves.
But it is still the almost. It's in the most picked soft support there.
Yeah.
Fire gets picked a little bit more still, but you know, there's a low
It's
win
great win rate,
That's all.
40%.
We are, of course, talking a lot about how the draft played out in game number 2, because the draft for game number 3 is very close. Partially, I think we're going to have something relying on the coin toss that happened and see who's first pick and who's not, because first pick did win both games. And speaking of coin tosses, I do think that there's been a lot of predictions that people had that were somewhat coin toss, because who knows what's going to happen. And you guys want a nice stat?
Absolutely.
You guys want a nice stat?
Yes, please.
So everybody did their predictions in the fantasy. You know, I mean, I did. I was obviously very wrong, but I'm happy to announce that everybody was very wrong. There's only 6 accounts in Dota 2 that have 10 teams correctly predicted, which is the highest amount of correct predicted teams. 6 accounts. That's insanely low. That have that. I wonder if that's going to be cut in half potentially by whoever is going to win this series, because we're not even done yet with the road to TI.
The 6 geniuses.
The 6 geniuses.
Yeah.
They saw this coming. They foresaw.
Oracles.
Bring them up. I feel like it's just as hard to be wrong with everything. I think Sind was talking about being 0 out of 16, so that's impressive as well. Shout out to Sind.
True. Let's see what's happening in this series in particular, as we do have Tundra on first pick. They secured themselves the Marcy. Invoker, Lycan still banned, so is Naga Beastmaster. Not much change there. Tundra banned out the Nature's Prophet Puck and the Shaker. And I know, was it you, Misery, that said, Willow, this hero is so good, why is not picked more?
Yeah, I think...
Maybe not first pick.
You're misquoting me a little bit there. I said Willow is surprisingly unpicked. I don't know. How good is it? I'm not sure. I think it should be picked more. I mean, we just saw the hero pool for position 4.
Yeah.
And I'm actually not impressed with that hero pool in general. I feel like the 4 position right now is in a pretty weird spot. I don't think it has that many great heroes, actually. It's the other hero, like the post 3, the post 5. There's some really OP heroes with the Pugna, Silencer, stuff like this. But the post 4 is not that impressive. So I think maybe also why you see some of the Chinese teams experimenting with the AA4, right? But the Willow is definitely a forgotten hero in this tournament so far. But the interesting also development right now, it's something that Liquid has done in the past as well, just casually pick up that Willow for Boxy out of nowhere.
It's really crazy, right? I mean, Thanking was in the pool, Monkey was in the pool. They love those heroes, absolutely.
Thanking was not in the pool, but Monkey was.
No, right here.
Oh, sorry.
In this draft right here, they decide to take the Willow into the Marcy on the 9th pick, even though great cores like Thanking and Monkey King were in the pool.
This is a hero that doesn't care way too much about Marcy, right?
Yeah, I agree.
You can go into the Dark Realm. Brambles are really annoying for Marcy to jump around. Terrorize is good, so...
It's actually a very good matchup for Willow, if you think about it, right? He can't kill you, and you can also kill him.
And they get their Sand King anyway.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
afterwards.
I guess the order wouldn't really matter. There's unlikely that Willow would have been banned.
But on the flip side, if Tundra wants to, they are getting their Tiny because it was the Pugna, Toby's hero, that got banned out. They do pick up the Toby hero now with the Warlock.
Can I just say, I love that we discussed the Toby hero pool as well, because here Tundra is just not messing around.
They picked it instantly.
Slam! Toby, you're secured.
Vayne, get this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Brings so much
keep
damage.
It simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think Tiny here looks somewhat obvious, unless you are willing to flex the Marcy potentially. I mean, I know Saxa, at least in the past, liked this hero a lot. If you pick the Tiny now, you are giving up that flexibility.
Yeah, that sounds kind of risky, right? Because I think Tundra, we at least know that with quite confidence, 33 is not go... Okay, they do go for it, but doesn't this mean that the Marcy is basically +1? Does 33 actually play it? He doesn't strike me as a Marcy player.
That's maybe true, yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that might be true. Could BCM also maybe play it?
I mean, there's only been like one guy who I've seen consistently play it also in Puffs, and that was Nico.
Okay.
But Nico plays everything on it. He plays Undying.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't also be surprised if 33 just does it anyways. Like in this game, like I'm sure he has played it, right? It's not something he's known for, but if you get like a really juicy Bloodseeker pick later or a really juicy Anti-Mage or something, can't he just play it and buy Dominator like everybody else?
Exactly. Bottom line is, if
he does like buying Dominator.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So, if that item can be purchased, he's gonna play the hero, right? Like if it's viable option.
I mean, let's see. I do agree though. It is a bit unusual.
So now, what do you pick up for Liquid as the +5? I mean, you're guaranteed gonna pick the +5 here for Insania, and something else would make sense. What do you guys think is good here? Because there's a Bane in the pool, but there's quite some cancels with the Warlock Golem and the Tiny in the pool picked already.
I think Willow is a little bit like Hoodwink in the sense that I don't want another Disabler. I want more damage. I want more teamfights, less damage for Insania's heroes, ideally. Maybe a save. Okay. Maybe a save is also an option and play that way. Yeah, so okay, they go to SD.
I mean, after that last game,
but
there's a lot of reasons why SD is decent.
I feel like I would be very happy playing Warlock here. Like, I feel like you just trump the team fight the first 20 minutes. Every time you have Golem, you just walk down lanes and they can't fight you.
And I also think repositioning, like Tiny Opposite, it works way differently against saves than what they had last game. Like, it's way harder to disrupt somebody who gets tossed back into their own lines in comparison to last game where you just had to answer the chrono, the sanking, and you don't have to reposition yourself so much.
And just imagine trying to get in position to disrupt a target that's being tossed back. Then you have this Warlock with the Golem with Fatal Bonds following up.
Yes, indeed. And Queen of Pain being picked up.
I feel like they're just keeping it simple on Tundra this time around. They have their comfort zone, good team fight, a lot of damage from Quap. This matchup into the Sand King, if Sand King is mid, of course, will be pretty decent for them. Then you can decide between the Marcy going one or offlane. And in the end, if you want it on one, there is something like a Darkseer Tiny that's true and tested for Tundra.
There's actually a lot of offlaners still in the pool for 33.
I think the Quap pick is clever here, right? Because it matches up well both against Sand King and against Monkey King.
Yes.
So you kind of secure yourself that, and if they put either of those mid, you're happy. If not, well, then you're facing off against Sand King offlane, which is kind of awkward. You're facing off against the Monkey King carry. You might not be that scared of it. You beat it in the first game, right? So I think this is a good pick, and it's also synergized as well with Warlock Fatal Bonds.
I do like it a lot here. It also gets protected with the Ember Ban. Would have been surprised if that was left in the pool. And the Bladelock Quap here, I would imagine he goes to the Bladelock Bondage Quap here, is quite good against also Sand King and Willow. Like, Willow basically kills herself and she casts a Bandlam. So
yeah.
I like this pick a lot here. And if Liquid were to take another mid, there's not much left in the pool. The Ember Ban is very good. If they want to put Monkey +1 and Sand King offlane, which they do respectively play, heroes like Kunkka and Void Spirit are the only ones that are like left in the pool. Maybe a Dragon Knight.
I think you just have to put one of those two mid and pick something else. Like Sand King mid, carry Monkey King, last pick Saberlight. How does that look? I mean, I guess you need to see the...
It probably depends on
the last pick, right? Yeah, they are definitely keeping it open.
And Tundra here, I mean, this will definitely be a 33 hero.
Yeah, they ban out the Darkseer with the Tiny combo.
Makes a lot of sense. They've been running this for a long time here. And it's like the bread and butter. And the Doom ban also, to me, makes a lot of sense. It's probably 33's best hero.
What is actually left then?
Axe.
Axe?
One of the few that's still left that he played.
Axe looks not that good.
Axe is very bad.
The problem in this lane right now that I'm seeing is you need a hero that deals well with the monkey, because creep skipping might not be an option into disruption.
Does he play Phoenix 33?
I would actually love
This
that.
is an insane Phoenix game, right?
I would love some core Phoenix.
Yeah, +3 Phoenix.
There's also another one that's like Enigma. It's a classic with a Tiny. What do you think about that one?
Yeah.
It just got played by Liquid and popped off quite well. There's not any BKB control against it. There's a Shadow Demon Disruption, of course, but...
How would you rate 33's Enigma in comparison to all of his other heroes?
But I don't remember when it's the last time he played it.
Yeah.
But he bought a lot of auras with it.
No?
I think so too.
I think he's it's a classic Zoo hero. He's played it in the past, and he buys Domi.
Yeah, that's true. In this patch, at least, right? Like, you go for Domi and...
Yeah.
You're happy even as an Enigma.
Tundra still remove another hero from the mid lane with the Shadow Fiend.
Leaving both the DK and the Void Spirit in the pool, basically. And the Kunkka, if they were
Is there
to
any
make a
crazy flex possible on Tundra right now? Besides the I guess Marcy as well.
What about Visage?
Ooh, that hero's unpicked so far.
And it's pretty dead as well. I feel like Visage at the moment. Yeah. There's
33, you know.
It is. There's like 2-3 players that play.
Ooh.
Octopus, that's a good pick, man.
I like it.
And the nice enemy.
Well, they instantly picked Void Spirit. That was so fast.
Yeah, they don't even care.
So what makes this a good Phoenix game? Well, what's this?
It's good matchup versus Monkey.
Yeah.
The supports don't like Phoenix. There's no real egg hitter as well. I also feel like they have their late game covered with the Quap and the Marcy already. And Synergy is a little bit tiny. I just think it fits their lineup perfectly.
Yeah. I love Phoenix. I love playing Phoenix as core, and this looks like one of those juicy games to play Phoenix core, especially the way that DM has been doing it lately as well. Like, I've been experimenting too. Helm of Dominator on the hero looks pretty damn solid. It covers all your bases. Like, everything that you weren't able to do before, you can do with the Helm.
Yes, I absolutely love this Phoenix. To me, also the Void Spirit pick, it is good, but to me, maybe a little bit overrushed. They didn't use any of their left reserve time. Maybe there were other heroes also in the pool that could maybe potentially hit the egg, because as you guys mentioned so far, there's not really anybody who hits that egg. And to me, Tundra's teamfight looks very scary here. So I actually love this Phoenix pick.
The only one that can hit the egg is some BKB monkey, but how do you do that versus a Warlock as well? Like, one thing is covering another. It's going to be really difficult down the line.
I mean, there will just be too many things that you have to put your attention to, right? It's a BKB Marcy, it's a Warlock Golem, it's an egg, it's Fatal Bonds, tiny tossing things into you. It looks really scary.
Looks like Liquid has their work cut out for them. My panel seems to be feeling a little bit more favored towards Tundra's draft. Can Tundra make it top 8 to the international playoffs, or will it be the defending champions team Liquid that will punch their ticket instead? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
It's been 5 years since Captain 33 has pulled out the Phoenix, but this is the perfect game for it, Avery.
You cannot ask for anything better. This is a dream Phoenix game. You get the lane matchup, you get the scaling matchup, you get a game where no one is going to hit and kill this egg. Yeah, you can disrupt heroes, but you disrupt them under the sun, they will come out into a world of pain. I'm really excited to see what he can do with this hero. It was a sick call on the panel by Misery. I think 33 was probably debating it because, yeah, it's not the most traditional 33 hero.
No.
We don't think of Phoenix when we think of 33. Right?
He's only played it 20 times in his career.
Yeah. But it is one of those heroes where when you get a game for it that's this good, you just can't turn it down, right? And he couldn't resist. And I think it was the correct pick. Like, even if you go out here, at least you know you picked the right hero in that last spot to put as much pressure on Liquid as possible. And they did snap pick that Void. They kind of didn't care what Tundra threw at them. They're just confident in the scale of their tri-core. I think the most pivotal point in this Game 3 draft-wise was the support pickups. Liquid gave Tundra their Tiny. This is like the last support hero I think I ever would have given them. A TI in a Game 3 on this man right here, who has won a TI on this hero. And at the same time, you gave Liquid the Shadow Demon that I think was maybe the most influential hero in that late game in Game 2. You gave it to the old man in Insania.
You did.
I don't know. It's bold decisions by both teams. There's a lot of stuff you have to ban. There's always, more meta heroes or whatever you have to consider. But to me, these two supports in this series have been the game-winning supports for these teams. They both got their signature hero in this Game 3.
And Tundra, they will not claim First Blood, but they will strike First Blood. They do manage to find a ward early. They get 3 bounty runes, and their own ward does manage to escape being D-warded just outside of the range for Insania. So,
nice
a decent net worth lead here for the squad of Tundra.
More potential for Tundra in this laning phase than Game 2. That's going to be the big difference here in the early game, at least. They have some better laning matchups. This Queen of Pain should abuse the Void Spirit, at least in the laning phase on mid. I expect PVISION to be ahead. Maybe not too much, but at least a little bit. I think you have a very strong safe lane in the Marcy Warlock. This is a lane they're going to try and punish the Sand King the same way Marcy got the lane punish last game. And up top, you had that Phoenix counter pick going into the Monkey. So this is going to be a favorable lane for 33.
Yeah,
I can easily see
the
Tundra
Phoenix.
pull ahead with a triple lane victory here in Game 3.
This is a super unique offlaner. Item timing is going to be all important. So what are we going to be looking at first? Are we going to get a Radiance Rush? Are we going to get a Spirit Vessel? Are we going to see a Rod of Atos for some early catch?
Go a lot of ways with this hero. It's going to be Helm into either...
I thought that was a setup, Avery. I thought that was a slam dunk. Of course it's going to be Helm and Dom.
Yeah,
what else
course,
would
I'm
it
just
be?
saying, Helm into either the Radiance build. You want more mischance, more scale, more damage in the fights. You can sometimes rush Shivas on this hero off of like early Veil.
Yeah.
You can sometimes go Auras on him if you really want to pipe in a game. He's an okay pipe carrier.
Hey, what? They did have the Aura advantage last time for Liquid. Not that it won them the early game like they wanted to.
I don't think it did anything in that game. I mean, obviously, they're still good in the late game with the super high HP heroes. You know, you had an almost 5k HP Primal with a pipe behind him. That is mega value. But they did not get the tempo out of the Auras that they normally look for.
Yep.
So far, though, laning phase, honestly, really good start for Liquid across these lanes, especially that top lane with the Monkey. 16 and 7 for Mickey. Very nice start for him.
Saberlight pulled out of position, tries to burrow a strike, but it can't get far enough away. Slowed down by these blood grenades. And he's not quite gonna die, but both him and the Dark Willow take some serious punishment.
Just a really tough lane to play the melee hero into. Hard to trade against Marcy, even harder when he has Shadow Word behind him, and you're always gonna get bonds to something.
So the lanes go well, but not that one for Liquid.
No, they are really suffering there on the Sand King. Incredibly rough start for Saberlight. They'll have to play the sacrificial role in this game, and I expect this Phoenix and Quap lanes to pick up steam here.
Yeah.
So good start for Liquid, but they're gonna have to weather the storm here in the early game for sure.
Yeah, once you get level 3 on Phoenix, things really start to change. You get level 5, and Phoenix can pretty much solo lane.
And you always got to remember that built-in miss chance with the hero.
Yep.
A good Phoenix will make you miss.
Yep. So far, Mickey hasn't missed much CS, 24 and 7. Top of the CS board, uses the Boundless Strike to secure the flag bearer. But can't get the range creep. This will just kind of continue. He will inevitably be forced into a situation where the Phoenix is going to be able to make him miss one of these last hits, whether it's through the missed chance or a deny.
Actually looking for some sort of little wraparound mid. I don't really know how you all in the Queen here.
Yeah, no clue.
Deny some water runes out for BZM. That would be big, and they will do that.
I mean, it's kind of the only way that Nisha can weather this storm, right? Because though it is not BZM building up Dag. He is gone 0-2-2.
Makes this lane more tolerable for the Void Spirit for sure. Just gonna be a farm lane basically, especially after that water rune loss. So BZM not gonna be able to extract a huge amount here.
Yeah. A dust picked up. They're gonna go for the kill on Saberlight. Still, first blood is available, so it's not just killing the Sand King, but being able to get the extra.
Effectively, him killed. He's gonna be low net worth out of this laning phase. Can't stand his ground against the harassment.
Lowest CS of all the cores. They threaten Boxy. Boxy brambles in response. Tries to pull the creep wave back and away, so that way Saberlight and his trip back to base won't be punished as much. At least he can bring a creep wave to him. But it means Boxy having to be here also means he's not stacking up for the Sand King, which is usually the recovery mechanism.
It's true, not a lot of economy going. In fact, the camps got blocked early. Radiant Sentry on that big camp. It's going to remove some of the Sand King's potential comeback economy. He just has to play the lane more. Suffering on the lane. This is a big pressure point for Tundra, especially if they ever rotate the other support in here and look for the kill. That could be a way to accelerate Sox's experience in gold out of this early game if they're not finding a lot of action top. Phoenix is going to be fine up here. We'll always get something, especially when the helm is done. Already has the Iron Will up.
Radiant's top tower
For 6-minute power rune, Sox are making the rotation.
Yeah, a Spirit Hero versus the Queen of Pain. These power runes are going to be constant contest. Soxa doing a good job covering himself. They do find the ward in the river, though. Will they get the power rune? Because the Warlock, Toby, he's here on the other side. He's going to try and stop Nisha. Nisha's going to go for it with a Remnant, and they manage to get it away from Nisha. It's a haste rune that goes into BZM's bottle. It's not going to result in a kill or anything, but it might later on.
At best, Zoomer mid. Just can't beat youth on those runes.
That's a good point.
Apparently you can beat
Nisha's
them.
been at it for a while.
Yeah, he's a veteran now.
He's an old man at this point.
Yeah, what is he? 24 or something?
Yeah, the incredibly old age of 26.
Time to retire from
time. Yeah. I can barely believe he's still playing. Good pressure on the tower here with the Siege Wagon. They'll get some extra damage and some extra denies. BZM back to back.
Nice little value.
What'd you make of the Marcy being taken early by Tundra? And then Liquid in turn grabbing the Sand King, which has lost all games in this series.
The Sand King has looked good, but it has not won. And I think a lot of games the Marcy has looked okay, but it is winning.
What is this? BZM with this haste rune. He's gonna try, but disruption, it will keep him out of the shrine area just long enough, and Toby will be abandoned by his mid. Left to die. Saberlight will finally claim first blood at 7 minutes. Chrysalis fighting back against Nisha here. Astral Step got him on the remnant pull back, though Nisha has to keep his distance. Still has to dissimulate, but this ultimate makes Chrysalis so dangerous. Saberlight threatening the epicenter here. Still gonna go for Chrysalis? Nah. Chrysalis, I mean, he could just rebound away. There's no way you're gonna catch him.
Yeah. You have to be careful about taking fights like that if you're Liquid, if a large Bonds is available. Like, you get Bonds into the Sonic Wave or Avalanche, Egg, stuff like this. Incredible Bonds lineup for Tundra. That's their big clump punish. Whereas the flip side, you run into, you know, Sandstorm, Epi, Wukong, Terrorize, you're not going to have a fun time either. This meta is really just evolving into a mass teamfight meta.
This time, BZM does not blink into it, and so Nisha will get the regen.
This is a lane win for Tundra. Not as severe as I think it could have been. I think Liquid played the lanes pretty well, particularly that top lane. Mickey got a lot up there. Still hanging out up there as well.
Yes.
You have Supernova available.
Did just get his 6 recently, and you can see they're going to make the rotation to shut him down.
Exactly what you want here.
If Mickey sticks around in this area, he will die.
You really have to be careful of getting your tree cut here. You don't want to give extra kills into this Phoenix, who's going to have the good matchup against you for a long time. This will be a quick tower down with the early helms here.
Yeah, the early skeletons as well. Okay, Wukong's command, because BCM blinked up here, so Mickey knows it too. He's going to get this pick off. He is. Nisha arrives in time with the step. BCM, he had no idea that he was blinking under vision.
That is a creepy.
Avalanche goes down to the epicenter. Ooh, okay, trading out supports. Chrysalis also takes a lot of damage. He has to TP away. Chrysalis cannot stop the TP.
He'll get to sit in this lane. More gold for Crystallis. At least Saberlight getting some recovery gold here, and he does have a couple stacks waiting for him. Not as big as it could have been with all of the Sentry anti-stacking technology Tundra invested in. But it's something. Oh, they're going to smoke to it. They want to take even more away from Saberlight in this early game.
Yeah, it could be a massive hit. Saberlight, he'll back away as he's already cleared out the hard camp. Some of the Ancients are left. Saberlight doesn't want to get this up, but he might just give away his life. Oh, so close. A Sonic Wave Scream is not quite enough. Saksa is still looking for it. BZM, a toss, a blink, but neither will be there to finish him off.
That feels rough for BZM. He wanted something out of the Sonic Wave.
Looks like he's losing a bit of ground. At least he can content himself with taking 2 Ancients.
And look at the buildings fall.
Yeah.
Chrysalis picked up the kill on the safe lane. Solo, he's pressuring bottom tier 1. Other helm is going into this tier 1 mid. Tundra bringing the heat in this game 3, trying to play a fast tempo game, take over the map.
33 wants to put this Supernova to use. And if you do not come contest the towers, then that'll just be another one to fall. 33 gets the last hit on that one. He is second highest net worth. He's only behind Chrysalis's Marcy. The early pickup of Tundra seems uncountered for them.
Really strong laning setup for them. They got 3 towers down around that 10-minute mark. A lot of space to work with. They can be the ones to invade Liquid side of the map this time around, take away those farm, prevent the Sand King stacks. Recovering Saberlight's game as even more pressure going into him.
Tosses him out of his Sandstorm. He's got another Sandstorm, and there's no core here yet. Though the Phoenix is going to ride Suv, they have to get this kill on Saksa and get away quick, and they're not quite getting it. The heal comes in. It's going to be fine for both sides.
I feel like this is going to be the MO in this mid game. Like, you try and take some fights as Liquid, and if the Phoenix shows up...
Nice jump, Chrysalis. Toss some big A back into BZM, and he just will not be able to jump into the trees. Or maybe actually the distance created by the disruption. Trickery tries to dodge, but he still takes the damage. That means he won't be able to jump into the trees and escape.
Warpine Raiders just owning today. I mean, if you have Warpine Raider in your fantasy, you're cooking.
It's true. If you have the troll for the skeletons,
if you have the
for
troll
tower
summoner,
damage.
Holy moly.
2,000 net worth lead for Tundra off of this laning phase. And we haven't even seen them put their team fight to use. Still don't have level 6 on Toby, but we haven't even seen a Supernova. 33 has been able to keep Liquid back just through his presence.
We probably won't see one in this early game because the thing that brings Tundra's lineup together is like the tiny blink and Marcy being able to get in there. That's kind of your only catch until you get later hexes or something like that. So it's kind of hard to use the ults and lock heroes in the vicinity. So you have more control later.
So you're saying it's a game of cat and mouse, except this time Tundra is going to be hunting Liquid around the map, and Liquid's going to be trying to split.
But the thing is, I've never seen a 33 team play to hunt heroes.
And I feel like I've very rarely ever seen Team Liquid not play to fight in the early game. So
they're just probably going to get Sand King flank and then look for those fights. But yeah, his game has been the slowest, so that's what's hurting Liquid's pace right now.
They also don't have any helmet doms, so how can you even rat without that item?
How can you play Dota?
I don't know. Liquid had 2 of them last game, we said it. 2-1, that's why they won.
Maybe Insania felt bad about it.
Why would Insania feel bad?
The wholesome guy.
He's like, I want to win, but I don't want to win that way.
Yeah.
That's what he told his team. Yeah. Screw the millions of dollars.
He already
want
won
the
it
moral
once,
high ground.
You know, I mean.
Well, 33 is a more ambitious man. He doesn't care how many helmet doms he and his team have to build. He is trying to be the 3-time.
This could be a huge grab on Crystallis.
It's going to have to be well executed, though, because he can just hop over the cliff. You pretty much needed perfect execution. You had to, like, disrupt while he was midway through. Oh, the golem drop on 3. That's nasty. Fatal bonds on the 2 of them. Somehow
they got stomped.
The Centaur just comes out of nowhere and stomps them up. They'll still catch Mickey. They'll still catch Insania. As Crystallis rebound, BZM on a blink. Yeah, he's Insania's trying to juke through the trees here. BZM finally gets the blink necessary to get the kill. Takes a little bit longer, but Liquid actually get 2 shrines for that.
A nice little pickup from Nisha.
Oh, Nisha's out of resources, kinda.
Wand.
He has Wand. He doesn't have any steps. He does have a Dissimulate if he can get into an area.
I mean, this would be the saddest death of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he's being corralled in here. He's going to have to juke them. His way is being cut off by the Phoenix and the Quap. 1 step is up. Gets a little bit of distance, but not quite enough. Crystallis, he's going to run him down soon. Can he get off anything here? Oh, the A is going to be used right as the tree cut. Mickey, he's going to try and run out of the AoE. Nisha, not as lucky. He gets hit by the stun. He'll burn out. Mickey, despite his attempts, may even die for it. He jumps into the trees, turns around, boundless strike, but Insania will be run down a second time. He gets off what he can. Can Saberlight go for the punish here with the Epicenter? He's going to try, but he's going into a plate mail. An Epicenter, frankly, just doesn't do enough damage for Saberlight to threaten this BZM Quap that is level 11.
A nice Dominator usage from Tundra, getting some Centaur stomps in there after the Centaur stomped them. Got to get around that, but what a sick chase down. Not think Liquid expected Crystallis to commit to the bit. He saw it through. Not only do you end up killing the Void Spirit, you waste a lot of his time. You run him around the map for a minute.
Yep.
And you end up getting the rewards. That means Nisha falls farther behind in this early to mid transition. He's just not found a lot on this Void Spirit. 1-1. Didn't go the Vessel buildup. He's going straight into the Ags. This build can feel really clunky when you're not getting a couple of kills to boost it up, because you have nothing to contribute in the early fights. You're just trying to slowly grind your way to this item. That can be a painful process while Tundra are running around, taking towers, finding kills, continuing to scale up.
Yeah, Tundra are punishing you heavily for this lack of fight in Liquid. 6,000 lead they've claimed, and everywhere you go, it's Tundra heroes pushing into Liquid side of the map, and Liquid conceding.
It's such a weird game 3, because in game 2 we saw Liquid make a tempo adjustment. They went to Helms. Good kill on the monkey. He's gone.
He's got the dagger on him. He's going to be taking constant damage. A tree throw to make sure.
Nice find.
And a shield roof. BZM is willing to dive that tower. Meanwhile, Liquid tried to do something here in the top lane. 33 responds, burns out the mana of Nisha.
GP's coming in.
Yeah, this Nisha actually needs to start running. He's got to get out of here. this mana burn is really killing him. Insania will be the one caught up in it as Tundra continue to sweep back and forth between the sides of the map. Nowhere is safe for Liquid.
Such a fast game. And what I was saying is this is what we saw from Liquid game 2. Get the Helms, take all the tier 1s, run them off the map. They had troubles catching that game, but they did build a lead. Tundra are like, oh, that's how we should play. And they're just running it back.
At Liquid, I feel like they do have great late game, and if it goes crazy late, you know, who knows. But I don't feel like there's that same kind of impending threat that the Faceless Void was given.
Well, to be honest, that Faceless Void fell off first. A lot of the hard save.
Yeah.
Like he had to play against double saving support that ultimately came through in that late game. Really weird things can happen in the ultra late game in Dota nowadays. But I will say that Marcy scaled incredibly in that game. There's a reason Tundra first picked it here.
And since the Blink Dagger pickup, we haven't seen Liquid actually get a kill, right?
Oh, we have not seen them get the Sand King involved in something productive. They're going to smoke him again as the boost coming from Tundra. That's the Blink Dagger for Soxa bought out. So even if he dies here, he won't. He got his initiation tool. That's a big win for Tundra. Pretty nice timing here. He's the wealthiest support out of the phase. And an Arcane Rune for BZM. Right as Liquid leave the area. Failed smoke for them.
Yeah, Klopp getting free power runes every time, it just feels like Liquid will never be able to fight, at least for the foreseeable future.
Especially Pipe on 33. He opted Pipe first. Gonna maybe go Boots of Travel. Or more auras, even considering Drum. This is gonna be early auras on the Phoenix. Their 5-man is gonna be insane. With an uncontestable egg plus auras on the hero that you can't really all-in or contest. Not sure how you take fights right now if you're Liquid. You just have to dodge.
Soxa knows Nisha's around because that Watcher was taken. Nisha double steps. And he's got a TP away. Soxa, any way he can get around this and get the toss? No.
Nice play. TP's top to continue farming. Just gotta try and get this Ags up on the Void Spirit. You're not a factor until that's online.
Yeah, you need to not just survive, but you can't just TP back to base every single time. You're losing way too much ground in the net worth battle.
Guess who's back? Troll Summoner.
33 will immediately use it to cut the wave. And very soon there will be pressure on the tier 2, but it also means that the Tormentor, the creep wave pushed in, Tormentor is probably free for Tundra. They don't really see how Liquid, one, put the team fight together to take it, but also have the map positioning to contest in the first place.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tundra's map control is really good. They're a very good team at cutting waves, playing around their vision. That'll be Boots of Travel done for the Phoenix as well, so that's going to give them a lot more opportunity to play aggressive. You can TP to all these Dom creeps, you can TP to these aggressive waves. It's a lot of extra map pressure that can come from a hero that's generally immobile. We're seeing this smoke while the Phoenix shows mid. Gotta be ready for these plays. Everybody from Tundra can be at this fight.
Oh, a blink backwards before the gold lands him, and he's gonna go for the TP out. They have the dust, they get the grab immediately. Chrysalis spamming it on the ground as soon as the dust revealed him. He got it. Saberlight dies, and the Tormentor is taken. Liquid really tried to do something cheeky there.
Wrong neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, this was just not your Tormentor to take in this game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
11,000 net worth lead. This may end up being a very one-sided game 3. Liquid are trying to close in on those items. The Aghanim Scepter, the Sand King just got delayed. The Aghanim Scepter on Nisha and the BKB on Mickey are coming in the next minute. But Tundra, they're just going to lay waste to some of these tier 2s.
Time to take even more of the map. If Liquid refuse to fight you, so be it. Take objectives. That rally damage goes a long way. Double Summoner. Kristal is back to his old ways. 33 says, I like what you were doing in that game too.
He's catching Mickey in the triangle. He's going into this tier 2, but it's already dead. Where do you go from here?
He does not have his BKB yet if Liquid decide to fight this.
They glyph, they try and hold. Liquid, this is a risky move.
Really risky.
Go into the triangle, spot Soxa. They're trying to use the Aghanim Scepter. There goes the epicenter of the initiation onto the Marcy. They need to blow up this carry, and they will manage to do so. 33, not feeling good about the Supernova. Starts returning fire, gets the first Fire Spirits out, and an opportunity for the Supernova. It presents itself. Liquid all out, trying to get away. BZM looks to slow down Mickey though. And Mickey slowed down to a crawl. Can Tundra finish him off? As he gets to the high ground, Sonic Wave pushed back in. He got his BKB. He tries to turn it around. A little bit of a heal. He gets just a bit. 20 HP, 10 HP. He got a heal up. He got another heal up. A toss to finish him off. But 33, he took so much damage he trades his life for the carry of Liquid.
Worth it for the Phoenix, but not the clean team fight win Tundra were looking for. Liquid strike first. They find the all-in on the Marcy before the BKB comes out from Crystallis. That is huge there.
2 cores apiece.
That's a big win for Liquid. Try and get something out of this game that was spiraling.
At this point, a draw is a win for Liquid.
Considering you didn't have the monkey BKB at the start of that fight, yeah, I think so. Like, you were behind on a lot of effective network going in there, and we saw how effective the pipe was at almost saving that Marcy's life.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it took a lot to get through here.
They popped 3 different ultimates to kill. Terrorize, Wuthong's Man, Epicenter. The action doesn't stop. Liquid run into Tundra here in the jungle now. Nisha, okay, walks under a sentry, so his invisibility doesn't last for long.
Just such a tough spot for Liquid. This is their item timing they want to strike with. They want to take the fights, but you're 12k down because of how rough that early game was. Buy an early gem.
And it's smoke up. I mean, if there's no Epicenter, okay, Epicenter just came back up, but there's no Sand King, who is on the opposite side of this map. Tundra know it, he's going to show. Push into the triangle. Full of confidence. Tundra being the aggressive ones in this game 3. Clear out the triangle, say that's good enough. Take Roshan.
Such a large difference in map control this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's still tier 1 towers up across
every
the board.
Single one. There's just no way to get these lanes deep for Liquid. You look at their wards, they have deep wards on the map, but you can't use them.
And Nisha even tries, and Soxa says, nope, I'm not letting you get anything out of this. And you can't turn and fight Soxa, because Soxa is level 12, so just through levels, he's got over 2,000 HP.
Beast of a hero always comes back TI season.
Successful scan on the high ground. Soxa once again will be the first point of contact. Boxy, desperate to get away, will try and Shadow Realm TP. It's not going to work for him. It gets canceled by the Golem, and he'll be tossed back. Saberlight will manage to steal away another shrine. Liquid, they may be losing out in gold. They're scrapping out some experience on the sides of the map.
That evens the experience a lot.
Despite the mobility of Nisha, it feels like he is always on the edge. Maybe dying. Always limited on steps, limited on mana.
Tundra have done a good job just hounding him around the map.
Yeah.
You just can't farm freely, can't get these lanes in. You have all these tier 1s to TP2, you have the early bots on the Phoenix. Tiny can just run around and hunt with Dom creep support.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Really tough to get these lanes out right now if you're Liquid. They're trying to hunt something. But there you go. Phoenix TV's up here. We got to bail on this play. Just so hard to gain any map control right now. Lost your outpost early too because the tier 2's going down.
Insania, one more creep for a Blink Dagger. It was almost one too many. Crystallis was setting up for it. Instead, we'll get Boxy bursting down before the Shadow Realm, and that's the gem.
Thought he was safe with the ability to Shadow Realm plus Glimmer Cape. Has those Tranquil Boots disassembled for extra regen in the realm as well, but none of it saves you if you just get jumped on. Might see a very early high ground here.
Yeah, why not? Avalanche into toss back. Would have been a pickoff. Yet another one, but fortunately, St. King can't borrow strike up, but the tower, it's already half HP, and the Siege Wagon has just gotten here. 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Liquid.
There's Sand King Ags.
It's going to have to do so much for them. They managed to get the initiation. They're going to blow up the Phoenix. They see the base. They want this team fight out of here. Now, Saberlight takes a lot of damage to Crystallis. A Blink Disruption from the Shattered even as Sonic Wave to cover it. As he comes back into play, he's gone. Both offlaners are dead. Liquid, they'll get the hold here. but there's still the threat of this Marcy. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. The
He's
4
healing up.
versus 4.
He just finished Daedalus too. This is a lot of burst damage, even without the ulti, which guess what's coming up in 7 seconds. You are not out of the woods yet. Liquid were not ready for this tempo out of Tundra.
No, they weren't. Tundra showing that they can play both sides of the coin here. But had they overstepped themselves, that's going to be the first life. The golem gets dropped. Didn't really hit much there. To simulate from Nisha, dodges something. Foxy with his Glimmer Cape. Another disruption save from Insania, but Chrysalis will stick around, and now the Phoenix is back in with his Boots of Travels. They won't be able to stop that. It's 5 for Tundra versus the 4 of Liquid. 1 lane of Barracks is gone. And Tundra, they almost look like they just want to keep this going.
I mean, why not? You have an almost 20k gold lead. You have sustain. You have an early Solar Crest. Just keep hunting. Keep pushing the lanes and don't give Liquid breathing room right now. You are about to send the defending champs home before they even get to that main stage.
33 will be the last member of that lineup if Tundra can move on. Look at that lead. Surprised it's 25%. Where did you give that 25%? I mean, I kind of give it just to the fact that we've had 60-minute games for like 40% of the matches here in this road to TI.
High ground defense is strong. Shadow Demon scaling strong. Can always catch Tundra in a clump. I mean, we saw their burst power on that Phoenix.
It's funny. I feel like Tundra is doing what Liquid have been trying to do for much of this road to TI. They have not been able to do so successfully very often. Too many times the games have been pulled to the late game, but it's looking like Tundra might just be able to shut it out before 35.
Going high ground without Aegis is risky, though. You risk getting your Marcy all in.
Yeah, surely you got to wait for another Roche, but Tundra, the way they're playing here, just all up in their faces.
I mean, they are corralling Liquid. They're getting a lot of economic value out of this because Liquid are coming back to the base, preparing for the fight.
They all show here, and then they smoke to the other side. They sweep over, see if there's some core of Liquid out on the map. Yeah, you see the drawings. They're like, yep, gonna be up here, farming up these neutrals. Now, Liquid playing it so conservatively that they are not doing that.
This ward in the base right now.
Yeah, Sox is...
This is an insanely deadly ward when you're
playing off
tiny.
this one. Nisha is going to be avalanched, tossed. Can Chrysalis blow him up? He tried to go for it, but he got silenced. Didn't get the grab on him. Instead, he one-shots Boxy.
That'll do it.
Is Marcy the hero you need to break the high ground? So much of this burst damage seems to surprise the opposing team. It almost got Liquid an opportunity in game 2. It ended up going late, but now Tundra showing they can do the same thing, but perhaps better.
Just gonna be another lane without a fight.
Another toss-back opportunity. Chrysalis, oh, this time they get the silence on Nisha. He gets it to assimilate off. He jumps into the Phoenix, and a Yule Scepter goes off. Can he get the step through? He steps through 33. He goes backwards here, and he's going to have to play for the buyback. Meanwhile, slowing down these heroes, Demonic Perch on Toby, who's in pretty deep. But if you only get the 5 position, that can't feel good for Liquid. Terrorize being threatened. Supernova gets used. Mid-game pops. BKB. Chrysalis.
Too much damage.
Though. They get the kill. They protect the 8. They take out 3. And that's a die back on Boxy. A silence on BCM, but he's not afraid. Gale Guard, Blade Mail. He is extremely tanky. 2 lanes of Barracks down. 1 more to go. Tundra. A knockout punch into Liquid in game 3. They just blitzed them.
They found the tempo. They brought it to Liquid. They said, we can play your
Saberlight buys back, but for what? You've got no epicenter. You're in an awkward position. They got to silence onto the Phoenix, but there's no Supernova. There are bigger threats in this game, and you can't even kill him. Who's too tanky for you?
Megas.
1 base left, and that's it. Megas at 31. Burrow Strike on 3, but the pipe goes out, protecting him from most of the magic damage both Saberlight and Nisha can do. They simply cannot do enough. It's Megas for the foreseeable future for Team Liquid. For the rest of their road to TI, they will have to play against Megas, and it may not be a very long road as Tundra, but they're going straight to the tier 4s. They want to take out these heroes as they trickle in one by one, try to protect Nisha. Oh, but they got the silence on him. Now they'll another dive back, a toss over. Vince's dead as well. Liquid are gone. Liquid are out of the running to TI. And it's going to be Tundra who will move on.
Despite the odds, despite the last-minute stand-in, Tundra find a way to take the defending champs out in a very dominant series from them. They won this early game in the Game 3. That was not something I think Liquid expected. They probably felt this Game 3 was going to be a long game, a 60-minute burn game. Tundra ratting the map, going for the late game scale. 33 said, no, I'll just pick Phoenix, build a bunch of doms, run down your towers, take over the map, and do what you do, but better. And he absolutely delivered here. Incredible game from Tundra in this Game 3. And
I'll point to one man who really delivered for this series for Tundra, Crystalis. He said, the last time I was at a TI, I took out Team Liquid. Leave it to me, boys. I'll do it again.
And that he did. That is going to be Tundra with the stand-in making it to the playoffs of TI. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. I will say Tundra does manage to pull through at these clutch moments. Congratulations to them. We're going to break down this game, this series, of course. Talk about how the road ended for Team Liquid. This game, though, I mean, especially compared to game number 2, I will say, Desert, it was a little bit less eventful.
Absolutely less eventful. I think the most important aspect or most important part of this game was the draft. I think this is probably one of the biggest outdrafts that we have had. In hindsight, of course, looking at it, Phoenix was a perfect last pick. They really couldn't deal with it in any sort of fashion, and it never truly felt like they could claw themselves back into the game. That was the only problem that I saw. Like, if they had an amazing laning start, maybe, but with an even start, this game was such a big obstacle to overcome.
Yes, I think that Tundra in this game basically showed what Dota was like you could say 1 or 2 years ago, when the early game just snowballed into the rest of the game. They just didn't leave any openings anymore for Liquid to capitalize on. And after like a very dominant laning stage, didn't really look like, apart from this move where the burst of Marcy on the tier 2 mid that we see right here, it didn't really feel like Liquid ever had an opening anymore because Tundra's net worth lead and draft were just too dominant.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like it was they lost all lanes and then it snowballed from there, right? And I do agree with Lisa. I think it comes back to the draft a little bit. We talked about it during the draft, how the Queen of Pain was such a brilliant pick. Not only is it good as a hero with their draft, but it also makes it awkward for Liquid to put their heroes how they want them, right? Being good against Monkey King mid, being good against Sand King mid, forcing them into this Void Spirit last pick, which, I don't know, it's like now they lose all lanes. Instead of just losing the Monkey King with squad matchup, for example, now suddenly they end up losing the Sand King lane, the Void Spirit doesn't really salvage anything, and then the Monkey King as well against the Phoenix. So very clever stuff from Tundra here, and it was very hard for Liquid to play this one.
Yeah, they didn't even get a single tier 1 tower down in this entire game. It goes to show the dominance that Tundra had in this game. And the draft was, of course, one thing. But I think, you know how we said when we saw the first, especially first and second game, how we saw the nerves a little bit from both of these teams? I kind of felt, Misery, that this game kind of showed that there were no nerves anymore. Tundra was playing very comfortable. The amount of mistakes that we saw in some of the other games, maybe it was a result of the draft, maybe being easier to execute, but it felt like they were so much less.
Yeah, it was a lot cleaner from Tundra, but I do think it's a little bit of a nature of their heroes just being so easy to execute when you get a lead. Like, it's very hard for Liquid to make any moves. But yeah, I mean, they definitely did recover from that loss. I think that could not have been easy to recover from game 2, right? And they managed to reset and come in and draft like this and then execute. It's not easy to do.
If you asked me after game number 2, I'd say that Liquid have a much bigger chance of taking game number 3, just from the mentality, just from the way they exited the booth after game number 2. However, the pressure that they were able to apply in this game number 3 by Tundra, and 33 in particular, I feel like was immaculate, specifically because of the item build as well that he went on Phoenix. Like a very early Boots of Travel made sure that he is a part of every single team fight across the map.
And this also continues the story of first pick being dominant. It was 3 first picks in a row.
Yeah, I just want to highlight this move from 33. He's actually an offlane Phoenix, but he ends up taking the safe lane. Him being such a brilliant macro player, he ends up taking the lane away from the Sand King, kind of stealing his farm, right? And I just think it shows a really deep understanding of not just Phoenix and how strong he is, but also the Sand King, right? Sand King wants to move backwards, farm those 2 camps, push the lane in. But when Phoenix is there constantly stealing his camps, he's going to not only maximize map control for his team, he's also going to free up the Massive for the top lane. He's going to free up the Triangle for stacks. Like, it actually creates so much space for his team while it's also shutting down the Sand King. So I think this little move is actually quite brilliant by 33, and it might be why the game snowballed. Imagine Sand King pushing down bottom lane and freeing up the map for Liquid. Suddenly there's a lot more space for them, and maybe we could have seen a more close game, but yeah, just I think that was a very good move by 33.
Yeah, it was, and we heard already from Captain, this was the first time in 5 years that we saw 33 play this, and I just want to hear your take on it, because we do not see the data from the players anymore and what they are playing in their pubs, not after a certain rank anyway. Because you're going to imagine that he did play this in the pub. We just didn't know, and maybe Liquid didn't know, Lizard.
It's possible that he practiced Phoenix in pubs, but at the same time, I'm playing that hero a lot, and it doesn't really need a lot of skill to play.
Nice, naming yourself.
It's one of easier heroes to play. However, if you do get stun locked and silenced like in this clip, then you can fall, and this is basically Liquid pouring their hearts out to take out 33, and they do manage, but at the same time, they're kind of losing the fight afterwards. And this was a problem of their draft. They couldn't deal with the eggs, so they had to make sure that they kill the Phoenix before the fight starts. But if they do manage to kill the Phoenix before the fight starts, then they're definitely losing the fight because they used everything on him.
You still got to deal with the Marcy, which is arguably one of the, if not the strongest hero in this current meta. I kind of feel like, yeah, this draft played a large part on why Tundra won this game 3, but all credit goes to them. They move forward. I do want to talk a little bit about Team Liquid. Their roads cut short, at least very much shorter than I think Stormstormer that they were expecting coming into this international and road to the international.
I mean, it's obviously hard to tell what went on in the team or with what mindset they went into this tournament. I would say, I can imagine it's also been a very long year. There have been a lot of tournaments. They have been successful. They have some LAN victories in their back. But yeah, I definitely safe to assume that they're not where they wanted to be. They are the defending champions, right? So it is sad to see them go. But in the end, this is what this year's TI is about. If they would have made it, they would have already been top 8 at TI. This is what this first stage works like. But unfortunately, they came a little bit short, and Tundra's going to take their place.
Yeah, I think they'd be the first to say, like, okay, if you want to win TI, you got to beat everyone. Doesn't matter when, doesn't matter where, you have to beat everyone. And they did not beat Tundra. And part of that was because of the man of the match, the man of the hour. It is Crystallis that we're going to talk to. It's Nomad. I'm standing with him right now.
I absolutely am, yeah. I mean, congratulations, your second main stage TI. How does that feel?
Very good. I'm very happy about it.
I mean, in what a way as well. That was a crazy series. What was it like to play that against the TI champions?
I mean, you know, it's just, they're all like hype series, you know, just like all the other series in this tournament somehow. They're all like super late game, 60-minute, apart from the last game, super late game, like 60-minute, like complete insane games. So it's always like very exciting and scary to play them at the same time. But, you know, in the end, we ended up winning the series, so it's good.
Absolutely. And going pretty deep into the hero pool in that game number 3 there. I mean, where did the 33 Phoenix come from?
I don't know. This guy, he dug deep within the dark pool, and he grabbed out this Phoenix out of nowhere. Finally, he's countering this monkey in lane, and I don't know, it's just too hard, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, it beat them. It was fantastic as well. But I want to talk about yourself because, of course, back in 2022, second place, but you're actually against 2 of the players here, against Saxon and 33. So what's it been like to be on the other side of that?
I mean, I hated playing against them back then in that TI. They really pissed me off with all the shit they were doing. So now I hope that they're just doing the same to the enemy team. And, you know, that makes me happy automatically.
You seem very happy indeed. And yeah, going into that arena, playing at TI must be amazing. How do you prepare for a match like this then, knowing that you're coming against the TI champs of Liquid? What did you have in mind?
I don't know, like 20 minutes before, you like open their Dota buff page, you look at their heroes, you're like, oh, look, Nisha playing Puck, ban. Then you play the series, oh, look, Nisha, fuck us on Primal Beast, ban. And, you know, that's just how you do it. There's a little bit of prep, and then you just go in.
20 minutes of prep is all it takes. All right, easy peasy. Now, we need to ask about the meta, of course. How much are you enjoying building Helm of the Dominator?
No, I actually hate it. I despise it. I think it's like actually like the worst thing ever. I really hope that they just, in the small break that we're going to have soon, we'll just delete the entire item from the game with a patch. Yeah, it would actually just probably fix the whole tournament going further, for sure.
All right, strong opinions there indeed. One last question I want to ask, and it is actually about your stand-in, of course. Not the ideal situation, but how is Toby doing in this team?
I mean, Toby is a legend, of course, as always. He helped Liquid to win a tournament. Now we expect him to help us win a tournament. He's just a legend. What can you say? Like, how is this guy not in a team yet? I don't know. He's just a legend. Toby legend.
Esther?
I mean, above. He is like, he should be the role model of like every post-5 player. Toby Dota, for sure.
That is high praise indeed, and well-deserved as you guys continue on at the International. Remco, congratulations on making it to the International.
Thank you.
Love hearing from Christless. Always high praise for Toby and strong opinions on this Helm of the Dominator. I don't think he's going to get his wish, guys, in between. Like, the couple of days break is not going to be enough to remove an entire item from the game. But, you know, he can dream, he can hope. It is very cool to see him making it to the playoffs again via the longest road you could possibly take, just like he did the previous time when he played at the International, came second. We'll see, of course, later on if he can do the same thing again, or maybe go even further and take first. But today is not yet done. Today is brutal, and it will continue rolling on. We eliminate Liquid, we promote Tundra, and now it's time for our final series of the day. Falcons versus Spirit. Same fate for both of these teams. One moves on, one gets left behind. That is the brutal truth of this elimination round, Lizard. Never ending. No mercy.
I mean, there is absolutely no mercy. I like it. By the way, if they do remove Helm of Dominator 33, is going to have no mercy with Remco afterwards. But yeah, like we just eliminated Liquid. Now we get to eliminate one of these giants of Dota, like Team Falcons or Team Spirit on the other side. And yeah, it's a merciless Swiss stage.
Yeah, and we've had these two teams go up against each other multiple times
in grand finals.
This entire year, in grand finals, 2 grand finals actually. And one thing that is pretty clear when you see the scores of these two teams going head to head, as in the grand finals, no different. It's been, other than that one series, it's been all 2-0 or 0-2s. The thing that's missing here are the 2 grand finals, which are both 3-0s or 0-3s as well. It's pretty definite, and I wonder if that gives us any indication for this upcoming match, Misery, because it has been so defined.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if we base the form of the teams on what we've seen so far in this event, I would say Falcons are heavy favorites. But of course, everything is reset now. It just comes down to that one best of 3. So yeah, I don't know how much you can use that. I would even say that maybe the pressure's off Spirit a little bit, and the pressure's more on Falcons. They had these insane series against both the Chinese teams and like 5+ hour series, right? Yeah. And now they're facing elimination in one matchup. I feel like it's not an easy position for them to be in. Yeah, it's tough.
I want to say also, because you mentioned how defined those matchups are, I think these are 2 teams that also really depend on what patch we're playing and what the meta is. I mean, we have seen Spirit always shine when those hard carries are really in the meta, when they are the strongest, when Yakutou gets his hands on this PA, Void, etc., etc. And Falcons likewise have their own style that is fighting with. I would even consider this TI to be one of their strong patches, or Road to TI rather, because we know how short they fell. We watched those games. They could have been one of those 4-1 teams as well, of slight things against Tidebound or any of the other teams could have gone slightly differently. So I think that plays a huge role why those teams have such highs and lows. I would still go into the series thinking that Falcons has a slight edge just with what they looked like so far. But then again, it's true, like now they're with the backs against the wall. I think it also is going to show if they could keep their heads basically cool after these, I would say, really close, but also somewhat tough to suck it up losses.
Yeah, we're going to see if one of these games, or maybe all 3 of the games, are going to go as late as some of the other ones that Falcons were in goes. But we also have to look at what happens before we even get to that stage, as I believe, Lizard, you actually want to highlight the state of the games at around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I feel like the 20-minute mark right now is really important when it comes to the amount of last hits that some of these teams are getting. And you can see that some of them are focusing quite a lot on just farming the hell out of the map. Like you have those river areas. Look at XG and Spirit. That's like 20% more. Just this is, by the way, general team last. It's not obviously per hero at 20-minute mark. But usually what this means is that their carry, something like a Sven or a Medusa, at the 20-minute mark has 300 last hits. And that's absolutely insane. I think that teams at the moment, they just need to focus themselves not on, and they are doing that, right? Like you could see from Falcons, from the Chinese teams, just focus on getting those stacks and farming the full map. Like these invasive movements where you enter a triangle and try to contest stacks and stuff, I feel like maybe you block it with a sentry or two, but just going with like 3-man smoke, they're just a waste of time. Like you're wasting too much of your time that you could be farming somewhere on the map.
And that kind of goes hand in hand with the game duration that we have, right? Yep. If it is more efficient to go for your own last, it's your own scaling, basically exploiting the big size of the map that we have since 2 years now, it automatically leads to longer games, right? In comparison to when it makes more sense to force objectives, force early high ground pushes even, etc. I mean, this really shows why games, even in this Liquid Tundra series, you just had sometimes go to the 16-minute mark.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It does feel like if you want to invade, you have to be winning your lanes pretty handedly, like we just saw with Liquid, right?
Sorry, I'm laughing at the difference in average game duration.
Oh yeah, that's also very telling.
Falcons, 3 out of 4 treat.
Sorry, Misery, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean, when the game is even after laning phase, I feel like it's very hard to invade, and it usually is fairly obvious too. So those type of moves rarely work out. So I agree, it's better to just stack yourself and keep farming, and you know, it's almost like a patience game at that point.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be very important to find out what these teams will have in store for each other, because especially, well, for both sides, there's heroes that you just want to remove from the pool and don't have to deal with, but you also got to take into consideration what's hot in the meta. So in regards to Falcons, it is pick your poison, Lizard.
Yeah, pretty much. I just want to focus on the bans, by the way, and on the first pick. Like versus Falcons, teams have decided just to, like, you ban out a couple of. By the way, the order of the picks up there isn't really correct, but order of the bans is what's important. You ban out 4 of their heroes, like Monkey King, Sand King, Chen +1, and then you steal one of those mega heroes that they have, right? Like you steal some, either the Beastmaster, or the Primal, or the Mars. That's how the Chinese teams have been doing it, at least. When it comes to Tidebound, when it comes to Xtreme Gaming, they open up their draft with a Mars. You know, you ban out 4 of Falcons heroes, and you just pick up a Mars. You make sure that you kind of counterplay one of their signature picks, because they have hero puddles on all 3 cores.
Yeah.
It's abusable.
It definitely is one of the weaknesses. It's both a strength and a weakness of Falcons that they are so transparent when it comes to their strategies. I think we saw Tidebound kind of capitalize on that yesterday, but yeah, they have a big hero pool, so it's not always that easy. I think Falcons are also going to learn from that. They were in an uncomfortable position in the draft, and they're going to realize, okay, we need to make sure that we get our core heroes on our mid and our supports, these type of things, so we don't end up kind of getting outpicked in that way. But yeah, let's see how this unfolds here.
Yeah, we have got Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Team Spirit. And that means we got 4 bans coming out from Falcons. And the one that strikes me, maybe it doesn't strike me as odd, knowing that Miposhka is a god on this hero with the Bane overall first ban coming out from them. Is there anything in particular we're keeping our eyes out for other than the Marcy that's left in the pool for now?
I think there's a couple of them, right? When it comes to Falcons comfort zone here from Team Spirit, you have like a Chen, you have a Sand King as well that's left in the pool.
Shaker also.
Shaker, absolutely.
Monkey King. I mean, there's all those heroes still left in the pool, and Spirit surely has his. Is Keeter sleeping?
No, he's focused.
He's meditating.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
You interrupted him.
Sorry, I woke you up, Skeeter.
The Prophet.
Oh, Prophet. I mean, there was one more to add to the list even, yeah. We do see it, Monkey King ban into Prophet pick, which still leaves Shaker, Chen, and Sand King in the pool.
Which also kind of falls in the archetype that we just talked about, right? Like take one of their heroes, ban out 3, feels good.
So what is it gonna be? I think Chen was actually the hero that was the most contested, or almost banned in every single game after Stacy's success.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he lost a single game on it.
Don't think he did, no.
So here's your chance to take it if you wanted, Falcons.
As your first pick?
Yeah, that's what they did all the time. Like even on 8, 9. Yeah,
Yep,
there we go.
there we
Chen is
go.
coming. Snaking is saying, why are they giving this to me? I take it. And now Spirit, they have 2 bans. Do they commit it into Shaker and Sanking? Because these are still the 2 heroes that Malrine really loves the most and was comfortable blind picking into almost anything.
You also got to worry a little bit about the Primal, right? Because that's the 3rd hero that, I mean, we keep forgetting about it. Now I make sure to remember it, right? Because that's actually a good hero against Prophet too, making it very uncomfortable for him to play the first 20 minutes. So that's also a hero that they might consider. And this is kind of the strength of second pick right now, I think, is the fact that you can pick these 2 heroes in a row. And and there's quite a lot of those melee bruisers if they're not getting left out in the first phase, right? So I think maybe they just choose to not ban them, like the Shaker, the Primal, the mid heroes, but they focus maybe on the Mar, as we see right now.
Yeah, I definitely can see the Mars ban. I mean, they have picked it before on the air. Well, actually, no, they have 6 and 17 in this stage, huh? But I guess they respect the Mars against the Prophet because the Arena will be effective against him all game. Gonna stop him from dealing damage.
It also is maybe the approach of them, right? If you look at their heroes, it's pretty much all Amar heroes, right? Except maybe Beastmaster. I think he's mostly played the Monkey King as well this event. The Bristol
he's
back.
an offlane monkey for
so
the majority.
Maybe just focusing on him and then ignoring sort of Malrine's hero pool is the approach here for Team Spirit.
If you're looking at Malrine and
right, actually.
Amar, Magnus is another one that
They're
has been
fully
taken
banning
away
him.
from him. But there's still Timber, by the way.
True. But the off-lane pool is getting smaller rapidly.
I mean, you're banning your own heroes too, right? It's
Yeah.
Collapse Magnus, Collapse Mars, Collapse Centaur, banned from Falcons as well. So it's kind of, I mean, I think one hero we might see is just a hero that I was surprised Team Spirit hasn't been picking. It's the Slaughter, Collapse Slaughter. I feel like that is one of the only players that are making this hero work, but he has done so, and it looks really strong in other tournaments.
Out of the more casual ones on the offlane that are left in the pool, there's Doom. If I'm correct, right? Like it's not banned, and there's Timber as well.
There's also
Those are
still
options.
this hero that fell off, but still the Dawnbreaker is fully ignored, and it has always been a decent answer to Prophet both in the lane and in the game. I know it fell off a little bit here, but I'm sure that Amar is also ready to play it.
I feel like it fell off a cliff. Like,
Fell off a cliff?
Yeah, considering how hot the Dawnbreaker as a hero was coming into the tournament. Like right now, it's
I agree.
not looking great.
It hasn't looked great, to be honest.
Okay,
That
Misery.
Primal you mentioned still out.
This could lead into a Pangolier pick. No. Sanking. Okay, I mean, just keep your bread and butter going, right? I mean, you have Sanking, Checker left in the pool. I would have been very surprised if they left.
I mean, I also think Malrine is the best Sanking, hands down.
Yeah, he's even the guy who invented Sanking after he got the new ability. Like, after he got the Stinger and they changed the innate and everything else, he was the first guy to make the Sanking work. Before that, most pro players thought the hero is not good.
Is it possible to just take a page out of Tundra's book and get yourself a Quap here into the Sand King? Or, I mean, why the... It makes your game a little bit easier. Of course, Quap had multiple reasons to be picked in the last series into the Sand King and the Monkey King. Kind of prevented them from laning properly.
Yeah, I think you could at least set up for it with the other 2 heroes and then get it on 18. Okay, Invoker. Yeah.
Okay, so Lal is also taking a page out of the Tundra book, basically, but a different one. They're taking the
different page.
Helm of Dami Invoker. That is so interesting because in the last series you saw the Sand King being picked into the Invoker. Now the Invoker is being picked into the Sand King, so you can already see the different reads and priorities that the mid laners have on this tournament.
But you also thought Invoker was quite good against Sand King, right? Because you get the more or less free lane.
I would say that both of them basically get what they want because Sand King
that's
is the kind of archetype hero that just 50-50s his lane, and Invoker is basically the same.
Can you Helm of the Dominator Chen creeps?
You
Can
should
you?
be able to, I think, right?
You can definitely dominate Enchantress creeps, so if Chen is
Yeah,
not
but then
different,
they have a duration, so Chen creeps are way better.
Yep.
I think you can.
That's nice.
But shouldn't that make Chen really bad then? Why would Snaking like the Chen if everybody's playing Dami?
Maybe he'll buy his own.
Take it back. What we see here also with this Ogre pick to mention is that they have double buff for this Nature's Prophet. Skeeter is going to hit like a truck with alacrity and bloodlust if they let him.
Yeah, total. Yeah.
It's a really strong lane as well, right? Like you get this melee bruiser with the Prophet. They secure on the other side just the fact that all these heroes have been banned out. Let's get a Pango that's also kind of flexible when it comes to the laning stage. And just he couldn't theoretically get another Helm of Dominator to take that dominated hero creep, right? Like that's what it becomes.
What's Crit gonna choose here? Because it's kind of his hero we're looking at. There's the Hoodwink, the Snap.
There's a lot of good
the
options.
Grimstroke.
He likes Hoodwink, right?
I hope it's not Hoodwink.
No.
I do. I mean, look, it was bad last time, sure, but they needed some extra damage. This hero gives it. Like with the Chen, you can rotate across the map. It's also pretty good into Prophet. Like he wants to hide in the trees. You love the trees.
Yeah,
Burst
I
is
like
there
it more
with
than
that.
the other ones this game actually.
Okay, I would like to mention that Yatoro was the guy who invented Helm of the Dominator on Faceless Void. And isn't this a pretty good Faceless Void game with Invoker already in the pool?
If you're gonna buy a Helm of the Dominator, why wouldn't you pick Marcy?
Are you gonna just?
I mean, then
Fear and
you
support?
would put the Prophet on the +4 roll those, which might just ruin the draft. But
Yeah, I mean, you pick that Ogre, right, to set up for your Furion, but maybe
we probably cut it. Yeah, it's probably just gonna be a Prophet +1.
Yeah.
And an Ogre +5, and they keep it simple. But in that case, I suppose they're looking at a Collapse hero right now.
Yeah.
Take an offlaner.
But I agree. I mean, you could do that. You could pick like Void and then Slaughter last, something like that.
Or Slaughter now.
Oh, Slaughter now. I mean, I think this is they're bringing it out. You know, the hero that they had so good success with in previous tournaments the last few months.
Yeah, and this hero fits even. This hero gives even more amplification, right? If you look at this Team
Yeah.
Spirit draft, this Prophet is already profiting of Bloodlust, Alacrity. Now the target that he's hitting is also being hit by Corrosive Haze. So whatever he's hitting, there's going to be a huge damage difference, basically. And this is what Falcons knows is coming at them, and they have to find a solution to this. Are you actually able to pick your own carry? Because that's what they still have to pick, right? A Skeeter hero. Can you find something that can fight this? Or is there some cheesy way to try to avoid it?
Yeah, right now they're trying to protect it at least, right? Like the Troll ban instantly coming, like one of the strongest matchups into Slardar on the safe lane.
So I think Skeeter's hero pool right now so far has been Troll, Weaver, Nature's Prophet, and Sven. If I remember correctly. Maybe there's one more in there somewhere, but that's pretty much his hero pool. Most of it is out or taken by Spirit. Weaver is not really good against Slaughter. So we might see a completely different Skeeter hero. Abaddon is in the pool, actually. Abaddon's quite good here.
Yeah, it purchased a Corrosive Haze. The control of Invoker can be a little bit frustrating to deal with, maybe, but it's still one of the best carries that is left in the pool.
Maybe that's going to be the ban then. I think, because I think the hero pool of Skeeter is not that big right now, and it's also hard to find a hero that's going to be good overall.
I'd like the Abaddon, but I would be worried if they do take it when it comes to scaling later on in the game into a Prophet Invoker. I feel like they would maybe lack that extra oomph.
Don't sleep on Abaddon late game, I think.
I know you're a fan.
I mean, it's more like if you don't have a clear way of killing him, then eventually, you know, then he's always going to be a problem. And he's just going to keep getting more and more items.
But before getting to the carry pick of Falcons, also, what support do you think Team Spirit is going to pick up? Because they still have to take a hero for Rue here. Snapfire is out. The Grimstroke you mentioned earlier is still in the pool.
A lot of time is going into this final ban from Falcons. Makes me wonder if they're discussing any potential flex picks. And
The Void ban is quite interesting.
They actually think it can be a Prophet +4.
Because I kind of agree with your sentiment earlier that, I mean, also just my point about the +4 heroes are just not that impressive right now, in my opinion. So maybe it is better to just get Yatoro a really juicy last pick carry. But, I mean, Falcons also feels like that. What about Bat Rider? That's an option here.
They have played it. Right? It's pretty solid into all of these heroes on the other side. Some extra catch for them as well.
And since we're talking about a hero for Rue, he has played a fantastic Muerta in the past. Is Muerta as a position 4 just dead?
It wouldn't be that bad here, I think.
Just very meh for me.
Oh, okay.
Not very impressive either.
The only reason why I'd like it is the AoE silences into Sand King and Pango. It kind of feels nice.
Yes, it would give them a little bit more team fight, because if we do look at Team Spirit lineup, I did talk a lot about the amplification of the Prophet, but their team fight is a little bit lackluster. If you look at the Falcons lineup, they have a Pangolier roll, they have an Epicenter, they have the Chen AoE heal.
Phoenix
Team Spirit's team fight so far is not impressive.
Phoenix for Spirit.
It's good again.
+4?
Yeah.
It was
it's
good as
good
a core last game. Would be good here too.
Bounty
Hunter.
Oh,
wow.
That's pretty cool.
Okay,
They're going for the double track. You have Corrosive Haze and the track to make sure you really see them. But this gives
in mind,
even more single target.
Does amp some extra damage as well, right?
You also have Sunstrike, you have global TP, right?
Okay.
And you have track for sanking. And it's also pretty annoying for Chen to play against this. I think it's a pretty cool pick.
Aren't they putting all their eggs in one basket of the Aurora Prophet hitting somebody? There's no team fight at all. It's everything a single target.
But it's more like skirmishes. I kind of like it. I think it fits the rest of their heroes. It's a different style of lineup, obviously, but I think it has synergy. I think their heroes innately have synergy, so that's why I like the lineup as a whole. But I agree. I think something like a Phoenix would have been solid. It would have solidified some more team fight. But
terribly. Well, it's a different illusion-based hero.
Yeah.
It's a lot of armor, right? Like you're playing into Slardar and Bounty.
We talked about, at some point, somebody said Terribly has a very bad win rate this tournament.
Really? Does it? Because right here, I actually love it.
12%.
Oh
Okay.
my.
Oh no.
Double down?
No, I don't know. But I mean, theoretically, for Falcons, I think this was actually a good pick because it gives them also the wave shove that this team is really good at abusing at. You can send your illusions down lanes. And Spurs wave shove would have been quite good with the Prophet and the Invoker, but now this will enable the Sankey and Pangolier to find easier pickoffs on the waves.
I feel like this is kind of a cool approach with the bounty, like last pick bounty. Like we've seen these games from Falcons go 60-minute routes, right? Like if there's a lot of kills, eventually with the bounty hunter, you're gonna come out on top. So I kind of like it for in that way. But at the same time, I feel that their draft is very different to what we came to expect from a lot of teams.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one to call. I think Falcons they're such an experienced team, such a calm, disciplined team. They should be able to weather the storm of the bounty hunters, Lada and stuff like this, and take it to a later stage of the game. But I kind of like the spirit still. I think they bring some fresh energy to this draft and their own kind of take on a draft here.
Do we feel like they've solved Snake King's 100% win rate, Chen?
I don't think so.
I mean, Chen gives armor and healing. They're like, okay, I give you Bloodlust, I give you Alacrity, I will corrosive face this guy and track him. Yator, if you don't kill him now, Chen is broken. Let's try it. That's like the message I'm getting from this year.
But let's also think about the whole idea of bounty hunter scouting, Slaughter being really hard to catch. You have the Fury and TB and you have Sunstrike, right? You have the vision game in your advantage. I feel like it's not going to be that easy to get that team fight for Falcons just because Spirit will choose when they want to fight you.
So you're saying like they are going to play a map game and they're going to try to dance around you?
Yeah, and also the first 20 minutes, if Bounty Hunter gets off to some track kills, you can see the Fury and the Invoker just, get top net worth, and then suddenly it's a hard game. You get Aegis, you're fighting a really overfarmed Prophet. Let's see.
Let's see. We do not know what's going to happen in game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination and promotion on the line. We're finding out what's going to happen together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, we've just had to say goodbye, of course, to Team Liquid here on the road to the International, and we're just about, one best of 3 away from saying goodbye to either Team Falcons or Team Spirit, Fog. What's going on? Some people tuning in and catching up with the tournament at this point and go, hang on. Yeah, this matchup, we normally see it in the grand finals. Not at this stage early on of elimination.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this whole Swiss is just wild, right, in particular. But also, this day is always pretty sad it comes to it, right? For some people, yeah, pretty happy day because you get to see the teams you don't like leave, but
I mean,
pretty
it's
sad
entertaining
overall for everybody.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here.
Yeah.
2 massive organizations, massive Dota 2 teams that have had a lot of success and now battling to hold on and move forward to the main event at the International.
And overall, we have a pretty interesting different styles coming in, right? I think we haven't seen a draft like Spirit has in a couple games, at least me and you in particular. Looks pretty different. A lot of single target in particular, not the most team fight, but looking to just amp up Yatoro.
Yes, I mean, and because overall, do you like this last choice from Falcons to go with the Skeeter Terrorblade, as we saw from the panel? It's not a hero, a carry that's been having a lot of success at all. Just the 1 win, I believe, out of the 8 games it has been played. But could this game be one that it can excel in?
The amount of physical damage that there is on Spirit, right? They do have magic that's going to be coming from like the Invoker and some from that Ogre, but it's a majority physical damage lineup when you look at it in terms of the later stage, so or in terms of this earlier on. So it's going to be interesting, and definitely for that lane, it's something that's really strong, but this is not the most traditional thing that we see lately. So let's see if it works out. And something else that's not traditional, I have to point this out. Look what he went for on Laurel.
What do we got?
He went for Mind of Tornaris. So every one of them have been going either Quas or Exort.
Okay.
I don't think this is the first one that he's gone for it, but interesting to point out, and we'll see what build he wants to do. It looks like he's just going to do kind of standard, right? You go for this Eggs Dominator build. But yeah, definitely an interesting one. Being the difference in terms of like how you... I don't know if it's going to really change how much he plays or how much he team fights, but yeah, definitely curious.
And because overall as well, do you think Falcons are going to be able to create enough space for Skeeter? Because Team Spirit's lineup, right, they've got a lot of heroes that are going to be looking to hunt down that Terrorblade, right? The Bounty, the Slardar sneaking around in that mid-game, setting up for these Sunstrikes or TPs in from the carry Nature's Prophet, Yakutou. It feels like a lot of pressure that could be targeted on the Terrorblade quite successfully.
Oh, definitely. But there is so much team fight advantage, I would say, for the side of Falcons. I think that's what you're talking about. Chaos can really start to reign supreme. Let's see how these lanes end up going down, because Brew, he's played this hero quite a lot in the past.
Yeah,
it's one of his favorites.
classics, yeah.
Yeah, it really does love to play, and he is playing it versus this quote-unquote was supposed to be the Chen, right? They did do a little bit of a switch-up, as we see from Falcons,
sure.
but he can do a lot of damage. He can... Obviously, the rotations that he can do, scouting things out, sniping couriers, but also in the mid-game, just track and corrosive haze. We have to point it out. He's playing Versanking. Can be really, really strong versus him, just to keep track of him.
That's true. Bottom. Level 2 just about to be hit by Miposhka. So be able to start playing the lane. The abilities.
Yep, he's a hero now. But this Chen is very disruptive in general. Like, snaking, obviously we saw 100% win rate on him. Just how much he does in terms of early game just to slow down any aggression, right? Always this mana burn creep that he tends to have, and later on then he just farms, because that's just a snaking specialty, but we'll probably set up Amar for a pretty solid lane in particular, just because he's going to be able to constantly put them low mana.
Yet to lose a game on the road to the International is the Chen.
And yeah, the mid lane, I feel like this is going to be pretty free for Malrine. I've seen a couple of these Sanking Invoker matchups, but Malrine is the king of the sand.
He really
is truly the king of the sand, and we've seen him dominate so many matchups and just take the tower really early. So that's one thing that I'm a little concerned about for Laurel, since he's getting crushed right now.
Top lane. Skeeter. Farming very nicely against Collapse so far. Made good use with that first round of the Metamorphosis. Double the CS as opposed to what Collapse on the Slardar has been able to find in this lane so far.
And some of these games I have seen, I think we saw a couple Sankings in a row just lose, right? I think at least what I got from the reasoning was that I've been seeing a lot of damage mitigation versus Sanking. His damage looked weaker than what I saw from some of these other games because of auras. Spirit doesn't have an aura lineup. There's no pipe, there's no pipe buyer. I mean, I guess Bounty can.
That was going to say pipe. Yeah, the Bounty's going to get one, at least
Probably.
something like a pipe later down the line, but nothing too soon. And unlikely to be there at a point where Falcons will be bringing that team fight against them between the Sand King and the Pango in particular.
Yeah, the Epicenter can be pretty devastating this game. They are not, I wouldn't say they're the tankiest overall in their draft on the side of Spirit compared to usual.
So,
Crit.
Try and chase down Crit here. They're going to have it. First blood. There's the way of Collapse. They can put heavy damage in onto Skeeter as well. Bash
Big
comes
stick.
in. Skeeter trying to stand his ground, but the crush comes back up from Collapse. Spirit, they're going to clean up both of them in that top lane and get Collapse the double.
Huge stuff. I mean, they decided to swap these lanes up too, right? On the side of Falcons. They're going to get punished for it with a beautiful move there from Brew and Collapse. So many stick charges built up. He didn't even need them till the last second there. They actually killed them both without even needing those 14 wands from Collapse.
A bit of a spooky lane, and obviously a lane that you'd imagine. It's probably been a while since Falcon's safe lane ran into a Bounty Slardar duo, right? You just don't see that this patch.
You picked the Terrorblade in a way to deal with the pressure that's going to be coming out from the high physical damage, and he just died in laning phase. That's a big deal for Spirit. But this might be a bigger deal, as we see. Malrine 37 to the 17-6 right now versus that Invoker. Really bringing it to him right now.
Bottom lane. 25-2 on Yakutou.
Well, it's just kind of a spamming back and forth in a way. Miposhka trying to ensure that he can get some ignites out before he gets his mana burn, but overall, Falcons is sustaining through this pretty heavily.
Of course, one other way that the tracks and the corrosive haze will be annoying in these mid-game fights. It's going to provide that vision so that when these ignites are flying out, they are going to still connect, even if you're far back at the back of the team fight. Right, Fru's already setting up with the vision, which is going to make it a lot harder to play potentially with those blink daggers that you want to be getting on the Sand King and the Pango.
No, absolutely. I mean, I was glad that Misery actually, I think it was Misery that said it at the end there, is that this is a very visioned approach coming out from Team Spirit. They're going to have a lot of ways to just see these backlines, see certain heroes,